Chapter 1. The young squire of the night. The scorching sun hung in a sky devoid of any clouds, and the air felt as though it contained not a trace of moisture. Withered leaves drooped around, accompanied by the incessant buzzing of flies, clamoring as if they wished the entire world to hear. The young squire stood in the middle of the road, measuring the dilapidated village before him while patiently listening to the rambling of the village elder. "Oh, I see. So, in essence, a band of robbers is coming to plunder you, correct?" A patient smile lingered on the squire's face, yet he interrupted the elder, who seemed eager to continue. "When the time comes, just stay inside your houses and do not venture out. Leave the rest to us. Moreover, although my knightly master is more than willing to assist you, it is certainly not for free. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. Good souls like you shall surely be blessed by the Holy Cross." "My late uncle often," the grateful elder bowed repeatedly, seemingly oblivious to the squire's words, as if trying to brush the matter aside. "Well, at least I have offered my warning." The squire shook his head in resignation and turned to the old knight, who was dozing on horseback. "My lord Leonardo, they have agreed." Upon hearing this, the old knight appeared to awaken from a slumber, groggily dismounting and striding towards the village with his wine pouch in hand, leaving behind only a casual remark, "Remember to hold the horse." The squire, scratching his head, shrugged and led the wheezing old horse into the village, as if such occurrences were not new to him. Beneath the messy ponytail lay a face so ordinary it was almost forgettable. Only the pair of jet-black eyes, mirroring the color of his hair, lent him an air of enigmatic otherness in a sense. This was true, though it was a distance greater than mere otherness, for the young squire recalled vividly that he hailed from another world, a realm entirely distinct from this one. But what exactly had transpired? Perhaps it was merely a dream, yet upon awakening, he found himself alone in this world, later encountering the old knight Leonardo, who took him in as a free squire, having roamed alongside the old knight for 2 or 3 years. The squire understood well that if he ventured forth alone, he would either be devoured by beasts or monsters in the wilderness, or have his head severed by marauding thieves. Leonardo was a wandering knight, though that was merely a euphemism. For in truth, he was no different from a vagabond or mercenary. With no source of livelihood and no means of sustenance, he could only wander about on his scrawny old horse, relying on a sword to make ends meet. Living a precarious existence to avoid both of them going hungry, the squire, possessing some remnants of memories from a past life and being somewhat skilled in social interactions, had even taken to acting as a middleman, negotiating terms between the old knight Leonardo and others, who seemed all too pleased with the arrangement. This time, despite the squire's deep-seated disbelief in the elder's words, he had no choice but to accept the request. Otherwise, both of them would have to sleep rough in the wilderness that night. After leading the horse to the stable, he skillfully tied the reins to a beam, removed the saddle and luggage. 2 or 3 years of experience had rendered him proficient in all that a squire ought to know, particularly given the temperamental nature of his knightly master. Behind him, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Having just been organizing the luggage, the squire immediately halted, placing his right hand on the hilt of his short sword. Though the old knight had not taught him much about swordplay, the squire nonetheless grasped some basics, especially after discovering his keen sense of perception. "Ahem, you must be the squire of that night." "Yes." A villager, clearing his throat, approached cautiously from behind, hunched over and casting wary glances around. "Where has that knight gone?" "I do not know. I am merely a squire," the young squire replied, shaking his head. His right hand remained on the sword's hilt, yet he spoke politely. "May I ask what you need?" "Hey, no need to be so tense. I merely wish to offer you a word of caution." The villager forced a smile, appearing even more anxious than the squire. "Are you planning to stay the night in the village?" "Of course. Are there any other places nearby?" "Then you should persuade that knight not to confront those robbers." The villager lowered his voice, locking eyes with the squire. "Just pretend you saw nothing and leave quickly by tomorrow." "Thank you for your warning." The squire relaxed his grip on the hilt, though he found it difficult to comprehend, yet endeavored not to show it. "But those robbers intend to plunder you, and they might even kill. Do you not care at all?" "That is simply our fate. We are a wretched lot." The villager feigned indifference. "Besides, even if you drive them away, what difference will it make? Other bandits will come in their place." He did not speak the truth, the squire's first instinct told him, yet he had no grounds for rebuttal. and pressing further would yield no answers. Thus, he nodded. Very well, I shall relay your words, but whether he listens is another matter. Thank you, but this is for your own good. The villager nodded, feigning calmness as he extended his right hand. I am Martin. What is your name? Call me Loren. The squire shook his hand and resumed his task of packing. Though his peripheral vision remained fixed on this Martin, the villager glanced around furtively before slipping away, quickly disappearing from Loren's sight. What secrets lay hidden within this village? The starkly contrasting attitudes of the old elder and this villager named Martin towards the robbers left Loren feeling unsettled. Had it been a mistake to agree to the elder's request? While spending a night under a roof would be welcome, enduring unnecessary risks warranted reconsideration. Loren was quite content with his situation, though he roamed with the old knight. He at least need not worry about life-threatening dangers, nor fret over his livelihood. If possible, he preferred to maintain the status quo rather than seek change. With his belongings in tow, Loren made his way to the village's central church. The only respectable structure in the entire dog village, a modest stone chapel. However, aside from the statue of the Holy Cross at the center, there was not a single priest in sight. The old knight sat on a bench inside the chapel, sipping from his own supply of wine, with food sent by the village elders set beside him. His grizzled beard, stained with wine and crumbs of bread, had taken on a pale hue, and his sword rested at his side. Despite resting, the old knight remained on high alert. Why did you take so long? Nothing much. I merely encountered someone at the stable. Noticing the old knight's frown, Loren explained, seizing the opportunity to recount the events that had just transpired. Initially, the old knight listened with intent, but soon waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing significant. I've encountered many of these simpletons from the countryside. Cowards, really, no need for concern. The old knight's sharp sarcasm compelled Loren to nod in agreement, though he cautiously reminded. But, do you not find this place peculiar at all? Peculiar nonsense. I believe you are overthinking it. The inebriated Leonardo took another swig of wine. You, with your unknown origins, are too prone to fanciful thoughts. If everyone were as timid as you might as well consider becoming a knight yourself. I understand. Loren chose to abandon further persuasion, recognizing that no matter how he argued, his knightly master would not take his concerns to heart. All he could do was keep his worries internalized and exercise caution. Having had his fill of wine, the old knight leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. Loren stood alone at the chapel's entrance. Gazing up at the still brilliant sun, he had a premonition that the night ahead would be exceedingly long. Chapter 2. The Bandits of Dog Village. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden rays no longer bore the heat of midday. The entirety of Dog Village lay in silence, resembling a desolate ruin, with only the distant whisper of the wind to be heard. Black crows perched atop the trees at the village's edge, cawing with a haunting cry. The old knight leaned against a stone, seated beside it, panting heavily while gripping a bloodied longsword, his eyes fixed on Loren, who was diligently clearing the remnants of their recent battle. The dark red blood and 3 disheveled corpses hung in the air, suffusing it with the very essence of the recent slaughter. Loren, kneeling on the ground, exerted effort to pry a short-hafted axe from a bandit's grasp, carefully wiping away the bloodstains. Blood could corrode iron, a crucial piece of knowledge for a pen, having scavenged all that was valuable. The somewhat breathless Loren stood up and cast a glance at the still desolate village around him. The battle had long since concluded, yet not a single villager dared to emerge. Loren couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head with a hint of derision. These villagers were not hiding from the bandits, but from themselves, fearing that if they ventured out, they would be implicated by the old knight and Loren. Such a childishly naive notion, akin to that of an ostrich, was truly foolish to an extreme. Did they think the bandits would spare them simply because they had stayed out of it? Bang! With a swift kick, Loren flung open the massive door, unleashing a cacophony of high-pitched screams and panic within the church. The terrified villagers huddled together, desperately trying to retreat, their shouts intertwining in a chaotic chorus. It was only when they recognized the newcomer as the old knight's squire from earlier that the cry subsided. The village chief, pushed forward by the crowd, wore a face still contorted in obsequiousness. Those bandits, they have already descended into hell, Loren replied calmly, though his tone sent a shiver down the chief's spine, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, there were 3 who arrived, and I suspect that the bandits number more than just 3. Am I correct? Loren continued. If those remaining bandits do not return by nightfall, they will surely take notice. Which means we must eradicate them tonight to avert disaster. And night. Indeed, unless you wish to prepare for their retaliation. These individuals have no moral boundaries. They would think nothing of smashing the church or torching the fields. Loren turned to the villagers. Thus, my knightly master and I require a guide, along with several assistants to accompany us, for we cannot contend with multiple bandits at once. The chief, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned away, while the villagers behind him exchanged glances. Prompting a slight smirk from Loren, he had anticipated such a reaction from the outset. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave. Please, wait a moment. Just as Loren was about to depart, someone in the church raised a trembling hand and cautiously stepped forward. As dusk deepened, a villager wielding a short-handled axe took a few careful steps forward, visibly relieved upon confirming there were no threats in sight. Those bandits are holed up there, Sir Knight. Martin, who was leading, glanced nervously back at the old knight, his expression one of sheer terror. If we go any further, we will encounter them. That would be just perfect, the old knight urged impatiently. Hurry, or it will be dark before we know it. He then gave Martin a sharp jab with the hilt of his sword. Nearly toppling over, Martin swallowed hard and continued forward, seemingly oblivious to the skeptical gaze from behind. Loren distinctly recalled that it was this very Martin who had warned him to stay out of trouble. Yet now, he was the only one who had chosen to follow. If he truly wished to avoid conflict, would it not have been wiser to remain far away? As Loren pondered this, he sensed a slight disturbance nearby, and he could faintly discern that he was not surrounded by trees alone. Wait, it seems there is something buried ahead. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air interrupted Loren's words. The squire, wide-eyed, stared at the quivering arrow lodged in the tree trunk. Had it been aimed at him, he would surely have perished. Cower in the shadows, you scoundrels, show yourselves, the old knight bellowed in anger, shoving the stunned Martin aside. If you wish to live, retreat now, old fool. A languid voice responded, and Loren then caught sight of an individual perched in the tree not far away. This is none of your concern. Mind your words. Peasant, you are addressing a knight. The furious old knight's beard quivered. I am Sir Leonardo of Turin. Step forward and duel with me. Oh, I had no idea you were a knight. Good sir, the bandit in the tree mocked. Might I implore this esteemed knight to grant us poor country folk a chance at survival? The old knight, momentarily flabbergasted, was interrupted by the once prostrate Martin, who suddenly leaped to his feet, frantically tossing his axe to the ground and bouncing about like a monkey. And no, it wasn't me. It was these two. They killed those three. I had nothing to do with it. Martin shouted in a frenzy, hands raised high. Don't kill me. I'm innocent. Silence, fool. The old knight nearly wished to strike him dead on the spot, yet Martin appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Continuing to shout, Loren, who had remained at the back, inadvertently glanced at the bandit in the tree, only to find him drawing back an arrow on his bowstring. Get down. But it was already too late. Martin, who had been shouting moments before, fell to the ground with an arrow embedded in his chest, letting out a piercing scream before falling silent. Loren stared at the fallen Martin in disbelief. Could it be that his suspicions were unfounded? And this fellow was merely an ordinary villager? That was merely a warning, old man. The bandit in the tree scoffed coldly. Cease your knightly posturing. Should you utter another word, you'll pay for the life of our fallen brother. As his words settled, Loren noticed movement in the shadows among the trees. One after another, bandits wielding bows and spears emerged, and they had effectively surrounded them. The old knight, however, remained composed, disdainfully surveying the bandits who dared not approach. If you have the courage, step out from behind those trees and face me in a duel. Otherwise, begone. The bandits appeared somewhat intimidated, retreating a few paces, much to the embarrassment of those in the trees. Just an old man and a little brat. What is there to fear? Charge forth and avenge our fallen brothers. Leonardo of Turin snorted derisively, reaching for his sword at his left hip, only to discover it was missing. Are you looking for this, Sir Knight? Martin, who had just fallen moments ago, grinned wickedly, brandishing the knight's sword and gazing into his astonished eyes. Here, allow me to return it. The jagged blade plunged into the old knight's chest. Loren, equally wide-eyed in disbelief, watched as the sword tip protruded from the knight's back, blood gushing forth to stain half of his face. Bang! A sudden blow to the back of Loren's head rendered him disoriented, and before he could react, Darkness enveloped him, robbing him of all sensation. I was so kind to warn you. Why would you not heed my words? Martin, the bandit leader, carelessly discarded his false arrow, kicking Lauren's motionless form. Take this lad with us. Since the old fool is dead, let him and the little wizard serve as our scapegoats. Chapter 3. Loren of Turin, the searing pain radiating from the back of his head, made the simple act of opening his eyes an exceedingly arduous task. The pitch-black world before him felt as though it were spinning, inducing a nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. Nevertheless, Loren, fighting against the queasiness and throbbing ache, desperately sought to escape this nightmare, only to be confronted by the cold, brutal reality surrounding him, a pitch-black thicket, his wrists and ankles bound tightly with hemp ropes, and before him, a blazing bonfire. At the center of the fire stood the knight's sword, its blade marred and jagged, serving as a relentless reminder of the recent calamity that as he gazed at the crimson hue gradually staining the blade, Loren could faintly discern his own reflection, prompting a self-deprecating scoff. This was a savage world, one entirely distinct from the life he once knew. In this wilderness, beasts and monsters roamed freely, allowing bandits and marauders to pillage villages with impunity. Even a self-proclaimed righteous knight like Leonardo would resort to murder for money, food, and shelter. And here he was, having spent 2 or 3 years following a wandering knight who thrived on violence, naively hoping to live a life of peace and tranquility. Or perhaps he had always understood the truth, merely engaging in self-deception, hiding behind the old knight, shamelessly enjoying the stability earned through his perilous struggles, viewing him as nothing more than a drunken old sot. The stark reality before him was the ultimate punishment for such selfish thoughts. His blunders and misjudgments had effectively sealed Leonardo's fate. Loren's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the burning sword, unwavering. Are you all right? A tentative voice broke through his reverie, causing Loren to turn slightly. To his surprise, he found he was not alone. A figure with pale blue eyes looked anxiously at him. I only asked because I saw you wake, but you don't seem well. Are you injured? It's nothing, just a bit of a headache, Loren replied, feigning indifference as he shook his head. Before Loren stood a diminutive figure with golden hair and azure eyes, whose pallid skin was almost unsettling, appearing as frail as a little white mouse. The striking features and tousled hair made it difficult to discern whether the individual was male or female. However, what truly captivated Loren's attention was the voluminous black robe enveloping the figure. Although it appeared somewhat soiled, the silver lace adorning the collar and cuffs suggested a fabric of far superior quality compared to the humble linen tunic he wore. In this untamed world, attire often served as a symbol of one's status. Even a mere silver trim could signify that the person before him was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, a vague recollection stirred within Loren's mind, just before he lost consciousness. He faintly heard Martin mention locking him away with someone. Are you a wizard? Ah, yes, indeed. The little wizard, taken aback by Loren's exclamation, nodded stiffly. But I am merely an apprentice. You must have deduced that from my robe. Right? Precisely. Loren had no intention of correcting him further. The unexpected revelation had filled him with a sense of exhilaration that eclipsed all other concerns. Despite having never encountered one before, he had heard numerous tales of wizards during his years of wandering, particularly regarding their miraculous spells and magic. Can you perform a trick to help us escape this dreadful place? A trick? The little wizard stared in bewilderment at the overly enthusiastic Loren, utterly at a loss for how to respond. I'm afraid that while I do possess some knowledge, I must disappoint you. No, it is I who should apologize. Loren feigned calmness with a dismissive wave. If the wizard truly had such capabilities, he would have escaped long ago instead of waiting for Loren's arrival. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own desperation for salvation. By the way, what brings you here? Loren, feeling somewhat awkward, shifted the topic. I mean, why come to a place like Wild Dog Village? My mentor received word that an ancient relic lies beneath the church in Wild Dog Village, which might hold some research value. The little wizard explained. This is also a trial for me, as such opportunities are exceedingly rare. A relic? What kind of relic? A pagan temple. This church was likely constructed using the remains of the original temple. Otherwise, it would be difficult to account for the church's exquisite craftsmanship. Loren found himself in agreement. The entirety of Wild Dog Village was dilapidated, resembling a refuse heap. Even the village chief's abode was haphazardly assembled from straw bales. With the church standing out as a brick and wood structure, jarringly out of place. I was initially accompanied by 2 soldiers, but they all met with untimely fates. The little wizard lowered his head in dismay, struggling to inquire, "And you? How did you end up being captured?" "I was passing through with my knightly master when the village chief requested our assistance in dealing with the bandits here. And then, that scoundrel." The little wizard suddenly shrieked, his eyes wide with fury. "He summoned those bandits. What? Treasure." He believed that the relic housed treasures, and thus deliberately lured the bandits, hoping they would unearth the riches for him. Each word from the wizard was laced with vehement disdain, but when he realized the bandits weren't falling for his trick, he regretted his actions. So, it was thus? Loren contemplated. Everything suddenly made sense. The village chief sought to monopolize the treasure, while that brigand leader named Martin was clearly no fool. Both parties were merely attempting to exploit one another. Though he could maintain a rational analysis, it did not quell the rising fury within him. Yet the more enraged he felt, the more he knew he must not cease his contemplation, but instead seize every opportunity to vanquish these scoundrels. "What of the villagers? Are they aware of these matters?" Loren inquired, forcing a veneer of calmness. "Are they in league with the village chief?" I cannot say for certain." Despite Loren's efforts to mask his emotions, the little wizard discerned the sheer anger emanating from the young attendant, responding with apprehension. "But even if not all of them know, they are certainly complicit." Loren understood the implication completely. That it was precisely for this reason that his fury intensified. Those villagers, having seen him and the old knight accompany Martin up the mountain, must have anticipated the impending calamity, yet remained silent, watching the very person who had once saved them march to his demise. "Martin, that brigand leader has yet to kill us because he believes we may still prove useful." Loren suddenly spoke, analyzing the situation with a cool demeanor. "They likely fear to trespass into that pagan temple themselves, thus intending to use us as sacrificial pawns to scout ahead." The little wizard nodded silently, huddling into himself, fully resigned to his fate. "Thus, our opportunity shall arise, regardless of whether there are truly terrifying entities lurking below, or if it is not but an empty chamber. This is our final chance." Loren's voice grew increasingly resolute, brimming with conviction. "If fortune favors us, we may yet escape, perhaps even make them pay for their transgressions." This fellow, had he lost his wits, or had the bandits rendered him senseless, even in dire straits? He still clung to thoughts of vengeance. What could he possibly be thinking? Yet, what if there truly was a chance? The little wizard found himself mulling over this notion. No one truly wishes for death. If there exists a possibility to flee while also avenging their wrongs, ought they not to attempt it? After all, they had reached this point. What worse outcome could possibly await them? Just as the wizard was lost in his musings, he noticed Loren's bound hands reaching forth toward him, those dark eyes gazing at him with sincere earnestness. The wizard could see the doubt etched upon Loren's face. At such a juncture, he needed to offer a modicum of confidence and motivation to ensure the young wizard would wholeheartedly become his ally. "I know this is rather abrupt, considering we have only just met, but we are now in the same boat." Loren spoke earnestly. "Only by working together can we ensure our survival." The little wizard's face flushed slightly with awkwardness, yet he extended his hand in agreement. "Ayn Rand, apprentice of the Wimparl wizards, future alchemist. And you?" "Loren," the young attendant replied, hesitating for a moment before adopting a more assertive tone. "Loren Turing, a wandering knight." Chapter 4. The Pagan Temple. As night descended, torch-bearing brigands stormed into Wild Dog Village, driving the villagers out like wild dogs once more, their expressions vacant and cries piercing as they were herded into a throng around the church's entrance. Awaiting their fate at the hands of these marauders, the desolate village echoed with the villagers' lamentations and pleas for mercy, mingling with the brigands' malicious laughter, a cacophony akin to cawing crows that reverberated incessantly outside the church doors. A sobbing villager was kicked to the ground, while burly farmers crouched with their heads in their hands, allowing the brigands to beat and humiliate them and their families. Within the church, Loren watched impassively as the marauding thugs tormented their victims. Including T beside him, Ayn could not help but inwardly exclaim, "This is the temple of heretics." Even if there were indeed treasures, they must have long been plundered, leaving behind nothing but remnants and ruins. Or perhaps dangerous artifacts imbued with magical power. It would not be surprising if some mutated monstrosity lay in wait. However, Upon catching sight of Loren's gaze, which concealed a murderous intent, Ein chose to keep his thoughts to himself, merely nodding silently as he followed in the wake of this wandering knight. Ein himself was uncertain why he placed such trust in him. At the end of the staircase stood a wooden door that appeared utterly mundane. Yet its weathered and frail appearance suggested it had stood for centuries. Behind this door, the temple of heretics lay concealed. Loren gripped the doorknob tightly, fully aware that Martin was undoubtedly just behind him. The moment he entertained the slightest inclination to turn back, the very blade that had once slain the old knight would just as readily pierce him. Casting a glance at the equally tense Rand, Loren pushed the door open without a shred of hesitation. And together they stepped into the profound darkness of the underground. Wait! Just as Loren was about to raise the torch, the diminutive wizard beside him halted him. Do not light it. This is likely the very lair of some heretical deity. The entire cellar has been thoroughly eroded by the void. What do you mean? Simply put, I will explain in detail later. Ein spoke with a tremor in his voice. As if something in the darkness were gazing at them, he cast a disbelieving glance at the seemingly unfazed Loren. Can you not feel it at all? I feel as though my blood is nearly freezing, and breathing has become somewhat difficult. I sense some unease, but it is bearable. Observing Ein's trembling form, Loren could only utter these words. He too was baffled as to why he felt nothing at all, failing to discern any difference from the outside. Was it because Ein was a wizard and he was not? No, that could not be it. If that were the case, Ein would not be suspicious. Perhaps the pivotal factor was, he was not of this world. The petite wizard shakily raised his right hand, muttering an incantation as he snapped his fingers, causing a flickering firefly of white light to soar from his fingertips, illuminating the entire cellar. There were no treasures, nor any mutated beasts, only a seemingly endless corridor, the staircase beneath them appearing to stretch down to the very core of the earth. Are we truly going down there? Ein's voice was as faint as a whisper, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. Loren did not need to look to sense the deep fear radiating from him. You just mentioned that this place has been eroded by the void. What does that mean? A sense of inexplicable eeriness surged within Loren, prompting him to become increasingly vigilant. It means the space here has been completely distorted, no longer resembling its original form. Though frightened, Ein struggled to keep his voice steady, yet his lips quivered uncontrollably. To put it simply, it is as if we are within someone's dream, conjured entirely by their imagination. And whose imagination is this? That heretical deity's? Loren could not help but glance back, only to realize that the door behind him had vanished, leaving behind only the earthen walls akin to those of the surrounding corridor. Of course, it is your imagination, my dear friend. This was undeniably not the voice of the diminutive wizard. Realizing this, Loren turned abruptly, only to find that the once fearful Ayn Rand had transformed into a smiling child. With platinum hair, a neat and delicate outfit, and a face that could warm the heart, he was an adorably charming boy, yet Loren was engulfed by a chilling terror. The smiling youth seemed oblivious to Loren's change in expression. Everything here is a manifestation of your subconscious, your desire to slay that man named Martin within this temple. What better setting for a cunning brigand than a dark corridor with no escape? Who are you? Where has Ein gone? Despite feeling threatened, Loren feigned calmness, keeping his gaze fixed on the boy while also surveying his surroundings. Although he could not grasp the concept of distorted space, one thing was clear. Upon entering here, he had indeed imagined it might be a corridor. Who was this person, truly? Oh, please do not worry about that wizard apprentice. Your friend, Lord Ayn Rand, is still searching for you within the cellar. He will surely comprehend what has transpired shortly. The boy maintained his warm smile, hands clasped behind his back, responding in measured tones. As for me, my name is long and convoluted, and you surely would not wish to know it. The boy nodded slightly with an air of apology. But you may call me Asriel, my friend. Oh, you seem rather hesitant and conflicted, do you not? Asriel continued. Even if you were to kill that man named Martin in vengeance for your knightly master, escaping from a group of brigands alone would be quite the challenge. I am not alone. Loren remained vigilant. Ayn Rand. With all due respect, while Lord Ayn Rand is indeed a gifted apprentice wizard, I fear he may not be of much assistance to you. The boy shook his head regretfully. To defeat a cunning brigand and his henchmen, you will require more than just his help. Coincidentally, I possess a means to assist you. As your friend, I am more than willing to extend a hand to a new companion. What do you think? gazing at the boy's childlike, innocently warm smile. Loren fell silent for a moment. I do not believe that coincidences exist in this world, nor do I trust that you would aid me without motive. So, please spare me the riddles, regardless of who you truly are. Oh, how amusingly wary you are, sir. Asriel tilted his head playfully. As for why I wish to help you, it is simply because I desire to befriend you. I still do not believe you. Then tell me, why is it that you can converse with me so freely, while your wizard friend cannot? The boy playfully lifted his chin. Why is it that a mere ordinary man, who knows nothing of wizards, can distort the space within my temple to reflect his desires? For the beings of this world, spirit and matter are entirely separate entities. To achieve what you have done would require a feat so profound that even the slightest touch would dissolve like mud sinking into water. But you are different, and I know from whence you come. The boy bowed gracefully, his right hand behind his back and his left hand raised in a refined gesture. Allow me to sincerely welcome you, esteemed traveler from another world. Chapter 5. The Devil, Part 1. Where are those two brats? The cold silver hook hung in the sky, as if time itself had solidified. Each passing moment stretched longer, and Martin's mounting agitation fueled his increasingly volatile temper, yet his gaze remained fixed on the tightly shut wooden door, his eyes bloodshot. Since that door had closed, not a single sound had emerged from the cellar. Not a scream, not a footfall, not even a breath. Those two little ones seemed to have evaporated from existence. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Martin pressed his ear against the door multiple times, even daring to push it slightly ajar, but all was in vain. Could it be that this cellar was not a cellar at all, but rather an escape route? Or was there some beast lurking within, having already claimed their lives? The longer he waited, the more restless Martin became, his imagination spiraling into dark thoughts, even the silence of the church feeling somehow amiss. That dilapidated wooden door at the bottom of the staircase seemed to possess an uncanny allure, rendering Martin's crimson eyes unable to look away, his hand gripping the knight's sword trembling, breath growing increasingly rapid. Should he descend? Martin found himself in a profound dilemma. Reason urged him against such a perilous venture, yet the thought of the hidden treasures below, the kind that could sustain him for a lifetime, was too tantalizing to resist. All of you scoundrels, come over here. Forget those damned peasants. Greed ultimately triumphed over reason, yet Martin remained cautious, summoning the majority of his lackeys while leaving two outside to guard. He positioned himself slightly further back, ensuring he could make a quick escape should the need arise. A dozen or so brigands, wary and armed to the teeth, descended the stairs, nervously pushing open the door and entering. They were utterly stunned by the sight before them. Gold, silver, rubies, sapphires. The spacious cellar was completely filled with wooden chests of various sizes, brimming with treasures. Under the flickering firelight, the glimmering gold pieces overflowed from the chests, spilling onto the ground like grains of sand. These brigands, who had long hidden away in the wilderness, had never laid eyes on such a spectacle. Not only had they never seen it in dreams, they had not even dared to imagine it. We have struck it rich. We have struck it rich, by the grace of the Holy Cross. We have struck it rich. It's all ours. Take everything away quickly, and for heaven's sake, don't let those filthy peasants outside catch wind of it. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. There was no need for Martin to issue commands. The robbers had already descended into madness, rushing towards the chests brimming with gold and jewels like cattle drawn to slop. Their voices erupting in a cacophony of joyous frenzy as they reveled in this unexpected bonanza. This is simply. Martin was equally speechless, his imagination of treasure far outstripped by the reality before him. In just a single night, he had become fabulously wealthy. The astonished leader of the robbers involuntarily stepped back, feeling as though he had collided with a door behind him. Yet when he turned, the door had vanished, leaving only the stone wall. A chill ran down Martin's spine, an inexplicable dread swiftly extinguishing the elation brought on by the treasure. The jubilant cheers of his lackeys mingled with the sound of gold clattering to the ground, transforming into whispers of the devil, as he glanced around in terror, unable to discern a single door that could lead him to safety. Was he trapped? Trembling with fear, Martin raised the torch in his hand, desperately searching for any semblance of an exit. But soon, another thought occurred to him. Where had those two little brats gone? The cellar appeared rather small. There was no way they could be hiding, unless, of course, that meant this was a trap, laid in wait for fools like him to unwittingly step into it. Get over here, you greedy fools. The fear in his heart compelled the robber leader to shout, "Don't just stand there like idiots. We're trapped. We have struck it rich. We have struck it rich. By the grace of the Holy Cross, we have struck it rich. It's all ours. All ours. Take everything away quickly, and for heaven's sake, don't let those filthy peasants outside catch wind of it." Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Not a single robber responded to him, still repeating their initial exclamations like fools, tossing gold and jewels into the air, allowing them to slip through their fingers, only to meticulously gather them back one by one. "You fools! Are you deaf?" Martin, desperate and hoarse, struggled to suppress the fear within him. "Come over here, or I'll skin you all alive." "They can't hear you." A familiar voice sent shivers down the blade relentlessly closed in. And Loren, gripping his knight's long sword with both hands, widened his eyes, evading and parrying the lethal weapon that could claim his life. Behind him, Ein was a bundle of nerves, trembling with anxiety for him. Despite the diminutive wizard's lack of swordsmanship, it was evident that Loren was at a distinct disadvantage. Clang! Once more, he deflected the opponent's sword, yet the blade had already inflicted a wound upon Loren's right arm. This time, he did not persist but took a slight step back. His adversary had completely lost his senses, while Loren felt himself nearing the brink of collapse. He could sense his calves quivering, and his breaths grew increasingly labored, in a contest of endurance. He knew he could not outlast Martin, who wielded a sword with both hands. "Come on, you little brat, step up," Martin bellowed madly. "I'll skewer that knight of yours and see if I can tear you apart." The advantage of the knight's sword lay in its length. Yet due to his physique, it had turned into a liability. The fact that his foe towered over him meant Loren could target the enemy's lower body while Martin could not strike back. This was his only opportunity, but it came at the peril of his own life. "Come on, are you scared?" Martin continued to scream, truly unhinged. The cunning man found himself trapped in an inescapable situation for the first time. With no glimmer of hope for escape, he could not fathom why he felt the chill of death emanating from this wretched little brat. As if he were a hyena caged in a trap, the tremors originating from the depths of his being were undeniably genuine. Was he truly to perish here, butchered by this insufferable little scoundrel? In his madness, Martin could only mask his terror with his frenzy, much like prey imagining its escape from a hunter's grasp. Struggling in vain. In a simultaneous motion, both combatants surged forward, their eyes gleaming with the intent to rend flesh, sparing no mercy for one another. To evade Martin's blade, Loren desperately lowered his body and raised his sword, charging toward the ruthless bandit chief as the wicked sword descended toward his head. The only difference this time was that he did not flinch nor raise his long sword in defense. The sharp blade fell straight down, and at the very last moment, Loren forcefully turned his head aside, feeling the impact as it struck his left shoulder, even though it merely grazed him with the rough iron sword. The cold blade tore through his garment, striking his scapula and causing blood to surge forth, staining half of his body crimson. Yet, in that moment, Loren thrust his knight's sword into the enemy's lower body, gritting his teeth against the pain. He gripped the hilt tightly and yanked back, inflicting a grievous wound on the inner thigh of the bandit chief. He was doomed. "Ah!" Martin's wail echoed as he collapsed to the ground, taking a staggered breath. Loren barely steadied himself before Martin, now on the ground, kicked him squarely in the chest, sending the long sword flying from his grip. The force of the kick sent Loren crashing to the ground like a heavy sack. Rolling several times before coming to a halt, the agony from the torn shoulder felt like fire, and even lifting his arm had become an arduous task. "You damned scoundrel!" The bloodied bandit chief, driven by some unknown will, laboriously rose to his feet, painfully advancing toward the prostrate Loren, his menacing expression growing weaker with each step. That a long trail of blood river marked his path, yet it could not deter him. "Even if I descend into hell, I'll drag you down with me." The increasingly feeble Martin still managed to plant his foot on Loren's chest, gripping the iron sword in reverse, aiming the blade at his face. "Die for me. Loren, close your eyes." The small wizard's scream pierced through the air, compelling Loren to shut his eyes without a second thought. From Ein's fingertips, a glowing firefly surged forth, embodying a spirit of defiance against death, crashing toward the bandit chief. Exploding before his eyes, in an instant, the bandit chief lost his sight, howling as he dropped the iron sword, instinctively covering his eyes and stumbling back. In that fleeting moment, Loren, wounded but resolute, evaded the descending blade. "My eyes!" My eyes are gone. My eyes are gone. The wretched bandit, seemingly forgetting Lauren's existence, retreated step by step, losing blood and growing weaker, muttering the same phrase like a deranged chant. Lauren, having reclaimed the knight's sword, used it for support to rise unsteadily, breathless as he approached the bandit chief, effortlessly pushing him to the ground. Mere inches away from vengeance, Lauren still felt no satisfaction. His adversary, whom he had risked his life to overcome, was nothing more than a mangy cur. I recall you particularly wanted this sword, didn't you? Lauren murmured breathlessly, reversing his grip on the hilt and aiming at the bandit's heart. So you better hold on tight. The blade pierced Martin's chest from above, a solid thud echoing from within as the nearly lifeless bandit convulsed violently, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Lauren before fading into darkness. We're rich, by the Holy Cross, we're rich. The surrounding bandits reveled in their jubilation. But Martin would never awaken to his dreams of wealth again. Chapter 7. Confusion, Part 1. With the last ounce of strength, Lauren extracted the long sword from the bandit chief's body, gasping for breath. Barely able to stand as he leaned against his injured left shoulder while sitting aside. Although the bleeding had ceased, the wound still throbbed painfully. Preparations had been thorough, yet this battle had proven perilous to an extreme. The cunning bandit had disguised himself far too well, leaving Lauren astonished at how such a cowardly individual could possess such formidable prowess, even in madness. This was Lauren's first time taking a life with his own hands, though his fingers trembled. His body showed little reaction, devoid of even the urge to vomit. Am I inherently suited for this? He mused with a hint of self-mockery. Are you all right? Ayn Rand approached hesitantly, his gaze fixated on the gruesome wound on Lauren's shoulder. If you leave that injury untreated, it might become infected. It's nothing, just a minor injury that doesn't warrant concern. See, it's already starting to scab. Lauren feigned calmness, forcing a smile. I'm just made this way. I heal quickly from any injury. That is not acceptable, at the very least. You need to bandage it up, the small wizard insisted, retrieving a roll of white bandage from his robe and, without waiting for Lauren's consent, began to wrap it around the wound. Thank you, Lauren, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. By the way, I haven't thanked you yet. Had it not been for your transformation, I mean, magic, I might not have one so easily. Ayn's previously concerned expression suddenly hardened, and he tightened the bandage's grip, causing Lauren's shoulder to jolt painfully, nearly eliciting a cry. You never intended for me to intervene from the start, did you? All that talk about the crucial moment was just a ruse, wasn't it? What? Lauren Durling. The irate small wizard stood before Lauren, eyes wide with indignation. I, Ayn Rand, am a wizard apprentice from the Whimper Academy, a student chosen by the headmaster, a future alchemist. Do not treat me like a fool. I apologize, Lauren replied succinctly, palms pressed together, bowing his head respectfully. You are correct. I intended this all along. That I realize it was selfish of me, but I hope you can forgive me. After speaking, he cast a sincere glance at Ayn. Falling silent, for reasons unknown, the small wizard found it hard to remain angry at him and sighed, especially upon seeing the array of wounds and bloodstains adorning Lauren's body. Regardless, it was Lauren who had saved him. Ayn was not one to forget a kindness. Without Lauren's timely arrival, he could have easily become a scapegoat for the bandits. And then, can you stand? Ayn inquired, still unable to suppress his concern, extending his right hand. If it's too difficult, I can help support you. This little wizard was indeed easier to deceive than he had anticipated. Lauren stifled a chuckle at the thought. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Grasping Ayn's hand to rise, Lauren cautiously sheathed the old knight's sword behind him. We should leave this dreadful place at once. I don't wish to linger here for even a moment longer. With that, Lauren's gaze shifted forward. The wooden door, which had vanished, reappeared before them, seemingly awaiting their departure. All right. The small wizard nodded, though he wished to investigate further. The accursed temple, twisted by the void, had clearly exceeded his limits. But what about them? Ayn gestured towards the surrounding bandits, still entranced by the allure of golden treasures, reveling like a frenzied mob. Some had even begun to tire, their voices hoarse from shouting, yet they remained exuberantly gesticulating, repeatedly echoing their earlier words. Let them continue to dwell in their dreams. Lauren shook his head. After all, everyone has the right to dream, don't they? For them, this is the finest dream imaginable. Even Loren himself did not believe these words, but for him, it was the best choice. After all, even with Ein, the two of them could not hope to defeat so many bandits. Thus, it was better to let them perish in their own folly, to celebrate until they were utterly spent. They deserved no less, did they? The two individuals, each harboring distinct thoughts, turned in unison towards the wooden door, casting no more than a fleeting glance back at the countless treasures behind them. They emerged, accompanied by the creaking sound of the door at the end of the staircase. A bandit stationed outside could not contain his exclamation, which heightened the tension within the church. The villagers, who had gathered outside, were now all huddled behind that door, eyes wide with a mix of fear and anticipation, waiting for it to swing open. Among them, the village chief stood boldly at the forefront, seemingly oblivious to danger, his breath growing labored as he strained to hear the sound of the door opening, as if he longed to rush forward. Even though they all understood the bandits would never share their riches, the insatiable greed within them could not be quelled, envisioning what scraps might be left, much like vultures waiting for carrion. However, when the door finally opened, the figures that stepped out completely defied their expectations. Loren, sword at his back, stood before the two astonished bandits, awaiting them to clear a path. What are you doing here?" The terrified bandits shouted. "Where's Boss Martin? And what happened to the others? Why are only you two out? Martin is dead." "What?" The two bandits nearly shouted in unison, before they, in a fit of rage, lunged at the still Loren. Ein, standing behind, barely had time to call out before he saw Loren's right hand resting on the sword's hilt. In close combat, the sword was less advantageous, yet still effective. Loren first used the sheath to block the first bandit's attack, then drew the blade from its scabbard and swiftly opened a gash on the bandit's neck. Ein continued to persuade, "In the future, should you encounter a similar situation, you will not find yourself at a loss, will you? At the very least, life at the academy should prove to be more stable than that of a wandering knight." Ein buried these words deep within his heart, observing the still hesitant Loren. The diminutive wizard had yet to disclose the entirety of the truth to him. Most wizard apprentices completed their first meditation under the guidance of a mentor, typically in a state of slumber, thus sparing their minds from excessive strain. However, Loren had ventured into a distorted space of the void while fully conscious, and it was highly probable that he had also encountered the malevolent deity within that temple. Yet he emerged unscathed. Whether he was exceptionally gifted or merely fortunate, he had accomplished what ordinary apprentices could never even dare to attempt, thereby validating his eligibility to become a wizard. Should he attend the Vimpar Academy? Loren felt a twinge of hesitation. Presently, he had no other place to go. Although he had inherited the sword and surname of the old knight, he had not acquired his connections or networks, rendering him utterly ignorant of the world around him. Yet, in that so-called wizard academy, he might find a semblance of stability, freeing himself from the burdens of survival, which could be considered a blessing. Naturally, there was something even more significant regarding magic, wizards, and the void. This world harbored far too many terrifying mysteries that he knew nothing about. The wizards, it seemed, truly wielded formidable powers. To claim he felt no longing for such power would be sheer self-deception. After emerging from that heretical temple, how could he not be entranced by such strength? Very well. Observing Ein's eager anticipation, Loren nodded. "Once we reach your academy, if they are indeed willing to take in a wandering knight as an apprentice, I would gladly accept. Trust me, you will not regret it," the small wizard exclaimed with excitement, nodding vigorously. "I will explain everything to the mentor and the headmaster. They will surely agree." "Let us hope so. I trust they will not simply cast me aside." Loren shrugged, seemingly resigned. "More importantly, I truly have nowhere else to go." Mounting his old horse, the two set off towards the Vimpar Academy. Glancing back at the still exuberant small wizard, Loren could not help but slightly adjust the bandage tied around his right hand. The serpent-like rune seemed etched into his flesh, prompting memories of that pale, golden-haired youth, smiling, graceful, yet eerily unsettling. "My dear foreign friend, I would be more than happy to assist you in your quest for vengeance. However, I suspect that in your world, friends ought to help one another, should they not? Thus, should the day come when I require your aid, I hope you will remember to extend a hand and assist me in my time of need. At that moment, I shall be sincerely grateful and repay your kindness as best I can. After all, that is what friendship entails, that I hope that day is not far off, for I eagerly anticipate it. Yet, to prevent you from inadvertently forgetting the poorest real. Allow me to leave a mark upon your body that I assure you, my intentions are entirely benign. It is merely to ensure I can locate you again. Take care, for some might harm you for this mark. Such is their unreasonable nature. Therefore, strive to survive. We shall meet again, my dear foreign friend, Sir Loren of Turin. Chapter 9. Vimpar, Part 1. After 5 days of relentless travel, Loren arrived at his destination. It was an ancient castle standing amidst rolling hills. Its stone walls built against the mountains encircling towering spires, beneath the vast azure dome. It seemed as if one could ascend to the clouds from the towers. Surrounding the castle were scattered farms dotting the land. And a modest village lay directly along the path to the castle, infusing the desolate hills with a touch of vitality. Approximately 30 years prior, a mage named Peter had arrived from the north. And after some cost, he procured this dilapidated castle, now in ruins, along with lands equivalent to that of a baron. It is just ahead. We are almost there, the small wizard exclaimed, brimming with excitement, pointing towards a solitary fortress bathed in golden hues under the setting sun. That is Vimpar Academy, the only wizard academy in the entire duchy. Watching Ein's prideful and exuberant demeanor, Loren could only smile in agreement, allowing him to truly savor this rare moment of relaxation. 5 days of travel had been fraught with tension and anxiety for the small wizard, who could only find solace when discussing the academy. As an adept conversationalist, Loren understood the virtue of listening. However, he excelled at distilling the necessary information from the other's fragmented words. Moreover, the small wizard's unwavering trust in the wandering knight who had saved his life spared Loren considerable effort, eliminating the need to lower the other's guard. First, he clarified that his experience in the heretical temple was nearly inconceivable in the eyes of wizards, or at the very least, wizard apprentices. Ordinary individuals in this world would experience intense discomfort, even convulsions, at mere contact, yet he had emerged unscathed. In terms reminiscent of his past life, it could be likened to superpowers, but what mattered more was that this was something many wizards could not achieve. This ability might well become pivotal to his aspirations of becoming a wizard. On the other hand, if elucidating his superpower was a positive aspect, the small wizard's numerous complaints along the journey corroborated one of Loren's suspicions. The more anxious the small wizard became, the more he could not help but voice grievances against the Holy Cross Church. All imbued with resentment that could not be concealed, the church spread rumors about wizards, ostracized the academy, and obstructed the recruitment of apprentices. An endless litany of grievances. Presently, the sole wizard academy in the duchy had only 8 mentors and a handful of apprentices. Due to the church's influence, even the recruitment of new apprentices had become a challenge that on the surface, it appeared merely as the church's exclusion of wizards. Yet Loren had previously heard many rumors about wizards from the old knight, who described them as aberrations and conjurers, and rumors often shaped the perception of a region's populace regarding a matter. Thus, if his judgment was accurate, wizards were likely not well regarded here. Possessing special knowledge, yet facing exclusion was indeed intriguing. However, nothing in this world was one-dimensional. The wizard's ostracism must have a reason, as the populace chose to believe the church and its rumors. Though the castle seemed near, by the time the two reached the village at the foot of the castle, twilight had already descended. The desolate streets echoed with the occasional tolling of bells, and the castle, immersed in the interplay of dusk and night, acquired an eerie and sinister aura. Vimpar Academy has an intriguing legend, the small wizard began, seemingly unable to contain his excitement as the academy drew near. The reason Headmaster Peter was able to acquire this castle from the Duke is that it was said to be inhabited by a vampire. A vampire? Loren feigned curiosity. It is a creature of immense longevity, with rumors suggesting they can traverse the void. Ein continued. They feed on blood, lurking by day and emerging at night, their claws sharper than steel, their forms like shadows of smoke. Yet this creature was ultimately defeated by Headmaster Peter, who completely eradicated it. At this point, Ein could not help but chuckle. Even now, many believe that the vampire's corpse still lies within the castle. So, is this merely a story, or is there some truth to it? No one knows, and the headmaster has never mentioned it. The small wizard shrugged. But at the very least, this rumor deters many from approaching the academy, especially those from the church. At this, Ein let out a satisfied huff, his golden hair peeking out from beneath his hooded robe. After leaving the village, The two led their horses along the path, and the castle loomed ever more magnificently in the night. Upon reaching the castle's grand entrance, the small wizard paused, taking a deep breath. In a moment, I will introduce you to Mentor Dalton Candor. He handles matters outside the school and is also my mentor. The small wizard's eyes appeared distant, and he seemed quite anxious. He is a rather strict individual and will surely pose many questions, so please think carefully before responding. Rest assured, I shall not utter a word that you have not mentioned, Loren replied earnestly. A slight smile curling at the corners of his lips, the small wizard sighed in relief and nodded, then resolutely declared, regardless, I will ensure he accepts you. After all, we are friends. We should trust and support one another. As you have said, indeed. Loren merely nodded, and at that moment, both of them heard the sound of the castle's side door creaking open behind them. An instinctive sense of foreboding prompted Ein to turn around in a flurry, his anxious demeanor suggesting he had already surmised the identity of the person lurking beyond the door. Standing there was a middle-aged man clad in a robe similar to Ein's, with graying temples and faintly visible wrinkles, indicative of his years, yet he exuded an undeniable vitality. The sleek black robe he wore, coupled with the cane firmly gripped in his right hand, and his penetrating gaze that seemed to scrutinize others, rendered him as cold as a block of ice. He stood at the entrance of the academy, refraining from stepping inside, yet engaged in discussion about his mentor with another. His voice was heavy, reminiscent of grinding gears, devoid of any discernible emotion. I had no idea you possessed such a habit. D. Dalton Candor, mentor, Ein stammered, his nervousness causing him to falter in speech, offering an awkward smile. Good evening. Good evening. Apprentice Ein Rand, Dalton replied, his tone as frigid as ever. At least you still comprehend manners. The diminutive wizard standing beside him, Loren, nodded and lowered his head. Despite not needing to look up, he could sense that the other was assessing him while conversing with Ein. Now that you have returned, it indicates that the matter concerning Wild Dog Village has reached a conclusion, Dalton continued. However, the two soldiers who accompanied you have not returned, which suggests that something unexpected has occurred, or perhaps there are underlying circumstances. The other was formidable. Loren couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye, a hint of admiration stirring within him. Such a sharp and incisive thought process, akin to the edge of a razor, indeed. We first encountered bandits, followed by some particularly bizarre events. The small wizard nodded earnestly. If possible, I hope to provide you with a detailed explanation and inform the esteemed dean. Understood. It seems the situation has become urgent. Dalton's gaze fixated entirely on Loren, and it should be related to the gentleman behind you. Am I correct? Yes, his name is Loren Dueling, a wandering knight. Ein interjected hastily. If it weren't for him. Given the pressing nature of time, let us not linger further. Come inside. Dalton interrupted Ein, turning to stride into the castle. Only after noticing that the others were following did he pause and glance at Loren, who was also watching him. Welcome to Vimple Academy, Lord Loren Dueling. Chapter 10, Vimple, Part 2. Following Dalton and Ein, Loren entered one of the castle's towers. Ascending the spiraling staircase, they eventually arrived at a door where the middle-aged man in the black robe halted. Please wait outside for a moment, Lord Dueling, Dalton said, turning slightly to address Loren. I must first ascertain the situation with my apprentice before deciding whether to converse with you. Of course, I shall comply with your wishes, Loren replied humbly, showing no sign of feeling slighted. He even managed to smile at Ein, who was following Dalton inside. It was only after the door had closed that Loren retracted his smile, settling into a calm demeanor as he surveyed his surroundings. Preparing himself for the forthcoming encounter with the wizard named Dalton, the room outside appeared to be a reception area, with a gray linen carpet underfoot. 4 chairs flanked the staircase, and the wooden frames and curtains of the windows facing the door seemed somewhat worn, yet remained remarkably clean, indicative of regular upkeep. The subtle smile graced Loren's lips as he sat in one of the chairs. One's choice of decor often hints at their character. This wizard, Dalton Candor, had not placed the reception area within his private quarters, suggesting he was not inclined to entertain strangers in his personal space. According to Ein, this wizard was responsible for external affairs at Vimple Academy, necessitating regular interactions with outsiders. Thus, periodic cleaning was essential. Consequently, the black-robed wizard's attitude towards him became crucial. If he intended from the outset to dismiss Loren or harbored an intrinsic disbelief in his words. Then even the most eloquent of arguments would hold no sway. Before long, the door swung open once more. The small wizard emerged cautiously, taking care to close the door behind him, appearing both relieved and slightly anxious as he drew in a deep breath outside. "I apologize, Loren, but I have done my utmost," Ein said, his voice strained and embarrassed. "However, the mentor expressed a desire to meet you first before determining whether to allow you to stay. I am truly sorry. I assumed he would surely agree. But it has turned out like this. I have told him I am willing to vouch for you. But now, isn't this already good enough?" Loren had not anticipated that the other would be willing to go this far for him, at least in his own case. He would never vouch for a stranger he had only known for a few days. Yet he would not reveal this, smiling as he patted Ein on the shoulder. "It is all right. You have done your best. Leave the rest to me. But Mentor Dalton is quite formidable. He will surely make things difficult for you." The small wizard remained unconvinced. "Rest assured, I made you a promise, and I will not let you down," Loren replied confidently, meeting Ein's gaze. "I will persuade him, by any means necessary." After bidding farewell to the anxious Ein, Loren opened the door and stepped into the seemingly cramped room, behind a simply furnished and tidy desk. Dalton Kanda was fixated on Loren, his icy demeanor unwavering as he scrutinized his visitor. The room was enveloped in silence, and Loren smiled in response to Dalton's nearly emotionless gaze, patiently awaiting him to speak. His hands clasped behind his back in readiness. "I must admit, initially, I had no intention of allowing you into this room," Dalton finally spoke. "However, it was evident that my naive and innocent apprentice had been taken advantage of by you. Thus I had to reconsider. I assure you, I have absolutely not taken advantage of Ayn Rand. I swear. Loren would never confess to such a thing. We are friends. Friends who have known each other for merely 5 days," Dalton retorted with a sardonic whisper. Loren remained unfazed by the other's expression, as if everything were perfectly natural. "However, according to Ayn, you do possess some exceedingly unique qualities that indeed indicate a potential to become a wizard, and if not for your appearance, we might have remained oblivious to the truth of Wild Dog Village." Dalton's voice was so calm it bore no trace of emotion. "Thus, by conventional standards, you are indeed eligible to attend Vimple Academy and become a wizard apprentice. I shall neither obstruct nor hinder your path, yet." Loren raised an eyebrow, silently contemplating. "However, before you formally make this decision, I must inquire about a few matters," Dalton stated, fixing his gaze upon Loren, "so as to prevent any misconceptions regarding the profession of a wizard. Firstly, while Vimple Academy is indeed the sole wizard academy within the entire duchy, it is not the only one in the world. If you truly desire to be a wizard, this may not be your best option. Secondly, the local church, along with the vast majority of ordinary folk, harbors an unfriendly attitude towards us. Among those nobles, wizards hold no special status or privileges. In fact, many nobles regard us with considerable disdain." The black-robed wizard articulated these words devoid of any emotional inflection. "For the vast majority of people, becoming a wizard is merely a means of securing a future for their younger children, so they do not lose their inheritance. Therefore, becoming a wizard apprentice will not significantly improve your life. It may even tarnish your reputation. Even so, do you still wish to become an apprentice at Vimple Academy?" "Indeed, I promised Ayn Rand," Loren replied earnestly. "I also believe Ayn would never harm me. Whatever you have mentioned, I can accept, in truth." Loren was far more concerned about acquiring knowledge regarding the void and magic here, as well as understanding this completely unfamiliar place. Yet how could such sentiments possess the same weight as those of a friend? Upon hearing Loren's words, a fleeting expression of mockery flitted across Dalton's face, but it vanished just as quickly. "Very well, since you are now aware of what you will face, we can proceed to discuss another matter, concerning your tuition and all living expenses during your studies at Vimple Academy." "Tuition?" Loren was momentarily taken aback, as he had not contemplated this issue at all. "I apologize, but we are an academy, not a charity for the impoverished. Knowledge must be exchanged for currency." Dalton regarded him with an icy stare. "If you wish to become an apprentice here, you must pay at least 3,000 silver coins per year, or provide an equivalent in valuable items." The atmosphere in the room suddenly thickened. Throughout the journey here, the small wizard had never mentioned that studying here required payment. Catching Loren somewhat off guard, He initially believed that being an apprentice to a wizard was akin to serving as a mere attendant, but the reality proved to be quite unexpected in retrospect. It was perhaps because Ein had taken this as a matter of course, never realizing that a wandering knight's purse would always jingle with the sound of poverty. I'm afraid I cannot produce such a sum, Loren admitted after a moment's hesitation. However, might I request a brief reprieve, just a little time? This academy does not entertain any form of credit, nor do we engage in usury, Dalton interjected. Yet, perhaps you could exchange the knowledge you acquire at the Wimple Academy in another manner. Indeed. He had been anticipating my response, Loren thought, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Given his attire, this dark-robed wizard could surely discern that Loren could not possibly muster 3,000 silver coins. The reason for their prolonged conversation was evidently rooted in ulterior motives. You once followed a wandering knight and, as his attendant, received extensive training, gaining experience in survival amidst the wilderness and in combat against foes, according to Ein. Your swordsmanship is commendable. The dark-robed wizard slowly rose to his feet. Thus, I propose, Chapter 11, Decision, Part 1. 30 years prior, a wizard named Peter acquired this castle from the Duke, establishing the Wimple Academy therein. This was the entirety of the information Loren gleaned from the diminutive wizard. However, the Duke would not have relinquished a castle, even one in ruins, without exacting some form of payment or a considerable price. The price was that the Wimple Academy must oversee the entire Duke's domain, attending to all matters related to magic, free of charge, Dalton stated nonchalantly. Mutated monsters, heretical temples, foreign wizards. The scope is indeed vast. We assign seemingly innocuous tasks to apprentices, yet manpower remains insufficient that a formal wizard cannot frequently abandon the laboratory or study, interrupting their research to address issues such as a cow failing to calve or villagers succumbing to malaria. Moreover, most wizards are not adept in combat, facing monsters as ineptly as ordinary folk. But you are different. Lord Loren dueling. The dark-robed wizard pointed at the long sword slung across Loren's back. You are a wandering knight, trained and possessing combat experience. In the face of monsters, you would not falter, and should misfortune befall you, your response would be swifter than that of the apprentices. This is my proposition. We can accept you as an apprentice at the Wimple Academy, and we shall assign you a mentor to impart all the knowledge a wizard ought to acquire, the price being that you must serve the Wimple Academy. Addressing all matters we require your assistance with, what say you? The dark-robed wizard clasped his hands behind his back, awaiting Loren's response. However, it seemed to Loren that the other was merely awaiting his assent or dissent. There was no third option available, and he truly had no grounds for negotiation. I agree. After a moment's contemplation, Loren promptly acquiesced. Dalton appeared taken aback by his decisiveness, his unchanging visage momentarily betraying a slight contraction of his pupils. Of course, it was more likely that dawn had arrived. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window behind the desk, Dalton approached the window and swiftly drew back the curtains, plunging the room back into darkness. Clad in black robes, surrounded by the pitch-black study and the shadowy parlor beyond. This wizard likely had no wife, Loren surmised with a tinge of malice. Very well, please wait outside for a moment, Dalton instructed. In a quarter of an hour, someone will escort you to where you ought to be and inform you of your duties. Thank you for your guidance. Farewell then, Loren replied with a slight smile, bowing humbly before turning to exit the study. Only after confirming that Loren had departed did the immobile Dalton return to his desk, his gaze fixed upon the empty chair to one side. Are you satisfied now, esteemed director? In the vacant chair, a white-bearded elder clad in robes appeared in the blink of an eye, a comical monocle perched upon his face. You are becoming increasingly adept at handling matters, Dalton, the elder remarked, regarding the dark-robed wizard as one would a beloved relative. You are advancing even more rapidly than you are on the path of truth. Because our academy is on the brink of collapse, the dark-robed wizard maintained a serious demeanor, and there is still a director engrossed in experiments, oblivious to worldly affairs. The situation in Wild Dog Village is my responsibility. I initially believed it to be mere rumors and gossip, never anticipating that it would put that child Ein in danger. Peter, the elder, sighed heavily. I should have gone there myself. If that temple is indeed real, it must be resolved before the church's agents discover it. There are many issues we must address promptly. Dalton lowered his voice. Any slight negligence on our part, Any evidence that we have failed in our duties, once exposed, would provide the church with leverage against us. Are you blaming me? The elder inquired helplessly. Blaming me for agreeing to such harsh conditions set forth by the Duke, which forced you into a relentless cycle of toil. Had we not agreed, we would not have secured this castle or the favorable conditions for establishing the academy, Dalton replied, shaking his head slightly. Thus, sacrifice is inevitable for this purpose. As you know, I abhor the wanton waste of time. What is past cannot be changed, so we must focus on the future. If sacrifice is unavoidable, then let others make the sacrifice. Is that why you accepted that boy named Loren? The elder furrowed his brow. I admit he seems quite different from ordinary children, and possesses potential to become a wizard. But are you truly prepared to send him into perilous situations, even if he is a wandering knight? This is a well-trained, experienced child. He bears less risk in the face of danger than other wizards, Dalton insisted. Moreover, I did not coerce him. He agreed of his own accord. You did not afford him a chance to choose. Peter interrupted the dark-robed wizard. I mentioned that his knight master is deceased. This child has nowhere else to go. That is not the crux of the matter. Dalton finally stood up impatiently, bracing himself against the desk as he locked eyes with the elder. All of our wizards are overwhelmed. Their every outing forces them to abandon their research and experiments, to confront monsters. They must also learn to fight, wasting even more time. Just last month, 3 of our apprentices failed to return. Had my apprentice not encountered this wandering knight, he would have been the 4th. The dark-robed wizard's face trembled. Einland is an extraordinarily gifted alchemist. He should not be stifled here. Now we have a remarkably effective means to alleviate our plight, restoring teaching and research to their rightful course. The only impediment is your excessive compassion, esteemed Director Peter. The elder fell silent, shaking his head, yet he sighed deeply, caught in a struggle of indecision. He realized that the dark-robed wizard's words held considerable merit. Yet he could not fully acquiesce to such a utilitarian viewpoint. The expressionless Dalton slowly resumed his seat, remaining silent, as if he had transformed from an erupting volcano back into eternal ice. The atmosphere in the study felt as though the air itself had solidified, both men standing steadfast in their respective positions, waiting for the other to speak first. Do you trust this child named Loren Juling? The elder finally spoke again, weariness evident in his tone. Will he willingly serve the academy? I do not trust him. After even a single encounter, I can discern that he is a cunning and deeply calculating individual. Dalton shook his head. However, this does not preclude him from serving the academy. He wishes to become a wizard, to acquire the knowledge he seeks from here, and must exchange it through tangible actions. We can gauge his abilities through each task he undertakes. Until he obtains all he desires, he will remain loyal to the academy, diligent and uncomplaining. Once he has received what he seeks, he will naturally depart. Observing the elder's lingering unease, the dark-robed wizard hesitated momentarily. However, your concerns are not unfounded. We cannot allow such a potential danger to linger within the academy that I shall take on the role of his mentor. This should facilitate monitoring him. That is not my primary concern. Dalton, Director Peter said, gazing at him with worry. Nonetheless, this arrangement is beneficial. Having him as your apprentice alleviates the need for extensive explanations. Furthermore, given that he managed to navigate the cellar infested with void corruption unscathed, it is sufficient evidence of his talent. He may very well become your prized pupil. Even though the elder was merely jesting, the dark-robed wizard shuddered with revulsion, his brow dark as night. With an expression of helplessness, he watched as the elder departed from his study. A prized pupil? That is utterly impossible, absolutely. Chapter 12. The Decision, Part 2. Are you Loren Turin, the new apprentice that Master Dalton spoke of? The young man standing before Loren inquired with a tone of absolute certainty, extending his right hand with an air of entitlement. Isaac Grantham, at Master Dalton's behest, I am here to escort you to your designated location. Thank you, Isaac Grantham, Loren replied with a smile as he reached out to shake hands, only for the other to retract his hand abruptly. Not so fast. According to customary social etiquette, we should only shake hands after concluding our conversation. The young man tilted his head and continued. Moreover, as this is our first meeting, you should refer to me as Grantham or Mr. Grantham. Very well, Grantham. However, considering that we will soon be fellow apprentices under the same master and will coexist for several years, you may call me Isaac, though as I arrived first, you may also add the title senior if you wish. All right, Senior Isaac. Before Loren could finish, the young man seized his right hand, giving it a firm shake. Excellent. Social formalities complete. Without a backward glance, the young man strode towards the staircase. Wasting time is tantamount to wasting life. Life is short, so let us promptly attend to our duties. Keep up. Loren, Jr. Even Loren, who considered himself somewhat patient, could not suppress an eye roll as he shrugged and hurried to follow the young wizard up the tower staircase. You may already have some familiarity with this academy, but allow me to introduce it nonetheless. Vimper Academy consists of 4 towers, a main fortress, and 2 courtyards that we are currently in the North Tower, which belongs to Master Dalton Cand. The 2nd and 3rd floors house his quarters and study, while our dormitory is on the 4th floor, with laboratories and a library on the 5th. The front courtyard serves as an area for activities and relaxation, while the rear garden is a plantation for nurturing a small number of rare plants. The library, kitchen, and grand hall are located in the main fortress, though we seldom need to visit there. Additionally, if you are a devout believer, a prayer room is also situated there, and I can assure you it is quite serene. As the vast majority of wizards are not particularly devout, most of the time, we need only remain in this tower to complete the majority of our studies: herbology, alchemy, ancient runes, mysticism, spellcasting, astrology, history, in the brief ascent of the staircase. The young wizard named Isaac spoke incessantly as if he were a living dictionary, maintaining a singular tone that left Loren with a perpetual awkward smile as he followed behind. Very well. This is your dormitory. As Isaac continued his monologue, he pushed open the door to the room. There is a set of apprentice robes on the bed for you to change into. The sheets are somewhat worn, but still usable. Do you have any questions? Just one. Seeing that Isaac had finally paused, Loren's lips twitched. How many apprentices does Master Dalton have? 3, including you. Master Dalton's criteria for selecting apprentices are exceedingly stringent. Those mundane individuals can at most aspire to be potion makers or charlatans offering fortune-telling. They simply stand no chance. Isaac proudly lifted his chin. Now that we have broached this topic, may I inquire which subject you intend to specialize in? As someone who has been through it, I recommend you pursue mysticism. It is a profound discipline that delves into the relationship between the void and the material world, requiring exceptional talent and the ability to abandon conventional understanding. Those lacking an aptitude must resign themselves to the tragic fate of becoming alchemists. Isaac Grantham, you scoundrel, what are you saying? Loren's lip curled as he turned his gaze towards the source of the furious outburst, though he had yet to see the individual. He had already guessed who it was. Do not pay attention to that fellow, Loren. The flustered Ein's cheeks were flushed, and he was panting heavily, arms crossed over his shoulders. He's just a lunatic. Ayn Rand. Master Dalton has specifically cautioned against loud disturbances within the tower, Isaac remarked, observing the small wizard approaching from the staircase. And why are you cursing at me? Oh, is that so? Ayn retorted, his anger morphing into laughter. Who is it just now that called becoming an alchemist a tragic fate? That is solely due to your lack of qualifications and intellect, which forces you to choose the path of an alchemist. The young wizard replied innocently. I never said you were foolish. The diminutive wizard pointed decisively at the staircase. Get lost. If you said goodbye, it would show you are more polite. Before he could finish, Isaac had already dashed down a flight of stairs, evading the suspicious object that flew over his head. That was impressive. Loren chuckled, watching the trajectory of the projectile. I had no idea you possessed such skill. Ein's face flushed crimson as he stammered, seemingly regretting his earlier display. I am not usually like this. It's all because of that insufferable Isaac. He truly knows how to provoke. Is he always like this? Indeed, this fellow is a lunatic, a narcissist, and he revels in showing off, to an extreme degree. The small wizard nodded vigorously in agreement. Yet he is undeniably a genius, albeit exceedingly insufferable. It seemed that he was not the easiest person to get along with. Loren mused inwardly. In his past life, he had encountered similar academic elites, most of whom were ensnared in their own worlds, taking their talents and understanding for granted. Yet, he had never met anyone quite as peculiar as this. Just as Loren was about to jest, he noticed the awkward expression on Ein's face had not faded. It seemed he was grappling with something he wished to express but was hesitant to voice. What is it? Is there something you find difficult to articulate? Master Dalton, the small wizard began, only to halt abruptly, wrestling with indecision for a moment. I never anticipated he would resort to such measures. Ein's intention in inviting Loren to Vimper Academy was to ensure that the wandering knight would no longer lead a perilous existence, free from the constant threat to his life. Yet now, Master Dalton was employing such conditions for an exchange. How was this any different from Loren's past life? No, it might even be more dangerous. The foes the wandering knight had to contend with were primarily bandits and marauders in the woods. Yet now, Loren might be forced to confront monsters, curses, and even perilous places like that heretical temple. This has nothing to do with Dalton can't. Loren shook his head. This is my own choice. And I find it entirely fair. There is no issue. But it is far too dangerous. The small wizard remained unconvinced. You have only just experienced one ordeal. You cannot possibly comprehend how terrifying it can be. With a long sigh, Loren entered his room, gazing out the window at the desolate wilderness. Do you know what is truly terrifying? The answer is simple. Ignorance is the most dreadful of all. He was still too unfamiliar with this world. Even after nearly 3 years of existence, the terror he felt when confronting Israel in that cellar was akin to plummeting into an icy abyss. This world, which appeared so similar to the ancient medieval times of his past life, concealed innumerable horrors that could easily snuff out his life. He would not dare to expose his thoughts lightly. Rational contemplation and analysis, choosing the least unfavorable option, this was Loren's usual approach. Yet on that day, he first realized that before such powers, he had no real choice, and he could not even overcome the fear within. Therefore, this is my own decision. I shall not live in ignorance in this world. Even if it comes at a cost, even if it leads to death, I must unravel the truth. Loren approached his bed, retrieving a copy of Entering Meditation that lay atop his wizard's robe, and extended it towards the small wizard. Could you teach me? Chapter 13, Entering Meditation, Part 1. What exactly is the void? According to Ayn Rand, or rather, the written explanation, the void is that which exists due to non-existence, a realm entirely composed of information and emotion, a pure, reasonless spiritual world. Within the void, there is no time or space, no true form of life, yet it intertwines entirely with this world, much like the inseparable bond between a person and their shadow. This explanation struck Loren as profoundly esoteric, as if it were crafted specifically to confound understanding. Even though the small wizard before him had done his utmost to elucidate in a manner he could comprehend, Loren remained utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he found the description of the void somewhat reminiscent of the agnosticism of his past life, implying that even the author of this book had not truly grasped the nature of the void, merely documenting what he observed and speculated. However, there is one point, both in the book and as stated by the diminutive wizard, that is abundantly clear. For a wizard, meditation is the sole pathway into the void and the most secure method to traverse it. Yet I distinctly recall that when we were beneath the church's cellar, you mentioned that it had been entirely consumed by the void. Loren inquired. Did we, then, truly enter the void during that instance? Not entirely. Moreover, I have already stated that it was perilous. Ein shook his head. Our use of meditation is precisely to avoid direct contact with the powers of the void. Meditation, in essence, is akin to dreaming. When the inhabitants of this world succumb to slumber, their spirits can glimpse into the void, and deeper dreams allow them to delve even further. Wizards have gradually devised safer and more specialized methods based on this principle. The term meditation originates from ancient times. Derived from the words mind and pulling, this etymology elucidates the essence of meditation, to draw the mind until it reaches the void. At this juncture, Loren began to grasp the concept somewhat, much like a coin with two sides. This world is similarly divided into two realms, the spiritual and the material, which exist as a duality. It is precisely because these two realms overlap that this world experiences the encroachment of the void, the twisted cellar. The mutated beasts, and even magic, all stem from the influence of the void. For the beings of this world, the spiritual and the material are entirely disparate entities, to say nothing of achieving your level. Even the slightest contact would dissolve like soil sinking into water. Loren suddenly recalled the words of that individual named Israel. If that were indeed the case, it could elucidate his doubts, explaining why Ein was so astonished to find himself unharmed. Yet, this revelation prompted new questions for Loren. As one who embodies the complete union of spirit and matter, his existence should be unparalleled in this world. What, then, does this signify? Surely, It must imply more than what is presently evident. But should he truly trust him? Indeed, the other party had nearly saved his life, yet Lauren's inherent suspicion kept him wary of his real. Particularly with that unervingly uncanny smile, as if everything about him were laid bare before the other, that a myriad of thoughts swirled in Lauren's mind, leading him to take considerable time to gradually regain his composure. Matters so distant were not what he ought to ponder now. The most pressing concern was to commence from the basics. I apologize, but meditation and the void are fundamentally esoteric knowledge. My primary focus lies in alchemy, and I don't require much understanding of these subjects, so I can only recite what I know. Observing Loren lost in contemplation, the diminutive wizard spoke somewhat sheepishly. However, if you wish to learn alchemy, I would be. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Loren replied with a smile and a shake of his head, not wanting to disappoint the little wizard who had placed such trust in him. But if possible, I would like to try meditation. That is certainly feasible. Although a hint of disappointment lingered in Ein's expression, he nonetheless eagerly assisted Loren. My first meditation was aided by that rascal Isaac, so I still remember how he conducted it. Clear your mind, refrain from extraneous thoughts, and relax as much as possible. The entire process resembles a journey. You will plunge into the depths of your own memories, and when you awaken, it will be as if you have stepped into the void. With a tinge of anticipation, Loren closed his eyes, breathing slowly to ease his body, that he vaguely sensed a gentle touch upon his forehead, akin to ripples spreading across the surface of water. His once alert mind instantaneously transformed into a state of ethereality. A haze of grayness enveloped him. This sensation was truly unique. Loren felt as though he could see the things surrounding him, yet he was unable to perceive himself, as if viewing through some divine perspective. Everything around him seemed to lose its color. Monotonous, blank, void. For the first time in his life, Loren found himself at a loss for words to describe his experience. It felt as though he had plummeted from a vibrant world into the confines of a book framed in black and white. If he were to draw a parallel, it was as if a chair crafted from wood and fastened with nails had suddenly morphed into a collection of letters and symbols forming a word. This astonishment and joy even caused Loren's consciousness to waver slightly, compelling him to restrain his exuberance, much like a child examining a new toy, meticulously observing this world that far exceeded his previous conceptions. According to the book, Entering Meditation, he had not yet truly entered the void, but was merely lingering within the recesses of his own mind, constructing his own spiritual sanctuary. This was a necessary path for all wizards. After all, meditation is merely a means of reflection and recovery, not warranting the risk of venturing into the void each time. The spiritual sanctuary is thus a compromise. It enhances one's memory, mastery, and comprehension of the void, as well as the sensitivity of the spirit, and, most importantly to Loren, any wizard wishing to wield magic must first construct a solid foundation within their spiritual sanctuary. It was becoming increasingly intriguing. Initially, Loren had assumed that the spiritual sanctuary was akin to a memory technique, similar to a palace of thought, but it seemed not to be limited to that alone. He must personally design and construct it to attain perfection, rather than simply storing his memories. The very bricks and stones used to build this sanctuary were the powers of the void. As for now, his sanctuary lacked even a foundation. It could barely be described as a mere construction site. Gradually, as he returned to his senses, his spirit and consciousness traversed like a current through a flowing stream. Retreating from the spiritual sanctuary back into his body, the once void world regained its colors. The lost focus gradually returned to normal as he slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, even after regaining consciousness, he remained connected to the spiritual sanctuary within his mind, clearly sensing its presence. A faint smile graced Loren's lips, and a flicker of joy flashed within his eyes. However, when he glanced sideways, he found that it was already pitch dark outside the window, and Loren could not help but exclaim, "How long has it been?" "A full day has passed." The diminutive wizard, still seated, stifled a yawn, revealing signs of fatigue. "It's perfectly normal that you wouldn't perceive the passage of time during your first meditation. Let's call it a day for now. Tomorrow, Mentor Dalton will formally begin teaching you some fundamentals." Yawning, Ayn Rand stretched and stood up. "If you need assistance, my room is just next door. Be sure to knock if you require anything." "I will." Loren smiled and watched the little wizard depart. And once the door closed, plunging the room back into darkness, His expression transformed into one of ecstatic delight. If the void is the abyss, then magic is the malevolent, with the moonlight streaming in from outside. Loren murmured to himself, then I must have indeed fallen beyond redemption. Chapter 14. Entering Meditation, Part 2. The gentle breeze flowing in from outside and the warm sun of dawn welcomed Loren, who had donned a wizard's robe outside Dalton's study. He closed his eyes, indulging in a moment of restful slumber, savoring the beauty of this new day, while once again entering a meditative state. After constructing his spiritual sanctuary, this seemed to have become a natural occurrence, as effortless as breathing, requiring little preparation. His consciousness could seamlessly transition between wakefulness and meditation at any time and place. Simultaneously, this served as an excellent method of rest. Following the spiritual sanctuary, his consciousness felt detached from its own existence, erasing the sense of time, allowing Loren to complete 1 or 2 meditation sessions daily without the need for excessive sleep to replenish his energy. This somewhat clarified Loren's earlier curiosity regarding the diminutive wizard. How could this slender, small fellow remain so energized after 5 consecutive days of relentless travel? Now, he had the answer. It appears you have completed your preliminary training and can now meditate normally. Dalton Can's icy voice interrupted Loren's thoughts. Slowly revealing a smile, Loren stood, calmly bowing before the figure in the black robe. Mentor. Upon hearing Loren address him thus, the black-robed wizard could not help but twitch his lips, seemingly reminded of a certain proud disciple, hastily discarding that dreadful curse from his spiritual sanctuary. In the spirit of responsibility to the academy, I have accepted the fact that you are now my apprentice. Dalton Can's gaze was even colder than before. But you must understand my expectations and standards for apprentices. Isaac Grantham has already conveyed that to me, Loren humbly replied, yet with a smile that was neither subservient nor arrogant. You hold very high standards for your apprentices. If I fail to meet your criteria, I suppose I will no longer be able to continue under your tutelage. Correct? No, my expectations for apprentices are not stringent, Dalton stated, his posture as rigid as a shadow. However, I only cultivate wizards, not conjurers, moralists, or charlatans. Well, Loren has indeed discovered where Isaac learned the term charlatan, much to his unexpected delight. Secondly, if you fail to meet the standards, you certainly shall not remain in my presence. Dalton's gaze was rife with sharp derision. You must vacate, Lord Loren Turin. Then I shall endeavor with all my might to meet the standards you require. Loren replied with an overly courteous demeanor, with your guidance. I am certain I can become a competent wizard. Mastering meditation in a single day does not grant you the right to consider yourself exceptional, apprentice. The black-robed wizard scoffed. Arrogance is the source of downfall. Before the void, you must remain humble. As for the fact that the average apprentice at the Vimpal Academy takes 2 months to master meditation, Dalton would naturally refrain from disclosing this to Loren, if possible. The black-robed wizard would prefer to bring him to shame swiftly, extinguishing any thoughts of becoming a wizard, lest a certain prophecy truly comes to fruition. Observing the wandering knight's calm smile, Dalton turned his attention back to the parchment in his hand, lightly waving his staff, causing a blackboard to descend where the window had once been. Take diligent notes, apprentice. I shall test your proficiency afterward. Restoring his composure, Dalton reverted to his usual self. I eagerly anticipate uncovering evidence of your laziness. Loren, seemingly oblivious to the threat embedded in Dalton's words, had already unfurled the scroll and lifted his quill by the time the wizard finished speaking, his innocent gaze seemingly conveying, I have been waiting for you. Dalton disregarded this childish form of resistance, and with a forceful tap of his chalk against the blackboard, he left behind a flurry of elegant italic letters. Regardless of whether the two harbored genuine disdain for one another, Loren had to concede that Dalton Candle was indeed impeccable in his role as a mentor. The other did not deliberately elevate the difficulty to vex him. Rather, he meticulously detailed the principles of basic mysticism, spells, and incantations, as well as the connections between ancient runes and the void. Dalton's line-by-line analysis and explanation rectified the misinformation Loren had received from the diminutive wizard the previous day. Ein, too intimidated to admit his ignorance, had merely recited from the text, evidently inferior to the experienced Dalton Candle. The clarity of Dalton's analytical approach was far more comprehensible, far removed from the ambiguous language of mere written prose. As for the knowledge concerning the history of wizards, the origins and discoveries of magic. The black-robed wizard chose to skim over these points in Lauren's view. This knowledge was largely inconsequential. He could simply read it in the library, and there was no need to waste time on such trivialities during this crucial moment. Lauren, ravenous for knowledge like a famished hyena, eagerly absorbed wisdom from Dalton's insights. Even if he could not fully comprehend it at the moment, he felt compelled to record it nonetheless. Knowledge is power. This adage proved particularly relevant to Lauren. He did not wish to confront a troll or other monstrosities. Bewildered, sword in hand, combat was always the last resort. Killing was an unavoidable choice at all times and in all circumstances. One should maintain composure, be fully aware of the situation, and possess room for maneuvering. This was the approach Lauren excelled in. After Dalton Candle forcefully struck the blackboard with chalk for the second time, noon arrived. He leisurely inscribed the final letter in his notes before respectfully presenting them to the black-robed wizard. The cold gaze swept line by line across the parchment, and there was nothing to correct. This wandering knight had nearly replicated his notes perfectly onto the sheepskin. Heaven knows where he learned to write so neatly and meticulously. Entirely unlike someone who had lived by the sword, it was more akin to the script of a scribe from the church. Mediocre. After much contemplation, Dalton could only conjure this single term, his piercing gaze scanning Lauren's smiling face. You are not a scribe of the church. This must contain your own conjectures. I merely endeavored to remember the knowledge you imparted to me as accurately as possible. Lauren smiled even more elegantly. Of course. I shall also remember your earnest teachings. Next time, I will certainly supplement my notes. Please rest assured, Mentor Dalton Candle. The black-robed wizard returned to his normal demeanor before the nausea overwhelmed him. Flattery cannot conceal your mediocrity. Apprentice, however, we now have more pressing matters to address. You must select a discipline to focus on as your primary area of study. Following that, the content of my instruction will be tailored accordingly, and courses that do not require extensive exploration will be omitted. Is it not possible to wait a while and choose after I have familiarized myself with all subjects? Lauren furrowed his brow slightly. Taken aback, I have only just learned meditation. This academy does not aspire to cultivate polymaths. You are incapable of it, Lauren Turin. Dalton retorted with unabashed mockery. As for how much you choose to study privately, that is of no concern to me. Does this imply he would tacitly allow me to seek Ein or Isaac? Lauren speculated. However, this remained disadvantageous for him, especially since he was still only vaguely acquainted with the majority of subjects. Yet, even if he opposed the notion, it was likely the other would simply disregard him, as the reins of authority were firmly in his hands. Therefore, he must choose a discipline that would be more advantageous. Your choice of discipline is of no concern to me, but as your mentor, I must still caution you. Dalton suddenly smiled, though it was a rather unsettling smile. The tasks assigned by the academy will certainly not be associated with safety or security. Thus, practical disciplines will serve you better in your forthcoming mandatory labor. However, if you insist on studying herbology, ancient runes, or other pursuits, I will not impede you, but the consequences shall be yours to bear. The threat in this statement was nearly palpable, and while Lauren maintained his smile, he meticulously calculated his options. Finally, he released a long, contemplative sigh. I believe I have made my decision, Mentor. Chapter 15, Apprentices, Part 1. Conjuration? I can't believe you would choose to specialize in conjuration. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Isaac Grantham's incredulous scream instantly filled every corner of the library, his eyes wide as he fixed an unwavering gaze on Lauren, who still smiled at him, as if he were about to convulse from anger. No. I take back what I just said. Your brain has indeed been kicked by a donkey. This was simply a choice made out of necessity, Isaac. Lauren opted to ignore the latter part of Isaac's remarks. Maintaining patience in the face of such a person. If given the option, I would certainly prefer to study mysticism. However, I have no time. The academy will assign me tasks at any moment, and I must quickly acquire the ability to protect myself in the presence of certain monsters. But you could also choose alchemy. That discipline is easy to comprehend and straightforward to grasp. Isaac continued to question loudly. Still not understanding. Look at our Ayn Rand. Ever since he took up alchemy, he has nearly reached my level. Nearby, the diminutive wizard rolled his eyes, his shoulders trembling as he struggled to suppress the urge to throttle this insufferable fool beside him. Allow me to remind you. The illustrious Isaac, that even Minter Dalton must acknowledge that conjuration is an exceptionally useful discipline, especially in the face of many complex situations where a single spell can resolve numerous issues. Oh, yes, indeed. Even a fool can wave a wand and make the nearby fool disappear. Isaac nodded his head in mock agreement, then could not help but spit disdainfully. It is precisely because of these conjurers that the image of wizards has deteriorated. Falling to such depths today, feeling somewhat embarrassed, Loren could only offer a wry smile and shrug, exchanging a glance with the diminutive wizard before both chose to ignore Isaac, who continued his tirade. However, he was certainly not making this choice out of desperation. Indeed, Loren needed to rapidly master certain skills and possess the capability to handle the tasks ahead, but those were secondary considerations from the very beginning. Loren had no intention of being led by the nose. Thus, he required power, and the most direct and practical means to achieve that was through conjuration. This was a discipline brimming with structure and analysis. Offering him far more assistance than any other field, Tio put it simply, spells resembled pre-established formulas. Utilizing magic was akin to filling in numbers into those formulas, allowing everything to flow naturally thereafter. For a novice wizard apprentice, this was the most convenient and safest method to engage with the void. However, merely understanding the formula without comprehension was akin to knowing the what without grasping the why. Waving one's wand mechanically without understanding the intricate structures behind the magic was precisely what Isaac referred to as conjuring tricks. Yet all of this was predicated upon the notion of ordinary wizards. They dared not delve too deeply into the void. Thus they could only gradually understand and approach it until their mental sanctums grew to a sufficient degree to fully comprehend the principles behind the magic and its structure. But all of this was entirely unnecessary for Loren. He is not a native of this world. Thus, once he masters the art of magic, he can forcibly deduce its original form from the incantations, without the fear that his consciousness will be devoured by the void along with his spiritual sanctum. For he is not a part of this dualistic realm. His spiritual essence is entirely unified. Ordinary sorcerers, wary of excessive interaction with the void, are compelled to confine themselves to low-tier spells, while the fragility of their spiritual sanctums prevents them from accommodating a plethora of incantations. Yet, before Loren, these so-called challenges appear as mere trifles, devoid of any cause for concern. However, such secrets are not for Loren to divulge, not even to Einland, whom he trusts implicitly as he silently contemplates. The more he comprehends his own talent, the more he realizes what it signifies for other wizards. They would tear themselves apart for this secret, meticulously dissecting each fragment until they unravel the mystery. This is merely a selection of courses, Loren remarked nonchalantly, observing the petite sorcerer still fretting over his future. With our prodigious Isaac Grantham and Einland, what do I have to worry about? You do have a point. I cannot refuse the request of a junior. Isaac nodded seriously, then cast a smug glance at Ein beside him. Just be sure you don't misunderstand. The genius he speaks of is me. The diminutive sorcerer, infuriated, chose to ignore him, turning his head away. Of course, my time is exceedingly precious, so I cannot afford to spend the entire day solving your dilemmas. Isaac continued with an air of importance. If you truly require my assistance, it would be best to inform me in advance, perhaps for tomorrow afternoon or evening, and I shall endeavor to carve out some time for you. Thus, gentlemen, Isaac Grantham must now continue his quest for the secrets of the void. Time waits for no one, and truth and wisdom await me ahead. Please allow me to take my leave. The young wizard apprentice solemnly grasped his parchment scroll, akin to a martyr preparing for the executioner's block, striding forth with an air of determination, only to crash into the door. Self-important fool, the petite sorcerer muttered as he gazed down at his book, his raised right index finger swaying back and forth, feigning ignorance to Isaac's yelp. Loren could not suppress a smile. He distinctly remembered the door being ajar moments before. Well done, he thought, stealing a glance at the small sorcerer's triumphant glee. It seemed his friend was far more petty than he appeared. But he liked it, Loren mused inwardly. Thus, when the still self-satisfied Ein lifted his head to find Loren scrutinizing him with an odd smile, his previous delight swiftly morphed into awkwardness, soon followed by embarrassment and irritation. What is it? Nothing, Loren replied, his smile unyielding as he feigned sincerity. I merely noticed the door had closed itself. Do you know why that might be? Well, with such an insufferable person, anyone might wish to retaliate. Before he could finish, Ein realized his blunder. In the entire library, it was just the two of them. But that doesn't mean I did it. Oh, I never claimed it was you. How could the honest and virtuous Ein Land engage in such mischief? Loren mimicked Isaac's tone. Even if you had the audacity. You certainly lack the wit. You are not allowed to imitate that scoundrel. The irate petite sorcerer glared at Loren, struggling for a moment before thrusting 2 books into Loren's hands. Take this. What is it? If you don't want it, give it back. Ein retorted, though his face had already turned a deep shade of crimson as he strode purposefully out. This was Ein Land's notebook. After a swift glance, Loren could hardly discern the contents. But he quickly turned back. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Who cares? Just a step away from slamming the door, Ein hesitated for a long moment before finally adopting a stern expression. If you genuinely wish to avoid becoming a wizard who merely wields magic without understanding it, it would be better to seek out that scoundrel Isaac. He may be insufferable, but he is indeed a genius. His studies in mysticism far exceed that of an apprentice with him around. Even learning magic would be immensely beneficial for you. Besides, that rascal boasts, but he spends nearly every day in the Academy's library. You can seek him out whenever you wish. I wouldn't mind. I will definitely go, Loren replied without turning around, deliberately making the sound of opening the notebook conspicuously clear. But that will certainly be after I finish this. There was no need to look back. He could tell from the footsteps that the petite sorcerer had exited with a smile. Chapter 16. Apprentices, Part 2. Ein Land's notes were not only neat, but also thorough, with each line of elegant and uniform script that even Loren found himself envious. He had diligently annotated all the necessary sections. And judging by the ink smudges on the parchment, these notes were evidently added later, clearly for his own benefit. Indeed, this petite sorcerer's position as Dalton Cander's apprentice was well-deserved, while the entirety of the notes encompassed a multitude of subjects. The section on alchemy was by far the most comprehensive, spanning 2 full pages detailing the distinctions between various crucibles and temperatures, as well as the processes and materials for creating the 8 most common alchemical products. This knowledge would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. However, what Loren was most concerned about at present was not these details. Flipping through a few more pages, he finally found the section on incantation studies. Transforming the impossible into reality, allowing the world to witness the marvels conjured by wizards. Yet remember, your most formidable incantation is still your lucid and rational mind. A commendable opening statement. Loren shrugged. He found himself in agreement with this perspective, whether it be weaponry, knowledge, or magic. They are merely tools to achieve one's goals. An excessive pursuit of any one of them is tantamount to losing sight of the fundamental purpose. The notes broadly categorized magic into low tier and high tier, with the latter mentioned only in passing. Clearly, Loren could not expect to learn any profound spells from an apprentice's notes. According to Ein's explanations, utilizing magic generally comprises 2 steps. First, one must construct the incantation within their spiritual sanctum, completing the memorization process. Second, one must serve as the vessel for the magic, releasing the prepared spell through their body. In simple terms, the spiritual sanctum serves as the magazine, while the body is the barrel, with magic and incantations being the bullets that fire forth. However, just as a barrel can overheat, the process of casting requires the body to act as a conduit, inevitably exposing it to the void's influence, which can result in bodily harm. Moreover, one must maintain an uninterrupted connection with the spiritual sanctum, which may also induce a degree of mental strain. Nevertheless, Loren could largely disregard this aspect. He had no fear of any void encroachment, and using magic would merely leave him fatigued, as long as he remained cautious enough not to let his mental reserves run dry. Next came the incantations. The petite sorcerer's notes contained only 2 spells, Firefly Spell and Hovering Spell. Loren had already witnessed the former firsthand. It was a highly practical magic that could illuminate excessively dark spaces in place of a torch, and its size could be easily manipulated in critical moments. It could even serve as a flashbang. The latter, the Hovering Spell, appeared quite intriguing. Ein's description of this incantation was rather vague, essentially involving the manipulation of an object over a short distance, albeit with very little force. Akin to a mere gentle tap, reflecting on the door that had closed automatically, and the petite sorcerer's raised finger at the time, it seemed he had likely employed this spell to close the door unnoticed. This spell seemed even more innocuous than the firefly spell, suitable only for moments of laziness or mischief. Nonetheless, Loren began to entertain other possibilities. For instance, moving a concealed weapon to an adversary's heel when they were distracted, or deflecting an arrow's trajectory at the critical moment. Both were low-tier spells, with negligible mental strain. After a brief hesitation, Loren opted for the firefly spell, not for any particular reason, but due to its practicality, a necessity in both combat and daily life. Just imagine, what could be more effective in battle than instantly obscuring an enemy's vision? Following the steps outlined in the notes, Loren closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, and began to construct this spell within his spiritual sanctum. All magic originates from the void. That profound essence seeped into his spiritual sanctum like viscous liquid, layer by layer, as he began to shape it according to his will, transforming simple symbols into three-dimensional constructs. With information becoming increasingly abundant and enriched, this time, what Loren beheld was markedly different from his initial experience upon entering this place. These symbols transcended mere text. They resembled a complete dissection of all things and all existence. Akin to the incantation he was endeavoring to construct, formed from countless symbols, even a seemingly simple glow spell was not so straightforward as to be executed in a single attempt, despite Loren's undivided focus. He nearly faltered once before ultimately completing the construction. That it appeared that his innate talents were not without flaw, for while his spirit and matter were completely intertwined, allowing him to remain unharmed in the void. The trade-off was a noticeably diminished sensitivity to such power. However, this was merely a minor inconvenience for the time being. Once he had mastered it thoroughly, it would pose no issue. The remaining problems could be addressed later, sometimes. An excessive fixation on one's shortcomings is not particularly beneficial. Retracting his consciousness back into his body, Loren opened his eyes and raised his right hand, gracefully drawing a circle in the air. A translucent, milky-hued rune flickered momentarily, and a white point of light sprang forth from his fingertips. Floating in midair, he gently manipulated this light, causing it to move around him, hover, and enlarge. Loren could distinctly sense the connection between his mental energy and the light. As if he were tugging on a thread, or perhaps there was an invisible screen allowing him to control it at will. A rough estimation suggested that he could control it freely within a radius of 10 meters. Beyond that, the signal would deteriorate. As for how long he could maintain this, Loren paid little mind. The spell's consumption was negligible compared to the effort required to read through the entire notebook, rendering it inconsequential. At least for now, I can consider myself a wizard capable of magic, Loren mused aloud, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Though I still cannot conjure a fireball, the absence of direct offensive magic remained an irreplaceable regret. Perhaps he ought to visit the Academy's library. Its collection would undoubtedly surpass that of this tower's reading room, and he might just find what he seeks. Yet, even if such spells existed, they would surely be concealed rather than displayed openly. Loren contemplated, realizing that he would not be so reckless as to leave such lethal incantations readily accessible in a library. It would be far too perilous. It was akin to placing a murder weapon before everyone, and spells were undeniably easier to wield than swords. Should these magics be in the possession of the Academy's dean and instructors, it would mean he would have to negotiate with them once more to obtain what he desired. Reflecting on his previous, unequal treaty with Dalton, Loren harbored serious doubts. Should he engage in such dealings again, he might find himself bound by a contract of servitude. From the outset, Loren understood that Dalton would only agree to assist him with ulterior motives in mind. Of course, he shared a similar mindset, which is why there was no opposition to this mutually beneficial exploitation, even if he were the one to suffer losses. However, even an unequal partnership did not equate to Loren allowing himself to be manipulated by the other party. He felt gratitude towards the diminutive wizard who genuinely aided him, but appreciation did not imply a lifetime of confinement, locked away in a metaphorical prison to study the mysteries of the void and the world. That was certainly not the life Loren envisioned for himself. Even wandering the wilderness, enduring the elements as a vagabond knight, seemed preferable to this. That he could engage in transactions, endure temporary subservience, and even be utilized by others. But he would never sign a contract of servitude. This world was vast, and he still had ample time and life ahead of him, having already lived as a recluse in his previous existence. Why not explore how far he could truly go this time? Chapter 17. The Library, Part 1. The cold walls exuded an air imbued with the scent of decaying parchment and wood shavings. Dark wooden shelves brimmed with tomes, while apprentices clad in deep-hued robes glided silently before the alcoves, their presence punctuated solely by the rustling of pages and the soft cadence of breath. The atmosphere was silent yet orderly, reminiscent of a cathedral, a sentiment Loren held deep within as apprentices passed by. He could discern the glimmer of skepticism in their sidelong glances. The academy was not large, so most apprentices were familiar with one another. Thus, his presence was decidedly conspicuous. He could even overhear the hushed conversations behind him, accompanied by pointed gestures directed his way. Given the time, Loren would not have minded feigning the innocence of a novice apprentice, posing a few trivial questions to satiate their vanity and thereby integrate himself into their circle, as doing so would facilitate his future endeavors within the academy. However, regrettably, time was precisely what he lacked. So he deemed them unworthy of his attention. Since acquiring Ein's notes 3 days prior, Loren had devoted his time to further constructing and practicing spells. He sensed considerable potential within his mental sanctum. And since the magic he was attempting posed virtually no threat to him, he began to experiment with reverse engineering the incantations. Spells and magic were the codification of the void's power, akin to transforming symbols into text and illusions into reality. Thus, if he could dismantle the structure of the incantation step by step, he could reverse engineer their principles, thereby enhancing his comprehension of the void far more swiftly than mere rote learning could achieve. Yet, his progress remained unsatisfactory. The diminutive wizard excelled in alchemy, while his proficiency in mysticism and spellcraft left much to be desired, hardly advantageous for Loren. Consequently, he resolved to chance upon the library, hoping for a stroke of luck, and perhaps to seek out a certain self-proclaimed genius. Though the individual was not particularly agreeable, considering his own needs, as long as he could appease the person's vanity, conversing with them would not pose an insurmountable challenge. "What brings you here?" The young wizard reclined lazily in his chair, clearly aware of Loren's arrival, adopting a tone that suggested reluctance. For a fleeting moment, Loren felt an urge to roll his eyes, reminiscent of Ein. Nevertheless, he suppressed this irrational impulse. "Nothing much. Just some inquiries regarding mysticism, nothing of great import. However, since you seem so occupied, Isaac," Loren feigned hesitation, "perhaps I should seek out Ein instead." "Ein?" Isaac, who had been lounging comfortably, sprang to his feet. "What do you need Ein for? I am the most intelligent among the 3 of us apprentices, and seeking to learn mysticism from Ayn Rand. You might as well try teaching a rabbit to speak human language. The latter seems to hold more promise." Frustrated, Isaac glared at Loren's teasing expression, quickly deflating. "All right then, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Essentially, I've been attempting to reverse engineer spells to analyze their structure and then to decipher their principles and patterns." Isaac interjected, finishing Loren's thought. The young wizard's eyes lit up. "Excellent. How did I never think of such a brilliant method for learning mysticism before? Perhaps it's because I'm so clever that I simply don't need it. Moreover, this method would be of little use to those dim-witted potatoes. It would be far too advanced for them," Isaac remarked, gesturing towards a group of apprentices engaged in animated discussion. "Yet, it remains an intriguing approach. Do you have questions? Surely, you must have questions, right? The pace of progress is still too slow. I require more extensive literature on the void, more detailed information on how to wield its power," Loren stated. "Of course, strictly in an academic context." "So you require a competent librarian to assist you in locating these texts, as well as someone to answer your questions." Isaac nodded seriously before leaping to his feet. "But now that I am here, you need neither. Let us get to work swiftly, Junior Loren. We have an entire afternoon to resolve your little troubles." Watching Isaac dash to the distant shelves, rummaging through the tomes, Loren couldn't help but recall a certain saying. The most fervent desire of martyrs is to sacrifice generously, and someone as self-important as Isaac Grantham craved nothing more than to be needed by others. Otherwise, he would struggle to find a sense of existence. Just cast the bait, and he would eagerly rush forth, resolving all processes and troubles, then wait like a wagging-tailed puppy for Loren to display a look of incredulous surprise. That moment, Isaac had completely shed his earlier languor. Moving with the precision of a hunting dog to the designated shelf, retrieving the required volume before pivoting to the next one, as if a map detailing the locations of each book floated before his eyes. In less than 15 minutes, Isaac returned to the starting point, depositing a stack of thick tomes before Loren. Although you haven't begun reading yet, I can tell you that, thus far, no wizard has ever employed a method similar to yours to learn mysticism. However, within certain texts on the arcane arts, there have indeed been accounts of past sorcerers employing similar methods to decode spells. Yet, the vast majority were applicable solely to low-tier incantations. Before Loren could utter a word, Isaac had already seized the tome and turned to that very page. I believe this may hold some merit for you. Wait, you've perused every book in this library. Loren ventured tentatively. I find your rhetoric to be somewhat imprecise. Isaac replied with a restrained scoff. In my view, I possess an exact knowledge of where every piece of information resides within this room. Every cabinet, every page of every book. If something is absent, it must have been taken or lost. I apologize. Loren offered a faint smile, suddenly realizing that this could be an excellent opportunity. However, he needed to appear composed and subtly entice Isaac to divulge information. The advantage of having a genius nearby is that he can simplify even the most convoluted inquiries into the straightforwardness of 1 + 1 = 2. And Isaac's remarkable memory spared Loren the time of searching through books. Even in the realm of the arcane arts, where Isaac was less adept, his comprehension surpassed that of Ein. This was precisely why the diminutive sorcerer, while incessantly branding himself a pretentious fool, could not help but concede that Isaac's talent indeed eclipsed his own. Loren surmised that this rapid-tongued individual before him was likely not oblivious to the nuances of human interaction. Rather, he might be intentionally feigning ignorance. Yet, what of it? Was Ayn Rand truly so naive as to possess no secrets at all? Therefore, such matters were of little consequence. Provided that Isaac could genuinely assist him, Loren was indifferent to whether or not Isaac was truly genuine, especially since he himself was not one to embody such authenticity. In any case, while this method of reverse engineering spell structures is commendable, its shortcomings are evident. Simple low-tier spells offer you little assistance and merely squander this remarkable insight. Isaac's expression faltered for the first time. Perhaps this is one reason why inept casters remain mere conjurers throughout their lives. So do you know of any high-level spells? Loren casually suggested. Chapter 18, The Library, Part 2, High-Level Spells. Isaac, still musing, lifted his gaze, suddenly alert as he turned his attention to Loren. Why do you ask? You mentioned earlier that my approach might yield greater efficacy with high-level spells. Loren feigned innocence, shrugging. Perhaps I was mistaken. Surely those mentors would not leave such crucial knowledge accessible for apprentices to peruse at will. That is certain. The young sorcerer apprentice nodded sagely, yet immediately recognized the undertone in Loren's words. You're not insinuating that there exists knowledge in this library that I am unaware of, are you? Well, not necessarily. Loren's lips curved into a slight smile. The bait had been taken, and he must exercise patience. Perhaps it is simply concealed, which is why you have not discovered it. Loren, do not underestimate your senior. Loren could almost see the glimmer in Isaac's eyes. All the knowledge of this library resides in my mind. There is absolutely no omission. Isaac stood proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, lamenting in a tone of mock regret. And unfortunately, you are mistaken. This library indeed contains knowledge of high-level spells, known only to myself. But I must caution you, high-level spells and magic are exceedingly perilous. This danger arises not solely from the interaction with greater void energies and the complexity of structures, but also due to the immense strain they impose on the body that a moment's carelessness could result in the obliteration of your mind. Loren nodded. He understood this point well, much like an overheated chamber could lead to an explosion. The mental exertion required for high-level spells far exceeds that of low-tier ones, making such risks entirely reasonable. Thus, there were sound reasons for restricting apprentices from engaging with high-level spells. Most lacked proficiency in mysticism and the arcane arts, and these dangerous magics bore more resemblance to bombs than weapons. To allow them to study such incantations would be tantamount to self-destruction, subjecting them to the torment of void energies and the desiccation of their mental faculties before their inevitable demise. However, danger could equally be construed as opportunity, at least from Loren's perspective. Moreover, given that he need not fear the encroachment of the void, the risks were minimized. What else was there to worry about? Well, this matter must remain between us two, should Mentor Dalton discover it. Isaac shuddered suddenly, his lips twitching. Lowering his voice cautiously, he insisted. Absolutely. Under no circumstances must this be mentioned to anyone, not even Ayn Rand. One could say, especially not to Ayn Rand. Loren mused inwardly, based on his recollection. Should the diminutive sorcerer learn of this, he would undoubtedly inform Dalton Cand, lest Loren blow his own head off or be driven mad by the void's influence as for his original intent that had become irrelevant compared to a high-level spell. Conjuring a fireball seemed trivial. Since he had already secured something beyond his expectations, there was no need to dwell on his initial plan. In the days that followed, Loren continued to attend Dalton's increasingly accelerated courses while carving out additional time to collaborate with Isaac in exploring high-level spells. Although Isaac's specialization did not lie in incantations, his profound knowledge of mysticism enabled him to decode the structural patterns of spells. After all, magic was merely a conduit for the utilization of void energies. So for Isaac, high-level spells were merely complex formulas, not beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, the intricacy of high-level spells exceeded both their imaginations. After a full month, the bags under Loren's and Isaac's eyes were dark and pronounced. Without the aid of meditation to restore their energy, they would have long since collapsed in the dimly lit dormitory of the North Tower. The cold moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Loren's sleep-deprived visage. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon the parchment before him, inscribed with spells. After an entire month of toil and countless iterations, he had finally completed the analysis process, and he had also established a foundational structure within his mental sanctum. Now, only the final step remained: complete the reverse engineering. The dangers of this process were self-evident. He would need to shoulder nearly double the mental strain, with the risk of his head exploding looming large. Yet the benefits were equally apparent. He could master this spell entirely and enhance his control over void energies. With a stroke of luck, he might even achieve a level of precision previously unattainable. Sitting upright on the floor, Loren steeled himself, entering a meditative state, taking a deep breath to calm his mind. The worst that could happen is merely blowing my head off. Let us begin. Layer upon layer. The ethereal runes gradually began to reveal their true form under Loren's scrutiny, the viscous void energies once again infiltrating his mental sanctum, but this time with a ferocity far surpassing that experienced when constructing the Firefly spell. As the runes disassembled, they pierced Loren's consciousness like countless tendrils. Initially, the discomfort was manageable, merely a vague sensation. After all, he harbored no fear of the void's encroachment. As long as he remained cautious, there would be no issues. The true challenge lay ahead. As the structural runes unfurled one by one, the entire spell manifested in Loren's mind like a colossal blueprint. Every step, every framework, all the information surged forth with frenetic intensity. The sole issue was the sheer magnitude of information. Before long, he felt as though his mind were being pricked by innumerable needles, each jab igniting a wave of stimulation. This was no longer mere physical pain. It was a torment of the psyche. Had he remained conscious, he would have likened himself to a junkie in the throes of withdrawal, convulsing violently, trembling uncontrollably. Yet his consciousness lingered within the mental sanctum. Even as the agony threatened to overwhelm him, he could not roll on the floor or scream in a desperate bid to alleviate even a fraction of the torment. He could only endure and cling to the last vestiges of rationality. If he succumbed to madness, that would signify true defeat. The most powerful spell is a lucid and rational mind. Well, I can finally grasp the meaning of that phrase, though it seems a bit late. He shouted this thought with all his might in his mind, yet the flickering runes continued unabated. Having reached this juncture, any retreat would leave Loren questioning whether he possessed the courage to attempt this again. This was his choice, and he would not regret it. After the disassembled runes completed their analysis, they commenced the second phase, reconstruction. However, this time it would not adhere to the original spell's format. Rather, it would be entirely governed by Loren's own will, reconstructing the spell in accordance with his own intentions and understanding. Only by doing so can one truly master this advanced incantation, rather than merely reciting it verbatim as Isaac suggested. Akin to a mere parlor trick, it is imperative to internalize it completely. The process of reconstruction is far simpler than that of analysis, yet it is by no means easy. Loren must endure the searing pain that has yet to dissipate, meticulously reassembling the entire spell. Even the slightest misstep would necessitate starting anew, a prospect he fervently wishes to avoid. This arduous process also deepens understanding. requiring careful adjustments to the structure, ensuring the spell aligns more closely with his own essence rather than that of its original master, since he has embarked on this task. It must be executed to perfection. A mere fraction of a difference is no better than a complete failure. This is his first true magic, and it must be achieved to the best of his ability. As for the prior will-o'-the-wisp charm, while undeniably practical, in this peculiar world, it is scarcely more than a trick, hardly meriting the same investment of effort as he now applies to the pain gradually dulled and his consciousness began to blur. Loren maintained his customary patience, methodically completing the final construction. Before his awareness could fully return to his body, his mind was engulfed in darkness, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Time felt irrelevant, and when Loren finally opened his eyes once more, he found himself face to face with a small, anxious wizard, his complexion pale and his demeanor frantic, shaking Loren's upper body in desperation. "What happened?" Loren managed to utter half a sentence. "That's a question I should be asking you," I blurted out. "What on earth transpired? Why do you look as if you're about to?" He ultimately left the sentence unfinished. "It's nothing. I merely need a moment's rest," Loren replied, propping himself up with his arms, and despite nearly being unable to articulate his words, he flashed a nonchalant smile at the diminutive wizard. "Is there anything else? Instructor Dalton sent me." The small wizard's expression was filled with hesitation, yet he dared not defy his instructor's will. He said, "There is a task for you." Chapter 19. A Mission with No Leads, Part 1. A day's journey north from Vimpal Academy lies a quaint locale known as Ancient Wood Town. However, this village appears to be far superior to Wild Dog Village. From the low stone walls and the pebbled paths beneath foot to the wisps of smoke curling into the air, everything exudes vitality, tranquility, and harmony. Leading his old horse, Loren surveyed his surroundings as he crossed the village's entrance. Vendors pushing wheelbarrows or carrying bundles, farmers clad in short shirts and straw hats. The bustling crowd blended with the cacophony of clucking chickens and barking dogs, providing Loren with an extraordinary sense of comfort. This is the essence of life. In stark contrast, the eerily silent Vimpal Academy felt more like an immense prison, making even breathing a laborious endeavor. It even reminded Loren of the days spent wandering alongside the old knight, Leonardo. Yet, he was no longer the same person. The bloodstained cloak had been replaced with a hooded wizard's robe. But beneath the robe lay not a light tunic, but rather a suit of studded leather armor. The knight's long sword hung from the side of his saddle, leaving him looking no different than before. Although this small town appeared rather charming, it was not as spacious as one might imagine. As Loren approached the heart of the village, he quickly located his destination, leading his old horse toward the church's entrance. Removing his hood before the puzzled gaze of the cleric outside, he revealed a warm smile. "Excuse me, is Father Anthony in?" "Curse it, how long did it take your wretched academy to send someone?" In the elegantly appointed little sitting room, Father Anthony, donned in crimson and gold clerical garb with a golden cross necklace around his neck, exclaimed loudly, regarding Loren as if he were some loathsome insect. "It's been nearly a week. Were you planning to wait until we were all devoured by ghouls before addressing the matter?" "My apologies," Loren maintained a practiced smile. "We only just received the news." "Apologies. Aside from apologies, all you wizards know how to do is shirk responsibility." Father Anthony continued to berate him, his necklace swaying as he gesticulated wildly. "This is entirely your fault. Those ghouls were summoned by your pathetic academy. Now those accursed creatures have killed 6 people, one of whom was a cleric of the Holy Cross. Such blasphemous beasts should never have been allowed here. If you cannot handle this, I will report it to the bishop and have the duke dismantle your wretched academy." "You need not worry about that." Loren brushed away the spittle from his face, maintaining eye contact with a smile. "Since the academy sent me, I will undoubtedly resolve this issue. It is entirely unnecessary to escalate such a trivial problem to the bishop or disturb the duke." "Then can we commence the investigation now?" "Arrogant fool," Father Anthony scoffed. Startled into retreat by Loren's unwavering gaze, he turned away, waving impatiently. "Draco, escort this insufferable madman out of this sacred place." "At your command, Father Anthony." The cleric who had accompanied Loren bowed respectfully, opened the door, and exchanged a knowing glance with Loren, and together they exited the priest's sitting room. "I truly apologize," Draco immediately said as they stepped outside. "I hope you won't take it to heart. Father Anthony is not usually like this. But this situation is exceptionally dire. and he's at his wit's end. It's no trouble, Loren replied with a dismissive smile. He had anticipated that those from the church would not extend a warm welcome to a wizard apprentice. However, on another note, are you truly an apprentice from Vimpal Academy? Draco inquired, frowning slightly but quickly adding, Please don't misunderstand. I simply don't recall hearing your name before. It's nothing. I have only recently become an apprentice. So your doubt is understandable. Waving his hand, Loren returned to the matter at hand. Could you inform me of where the deceased are located? In the church's mortuary, awaiting purification before burial. The cleric sighed. Please follow me, otherwise. The church guards will not permit you entry. I am very grateful. Following Draco, once he had dismissed 2 guard sentinels, they entered the chilly room together. Within the narrow mortuary lay 6 coffins, all covered with white linen. Loren approached one and casually lifted the cloth, his ebony eyes narrowing in shock. The coffin contained only a putrid severed arm and a leg, their cross-sections completely rotted away. Clearly, there was no need for further inquiry into the fate of the remaining bodies. Loren looked up at the cleric. Are all the bodies like this? Draco nodded grimly, his ashen face betraying his struggle to suppress his nausea. Some are missing hands and feet. Others are missing different parts. Thus, it was evident that by the time these bodies were discovered, they had already been enjoyed by the ghouls. This was hardly surprising. Such carrion-eating creatures would never waste any food offered to them. Yet the issue arose here. Normal ghouls do not actively attack the living unless provoked. Who would be foolish enough to provoke these monsters? The questions did not end there, based on Loren's knowledge of ghouls. These creatures typically appear where corpses are plentiful, usually in desolate graveyards or regions recently ravaged by plague or war. It is inconceivable for a densely populated village to be their target. Thus, either these ghouls had undergone a mutation, prompting them to attack the living, or someone had deliberately drawn them here to slay designated victims. Regardless of the scenario, the evidence before him was alarmingly scant, practically non-existent. If the bodies had remained intact or if there had been witnesses, the situation might have been more favorable. But now, all leads had been utterly obliterated by the ghouls. Were their families not protesting? Considering the bodies remain unfound. Of course, so we merely informed them that the bodies had been tainted by evil forces. Draco offered a wry smile, his discomfort evident. Afterward, we will incinerate the bodies and bury them in the village cemetery behind the church. I know this is cruel, but perhaps it is better not to reveal the truth. Loren nodded in understanding, casually covering the white linen once more. At the very least, do not incinerate the bodies just yet. There may still be residual evidence that could aid us in locating those ghouls. Additionally, I require information regarding the identities of these 6 victims and when they were attacked. The more leads we have, the easier the investigation will be. Very well, I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. The cleric Draco solemnly nodded. In any case, please locate those ghouls promptly and eradicate them, so that no more innocent villagers are forced to live in the shadow of these monsters. I will do all that I can, Loren replied, nodding as he followed Draco out of the foul-smelling morgue, his dark eyes flickering with memories of Dalton Can's earlier warnings. Father Anthony of Oldwood Town is one of the most vehemently opposed and loathing clerics towards wizards. Thus, we must not leave him any grounds for suspicion regarding the academy. Resolve this matter swiftly. Moreover, I suspect that this incident is not merely an accident, but rather a deliberate act, perhaps to tarnish the academy's reputation. Or perhaps not. I, in any case, uncover the truth. Chapter 20. A Mission with No Clue, Part 2. Initially, there were 6 victims. The first 3 were not locals. They were a trio of mercenaries from the south. A shoe vendor and a vegetable farmer who had recently moved to the village. They were all exceedingly unremarkable individuals, and even several days after their demise, no one had noticed anything amiss. However, the subsequent victims were far more intriguing. The fourth to fall was the eldest son of a wealthy merchant in Oldwood Town to have risen to wealth in such a village. This merchant was naturally a cadet of some noble lineage, and he was notably devout. It was only after this incident that Father Anthony began to take an interest in the matter. The 5th and 6th individuals perished simultaneously. One was a young novice cleric, seemingly newly inducted into the church. As for the other, he was Father Anthony's nephew, his sole descendant. Draco's expression was one of considerable distress. It is precisely for this reason that Father Anthony's temperament has soured. I hope you can understand him, clergyman of the knowing, that he would confront such a monstrosity. Loren had meticulously prepared an ample supply of incendiary agents prior to departing from the academy. This relatively simple alchemical concoction ignites with merely a spark. However, its drawback lies in its rapid volatility, dissipating in the blink of an eye. The version Loren had brought was a modified one, crafted by a diminutive wizard. While it remained susceptible to quick evaporation, it had become markedly more unstable. Even a forceful impact could set it ablaze, rendering it an excellent weapon against ghouls. As he advanced cautiously, the raspy sounds of gnawing grew increasingly distinct, slowing his pace and lowering his body. Loren's expression hardened. Ghouls are exceptionally sensitive creatures, and he could afford at most a single opportunity for a surprise attack. He must inflict as much damage as possible. Suddenly, the gnawing ceased, indicating that the horde had detected his presence. Eerie, muted sounds echoed through the hollow grave, not resembling a warning of an enemy sighted, but rather akin to the greedy salivation of a predator catching the scent of its prey. Loren halted, striving to blend seamlessly with his surroundings, listening intently to the rustling sounds approaching from nearby, his unwavering gaze fixed on the front. At last, a diminutive figure emerged from the pitch-black tomb, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light as it surveyed its surroundings. Then, as if sensing something, it lunged towards Loren, followed closely by a cacophony of chaotic footsteps. Excellent. Loren tightened his grip on the flask containing the incendiary agents, gauging the distance between them, calming his mind, calculating angles, estimating lead time, then counting down. 3, 2, 1. The previously dim, will-o'-the-wisp spell suddenly sprang to life, erupting 10 meters ahead of Loren, illuminating the once obsidian crypt as brightly as day. Accompanying this illumination were the ghastly screams of the blinded ghouls. There were 14 in total. He needed to act swiftly. Loren silently reminded himself. Before the blinding light could fade, the flask filled with incendiary agents landed precisely in the center of the ghoul pack, and the sudden flames spread like a wave. Smoke and the acrid stench of burning flesh pervaded the air as the ghouls, now prone on the ground, thrashed about in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames consuming them. Oblivious to the true peril posed by their own highly flammable bodies, their mindless frenzy was in vain. Regrettably, the coverage of the incendiary agents was insufficient, and not all the ghouls were ignited. With a slight sigh, Loren tightened his grip on the knight's longsword and prepared to confront the ghoul that lunged at him. The howling ghoul left only an afterimage in Loren's vision as he raised his gleaming silver sword. At the moment its claws swiped towards him, he thrust forward, akin to a spear. The ghoul, pierced by the blade, could not even emit a cry before being flung off the sword, planting his foot on its upper torso. Loren unhesitatingly swung down his longsword, severing the ghoul's head amidst a spray of putrid blood. Even as a wandering knight, Loren could not fully match the agility of these mutated creatures. Thus, his advantage lay not in physical prowess, but in reflexes. Predicting their movements rendered speed and height irrelevant. The narrow passage presented no hindrance to the slender ghouls, their wails and enraged cries saturating the space as if they could devour him whole at any moment. 4 ghouls remained, but he possessed only 1 flask of incendiary agents. Having previously fallen into a trap, the ghouls would undoubtedly evade the moment they saw him throw the flask, necessitating a change in strategy. The ghouls, howling and shrieking, charged from all directions of the tomb. These aberrant creatures knew not the meaning of fear, for even witnessing their companions reduced to charred remains, Loren remained a delectable morsel, a feast worthy of their ravenous appetites. Thus, beasts would always be beasts. With a slight smirk, Loren twisted open the flask of incendiary agents, pouring a bit onto the blade of his sword before sealing it again and casting it forcefully. As he had anticipated, the moment the flask hit the ground, the frenzied ghouls immediately scattered, the explosive flames igniting only one of them. The remaining 3 launched attacks from his sides and above, revealing their drooling fangs that he needed to predict their movements accurately. Narrowing his eyes into slits, Loren envisioned their next actions as the knight's sword began to swing. The leading ghoul, unable to restrain its impulse for fresh flesh, let out a hoarse scream, demonstrating remarkable agility as it leaped directly from above, intent on biting his head off. Simultaneously, the blade was raised, transforming into a brilliant silver arc, its dazzling shadow cleaving through the grotesque creature, spilling its foul blood mercilessly. Yet, in that moment of the strike, the incendiary agent, having sustained a violent impact, ignited, his cold sword now ablaze, forcing back another ghoul that sought to pounce from the side. The incendiary agents burned from ignition to extinguishment in a mere 8 seconds, meaning he had only 8 seconds to deal with the remaining 2. This time, Loren did not adopt a defensive stance. He wielded the fiery sword and took a decisive step left, reversing the sword mid-air to impale the creature from behind as it landed, instantly igniting it. Next is the third. Without withdrawing his blade, Loren hurled the flaming ghoul towards another, the agile creature deftly dodging, cleverly circumventing to attack from behind. Yet in doing so, it failed to notice the slight smirk on Loren's lips. Even if it had, it would have changed nothing in that fleeting moment of impact. With a gentle snap of his fingers, Loren's body shifted as if nudged from the side, evading his previous position just in time. Then, the misshapen creature faced the incoming fiery sword. An elegant sideways slash, streaked with crimson, split the ghoul in twain. The burning remnants cast flickering shadows on the walls of the abandoned tomb, resembling a bizarre dance of demons, tearing at the lingering light as the flames on his sword gradually extinguished. Loren, panting slightly, surveyed the charred remains of the ghouls around him, a flicker of apprehension still lingering in his gaze. Had he not fortified his mental fortitude prior to this encounter, the recent levitation spell would scarcely have sufficed to evade the ghoul's assault, and he might have sustained a wound on his left shoulder. However, hypotheticals are merely that, hypotheticals, existing solely to temper one's overconfidence. No unforeseen incident could alter the outcome, nor could it genuinely place his life in jeopardy. This was not confidence, but rather the fruit of meticulous planning. Even if the ghouls here doubled in number, Loren possessed absolute assurance in their extermination. Should more arise, he would devise a means to create chaos, buying himself time to retreat. Traps, accidents, unforeseen circumstances. Loren held no fondness for such things, but if anything could evoke greater disdain, it would be deceit. These ghouls bore no fundamental difference from the ordinary, although their hunger-fueled aggression exceeded Loren's expectations. It was merely a consequence of prolonged starvation, and no signs of mutation could be discerned from their combat. "I will unearth you, coward," lurking behind the ghouls. Standing at the end of the forsaken tomb, Loren murmured to himself as he scrutinized the ghoul's nest below. Chapter 22. The Pursuit. Part 2. Crouching beside the ghoul's lair, Loren meticulously sifted through the mound of decayed flesh and shattered bones, his obsidian eyes scrutinizing every fragment. Ghouls were indeed carrion eaters, yet they also understood the importance of food storage. Their formidable chewing capabilities and indestructible stomachs allowed them to digest anything potent enough to poison a bull. Even if the bones had long since rotted into dry husks, they remained a delicacy in the eyes of these monsters. After a solid quarter of an hour, having grown numb to the overpowering stench, Loren still found nothing of interest but wore a countenance of understanding. Among these corpses, there remained no heads, nor even fragments of bones or decaying flesh. If only 1 or 2 lacked heads and torsos, or if the majority were missing, it might still be comprehensible. Yet the current situation revealed that these body parts had entirely vanished, leaving not a trace behind. Before Loren lay 2 conclusions. These ghouls possessed an unusual affection for human heads and upper torsos, or someone had deliberately concealed the heads, using the ghouls to obscure the true cause of these individuals' deaths. That a sentimental and romantic poet might lean towards the former, but a rational and logical individual would gravitate towards the latter, and Loren placed himself firmly in the latter category. However, this alone was insufficient, far from enough to ascertain who was responsible and for what purpose. He required more clues. It seems this task will prove far more troublesome than anticipated. Following the conclusion of the investigation into the abandoned tombs, Loren did not make his way directly back to the church. Instead, he ventured to the tavern in the quaint town of Ancient Woods, the very place where the first mercenary had met his demise. After parting with a few silver coins to appease the tavern owner, Loren finally stepped into the blood-stained guest room. Evidently, the proprietor had neglected to clean the space, as no one would willingly occupy a room that had once been invaded by a monster. The walls were smeared with blood, and the disarray of the room, combined with the splattered blood, indicated that the mercenary had put up a struggle before ultimately succumbing to a horde of ghouls, who then gruesomely dismembered him. The chairs, tables, and the lone bed were all in disarray, providing no clear indication of how many ghouls had been present, or if the mercenary had truly been alone in that room. In a corner, Loren discovered a rusted iron sword, now reduced to a mere half, suggesting that the other half might still linger within these walls, though it would likely hold little significance even if found. The cross-section of the sword's broken edge was unnaturally smooth. His dark eyes glided over the blade. Such a break appeared less like a fracture from force and more akin to corrosion by some alchemical substance. Have you found anything of value? Esteemed wizard. The tavern owner, with an odd demeanor, pushed the door open and entered, crossing his arms and gazing greedily at Loren, as if anticipating something. Nothing much, just a few minor inquiries. Casually inserting the broken sword into his boot, Loren feigned curiosity and raised his gaze. That fateful night when the mercenary met his end, this room must have been quite the cacophony, yet you truly discerned nothing. You know he was a mercenary. They tend to make many enemies. The owner waved his hand dismissively. Such occurrences are commonplace. Not entirely rare in our establishment, though they do happen. This was likely the reason it had remained undiscovered, Loren surmised. But was he indeed slain by a monster? The tavern owner displayed no hint of fear. He had it coming. Why so? Oh, it's just a rumor circulating. They say these monsters are a curse sent down by the Holy Cross, punishing the unfaithful. The tavern owner elaborated. Even the priest at the church has echoed this sentiment, claiming these creatures are manifestations of U.S. wizards. Though the owner fell silent, Loren could still glean the implication from his expression. You just mentioned that these monsters are a curse from the Holy Cross. Loren suddenly interjected. Did the deceased heir of the local merchant ever engage in any less than devout behaviors? By the Holy Cross. How did you, an outsider, come to that conclusion? The tavern owner was taken aback, but shook his head skeptically. It's not quite accurate. That young noble merely crossed words with the priest, remarking that he lived extravagantly for a clergyman. Yet, he is a priest, after all. How could such an esteemed figure not carry a bit of grandeur? Very well, thank you for your assistance. Loren nodded, signaling his intent to leave. However, the tavern owner seemed to remember something and abruptly grasped his wrist. Oh, right, there's a young cleric downstairs awaiting you. He mentioned it was urgent. Upon stepping outside the tavern, Loren indeed found a young cleric clad in the robes of the Holy Cross, anxiously awaiting him. Upon spotting Loren, the cleric rushed forward. You must be Mr. Loren. I cannot believe you are truly alive. This is indeed a blessing from the Holy Cross. Cleric Draco had instructed me to wait for you at the church, but I learned you had come to the tavern, so I took the liberty of following. The young cleric was visibly excited, chattering incessantly. You truly single-handedly vanquished so many monsters. It must be the Holy Cross bestowing its blessings upon you. Truly, the Holy Cross is merciful, unwilling to bear witness to the suffering of the innocent, and chose you to eradicate those fiends. Where is Cleric Draco? Cleric Draco is preoccupied with other matters, ever since that incident. Father Anthony entrusted him with the responsibilities of that individual. The cleric spoke in vague terms, yet Loren inferred that that individual likely referred to the priest's nephew. I have heard that Father Anthony is quite fond of his nephew. Sensing an opportunity, Loren prodded for more. Indeed, however, that individual does not heed Father Anthony's guidance. He often stirs trouble and has a penchant for gambling, much to the priest's chagrin. The cleric's expression revealed his disdain for the young man. Fortunately, Father Anthony did not choose him as his successor. Loren continued to engage in casual conversation with the cleric until they reached the church entrance. With an expression of regret, Cleric Draco approached them directly. I apologize for not coming to find you sooner, by the Holy Cross. I never anticipated you would truly succeed. Have those ghouls been entirely eradicated? Indeed, but I have also uncovered some other matters. Loren scrutinized Draco's expression carefully. What have you discovered? The cleric's demeanor remained unchanged, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Some unsettling signs. These ghouls were likely not acting of their own accord, but were manipulated. By the Holy Cross, who could possibly? The young cleric gasped, only to be swiftly silenced by Draco. This information must not be disclosed. It would incite further panic. The composed Draco waved the cleric away. You should leave now. And remember to mention this to no one. It would be best to forget entirely, or else we risk alarming the true culprit, allowing them to escape unscathed. Yes, yes. The young cleric was utterly terrified, darting into the church as if fleeing for his life, disappearing from their sight. After ensuring that the surrounding crowd paid no heed to them, Draco resumed their conversation. How much have you discovered? Very little. Hardly sufficient to serve as evidence. Loren shook his head. However, it appears that the puppet master has been using ghouls as a facade, creating an atmosphere that punishes those who are non-believers or have previously acted unfavorably towards the church. And it is evident that they harbor a profound disdain for wizards. You cannot be suggesting. Draco's eyes widened, clearly on the verge of grasping the truth. It is still too early to draw conclusions. We have yet to reach the final confrontation. Loren shook his head. Tomorrow, I must return to the site of the last incident and see if any further clues remain. Chapter 23. The Villain, Part 1. This truly is, as expected. The time agreed upon with Cleric Draco was set for the evening. However, Loren arrived well before noon. The incident involving the priest's nephew would undoubtedly have sent ripples throughout the small town of Ancient Woods, and he needed no extensive inquiry to uncover the details. A simple lakeside cottage, it appeared to have once been inhabited but had fallen into disrepair as for why the priest's nephew had met his end here. Loren suspected someone had intentionally lured him to this location. Yet, such actions seemed perplexing. The perpetrator had previously sought to draw attention to themselves, framing the murders as the curse of the Holy Cross, spreading rumors throughout the village in a bid to incite chaos. This time, however, they had chosen a secluded spot outside the village rather than a public setting, though it ultimately still drew attention. However, Loren's gaze swept the vacant cottage, which seemed to have been meticulously cleaned. Stripped of all remnants, leaving only the dilapidated structure behind, no bloodstains graced the floor, and no furniture remained. Aside from the four walls and the ceiling above, nothing was left. Evidently, the killer had returned to erase all traces. Loren shook his head slightly, his expression tinged with disdain. While the previous actions had been somewhat discreet, this time they were overtly brazen, practically shouting that something was amiss. Moreover, the more thorough the cleanup, the more conspicuous it became. The perpetrator was no fool, and thus their actions were not merely a choice but a necessity. What could be the motive? Though the blood has been wiped clean, some distinct soil remains in the corners, suggesting the presence of a table or cabinet. Nails in the walls indicate that something once hung there. The central pit resembles a fire pit, albeit much smaller, perhaps enough to hold a crucible. And then there are the means employed to erase the evidence. Loren muttered to himself, his boot gently scuffing the ground. Blood on such muddy soil would be difficult to cleanse, not to mention the remnants of the iron sword that had been partially melted. While I cannot yet draw a definitive conclusion, even if the perpetrator is not a wizard, they are likely well-versed in alchemy. This cottage may very well be their laboratory. The creaking of the door hinges announced the arrival of someone behind him. Yet Loren remained steadfast, facing away from the open door. He had sensed the approaching footsteps long before they neared the wooden cottage, and part of his earlier musings had been directed toward this newcomer. An impressive deduction. You are indeed no ordinary apprentice wizard. As he pushed open the door, the cleric Draco entered, clapping his hands in admiration. I was under the impression that Vimpar Academy would send yet another bookish apprentice, but you have truly exceeded my expectations. What is this? No more beating around the bush. Loren smirked, locking eyes with Draco. In fact, I rather enjoy this process. If possible, I wouldn't mind continuing the game. It seems you caught on quite early, didn't you? Draco's expression shifted. Did I inadvertently reveal too much? Not at all. It is merely that your eagerness and enthusiasm give me the impression of being led by the nose, and I am rather sensitive to such matters. Moreover, the pervasive rumors of the Holy Cross curse throughout Oldwood Town seem rather contrived. Oh, I see, Draco nodded thoughtfully. I had initially thought you might perish in that forsaken tomb, yet here you are, alive and returned. Thus, I couldn't help but wonder if perhaps through you, I might send Father Anthony to his rightful place. I am truly taken aback. Draco, Loren retorted with unabashed sarcasm. Or should I refer to you as Wizard Draco? Suit yourself, but I suspect you might be curious as to why I am undertaking these actions. Draco waved dismissively, then adopted a serious demeanor. You are an apprentice wizard. You need not be told how arduous life is for wizards in this land. You could always go to Vimpar, Loren replied. At least there, wizards do not face prejudice, and the conditions for studying alchemy are ample. And then voluntarily confine myself to a tower, to be commanded like a dog by those nobles. Draco's expression twisted into a grimace. It is precisely to avoid such a bleak existence that I joined the Holy Cross Church, clawing my way to my current position. Yet that scoundrel Anthony brought in his nephew to replace me. After years of devoted service, I cannot allow such a rogue to seize Oldwood Town from me. It rightfully belongs to me. So, you resorted to killing indiscriminately, masking the acts as the work of ghouls, and sought to frame him. Loren inquired with a cold laugh. Not entirely, Draco confessed, showing no inclination to hide his intentions. You know well that the expenses of alchemy are substantial. So I sought out the wealthy merchant's son, agreeing to help him eliminate his brother. After all, it was merely a matter of convenience, and it conveniently fueled the rumors of the Holy Cross curse. A twofold gain. As for the priest's nephew, that gambler, that rogue, that detestable wretch, Draco shuddered, his expression contorting in disgust. Since he arrived at the church, he has been rallying a gang and extorting those who defy him, turning the entire church into a gambling den. And unfortunately, he discovered my secret. Yet, fortuitously, the little brat never considered informing Anthony. Instead, he sought to use it as leverage to blackmail me. Draco grinned oddly. I had no intention of killing him, as that would be too conspicuous, but I could not take that risk, so I let him and his snitch, the novice cleric, here, and allowed the ghouls to finish them off. Ha ha ha. Before he could finish, Draco was laughing so hard he could scarcely breathe. You must see it. It was the first time I witnessed two living beings being devoured by ghouls that it was truly fascinating. Ha ha ha. Standing still, Loren regarded him coldly, waiting for the man to tire of his laughter while his right hand stealthily reached for the hilt of his short sword. Well, I've said all that needs to be said. You understand the entirety of the situation, Draco said. Ceasing his laughter and adopting a more cryptic tone, let us discuss business. What business? Loren feigned ignorance. Quite simply, I possess ample evidence to implicate Father Anthony in all of this, and he will undoubtedly be unable to extricate himself. Draco smirked. Once he is finished, I shall assume the position of priest in Oldwood Town, with the backing of a local wealthy merchant. It is a veritable windfall of power and riches. It seems so, Loren shrugged, but it appears to have little to do with me now. How could it not? My friend, if it bore no significance, why would I divulge everything to you? Draco retorted with a smile. Do you truly intend to languish in that prison like Vimpar for the rest of your days? We could easily join forces and establish a wizarding organization of our own. With my influence and your skills, we could undoubtedly forge a grander future. Indeed, at present, I am merely a cleric, and you are but an apprentice. Yet that matters not. We shall inevitably rise to higher echelons, clandestinely cultivating a community for wizards, one where we can genuinely study and research freely, rather than languishing in a prison like Vimpar. Draco's fervor escalated, his expression becoming increasingly zealous, his bloodshot eyes fixated intensely upon him. We shall both acquire wealth and power, if we unite. What do you say? Loren's expression remained composed, his voice unwavering. What happens if I say I refuse? Chapter 24. The Villain, Part 2. You intend to refuse? Draco's smile faltered, contorting into an expression of bizarre disbelief. I believe you have misunderstood the situation, Lord Loren Doring. Or do you think I would allow an outsider who knows the truth to leave here? Are you the fool, or am I? Draco's smile twisted into a sinister grimace. I'm afraid if you refuse, I shall have no choice but to send you to hell as well. Please consider carefully. Before you stands a true wizard. While you are merely an apprentice, hardly larger than an ant. Should you perish, no one would care, and certainly, no one would trace it back to me. But you've also stated that I possess no evidence against you. I pose no threat, Loren said cautiously, attempting to placate the cleric as he subtly shifted away from him. Let me go, and I shall inform others that it was all the work of ghouls, ensuring no suspicion falls upon you. Do you truly believe I would overlook a potential threat? Even if you are merely a bug? Draco's malevolent gaze bore into him, his tone laced with mockery. Or do you think I came to meet you unprepared? Just as he finished speaking, Loren's keen senses alerted him to movement nearby, within Draco's sinister laughter. One ghoul after another emerged from the earth beneath their feet, their green eyes glistening with hunger and greed, as if they were famished specters risen from the depths of hell. The dilapidated wooden cabin echoed with the sounds of the creatures salivating and the pungent stench of decay. Moreover, the commotion outside and his instincts indicated to Loren that these ghouls were merely the tip of the iceberg. There were surely more lurking outside, likely surrounding the entire cabin. So, these ghouls are indeed your pets. I am an alchemist. After all, Controlling such dim-witted creatures is hardly a challenge. It merely requires a simple low-level incantation and potion formula. Despite his cold demeanor, the cleric's pride was unmistakable. Should you choose to join me, I would gladly share my knowledge. Thank you, but I must decline, Loren retorted, unwilling to miss the opportunity to jab back. I'd rather not associate with these carrion feeders. It sounds rather undignified. Soon enough, you shall find yourself in an even more undignified position. Draco's expression darkened considerably, his tone growing more menacing. Since you are so eager to experience the sensation of being bitten by a ghoul, I shall grant you that wish. Draco struck the doorframe with force, and upon receiving their master's command, the ghouls within the cabin began to advance towards Loren, baring their fangs as they prepared to indulge in this rare delicacy. Loren stood frozen in place, like a solitary prey rendered helpless by the dire circumstances before him. Much to Draco's satisfaction, he could hardly contain his eagerness to witness Loren being torn to shreds by the ghouls. Would he scream? Would he wail? Would he weep? Or perhaps soil himself in desperation for a swift end? I believe I never shared with you how I dispatched your little pets in that tomb. Did I? Just as Draco was lost in his fantasies, he suddenly noticed Loren smiling at him, his right hand toying with a bottle. Wait, could it be? With all his strength, Loren hurled the incendiary substance to the ground and dashed towards the right wall, simultaneously casting a levitation spell in the opposite direction, crashing through the fragile wall and propelled by the overwhelming inertia. The moment Loren burst forth from the cabin, the anguished screams of the burning ghouls echoed behind him. Rolling twice upon hitting the ground, Loren finally halted, using his long sword to brace himself. The first principle of combat dictates that one must never engage in battle within confined spaces when at a disadvantage. Rather, one should retreat to a more open area that allows for greater maneuverability and, if all else fails, an opportunity to escape. This wisdom was gleaned by Loren during his 2 to 3 years of wandering alongside the old knight. Yet, it appeared he had not extricated himself from his predicament. As he sought to regain his balance, the ghouls surrounding the wooden cabin had seized the opportunity to encircle him. Dozens, perhaps at least 20 or 30. By mere estimation. An incendiary. No wonder you managed to escape from that crypt. It was thanks to the incendiary. Draco, his robe dusted with grime, staggered over, his expression twisted in fury. To make the incendiary so unstable. You truly are a lunatic. As long as it is practical, it is a valuable asset, Loren replied with a nonchalant smile, as if he were not the one ensnared by a throng of ghouls. Especially when facing your little pets. That little trick of yours can only work once, Draco bellowed, trembling as he restrained his rage. Loren Turin, I offer you one final chance. Join me, or prepare to be torn to shreds by them. The ghouls, in response to their master's command, emitted guttural growls directed at Loren, who stood isolated at the center, as if ready to pounce and devour him whole. Draco, who had just moments ago been startled, was gradually regaining his composure, his gaze towards Loren growing increasingly malevolent. He had begun to envision the aftermath of killing him. It seemed that this apprentice of sorcery held more value than he had initially surmised. Perhaps it was unwise to let the ghouls kill him outright. There were secrets to unearth from his lips. For instance, that incendiary's new formula was quite intriguing. Although it appeared perilous, it could prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments, potentially sparking further inspiration. Moreover, with no escape route left for Loren, why should he hasten to end his life? Was it not far more interesting to torment and humiliate someone so astute? He could have a living guinea pig to experiment with his alchemical concoctions. Such pursuits had always been deemed taboo, yet in secrecy. No one could intervene. I believe you have overlooked certain matters. The voice, dripping with sarcasm, pierced Draco's ears once more. The cleric turned his face with a snarl, while Loren, twirling his sword with finesse, continued to fixate on him. Did it not occur to you that, having deduced you as the culprit, I would arrive unprepared? What? No, that cannot be right. This wretched apprentice must have some ulterior motive. Yet Loren paid no heed to his contorted expression, slowly extending his left hand. A faintly shimmering rune hovered above his palm, its intricate patterns and shapes unmistakably indicating it was no ordinary low-tier spell. Transcend perception. This was the culmination of an entire month of labor, and the sole high-tier spell he had fully mastered. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed down, and in that instant, the rune shattered, causing Loren's heart to feel as though it had ceased to beat. A torrent surged forth from his heart, flooding through his body, transmitting signals to his brain as his body jolted rigidly. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Moments later, as normalcy returned, Loren discovered 2 indigo markings beneath his eyes. Yet the transformation of his body extended far beyond mere markings. Even standing still, he could perceive an enhanced control over his physique, as though he could command every muscle with unparalleled precision. His sensory awareness and various perceptions had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Even the world within his sight appeared drastically altered. If one were to liken it to cinema, the human eye can convert 24 frames per second into a moving image. With most films operating at 30 to 40 frames, and the higher quality ones achieving 60 frames. Yet now, Loren's insight rivaled 120 frames or more. It was a profound disparity. As though he had been reborn. The tables have turned. A confident smile graced Loren's face. Now let us dance. Chapter 25. The Dance, Part 1. No longer restrained, the ghouls surged towards Loren like a relentless tide, heedlessly charging forth, their raspy howls signaling that they could rend the isolated Loren into countless pieces in an instant. However, that was merely moments ago. Loren suddenly crouched, and a ghoul leaped over him. Its hands clutching a knight's longsword aimed directly upwards. Before the creature could utter a sound, he cleaved it in twain, the blood spraying from the air staining his hair. In a fleeting moment of respite, the diminutive figure clad in a wizard's robe sidestepped 2 meters away, evading the onslaught of several ghouls. With a swift horizontal sweep of his sword, he cleaved another creature that had attempted to ambush him from behind. Crimson blood danced in the air, swirling with the silvery glint of his blade, transforming the encounter into what felt less like a battle and more like a solo performance. His steps were neither hurried nor sluggish, gliding leisurely amidst the throngs of ghouls, and with each swing of his steel sword, he painted the air with splashes of blood. Loren began to relish this newfound sensation. It must be said that Transcend Perception was indeed an extraordinarily unique high-tier spell. Most high-tier spells placed a significant strain on the body, compelling most sorcerers to wield wands for their execution. Such spells, which directly affected the body, could likely be sustained only by well-trained knights. Yet, how many knights would be willing to invest their time in becoming sorcerers to learn such magic? Why then did this spell exist within the halls of the Vimple Academy? Curiosity began to stir within him. Under the influence of Transcend Perception, it was not merely his physical prowess that had been enhanced. Where once he could only see the blurred afterimages of the ghouls, he now discerned every movement they made. Even the workings of their muscles were laid bare before him, his heightened awareness bordering on instinct. As if guided by a sixth sense, Loren took a half-step back, dodging a pincer attack from 2 ghouls. The knight's longsword flowed like water, swinging forward even as he retreated, teasingly slicing open the throat of one ghoul, before smashing the spine of another with the sword's hilt. The ghoul, its spine shattered, collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, its wails indistinguishable from that of a human's. Moments later, Loren withdrew his longsword, shaking off the grime with a flourish, the brilliant silver blade forcing back another ghoul that had dared to charge. The ghouls, who had once surrounded him, now retreated to a safe distance, leaving a circle with a 3-meter diameter at the center, quaking in fear. Ghouls were not creatures meant to experience terror, yet they now cowered before a solitary human. How deliciously ironic. Loren exhaled softly, striving to maintain his body in a relaxed state. While Transcend Perception heightened his awareness, it did not physically fortify him. He still felt fatigue, stepping over the bodies of the fallen ghouls. Loren advanced 2 steps forward, causing the huddled monsters to recoil as if startled rabbits, eliciting a faint smile upon his lips. Excellent. The warm-up had concluded. It was time for the real challenge. Why? Draco, eyes wide with agitation and fury, stared incredulously at Loren. Even as his ghouls were systematically slaughtered, he felt a level of anger and astonishment that he had not previously experienced. How could this apprentice, this despicable wretch, possibly wield high-tier spells and appear to have mastered them thoroughly? Draco, though not a spellcaster, could discern that Loren executed the magic without uttering incantations. There was a fundamental difference between the two. He could not believe that this apprentice possessed the strength to ruthlessly slay his own ghouls. He had to kill him. He must eliminate this threat, for if Loren were to escape. Suddenly, Draco froze, clearly seeing Loren smile at him, then draw a dagger from his waist, a beam of white light shooting straight towards him. Ah! The terrified cleric fell to the ground, his mind a blank canvas, scrambling desperately in the opposite direction as though that would spare him. Once he regained his senses, panting on the ground, he was met with the sight of another ghoul's head impaled by the dagger. Dazed and trembling, he lifted his gaze to find Loren still smiling at him, the expression dripping with mockery. Kill him, then tear that damned smile into shreds, and feed him to the ghouls to ensure not even bones remained. Without waiting for the enraged Draco to issue commands, the ghouls surged once more towards Loren, this time gathering even more tightly, converging from all directions towards the small patch of grass where he stood. Loren remained motionless, silently predicting the forthcoming actions while familiarizing himself with the sensations of his body. From the very outset, this battle was not merely about vanquishing Draco or ending his life, but rather about experimenting with a high-level spell that he had never previously employed. After all, without practical experience, one could never truly comprehend the extent of a spell's capabilities. The adage, "experience is the best teacher," holds eternal truth. Moreover, a confrontation within his control was the preferred choice. Even without resorting to transcendental perception, Loren felt confident in his ability to escape and inflict significant damage upon Draco, though the aftermath could prove to be quite troublesome. Combat has always been a means to an end, not an end in itself. Should a more advantageous and suitable method present itself, Loren would endeavor to avoid the conflict altogether. Yet, if it could yield multiple benefits, why not seize the opportunity? For streaks of sword light flickered almost simultaneously beside Loren, resembling silver petals in bloom, splattering blood and provoking the wails of ghouls, the anguished cries of the slain monsters heralding the commencement of the second round. This time, there was no need for restraint. With both hands gripping the sword, Loren unleashed his full might. The blade twirled in the air, spinning and leaping like a ferocious storm, reducing all nearby life to torn flesh and gushing blood. The once man-eating monsters fell one by one, each met with relentless slaughter amidst their ceaseless cries. An unprecedented exhilaration surged within Loren's heart. His usual caution had never afforded him such a liberating experience. A notion he had never even entertained, not simply because it seemed foolish, but because it necessitated assuming commensurate risks. Yet, if all fascinating pursuits in this world required no element of danger, what would be their worth? At that fleeting moment of distraction, the whirling sword unexpectedly collided with the claw of a ghoul, merely creating a few sparks, yet the gleaming silver sword snapped in twain, as though it had met with water-soaked clay. His sword was broken, just moments ago, and hysterical Draco was suddenly overwhelmed with delight. Of course, how could such a mere apprentice possibly best a true sorcerer like himself? His fusion alloy had worked. Though it was merely an accident, it still proved effective. Much like the mercenary he had slain before, those who placed excessive faith in their weapons would swiftly turn into mere fodder once disarmed, allowing themselves to be toyed with at will. But why? Why did this despicable apprentice show no sign of fear? Why was he still ruthlessly slaughtering his ghouls? Shouldn't he be kneeling before him, begging for mercy? Why? Wielding the broken sword, Loren continued his merciless rampage, though the blade now bore only half its original length, thereby limiting his range of attack in combat with such agile creatures as ghouls. The range was not of paramount importance and did not detract from the outcomes of his experiment. Some ghouls possessed claws capable of melting steel. That was simple, as long as he avoided their claws and teeth. It was not a daunting challenge for him at present. Sensing the ease with which he maneuvered his body, Loren realized that his initial assessment had been somewhat flawed. Capturing Draco alive was an underestimation of his capabilities. Whether it was Draco or the ghouls, none would escape. Chapter 26. Dance, Part 2. I detest idle chatter and despise wasting time. So kindly provide me with a reason not to kill you. Priest Draco. Beneath the inky night sky, the expressionless Loren crouched beside the incapacitated Draco, the tip of his broken sword pressed against the latter's throat, his tone devoid of any emotion. Should Draco dare utter a single word more, even the slightest movement of his hands would result in the blade piercing his delicate skin without hesitation, severing his head. Loren was capable of such, and he believed Draco would not doubt his abilities, as evidenced by the ghoulish corpses strewn around them. What do you want? Just name it, and I can provide it. Anything, whatever you desire. The thoroughly terrorized priest Draco struggled to open his nearly speechless mouth. His eyes filled with dread. As long as you spare me, I will do anything you ask. Despite the conspiracies and schemes that had unfolded, Draco was merely a priest and alchemist, not a fanatic nor a warrior able to confront the grim realities of life and bloodshed in this era. Where wizards face discrimination, one must cling to the last vestiges of dignity as a sorcerer. Well then, farewell. The sharp blade sliced through Draco's neck, and the wizard's body convulsed twice before his chest heaved once more. Slowly lying still, devoid of breath, gasping, Loren managed to support himself and rise, albeit with great effort. The burden of the high-level spell, Transcend Perception, was profoundly taxing, had it not been for his robust physical constitution. He might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Based on his estimates, should his body be in peak condition, he could likely cast the spell twice in a day, though it would leave him utterly drained. Considering his youth, he still had room for improvement. Yet, no matter how much he advanced, the limitations of the human body would impose a ceiling, allowing for a maximum of merely 3 uses. The greatest constraint of mortal beings lies within their very nature. Thought and imagination are tethered to reality, and the corporeal form is bound by limits, rendering the pursuit of perfection an impossibility. The protracted duration of the encounter was primarily to ascertain that Draco had no accomplices. Everything else was secondary. He had never intended to let Draco escape. Once it was confirmed that the other was alone, there was nothing left to consider. That it was not solely the fear of retaliation that weighed on him. Another reason was that Loren had no decisive evidence in his possession. The only true witnesses were himself and Draco, compared to himself. The apprentice wizard. It was likely that Father Anthony would place greater trust in Draco, the cleric. Hence, eliminating him became imperative. Only thus could the truth remain solely within his grasp, ensuring that the facts lay under his control, not subject to the whims of others. Now, it is time to concoct a plausible fabrication to deceive Father Anthony, Loren mused to himself, casting a glance at the lifeless body at his feet. What do you think I should say? Your wizardry. Chapter 27. Return Journey and Gifts, Part 1. The pitch-black curtains obscured the sunlight outside, and the aroma of parchment pervaded the air, rich and tranquil, for a wizard devoted to research and solitude. It was undoubtedly the most relaxing environment. However, for Dalton Cand, the figure standing before him with a formulaic smile, Loren Turin, was utterly incapable of evoking any sense of relaxation. For a full 15 minutes, Dalton, seated behind his desk, listened as Loren recounted the entire sequence of events. The wizard's expression, initially devoid of emotion, grew somewhat rigid before reverting to normalcy, as though nothing had transpired. Yet, the flicker in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. It was evident that, although the incident was not particularly grave and had not caused significant repercussions, mishandling it could indeed tarnish the Academy's reputation. Sending that wandering knight had proven to be a wise choice, had it been another apprentice. Dalton could not have been certain of achieving such a resolution. While the means had been somewhat extreme, it mattered not as long as it did not affect Whymper. Dalton had no objections, even if Loren's actions had resulted in a river of blood. Aside from Whymper and the apprentices within the Academy, any excess sympathy was a luxury. His concern lay elsewhere. Does Father Anthony know? Of course, given that the entire affair unfolded in Oldwood Town, he would not have let me go without my account. Loren nodded matter-of-factly, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. However, what I shared with him was merely a different version of the truth. In summary, a horde of mutated ghouls appeared outside Oldwood Town, and with the assistance of Cleric Draco, I tracked their whereabouts and ultimately resolved the issue at a cabin by the lake. Though regrettably, Cleric Draco was slain by the ghouls, and I failed to protect him. Did he believe you? Certainly not. I supplemented my account with a few inconsequential details, Loren stated calmly. The crux of the matter is that this outcome is the most suitable. That it was all an accident, devoid of any conspiracy. Dalton hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod. Your choice is quite rational. Loren shrugged. This was a version he had contemplated for quite some time. Initially, he had intended to portray Draco as a heinous dark wizard or a heretic, thereby absolving the Academy of suspicion and repulsing Father Anthony, deterring him from pursuing further trouble with the Academy. However, Loren quickly abandoned this idea. For someone like Anthony, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for wizards, such a narrative might yield adverse effects. Intensifying his aversion to the Academy, it could prompt him to create baseless troubles for the sake of pride, which would contradict Loren's original intention. Thus, While this approach might not alter the fundamental situation, it at least ensured the potential disaster dissipated without a trace. He had successfully addressed the issue in Oldwood Town. And with everything disconnected from the academy, there was little for Anthony to criticize. The Whymper Academy had little leverage against the Holy Cross Church. Should a conflict arise, it would likely end in utter defeat. Therefore, his task extended beyond mere problem-solving. It was also to mitigate any circumstances that could threaten the academy and to ensure that neither the church nor any other power would trouble it. I must admit, your efficiency has exceeded my expectations. After a brief silence, Dalton continued, any other wizard would not have handled it better. Thank you for your praise. Loren attempted to smile more naturally. Your commendation honors me greatly. I am merely stating facts. Dalton's demeanor reverted to its original coldness. Your results attest to your worthiness and merit further investment from the academy. Since we are on this topic, I have a somewhat awkward request, Loren suddenly interjected. My sword was damaged by that wizard. Could you assist me in repairing it? It holds sentimental value, and I do not wish to dispose of it. There are blacksmiths in the villages outside the academy. Dalton raised an eyebrow. If necessary, the laboratory within the tower could also accommodate your needs. Well, it seems that I cannot expect it to be free. Loren turned to leave, a twinge of disappointment in his heart. Repairing a sword would require at least 4 silver coins. And after returning from Oldwood Town, he found himself with little money left. Perhaps he should seek work in the vicinity during his studies. However, being stationed at a wizard academy, especially one that was voluntary and unpaid, likely meant that the local villagers had little need to hire help. Before you depart, just as Loren's right hand grasped the doorknob, Dalton's icy voice pierced the air. Remember, transcend perception is not like other high-level spells. Do not attempt to measure it against other incantations, or you will find yourself utterly lost. Retracting his hand, Loren turned his face, which bore a somewhat stiff smile, awkwardly back toward Dalton. I did not instruct Isaac to teach you this spell, but I suppose it amounts to tacit approval, Dalton stated coldly. In hindsight, it seems a wise choice. How did he know? A question surged within Loren, but he promptly dismissed such trivial thoughts. It was pointless to ponder this now. The crux was understanding what the other intended to convey. You have chosen the path of sorcery, and I am your mentor. Perhaps sensing Loren's expression, Dalton snorted softly. In light of the academy's and my own reputation, I must cultivate you into a competent spellcaster. Thus, the first step is to correct your understanding of high-level spells. Firstly, the vast majority of wizards' mental sanctuaries cannot withstand excessive incursions of void energy, meaning most can only fully master 1 or 2 high-level spells, relying on incantations to cast magic more often. However, considering your unique constitution, you may surpass that number. Dalton paused momentarily. Furthermore, transcend perception is an exceptionally unique spell. It acts upon the body, allowing it to bear the burden of mental energy, thus eliminating the need for a wand. Had it been any other high-level spell, your head would have shattered by now, Dalton remarked conversationally. The common approach involves utilizing some tool, most often a wand, to cast spells, alleviating the overwhelming burden that the body cannot bear. Therefore, compared to a sword, you currently require a wand more. A prolonged silence ensued as Loren lowered his head. Thank you for your guidance, mentor. His words were imbued with sincerity, not merely for Dalton's insights, but also for the realization that he had no obligation to offer such counsel. Loren sensed the genuine concern and consideration underlying Dalton's icy tone. He cherished this sentiment. In this unfamiliar world, the existence of someone who earnestly cared for him, even if only for a fleeting moment, was invaluable. You ought to be grateful to yourself. The sufficiently resilient mental sanctuary has spared you from being driven mad by the burdens of high-level spells. Dalton's expression remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet this is due to the fact that the spell transcend perception redistributes much of the burden throughout your body. As a spellcaster, your mental fortitude is utterly inadequate, falling far short of the requisite standards. Therefore, my counsel is this. Seek a fitting opportunity to venture into the void, probing as deeply as you can while ensuring your sanity remains intact, thereby honing your own mental strength. For a spellcaster, mental fortitude is paramount. Indeed, the vast majority of spellcasters languish in the realm of mere tricks. However, you are my apprentice, and I shall not permit such mediocrity to persist. Dalton was not a loquacious man. And after imparting his words, he closed his eyes and commenced meditation. Understanding the unspoken, Loren gently pushed open the door and exited the silent study. I beg your pardon, Mr. Dalton. Chapter 28. Return and Gifts, Part 2. The roaring fireplace filled the air with the savory aroma of roasted meats. The hall of Wimperle Academy often served as the Academy's mess hall, given that it was merely a small castle, with the solitary library being the only other room capable of accommodating several dozen individuals. Despite having been there for some time, it was Loren's first experience dining in this space. Most days, he merely nibbled on hard black bread that could chip a tooth or choke down some oatmeal to get by. To leisurely enjoy a warm lunch was a rare delight. Before him lay a plate adorned with 3 pieces of perfectly toasted bread, alongside roasted apples emitting a delightful hiss as their juices bubbled, tender blanched greens mingled with diced carrots, lightly sprinkled with salt and pepper, and at the center, a bowl of savory onion gravy served as the main dish, simple yet delectable. One would first need to peel all the small onions, then dress them with pre-prepared cinnamon, cloves, and parsley, followed by a dusting of black pepper and wormwood leaves, welcoming each onion into the bubbling pot. Next, one would gently place tender, succulent meat cubes into the pot, and then it was merely a matter of attentively tending to them, allowing the flavors to meld until an exquisitely rich onion gravy was achieved. When those fragrant, delicate onions burst in your mouth, you would know that the wait of several minutes was undoubtedly worth it, at least for Loren in this moment. It certainly was. Overall, this task was not nearly as perilous as you might have imagined, though they spoke of it with such grandeur, as if a true curse were at play. In reality, it was rather tedious, merely a few ghouls causing a ruckus. Had it not been for that priest's nephew getting into trouble, I doubt anyone would have even noticed. While savoring the delectable fare before him, Loren wore a teasing smile, casually recounting the entire escapade in Oldwood Town. Of course, from the priest's perspective. To be honest, I was a bit disappointed. Even a band of robbers would have been more thrilling. Isn't safety worth something? The diminutive wizard seated across from him furrowed his brow, somewhat displeased by Loren's nonchalant demeanor. And what if you encounter a situation like last time again? You can't always rely on luck to extricate yourself, Loren. And I can't shake the feeling that you're not telling the whole truth. How could you think such a thing? Loren feigned innocence, though he was internally astonished. Even that simple-minded Father Anthony believed his tale. How had this little companion figured it out? We are friends, after all. But you have deceived me once before. Ein's expression darkened abruptly. You aren't truly pulling my leg, are you? Absolutely not. Of course, I've omitted some details, but since you're eager to hear the complete version. Thus, Loren recounted the entire saga of Oldwood Town once more, this time embellishing it slightly, weaving a tale of intrigue, the tavern's secret murder, the wealthy heir's untimely demise, the abandoned tomb incident, the mysterious cottage affair, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Though his swordsmanship had scarcely improved, Loren found himself increasingly adept at spinning fanciful tales as his narrative unfolded. Ein's expressions shifted dramatically, furrowing his brow, widening his eyes, clenching his fists, and at times. So the entire affair was merely a few ghouls running amok in Oldwood Town, which you ultimately dispatched? This revelation left Ein somewhat despondent. I told you. It was dreadfully boring. Loren sighed, sipping his thick soup. It had become increasingly challenging to fool this little wizard. But I still believe you are not being forthright with me. Ayn Rand pouted, exuding an aura of distrust, his golden locks bobbing slightly. Loren paused for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, there are some matters I nearly forgot to mention, had you not brought them up. With that, he produced 2 scrolls of parchment, pilfered from Draco, and presented them to the diminutive wizard. Hesitant, Ein paused before slowly accepting them. This is, though he merely glanced at the densely inscribed runes and insights into alchemical concoctions, it was clear to Ein that such knowledge surpassed that of an apprentice. It could only have been penned by a true wizard. Moreover, it likely was not a mere notebook or experimental record, but rather a culmination of a lifetime's work. Otherwise, it would not have filled 2 entire scrolls. I discovered this within the abandoned tomb. I took a cursory glance and surmised it to be the burial treasures of some alchemist. Loren slowly swallowed his bread. As for why no one knows of it, I suspect it is due to the forbidden-to-be-seen nature of its contents. Loren's statement was half-truth, yet aligned with reality. There were indeed wild wizards who wished to remain unshackled by the nobility or the church on this land. Naturally, before presenting this gift to Ein, Loren had meticulously transcribed a copy for Dalton Cant. For it would be remiss for the Academy to overlook the lifetime achievements of a wizard. I shall cherish and safeguard this gift with utmost sincerity. Ein declared gravely, tucking the scrolls away. Looking earnestly at Loren. In a month, no, 2 weeks, I shall return it to you. Even as he spoke, his expression betrayed a hint of reluctance. No need to return it. It is intended for you, Loren smiled. Moreover, the contents primarily pertain to alchemy, and as a spellcaster, this material holds little value for me. But this is far too precious. The diminutive wizard trembled with excitement, his light blue eyes wide with disbelief. How could I accept something so significant? Let me put it this way. For me, these materials are of little consequence that I would not divert my studies for the sake of a single manuscript. Loren gently encouraged. But you are different. Your aspirations may well fulfill the legacy of the manuscript's author and bring it to fruition, rather than letting it gather dust in a grave, ultimately becoming nothing more than waste paper. For an obscure alchemist who passed quietly from this world, would this not allow him to rest in peace? Ayn Rand hesitated for a long time before slowly nodding, his blue eyes solemnly meeting Loren's gaze. I shall ensure this manuscript never fades into obscurity. I will see to its flourishing. And whenever you wish to revisit it, you may retrieve it from me. I will safeguard it well. Despite maintaining a serious demeanor, the joy in his heart was undeniable. Suppressing a smile, Ayn shifted his gaze aside. What about your sword? The knight's sword. Where has it gone? It accidentally broke. I fear it must be sent to the blacksmith. Loren explained awkwardly. Perhaps I shall need to forge a new sword, lest I encounter trouble once more. For Loren, this knight's sword was not merely a weapon but the sole remnant left to him by Leonardo that, if possible, he wished never to wield it again, to prevent its destruction once more. Well, if you merely require a sword, there are many alternatives. It need not be forged anew. The diminutive wizard suddenly spoke up. Moreover, not all weapons in this world must be crafted from steel or copper with the right approach. Other materials can suffice. What do you mean? This is merely a hypothesis, as I have never completed such an experiment, but it may very well succeed. Ein spoke with a hint of excitement, though his expression soon turned pensive. The only trouble is, we may need assistance from some scoundrel. Chapter 29. May the void be with you. Part 1. This is impossible. I know not what scheme you are concocting, but this is utter nonsense, if there is even a shred of feasibility to it. I shall eat my own boots. The somewhat hysterical Isaac Grantham spat as he disdainfully surveyed the parchment covered in runes before him. Let me confirm, you're not here to jest at my expense, are you? Of course not. The diminutive wizard immediately retorted, his expression revealing a hint of defiance. Though I have only recently conceived this design, I have been conducting related research for nearly a month. It is indeed feasible. I presume you conducted your experiments in a dream. Isaac scoffed with unrestrained sarcasm. Why am I not the least bit surprised? Perhaps it is because the very inception of your profession stems from some impractical lunatic's desire to transmute lead into gold. That is utter nonsense. But now, you are that very nonsense, Lord Ayn Rand. Isaac feigned innocence, raising his hands in mock surrender. To be honest, I am beginning to suspect whether you have ever studied mysticism. Your superficial understanding and ignorance in this domain are akin to that of a newly minted ogre who has just learned to speak human language. What did you say? Exclamation point. The little wizard was genuinely incensed, his cheeks flushed with indignation, his sapphire-like eyes locked in a fierce gaze with Isaac. Very well, let me rephrase. Clearly somewhat intimidated, Isaac turned his resigned gaze towards Loren. Loren turned. Could you please elucidate from the perspective of spellcraft how feasible you believe this contraption to be? The diminutive wizard swiftly redirected his attention towards Loren, his azure gaze glimmering with a flicker of hope. Nervously resembling a kitten seeking affirmation, Loren struggled to articulate a response, meticulously examining the details on the blueprint, while recalling the information Ayn had previously shared with him. This was an alchemical artifact resembling a cylindrical dagger, accompanied by extensive explanatory notes. Additionally, there was a completed illustration showcasing the outcome, where the blade's edge had lengthened. Indeed, this object was a laser sword. He even questioned whether he had truly displayed a look of utter astonishment upon hearing the little wizard's description. Loren was oblivious to the subsequent enthusiastic introduction from the diminutive wizard, utterly entranced by this beyond imagination concept. Under the dual assault of their gazes, Loren remained silent, seemingly contemplating, yet internally grappling with how to respond without offending either party. I am sorry, but I must respect Isaac's viewpoint. Loren's words drained the color from the little wizard's face, yet he quickly added, however, since Ein has researched this for so long, it indicates that it is not entirely devoid of feasibility. Is that your attempt at not offending anyone? Isaac could not help but inquire. Certainly not. Loren vehemently denied, his eyes unwavering. I merely wish to propose a new perspective. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. If we do not attempt it ourselves, then no one can persuade anyone else. If it succeeds, that would indeed be splendid. But if, regrettably, it fails, we would still gain something. At the very least, we would prove that this experiment cannot succeed, would we not? Well, this argument may not satisfy both parties, but at least it shelved the dispute. According to the design of this deranged genius, Lord Ayn Rand, we must first forge a dagger capable of accommodating this spell. Detecting Isaac's gaze upon him, he quickly amended, I suggest using pure silver for the blade, as it would significantly enhance the overall load-bearing capacity of the casting. That is utterly unnecessary. A mere silver plating will suffice, and we do not possess that much pure silver. The diminutive wizard shot him a disdainful glance. However, we could inscribe runes on the hilt to reinforce its stability. Moreover, I possess considerable resistance to the void, so a higher load would not be an issue, Loren said with a hint of self-deprecation. The hilt's design should be somewhat elongated, allowing for two hands to grasp it. This would also increase the coverage of the runes, yielding multiple benefits, while also enhancing its balance. Yet, even if we succeed, it would be impossible to truly stabilize it. With all due respect, you both underestimate the power of the void. It is neither steel nor bronze. It is more akin to lightning or an explosion, everything occurring in an instant. I do not know if you truly comprehend this, but attempting to stabilize it is utterly. Suddenly, Isaac halted mid-sentence, as if a mysterious hand had pressed the pause button. His body trembled, frozen in place. What have you discovered? Loren, sensing something amiss, inquired cautiously. Yes, indeed. Why must we strive to stabilize? How could it possibly be stabilized? Isaac pounced upon the blueprint, exclaiming, I have been such a fool. It is rare for you to realize this now. The little wizard was still somewhat irked. However, Isaac appeared oblivious to his annoyance, his eyes wide and voice trembling with excitement. This is a sword. It is neither a chair nor a book. We do not need to stabilize it. It should be inherently unstable, capable of penetrating and tearing through any matter in a conventional state. Indeed, it should be a blade that perpetually explodes. Gentlemen, I have made an immensely significant discovery. Isaac solemnly set the blueprint down, his demeanor gravely serious. Upon meticulous reflection, this contraption, which appears more ludicrous than a toy, truly possesses feasibility. We may indeed be on the verge of creating something extraordinary. I had stated from the outset. Although I could not resist retorting, upon catching Loren's gaze, the diminutive wizard refrained. For a group, conflict has never been an issue. Sometimes, it can even evolve into motivation, igniting the initiative within each individual. Thus, Loren understood that rather than resolving the discord, it was more fitting to allow all three to maintain their respective defiant stances towards one another. Now, since we have made a decision, let us commence with the division of labor. Loren waved his hand. Ayn Rand will be responsible for the creation of the hilt and blade, determining the materials, casting methods, and finishing touches. In short, the manufacturing and engraving aspects will be entrusted to our future alchemical master. Before the components are completed, Isaac and I will collaborate on the construction and analysis of the runes. Then check the library for any similar references to inform our final design. The two nodded in unison, momentarily expressing satisfaction with this arrangement, at least for now. Wait, there is one more thing. Isaac suddenly interjected. If this item is completed, it would be tantamount to a wand imbued with magic, perhaps even superior. Controlling it might not require any rune-based incantations, but merely simply a straightforward command, or even just a casual utterance. The little wizard's eyes brightened. Then it could connect with Loren's mental sanctum, considering this alchemical artifact embodies the combined wisdom and effort of the three of us. I have a proposal. Isaac's excitement surged. Let us designate it as the genius Isaac and his friends. What do you think? Do not look at me like that. I didn't exclude you. Isaac protested innocently. I should have known better than to rely on you. Ein shot him a withering glance before turning to Loren. Why don't you decide? After all, it was designed for you. Gazing at the blueprint of the laser sword, Loren hesitated for a moment before tentatively suggesting, what do you think of the phrase, "May the void be with you"? Chapter 30, May the Void Be With You, Part 2, for any wizard. Composing incantations has never been an easy task, let alone for an apprentice. It is a daunting endeavor. Moreover, what Loren needed to accomplish was not a spell, nor even magic. His sole aim was to enable some volatile void energy to maintain its form for a fleeting moment, at least long enough to retain the shape of a sword. According to Isaac's calculations, if all went well, this so-called light sword could sustain itself for a few seconds before inevitably vanishing. Furthermore, due to its inherent magical properties, each use would deplete Loren's mental energy, with increasing frequency resulting in a heavier burden. The void, this was the true keyword that concerned Loren. Although this weapon seemed to be one powered by its own energy, the true force enabling it to function was still the power of the void. Sitting in a corner of the library, Loren tirelessly sifted through various texts, his mind replaying all he had experienced in recent times. The reason this world differed from the one he had previously inhabited was fundamentally due to the existence of the void, as well as the dualistic nature of the inhabitants' spirits and matter, allowing their consciousness to exist not only in the physical realm but also to transcend into another dimension while their bodies entered a dormant state. Even now, Loren struggled to fully comprehend what the void truly was. It was not a form of energy, yet it could influence reality, causing mutations, alchemical creations, and magical phenomena, even possessing the capacity to influence human consciousness, transforming the most irrational occurrences into tangible realities. It exists solely due to its non-existence. Yet for the sorcerers, it is tantalizingly within reach. It tempts every individual yearning for such power, while simultaneously instilling a profound sense of dread in all who pursue it. Strictly speaking, Loren has traversed the void twice. First in the cellar, where a fellow named Israel twisted the very fabric of space with the power of the void. The second time was during meditation, within the mental sanctuary he constructed, which in many respects could be considered his own void. However, in comparison, the mental sanctuary is far more benign and considerably simpler. Perhaps he should seize an opportunity to genuinely immerse himself in the void. Recalling Dalton's previous words, Loren hesitantly pondered. He has always loathed uncertainties, yet his mental fortitude pales in comparison to that of a true sorcerer. If he genuinely aspires to become a spellcaster in the future, he may have little choice. Nonetheless, for the time being, he is in no rush to depart from the Vimper Academy. Here, he can leisurely absorb more knowledge, continue to comprehend this world, and only make plans once he feels adequately prepared. In any world, at any time, knowledge is power. Of course, wealth is also power, but considering the infinitesimal likelihood of stumbling upon treasure and the apparent lack of affluent relatives for the old knight Leonardo, otherwise, he would not be wandering about. Loren finds himself essentially insulated from the realm of the wealthy for the foreseeable future. With a resigned sigh, he cradled the completed parchment in his arms and, familiar with the surroundings, turned towards Isaac's direction. Upon approaching Isaac from behind, Loren sensed something amiss. Based on his past experiences with this excessively arrogant individual, even when alone, Isaac would typically be frolicking in place, incessantly talking to himself as if surrounded by an audience of admirers, eagerly anticipating their applause. Yet now, Isaac Grantham sat before a chalkboard, seemingly paralyzed, as still as a squirrel perched on a tree. Encountered a conundrum? Loren inquired tentatively. No, it's not a problem we've encountered. Isaac Grantham's face bore no trace of confidence. He muttered darkly, I may have been overly presumptuous. Relax. You've merely encountered a minor hurdle. We have ample time. Loren attempted to console him, though he himself found it hard to believe his own words. We will surely find a solution. After all, you are a genius. No, you don't understand. I've labored over this for an entire day, yet I am utterly unable to resolve it. It's a complete dead end. No, it's worse than a dead end. It's not that there is no way forward, but rather that I cannot even discern the path. No matter how I ponder, I cannot fathom how to proceed. Isaac Grantham's voice rose to a desperate shout, echoing throughout the library and drawing the gaze of other apprentices. Ein's hypothesis is likely correct, but I cannot grasp it. My limitations have stifled this true genius's creativity. The collapse of Isaac was evident in the quiver of his voice. This is the truth. I am not as brilliant as I imagined. Merely an ordinary person, no different from those dullards. It's all right, don't be like this. Observing the increasingly disapproving gazes around them, Loren offered a somewhat awkward smile as he continued to reassure him. If you can pinpoint where the problem lies, perhaps I can assist you. I don't know. I have no idea where the issue is. Everything seemed perfectly normal up until this point, but now I find myself utterly unable to unravel it. I apologize. This is all my fault. I was too arrogant, too self-assured. I feel utterly ashamed to face Ein. He must not let Ayn Rand discover this. Otherwise, the joy might send him into a fit. This was Lauren's foremost thought. After a brief hesitation, he patted Isaac's shoulder. Why don't you take a break? Get some rest or meditate. I will continue to work on what you've left behind and see if I can uncover a solution. All right. It seems I am of no use here. A despondent Isaac rose, swaying as he made his way toward the library's entrance. I am but a failure. Let me be. Loren shook his head, somewhat helplessly taking Isaac's previous seat, and began to meticulously organize the scattered notes. After approximately 4 hours, the once bustling library had emptied, leaving Loren alone in his original position, maintaining a posture similar to that of 4 hours prior. The fleeting nature of happiness is debatable. However, for Loren, time felt as if it had come to a standstill during those 4 hours. Well, it is indisputable that Isaac Grantham is a prodigious talent in the arcane arts, at the very least. He can understand what he has written, probably. If there was one certainty for Loren, it was that the design had undoubtedly surpassed the apprentice level from the outset. After reviewing Isaac's writings, he found himself at a loss. There was a moment when he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion akin to Isaac's. Lost and without direction. Weary, he turned his head to stretch, only to find himself frozen in place upon turning back. Despite being deep in thought, he had remained vigilant, yet he had failed to notice the elderly man with white whiskers who had suddenly appeared behind him. Evidently having stood there for quite some time, the old man's gaze was warm and benevolent, observing Loren as one would a beloved relative, the corners of his mouth curling into a gentle smile. You seem to be facing a difficulty. Yes. The words slipped from Loren's lips almost instinctively, and as he became aware of his surroundings, he immediately rose, a sense of inexplicable tension coursing through him as he smiled and bowed to the elder. It is an honor to meet you. Director Pietro. Chapter 31. Pietro, Part 1. Pietro smiled at the apprentice who bowed before him, the formal gesture radiating profound respect. Though this is merely an objective observation that in truth, the obsidian-like eyes hidden beneath his tousled hair conveyed far more than his outward demeanor, perfectly concealing his emotions and thoughts, making him appear as an innocuous apprentice. Pietro still vividly recalled the moment he first encountered Loren in Dalton's study. During their conversation, Loren had exhibited the demeanor of an adult, acutely aware of his position, and managed to hold his ground before Dalton, embodying a balance of humility and grace that belied his prior role as a mere attendant. We have met before. Perhaps you do not recall. It was my honor, Loren replied with a smile, quickly racking his brain for any circumstances that might have led to the elder's presence, but none came to mind, and his face remained adorned with a somewhat anxious smile. I was in Dalton's room on the day you first arrived at Vimper, Pietro kindly stated. I must admit, I am indeed very curious about you. So, the esteemed director was present in that room that day. So that was the reason. The initial reluctance to allow him entry was to deliberate on what to do with him. This was not particularly surprising. It was evident that Dalton wielded considerable authority within the academy, yet to accept a stranger like him as an apprentice likely exceeded his jurisdiction, without the director's consent. It was unlikely that he would have even been granted an audience. Do not feel overly constrained. I am quite easygoing, Pietro remarked, smiling as he took a seat, his tone leaving no room for dispute. A simple levitation spell pinned Loren to the chair. I apologize for taking so long to finally meet you, especially under these circumstances. You are too kind. No, I am quite serious. I have acknowledged Dalton's arrangements. But that does not mean I will overlook your contributions. The elder sighed, speaking with a hint of resignation. You are merely an apprentice, yet we have placed too many burdens upon your shoulders, be it in Wild Dog Village or Ancient Wood Town. What precisely does this esteemed director intend to convey? Contemplating the implications of his words, Loren felt somewhat perplexed, yet, from the tone of his voice, It seemed he sought to gain Lauren's trust. Furthermore, entrusting you to Dalton was my decision, a rather selfish one, for deep down, I do not wish for an outsider to disrupt the existing tranquility and order of the Academy. Even if you have accomplished much for us. Pietro's tone carried a touch of regret. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards the Academy because of this. You are entirely mistaken, Director. Loren attempted to alleviate the elder's concerns. Winking and smiling. It is a privilege to be an apprentice under Master Dalton. I am keenly aware of my position, and I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling all tasks assigned to me by the Academy. Peter let out a slight sigh. The more Loren feigned indifference, the more he sensed the other's deliberate insincerity, leading Peter to feel as though he were confronting a completely different Dalton Candle. It seems you have encountered a conundrum. Peter deftly shifted the topic. Let me hazard a guess. The contents on that blackboard must be the work of Isaac Grantham. Loren nodded slightly, conceding space to the elder. We are endeavoring to design a weapon akin to a wand, yet upon examination, we have discovered this creation far exceeds your capabilities. The elder blinked. Isaac is indeed exceptionally gifted. His ability to extrapolate to this point is ample proof of his talent. What you require is merely a bit of guidance and direction. Without further ado, Peter added a few strokes to the blackboard. I hope you do not perceive me as an old meddler, for this idea is truly captivating, and I cannot resist the urge to witness the final outcome. Furthermore, do not disclose this matter to Isaac. That boy is far too arrogant, and knowing that I assisted him would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to his pride. Peter winked at Loren. This shall remain a secret between us. What say you? Of course, Loren nodded in understanding. I shall inform him that he prepared this before leaving yesterday, but he simply failed to notice it. Given Isaac's self-importance, he would surely not suspect it, and might even take it as a matter of course. Speaking of Isaac, he was the first to proactively approach Wimperl Academy, seeking to become an apprentice wizard. The corners of the elder's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. He came from a village to the south of the Academy, arriving with nothing to his name. Both of his parents were farmers and devout followers of the Holy Cross. Crucially, he had no means to support his studies. The elder chuckled suddenly. However, Dalton offered him an opportunity, allowing him to work part-time as a librarian, tasked with memorizing the entire catalog of the library within a month. So that is how it came to be. Loren nodded thoughtfully. I suspect he did not take a full month, did he? He accomplished it in merely 3 days. The first 2 were spent learning to read. Then Dalton and I realized that perhaps the pinnacle of achievement for Wimperl's future lies in what Isaac Grantham can attain. To protect him, I did not assign him to any other mentor but entrusted him to Dalton, thus allowing Isaac to remain distanced from other apprentices, shielding him from criticism or distraction. This reasoning was somewhat understandable. This era, unlike the world he once knew, saw one's origins often dictate everything. Even Isaac himself had never spoken of his family, which spoke volumes. Yet Loren discovered another truth. Both he and Isaac had become Dalton's apprentices due to some peculiar circumstance. What could the diminutive wizard Ayn Rand's reason be? Loren found his curiosity growing. Whether it be you, Isaac, or Ayn, you all harbor secrets that ought not to burden you. Peter adjusted his somewhat comical monocle. The lonelier a person is, the more they should trust their friends, rather than remain guarded against them. Give it a try. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Thank you for your counsel, Loren said, bowing his head solemnly. I shall not forget it. I hope you can truly find a friend you can trust unconditionally. The elder smiled, preparing to rise, but suddenly paused. I have heard you are delving into the study of mysticism and the void. Is that correct? It is merely a matter of curiosity, Loren smiled faintly. Thus far, everything I have encountered regarding the void has lacked a detailed description of its existence, leading to some inevitable confusion. No one can truly comprehend it, nor should you attempt to understand it. Peter uttered a weighty phrase. The void is never so simple as to be described, nor can it ever be elucidated, unable to understand, nor be explained. The elder's words left Loren in deep contemplation. What he had read previously also hinted that the void exists because it does not exist, as if it were hinting at something. Was it a reminder that the void is not a tangible entity that can be described, but rather an entirely abstract concept? By the time he regained his thoughts, the elder had already departed. After a brief moment of silence, he seemed to grasp why the other had insisted on meeting him. Loren could not help but chuckle, feeling somewhat disdainful to wholeheartedly trust others, to to believe in another individual without absolute certainty, to assume that they would prioritize him over themselves while never betraying him under favorable conditions. That seemed to defy human nature, did it not? Chapter 32. Peter, Part 2. You have stated that you entrusted him to me. The cold moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon Dalton's robe, rendering his rigid face even more inscrutable. He is my apprentice, yet I have not undermined your authority. Still smiling, Peter adjusted his spectacles. I am merely expressing a modicum of concern and providing appropriate assistance. But he is not worth it, Director Peter. Dalton Candle's face darkened as he stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. We have reached an agreement regarding him. I shall fulfill all obligations and cultivate him into a competent spellcaster in exchange for his service to the Academy. And nothing more. You are overstepping. I am more aware than you. He will never truly consider himself a part of Wimperle. Dalton's tone was resolute. Whatever you wish to offer him, he does not deserve. I presume you were aware from the outset that their success was implausible. Correct? Peter asked somewhat helplessly. So you chose to stand by and let them willingly abandon their efforts. Dalton said nothing, yet his silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Consider treating Loren Doring as your genuine apprentice. And then reflect on the potential benefits. Has Isaac Grantham ever collaborated with anyone, or has Ayn Rand ever been so invested in a matter? Whether you acknowledge it or not, he has already influenced your apprentices. Dalton Candle, try to place your trust in him. Does his willingness to serve the Academy with his life not merit your trust? After a moment of silence, Dalton shook his head once more. I cannot place my faith in him. As for his influence on Isaac and Ayn, it is merely because it serves his interests. He is exploiting them, from following Ayn to the Academy, to acquiring the advanced spell transcend perception from Isaac, and now this is further evidence. I will reward him appropriately for his contributions to the Academy. But as long as I remain, he shall not pilfer that which does not belong to him. I will never consider him my true apprentice. Dalton, Director, please remember what lies hidden within our Academy. Dalton abruptly interrupted Peter, tension flickering in his usually cold demeanor. Do not forget the consequences of discovery. If you truly care for the Academy's survival. This time, it was Peter who fell silent. I am merely doing my utmost to protect the Academy and you. Dalton turned his back on the elder. We are always under the watchful eye of the Holy Cross. Caution is ever necessary. The silent Peter gazed at the retreating figure of Dalton Candle, letting out a long, helpless sigh, his gaze fraught with struggle. Pushing open the wooden door to the laboratory, Loren surveyed the modest room with curiosity. The long table dominated the space, cluttered with an array of alchemical tools. To the right of the table lay 3 differently sized crucibles, while the left housed shelves and material boxes, filled with all manner of peculiar items. At the center of the table rested an object resembling a dagger, disassembled into a blade, hilt, and weighted ball, alongside a pile of small components that appeared to be akin to screws. The diminutive wizard was intently focused, bent over the table, meticulously engraving runes onto the silver-plated blade, so engrossed that he had yet to notice Loren's entrance. This did not surprise Loren. Though he had little experience with alchemy, he understood that engraving runes was no less challenging than mastering a spell, requiring an absolute connection between the wizard and the spiritual realm, where even the slightest fluctuation in one's inner state could lead to failure. Furthermore, the vast majority of alchemical creations necessitated the incorporation of runes to function effectively, with the quality of the final product often reflecting the alchemist's steadiness of hand. Considering that the vast majority of alchemists show little regard for honing their mental fortitude, a product of alchemical craftsmanship adorned with perfect runes becomes increasingly precious. Yet, what truly captivates Loren's attention is not the work in the hands of the diminutive wizard. Clad almost perpetually in a voluminous black robe that conceals him, this slight apprentice appears almost inconspicuous, as if he could easily be overlooked at any moment, standing confidently at the long table. However, is the genuine alchemical prodigy, Ayn Rand. His golden hair is tied back in a single ponytail, with a few rebellious strands defiantly curling atop his head. His once loose robe has been replaced with a more fitted long-sleeved jacket, accentuating his slender figure. Although Ayn has never seemed to pay much heed, the delicate pallor of his cheeks remains strikingly refined, and a pair of slightly oversized black-framed glasses perch upon his petite nose, lending a certain charm to the sapphire eyes that glimmer with intelligence and vivacity. Leaning against the bookshelf, Loren can't help but smile, patiently awaiting, or perhaps admiring, the scene before him. After all, it is a rare pleasure to witness the small wizard in such a state. After what feels like an eternity, perhaps 3/4 of an hour, perhaps 5, Ein finally exhales deeply, resembling a vigilant cat that senses a subtle sound behind him. He turns his head casually, only to find Loren smiling at him. Instantly, he freezes, a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Loren, when did you? My apologies, I merely wished not to disrupt your work. Nothing more, Loren quickly responds, sensing a hint of danger. He steps forward, bowing his head slightly in apology. But it seems you have completed it. Shifting the topic is always one of the best solutions. Yes. The small wizard, momentarily taken aback, nods vigorously. There's just one final step left before we can assemble it. This should take. What are you looking at? Nothing. I'm merely curious. Though I suppose that sounds rather abrupt, Loren replies with a smile. But if you were a girl, Ein, I fear all the apprentices in this academy would be falling at your feet. That is utterly ridiculous. What on earth are you thinking? Ein's ears turn crimson with embarrassment as he anxiously glances around. Wizards absolutely do not accept female apprentices. This has been a tradition for centuries. Even that fool Isaac knows that witches only bring misfortune and calamity. Then why are you so flustered? Loren can only chuckle inwardly at this thought, his smile remaining genuine and unpretentious. I merely wish to compliment you. After all, even girls would likely envy your talents. How absurd. Why would girls envy me? Though still evasive, this time the small wizard's reaction is less intense. His flushed face hangs low, as if wishing to hide within his chest. With considerable effort, he redirects his attention back to the work at hand, exhaling a long breath as he trembles slightly while cradling the exquisite dagger. We've done it, that we truly completed it. This is a weapon unlike any other, a slender blade coated in pure silver. Inscribed with runes, its solid bronze hilt designed for a two-handed grip, it resembles a delicate ornament, devoid of any lethal capability. Yet, once grasped by a wizard, it transforms into a razor-sharp instrument. It was not forged by any master swordsman, nor crafted from any unique meteorite. Rather, it embodies the collective wisdom of 3 wizard apprentices, harnessing the power of the void to create this alchemical marvel. I can hardly wait to try it out, Loren declares, resolute yet somewhat exhilarated, as he takes the light sword from Ein's hands. Have you given it a name? Chapter 33, Visitors, Part 1. Feeling the hilt's texture in his grip, along with the notably lighter weight than any of his previous weapons, Loren begins to attempt a connection with his mental sanctum. This proves no challenge, especially for someone like him who has taken an interest in spellcraft. Mastering the use of such tools is a prerequisite, given that all advanced spells require a wand for execution, though, as of now, he has yet to acquire one of his own. May the void be with you. Whispering the once joking incantation, the previously empty mental sanctum feels as if it has been activated, and in an instant, Loren senses his consciousness stretching forth, the cold alchemical artifact in his hand seemingly imbued with life and emotion, linked to him by some unseen force. The runes on the silver blade emit a pale blue light within moments. That gentle luminescence tears through the surrounding air, coalescing into a gray-blue blade approximately a meter in length, radiating a crystalline tranquility and elegance. Yet, even when held still, Loren can distinctly feel the weapon's power. A chaotic tempest, ever on the brink of explosion and collision, yearning to shred everything in its vicinity to pieces. After a brief moment of astonishment, Loren, filled with anticipation, cleaves the light sword toward a nearby wooden post. Upon contact, the previously calm gray-blue blade suddenly becomes wildly agitated, and without a moment's hesitation, his right hand continues its downward arc, slicing the post in two. No, to describe it as slicing is a gross understatement. Observing the splintered remnants on the ground, nearly reduced to a pile of debris, simply clarifying the matters concerning the ancient tree town is likely far from sufficient. Those audacious enough to engage in such actions would undoubtedly not be mere reclusive vagabond sorcerers, concealing their identities. Since the church has yet to uncover any issues, we still have time. That I do not expect you to discover anything in the ancient tree town, but should any clues arise. Before Dalton could finish his sentence, he abruptly directed his gaze towards the entrance of the academy and hastened towards it. Loren, sensing something amiss, closely followed in his wake. As they approached the northern tower, Loren could faintly hear a commotion in the distance. Upon reaching the castle walls of the academy, they beheld a troop of cavalry and carriages approaching from the direction of the town. At the forefront of this procession was a fully armed knight, whose banner of a gold cross on a red field fluttered in the wind. "The Holy Cross Church. It seems they have received word," Dalton Kanda remarked, his expression somewhat stiff, clearly indicating that the situation had exceeded his expectations. "We are in trouble." Loren instinctively nodded. Such a grand display from their adversaries indicated they were here to demand an accounting. "In the name of the Holy Cross Church." "Open the door," shouted the knight holding the banner as he reached the gates of the Vimpar Castle, offering no pleasantries. "We are the messengers of His Excellency, the Bishop, here to convey the orders of Bishop Fabian." "I shall inform Dean Peter," Dalton Kanda replied with a calm demeanor. "I kindly ask the esteemed messengers of the bishops to wait a moment." "It appears there is still a glimmer of hope," Dalton whispered to Loren immediately after turning around. "The fact that Fabian has not come in person suggests he does not wish to sever ties completely, leaving room for negotiation. Or perhaps he lacks decisive evidence and confidence to expel the Vimpar Academy from the Duke's territory." Loren pondered silently. It seemed their adversaries intended to cast aspersions upon the Academy, using the death of Father Anthony as a pretext. However, the earlier masquerade of Draco as a cleric had given Loren some insight. Perhaps other sorcerers were concealed within the church, or perhaps it was simply a case of the church's own members engaging in a duplicitous act. Regardless of the truth, this incident presented an excellent excuse for their adversaries, though it appeared they were not entirely certain, and it might merely be their opening move, with the next step to follow. "Do not jump to conclusions before ascertaining the facts," Dalton suddenly halted, addressing Loren behind him. "Maintain your composure. Do not forget your identity. You are a sorcerer at all times. You must remain rational and calm." Loren's expression shifted to one of surprise. Yet, he soon exhaled deeply, a formulaic smile returning to his face. "As you command, Mentor." Chapter 34, Visitors, Part 2. Peter stood before the gates of Vimpar Castle, smiling as he observed the approaching contingent of cavalry and church servants bearing the gold cross banner. Exuding a subtle intimidation, Loren, temporarily acting as a guard, stood to either side of the elder, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, vigilant against the dust kicked up by the hooves and footsteps nearby. "Shall I fetch the others?" the black-robed sorcerer inquired, remaining motionless. "No need. We are here to welcome our guests, Dalton," the elder replied with an air of ease, gesturing for Loren to lower his sword, his countenance devoid of any tension. "They are servants of the Holy Cross. Those devout souls would not harm an elderly man such as myself." Loren forced a smile. Feeling a touch awkward, while he was unsure of the elder's confidence, it seemed reasonable to acquiesce to his wishes. Moreover, this was Vimpar. Surely the church would not dare to commit murder here. The assembled cavalry and attendants halted, and a young cleric clad in gold and red ecclesiastical robes stepped forward. With a near stoic expression, he approached Peter, stopping about 10 meters away and bowing slightly. "On behalf of the church and His Excellency Bishop Fabian, I extend my greetings to you, esteemed Dean Peter of Vimpar. Please convey my regards to His Excellency Fabian, and may the Holy Cross protect him." The amiable elder responded with a smile, "But I have yet to learn how to address you. I am but a humble servant of the Holy Cross and a devoted follower of His Excellency Fabian," the young cleric replied, his tone devoid of warmth despite his humility. "You may simply refer to me as Phoenicis. Now that we have exchanged pleasantries, let us proceed to the matter at hand," the young cleric continued. "The order from His Excellency Bishop Fabian is urgent. I wish not to waste any time." "Right here?" Peter inquired with surprise, gesturing animatedly behind him. "Why not come inside for a moment? It would allow us to properly host our esteemed visitors from afar." "Thank you for your invitation, but I must decline," the young cleric replied without a moment's hesitation. "If I were here solely as an individual, I would gladly accept your offer. However, as a messenger of the church, my identity forbids me from entering a place that may be deemed blasphemous, nor can I accept the hospitality of a sorcerer. Therefore, I must respectfully decline." How brazen, Loren thought, observing from behind. Although the young cleric's demeanor was far more amiable than that of Father Anthony, the disdain and animosity he exuded were unmistakably genuine and deeply felt. While Loren was already aware that their visitor bore ill intentions, this young cleric's attitude was somewhat unexpected. Moreover, the choice to send such an individual was revealing of their purpose and intent. "I believe you understand well the reason His Excellency Fabian has sent me here. Do you not, esteemed Dean?" Without waiting for the elder to respond, the young cleric named Phoenicis began. 3 days ago, Father Anthony was brutally murdered in the church, a shocking event throughout the entire duchy. More importantly, not long ago, your academy dispatched an apprentice sorcerer to handle the ghouls in the ancient tree town, and after one of your faithful perished, he assured that no danger remained in that place. We have reason to suspect that Father Anthony's misplaced trust in this apprentice led to his untimely demise. That is merely a misunderstanding, Peter replied, his expression unflinching. Father Anthony's tragic accident is regrettable, but it is absolutely unrelated to our apprentice. You cannot be suggesting that the Vimpar Academy intends to evade responsibility for this matter, can you? The young cleric queried sharply. Or do you believe the church is attempting to frame you? The threatening tone reverberated outside the castle gates, where the previously tranquil atmosphere seemed to freeze. I certainly did not mean to imply such. The elder maintained the last vestige of his smile and boundless patience after a moment of silence. Rest assured, esteemed cleric, that the Vimpar Academy has never forgotten its responsibilities. I hope you remember what those responsibilities entail. Otherwise, the church will not tolerate the existence of a sorcerer's academy upon the land of the Holy Cross. Should the Vimpar Academy fail to demonstrate its worth, if any further blasphemous occurrences arise within the duchy, even the Duke himself will find it impossible to continue safeguarding you. Furthermore, do not forget that we have yet to receive an explanation regarding the incident in Wild Dog Village, wherein, overnight, the entire populace vanished without a trace. Many faithful suspect that those unfortunate villagers have become sacrificial offerings to the vile beliefs of certain heretical followers. The benevolent and kind-hearted His Excellency Fabian believes in your assurances and has refrained from bringing this matter to the Duke, demonstrating the utmost leniency towards the Vimpar Academy. Should there be a next time, if any similarly horrifying events were to occur, the person arriving here will not be a mere messenger as I am. But, even if His Excellency Fabian were to come in person, I would have sufficient confidence to assure him that there will not be a second time. Peter interjected suddenly, cutting off the young cleric's words, which elicited a flicker of irritation from him. Yet, before he could retort, the elder stepped forward, causing the cleric to instinctively retreat a few paces in alarm. Moreover, please convey to His Excellency Fabian that we will thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding Father Anthony's death, and we shall bring the entire incident to light, ensuring the outcome will satisfy him. I will certainly relay your message to His Excellency Fabian, the young cleric stammered, his eyes wide with an inexplicable fear emanating from deep within. But please, you must adhere to your commitments, for the church will not overlook any villainous attempts to desecrate the Holy Cross. The sacrifice of Father Anthony shall be avenged. We all share that hope, the elder replied with a smile, extending his right hand towards the young cleric. The cleric, appearing dazed, shook Peter's hand before retreating somewhat timidly back to his entourage from beginning to end. Director Peter maintained an unwavering patience, ultimately utilizing a surprise attack to compel the opposing party to retreat, leaving the ill-intentioned cleric with no advantage whatsoever, thus preserving the dignity of the academy and its very existence. That, of course, the Vimpar Academy remains accountable for the demise of Father Anthony. This truth is immutable. And should the matter not be handled adeptly, the consequences will likely be dire. Nevertheless, Peter managed to buy the academy some time, allowing for a potential easing of tensions. Given the current situation, this is nothing short of fortuitous. It was not until the entourage of the Holy Cross Church departed from the Vimpar Castle that the elder exhaled a long, relieved breath, his eyes betraying an overwhelming weariness and resignation. Dalton, gather all the apprentices and their mentors in the grand hall of the academy. This situation can no longer be resolved casually. I have a foreboding that Fabian intends to take this opportunity to eradicate us entirely. He will not relent easily. The elder's tone was resolute. We must unite the strength of the entire academy to weather this crisis. The decisive Dalton nodded and promptly departed, with Loren trailing closely behind, heading towards the academy's main stronghold. Just as they exited the main door, Dalton suddenly halted, firmly grasping Lauren's shoulder. You must return immediately and inform Ein and Isaac that none of you are to leave the North Tower. I command you in the capacity of a mentor. Apprentice, regardless of what transpires, you are not to depart until I return. Chapter 35, A Special Method, Part 1. As night fell over Vimpar Castle, it appeared more oppressive than usual, layers of dark clouds obscuring the moonlight, plunging much of the fortress into darkness. Only a few scattered lights illuminated the dim corners, offering little warmth. Leaning against the window, Loren gazed outside with a complex mix of emotions that in times past. He would have been indifferent to the fates of others. They were not of his kin, and most individuals within this academy were oblivious to his status as an apprentice. He could have departed at any moment without a trace. Yet now, continuing to serve this academy remained a beneficial choice. At the very least, he had gained their trust, and only a few months had elapsed. There was ample time ahead, whether in relation to the knowledge of this world or the arcane arts. His understanding was still woefully inadequate as for the church. Since the day he arrived at Vimpar Academy, Loren had never paid it any heed. Regardless of the academy's ultimate fate, he was merely a lowly apprentice. Moreover, Draco had been reduced to ashes by his hand. No matter how formidable a figure, it was impossible to ascertain the fate of the false cleric. Both the Holy Cross Church and certain shadowy figures lurking in the dark undoubtedly had their sights set on the academy. Yet as long as he exercised due caution, he would remain unscathed. If I were you, I would be wary of what lies behind. Although he did not hear the door open, when Loren turned around, Dalton Candor stood before him, his rigid expression appearing even more profound in the flickering firelight. Where are the others? Isaac has no objections, merely lamenting the inability to visit the library. Though it matters little, he is easily placated. Loren was well aware of whom Dalton referred to. As for Ein seems to have sensed something, yet out of trust in you, he refrained from probing further. Dalton nodded in satisfaction, though his demeanor remained unchanged. This incident has indeed surpassed expectations, but it has not yet reached a point where apprentices need to be involved. Even if they were to participate, it would likely resolve nothing and only complicate matters further. This affair was clearly a deliberate assault by the church against the academy, far beyond the apprentice's realm of engagement. In the forthcoming period, I will be exceedingly busy, perhaps 2 months, perhaps 3. The other mentors will be the same, and Director Peter will negotiate with Bishop Fabian. Dalton stated flatly. Thus, I will frequently be absent from the academy. Which area will you oversee? None. Dalton shook his head. The mentors will rotate positions. Yet the duchy is too vast. Even summoning everyone would still fall short. This scattergun approach is utterly futile. Loren furrowed his brow and shook his head. Even if some issues are uncovered, there will be no time to address them. You just mentioned how expansive the duchy is. This is merely a stopgap measure, intended to demonstrate to the church that we are indeed taking action. We harbor no illusions of discovering many problems. Dalton was evidently well aware. Therefore, to genuinely address the issues, we must still confront the Holy Cross Church directly. Do you have any tasks to assign me? Dalton remained silent, his penetrating gaze fixed on Loren, as if searching for something. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Indeed, but not entirely. Though it was only for a brief moment, Loren sensed the faint whiff of distrust emanating from Dalton. The others seemed to be concealing this, as if reluctant for him to notice. He could understand the lack of trust. After all, he had only been here for a few months. Loren had never anticipated being completely trusted. After all, he himself had never fully trusted anyone. So it was unreasonable to expect the same in return. Your current level is insufficient for such a task, not due to concerns for your safety, but because if you were to fail, it could once again jeopardize the academy. Dalton finally found a suitable excuse. Thus, for the time being, I need you to continue your studies in spellcraft and strengthen your mental faculties to the level of an average wizard. This is neither homework nor any form of requirement. It is simply unacceptable to assign a task to someone ill-equipped to fulfill it. Dalton's tone remained unyieldingly brusque. Your swordsmanship and skills in combat against bandits are of no use when faced with curses and aberrations. I will do my utmost. Loren endeavored to make his expression as sincere as possible, regardless of what happens. I am your apprentice, Mentor Dalton. My apprentice. Dalton suddenly turned his head, a hint of mockery lacing his words. You may not fully grasp that this is hardly a point of pride that in fact, should certain wizards become aware. You may even find yourself pursued. Do you understand? I had thought you believed in my abilities. Loren replied with a carefree smile. Arrogance is never a quality a wizard should possess. Dalton retorted coldly. Moreover, you currently lack any basis for such arrogance. However, one thing is certain. You have indeed proven yourself, and not just once. Dalton paused for a moment before revealing a box from beneath his black robe, presenting it to Loren. Thus, I entrust this to you in advance. as a testament to my faith in your abilities. What is this, your wand? Dalton's gaze suddenly dropped, as if recalling something, then returned to his usual demeanor. However, until your mental faculties reach the requisite level, I forbid you from opening this box. The act of a mentor bestowing a wand upon an apprentice is tantamount to a graduation gift in the wizarding world, signifying the initiation of a new wizard into their ranks. Although you have only studied for a few months, your knowledge is far from sufficient, but standards are merely for the mediocre. Dalton paused momentarily. From the perspective of a spellcaster, your innovative approach to deconstructing spells already affords you a place, albeit a modest one, within the realm of spellcraft. As for your tasks, I will assign them once your abilities are adequate, but not now. Until then, your primary objective is to continue honing your mental faculties and deepening your understanding of the void, reaching the level expected of a wizard. I have a question, Mentor. Loren suddenly interjected, halting Dalton's departure. If the Holy Cross Church is indeed preparing to utterly destroy the Academy, the mere death of Father Anthony would not suffice to accomplish this. Wherein lies their confidence? Or do they possess ample assurance of uncovering the Academy's vulnerabilities? If that is the case, does this not imply that the true orchestrator behind this entire affair is a certain individual within the Holy Cross Church? Or perhaps they have known a secret of Vimpar Academy from the outset, one that, once revealed, would undoubtedly provoke the Duke. Until you possess sufficient certainty, do not leap to conclusions. Dalton abruptly interrupted Loren, his gaze now even colder than before. Do not harbor malicious speculations, nor seek out secrets that may ensnare you in a quagmire. On our path forward, many secrets lie concealed, whether they be our own or those of others. Dalton's icy voice carried a weighty significance. For instance, I have never inquired about what you encountered in that heretical temple, because I do not care, nor am I concerned. What matters more is that you will never speak the truth. Even among the closest of kin, there exist secrets that shall remain unspoken. How much more so for us, the practitioners of magic, a community steeped in countless mysteries since our inception. Loren, left alone in the room, felt a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, the dim light casting a subtle curvature upon the corners of his mouth. My esteemed mentor, Dalton Candor, your delicately veiled words have conveyed a truth that leaves no room for ambiguity. Are you perhaps reminding me that all conjectures must rest upon tangible evidence? Or are you cautioning me against drawing the Academy's attention? Chapter 36, A Special Approach, Part 2. You wish to delve into the void? In the desolate library of the North Tower, Isaac, seated across from Loren, regarded him with mild surprise, oblivious to the book slipping from his grasp. What's the matter? As he bantered with Isaac, Loren snapped his fingers, and the book, nearly tumbling to the floor, was abruptly summoned back into his hand through a levitation spell, which he then returned to Isaac. I'm just a bit astonished, but then again, why should I be surprised? You have chosen to study the art of spellcasting, unlike those bumbling fools of alchemy. You and we, the practitioners of the arcane, both value sensitivity to the void and the fortitude of the mind's sanctum. It is entirely natural to harbor such thoughts. Since you have a goal in mind, then why seek me out? Because, wait, hold on a moment, let me take a guess. Isaac abruptly interrupted him, his eyes wide with excitement, his smile stretching to the very roots of his ears. You are attempting this for the first time, and lack any experience in the matter. Hence you require the guidance of an exceedingly learned individual to provide you with a few hints. And coincidentally, as your friend, I am the most erudite among those you know. Proficient in the arcane arts. See, I fulfill both criteria. Have I guessed correctly? Do tell me I'm right. You are correct. With an awkward smile, Loren uttered those words as if tossing a bone to a small dog. I knew it. Isaac beamed, barely able to contain his pride. Indeed, you understand me far better than that certain alchemical imbecile who possesses not the slightest discernment. At least I've learned how to navigate my interactions with Isaac. Loren reassured himself. The principle is akin to teasing a puppy, light-hearted and enjoyable, unlike that diminutive wizard, whose instinctual perceptions are alarmingly acute, making him increasingly difficult to deceive. Why do I find myself so strikingly similar to Isaac in this regard? Well, as for how to touch the void, there's an abundance of nonsensical drivel in the books. Completely oblivious to the shift in Loren's expression, Isaac had already begun his performance. But we are not here to be bookish today, so I will endeavor to explain in a manner that you can comprehend, making it as straightforward as possible. To my utmost delight. To facilitate our discussion, why don't you tell me how they speak in your hometown? Ah, do you all have heads full of black hair there? It seems I may have misspoken again. Isaac shrugged, tentatively inquiring, shall we continue? All right. I presume you've heard the phrase the void exists because it does not exist, but grasping its meaning is profoundly challenging. And it is entirely fallacious. Yet, in truth, this statement serves as a hint, a very subtle hint. Most simply put, you cannot engage with the void using any conventional reasoning or perception of this world. For that is a grievous error that will only lead you further astray on the path to truth. You must not rely on your experience, for there exists no time within the void. Thus no past or future. You cannot depend on your senses, as there is likewise no space within the void, rendering it impossible for you to perceive anything. All pain or joy, cold or heat, within the void, are mere figments of your subconscious imagination. The only thing you can trust is your reason, for within the void, there are myriad phenomena that transcend rationality. Many wizards, in their explorations, encounter incomprehensible entities that drive them to madness. Or, succumbing to the temptations of desire, become ensnared, rendered as living corpses. Such occurrences are not isolated incidents. I don't quite understand. Loren furrowed his brow. If it is merely the subconscious at play, how could I possibly become ensnared by desire? It is precisely because all is illusory that the stimulation it provides can exceed your wildest imaginings. Much like dreams, but far more terrifying. Some individuals, even in slumber, possess a vague awareness that they are dreaming. Yet if they truly immerse themselves in the void, they would believe they have entered the celestial realm of the Holy Cross. At this juncture, even Isaac's demeanor grew serious. Thus, if you are truly intent on entering the void, maintaining your sanity is the singular imperative. Everything else pales in comparison. Even death merely plunges your consciousness into a brief stupor. But should you succumb to madness, there will be no return. Loren nodded, beginning to grasp the essence of Isaac's words. Then how should I enter the void? Through the sanctum of the mind. Generally speaking, meditation is the sole and relatively safe method. Yet my observations suggest that this approach is inefficient. Isaac proclaimed with pride. In simpler terms, bypass the meditation step and immerse yourself directly into a deeper realm of dreams, employing a method that utterly defies convention to amplify your mental strength. Since it is a dream, the void you enter may manifest as a familiar scene or a world born of your own imagination, entirely subjective. Isaac suddenly chuckled. I often find myself in the Academy's library, though every book differs from my memories. If it is a dream, then surely there must be some means of awakening. Loren ventured cautiously. Or perhaps a certain trigger that enables one to realize they are dreaming. Precisely correct. Your reflexes are far swifter than that certain alchemical fool. Isaac nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. This is the brilliance of my method. You will encounter a trigger that allows you to exit the void, rather than being ensnared within it. For instance, in each instance I enter that library. The doors are tightly locked, and what I seek is the key hidden within a particular book, much like a game. Only by finding the key can I escape the library, though, truth be told, I have no desire to leave. Yet therein lies the terror of the void. If you cannot resist its allure, you will be consumed by it. Isaac slowly closed the book. Thus, my advice is that for your first foray, it is best to envision a scenario that holds little temptation for you, making it easier to extricate yourself, rather than being wholly captivated. With that, Isaac rose and patted Loren on the shoulder before departing the library through the door behind him. Conceiving a scenario devoid of allure, such a notion is indeed simple to articulate. Loren chuckled softly to himself. Even now, completely controlling my subconscious remains an impossibility. However, Isaac's words did provide Loren with a glimmer of insight. What kind of situation do I least wish to confront? No choices, no retreat, and no room for hesitation. Only a headlong plunge forward. That must be the scenario. My obsession with stability and certainty is indeed excessive. Which is why each time I am cornered, I become somewhat unhinged, even yearning to take risks and gamble, even at the cost of my own life. Perhaps, deep down, I am quite enamored with this sensation. It is hardly surprising. The essence of humanity is still that of an animal, with primal instincts lurking within, a thirst for conflict that remains undiminished by the trappings of civility, merely suppressed by rationality. Perhaps this is the true meaning of Isaac's expression. Rather than entering the void through meditation, To do so via dreams is to manifest the desires of one's subconscious, just as Isaac perpetually yearns for new knowledge, leading him to dream of the library, with the opening of its doors representing a liberation from his inner cravings. Comparing it to Isaac's usual behavior, this is certainly no easy feat for him. So, what is the desire that lies within me? The moment he uttered this thought, Loren could not help but chuckle at himself, shaking his head in resignation. Surely, I am quite aware, am I not? Chapter 37, Dreamscape, Part 1, A Violent Tremor. Followed by an impenetrable darkness. Skipping over meditation, Loren, utilizing Isaac's method through the sanctum of the mind, plunged directly into the dreamscape of his subconscious, immediately followed by the sensation of weightlessness as he plummeted from great heights. His consciousness descending into an abyss that seemed without end, falling. A cacophony of thunderous roars echoed in his ears, as if the very world were collapsing around him. Yet, as his awareness fell, he could not move even a finger. His mind flashing with fragmented images from his past, arriving in disjointed succession. How long did this endure? Loren had no notion. Yet when he finally awoke, he found himself still seated securely in the chair of the library. Feeling the perspiration in his palms, the steady rhythm of his breath, and the sensations coursing through his body, everything seemed to be as it always was. Yet, upon opening his eyes, Loren discovered that the once orderly library had transformed into a scene of utter chaos. Bookshelves lay toppled on the ground. Tattered tomes and shredded parchment scattered about. The long table before him and the other chairs had collapsed into disarray. The windows were now mere gaping holes in the shattered walls. Only the chair beneath him remained unscathed. The knight's sword, which should have been in the room, lay beside the chair, unblemished and seemingly brand new, without even the slightest nick. Instinctively, Loren grasped the hilt of the sword, using it to support himself as he slowly rose, striving to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Though they appeared similar to his previous world, he was certain that certain aspects had changed. The door to the library was firmly shut, gripping the longsword tightly. Loren cast a glance around the desolate room and, driven by instinct, cautiously approached the door. Just as he was nearly upon it, the door suddenly swung open. An apprentice in a black robe stumbled in. Seemingly intoxicated. If one overlooked the knife in the apprentice's right hand and the visage resembling that of a corpse, one might have thought nothing amiss. Upon spotting Loren, the apprentice let out a frenzied scream and lunged at him, leaving Loren no time to hesitate as he swiftly sidestepped, evading the assault. The steel sword angled to the right, plunging mercilessly into the apprentice's throat. The sharp blade severed the apprentice's neck, causing the lifeless body to crumple to the ground, finally devoid of life. Just as he prepared to withdraw his sword, a chilling sensation surged through the blade and into his body, prompting an involuntary shiver from Loren. Though it quickly morphed into a smile that he had experienced this feeling many times before. It was as if a liquid force seeped into his heart, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of mental pressure, the very essence of the void's power. With the longsword in hand, Loren departed the library. As he stepped through the doorway, a deafening roar erupted behind him, as the collapsing walls and bookshelves buried the entire library. So, it was not meant to afford me any option for retreat. The staircase beneath him seemed to tremble precariously, while debris and dust cascaded from the gaps in the ceiling. It felt as if some force were compelling Loren to descend the stairs. As he descended, an apprentice lunged at him from below, its innards exposed, while another figure clung to the side of the staircase, preparing to ambush from behind. Before the latter could steady itself, Loren kicked it off the railing, sending it screaming to the depths of the North Tower. Every moment, every second on the staircase of the North Tower, it felt as though countless, living corpses awaited him, offering no respite whatsoever, as each moment demanded combat. The very air was thick with the scent of death. Bodies sprawled across the steps. Each time Loren left a floor, the once empty rooms became ruins, forcing him to press onward to the next level of the tower. He evaded an incoming dagger and swiftly disarmed his assailant, deftly slashing the apprentice's throat, then throwing his longsword at another attacker rushing toward him. In that fleeting moment of respite, Loren's dark eyes finally discerned the short sword in the assailant's grasp. It was none other than the broken blade of the old knight. Thus, was the entire scene a fabrication of his subconscious, molded by his past memories? With this thought in mind, Loren cast a sidelong glance at the corpse on the ground, its grotesque and contorted features, though barely recognizable, still bore a semblance he could identify, for that was undeniably the visage of Loren himself. How extraordinarily intriguing. A surge of inexplicable excitement seemed to stimulate some nerve within him, and Loren's smile widened, as if he were increasingly eager to discover what awaited him next. As he dispatched more living corpses, the power of the void latent within his body began to manifest. Despite having fought for nearly a quarter of an hour, he felt no weariness. His body remained invigorated, and his muscles showed no signs of fatigue. This, too, seemed normal, for within the void, there existed no concept of space or time. All his actions were merely manifestations of self-awareness. Yet this extraordinary sensation had become increasingly indistinguishable from reality. Dust and debris continued to fall from the walls, and the tremors of the staircase grew more pronounced as one layer of the rooms after another crumbled into ruins. The entire North Tower seemingly on the brink of collapse. Loren, feeling no trace of tension, leisurely descended the staircase, confident that the void would not so easily bring about his demise, even if the heavens were to fall and the earth to crack. This tower would not collapse before he exited through its doors. With a hint of anticipation, Loren pushed open the door at the base of the tower. The last grain of dust that had supported the North Tower finally slipped through the cracks. And in an instant, the entire structure collapsed with a resounding roar, crumbling into a pile of rubble. Outside the tower lay an expanse of inky darkness, seemingly unchanged from before. Yet, when Loren lifted his gaze, his black pupils constricted sharply, and an odd smile tugged at his lips. The once silver full moon had transformed into a burning black sun. The dark ring. Could it be that fire is to be rekindled? Loren mused, half-jokingly to himself. The castle of Vimperl, now engulfed in darkness, had become a shattered ruin. The path beyond the great door vanished, replaced by an unfathomable abyss. Was this the scene of his subconscious, standing at the threshold of the door? Loren gazed upon the dilapidated castle beneath the dark ring. His curiosity piqued. If this were indeed the case, what must he do to escape from here? Faint footsteps echoed from behind. The others, or rather the living corpses lurking in the shadows, did not rush at him but approached cautiously, catching Loren somewhat off guard. Their behavior was remarkably in line with his own style. Perhaps, indulging in this manner occasionally isn't so bad. Loren continued to talk to himself, lightly shaking the long sword in his right hand, stepping forward without a hint of caution, as if completely unaware of the approaching figures behind him. Since arriving in this world, every battle, every unexpected turn of events had demanded meticulous planning and vigilance, allowing him to confront each situation with greater composure. This sense of relaxation was something he had never experienced before. Thud! He stumbled slightly as a shadow lunged from behind, a blade piercing his left side. Yet Loren's lips curled into a slight smile, though he felt the cold touch of the blade within him. Not an ounce of pain registered. Grabbing the living corpse that sought to flee, he kicked it violently to the ground, then swiftly severed its head. Come on! Chapter 38. Dreamscape, Part 2. At some point, Loren sensed that he was on the brink of losing control. The shattered ruins of the castle were besieged by throngs of himself, akin to a tide of corpses surging from all directions, yet they did not rush mindlessly like brainless ghouls. Rather, they approached with a calculated intelligence, akin to hyenas hunting in the wild, grouping in threes or fours, their shattered knightly swords serving as their fangs, only launching an attack when they were certain of their advantage. Very well. The sixth one. Loren's voice remained eerily calm. Had it not been for the corpse beneath his feet, its skull crushed under his heel, this scene might have appeared even more convincing. Skillfully dodging a sword aimed at the back of his head, Loren knelt, gripping the sword's hilt with both hands, delivering a powerful cleave that sliced the other from shoulder to waist. The seventh. He absorbed the impact of another sword thrust into his lower back, pivoting to seize his opponent by the hair, forcefully decapitating them. The eighth. Bloodied and battered, Loren muttered to himself, his dark pupils beginning to blur. With each self he dispatched, the power of the void coursing into his body eradicated all fatigue. The blood on him belonged to both the living corpses and himself. Yet, feeling no pain, Loren was indifferent. Each time his long sword pierced a body, each time a head fell, the rush of adrenaline and the void's essence invigorated him. Bring it on. Come at me, Loren bellowed, his crimson eyes wide with fervor. Despite not feeling fatigued, He was still gasping for breath, as the weight of past repression seemed to dissolve entirely in that moment, upon his arrival in this world. The helplessness and fear of the first night, the careful attempts at pleasing and serving while wandering alongside the old knight, the indescribable regret and self-reproach following Leonardo's demise, and throughout the span of 2 or 3 years. Living cautiously, meticulously plotting, and trembling with trepidation, Loren had never realized how long he had been suppressing himself, how diligently he had been striving to survive. He had never perceived the fervent desire within his subconscious to indulge completely. Just once, the steel sword swung and tore, violently shredding one-inch self after another into fragments. Even though there was no necessity for such brutality, he unleashed the primal instincts within him, akin to a frenzied beast. Desperately clawing at the lifeless prey, utterly indifferent to his own blood-soaked body, the castle, in ruins, resembled a tightly locked cage, within which Loren was a caged beast, howling and thrashing with his claws. His steps moved forward slowly, the exhilaration of slaughter becoming increasingly vivid in his mind, no matter how one might describe it. At this moment, Loren could hardly be deemed a rational being. With each bloody footprint, Loren gripped the blade tightly, as if it had become his sole support, slowly advancing toward the main gate of the Academy's stronghold, delivering a forceful kick to the door's knocker. Bang! The seemingly sturdy door collapsed with a resounding "C." Ein fell silent, pondering why he was so concerned about the wandering knight named Loren Turin. Was it merely because they were friends? Surely, it was more than that. Perhaps this fellow harbored some secrets. Yet, just having him nearby brought a sense of comfort and relaxation. It seemed that Ein was increasingly invested in this individual, even if the diminutive wizard himself could not quite fathom why. However, upon seeing that self-assured trickster still unconscious, Ein felt a familiar tension tighten his lips. Apprentices leave the mentor? A wizard clad in black robes suddenly materialized behind the two, and before they could express their astonishment, Dalton had already shoved them out into the corridor, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Now, the room contained only the recently returned Dalton and the unresponsive Loren. The robed wizard approached the bedside, his icy gaze sweeping over Loren, normal respiration and heartbeat, yet the body remained entirely unresponsive. Perfectly matching the signs of a wizard ensnared in the void, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Dalton's mouth. Though it appeared more ghastly than a specter's grin, he pressed his wand against Loren's forehead, stating, "Loren Turin, if you believe your feeble tricks can deceive me, then you need not awaken at all." Understood. Mentored. A flicker of amusement crossed Loren's face as he slowly opened his eyes, taking a while to restore his vision to normalcy, allowing it to focus on the rigid countenance before him. Gradually, he roused his body. "I just got back, so spare me the pleasantries." Dalton's tone was far from amiable. "When, last night, approximately 7 hours ago," Loren replied candidly. There was no point in lying before this figure. However, it may take a bit longer for a complete recovery. Loren was acutely aware that his current condition was far from optimal, his mental faculties severely depleted, and faint hallucinations still lingered in his vision. The most pressing issue remained that his consciousness had not fully transitioned from the dreamscape, preventing him from distinguishing between reality and illusion. Yet, there was an upside. His mental realm had evidently expanded, the pressure accumulated in the void acting like a grindstone, refining him from head to toe. Provided he recovered gradually, he would undoubtedly surpass his previous self. Dalton narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering within. This apprentice had somehow managed to resist the void's seduction while maintaining lucidity within his subconscious dreams. "How much time do you need?" 3 days. Loren did not hesitate. "However, if you require it, I can be ready within 2 days. 4 days. I want you at your best, fully prepared." Dalton's tone brooked no argument. "After 4 days, head to Ancient Wood Town and uncover anything you can find." It was evident that Dalton had discovered something significant. Otherwise, he would not be in such a rush, Loren speculated inwardly. Yet, his somewhat lethargic state rendered him incapable of thoughtful contemplation. Even the slightest motion triggered a painful sensation akin to an impending explosion. Loren instinctively lowered his head, 2 fingers pressed against his temples. Gasping for breath, despite his innate resistance to the void, it did not exempt him from its effects. The inseparability of his mental and physical states meant that this torment would invariably manifest in his body. With a cold snort, Dalton tossed a vial of alchemical elixir to Loren. The pale blue liquid within the transparent glass bottle was so frigid that it almost slipped from his grasp. A sedative, capable of temporarily numbing your pain, the black-robed wizard stated impassively. Half an ounce will alleviate the pain. An ounce will completely anesthetize your nerves. Should you consume 2 ounces, you would die without the slightest awareness. Is this considered an advance on my payment? Loren forced a smile. Enduring the pain. Selling you off wouldn't fetch 5 ounces, let alone a full vial's worth. That Dalton's tone dripped with disdain as he turned and stormed out. Gently caressing the exquisite glass vial, Loren carefully stowed it away that he certainly did not want to waste such a valuable item, one that could potentially save his life in a critical moment. As his headache subsided slightly, a thought struck him. He unwrapped the bandage tied around his right wrist, revealing the peculiar serpentine runes still in place. Indeed, that rascalous reel was still alive. A cold smirk crept across Loren's face. He had truly overestimated things. How could he possibly die so easily? Perhaps a bit slow on the uptake. Yet he realized he had been ensnared by some malevolent entity, which seemed disinclined to release him without a fight. As for what demands this entity would impose upon him or the methods of coercion it might employ, Loren found himself largely indifferent. Regardless, I cannot refuse, so what does it matter? Chapter 40. The Dreamscape, Part 4. In just 2 days. Loren had made a complete recovery. The initial estimate of 3 days was merely to allow for gradual adjustments, enabling him to adapt to the changes in both body and mental realm, thus achieving the pinnacle of his potential. Though he had been unconscious for merely 4 days, both his mind and body felt as though they had undergone a thorough cleansing, not in the sense of noticeable improvements like jumping higher or running faster, but rather in subtle transformations. While it may seem inappropriate to suggest, if he were to encounter Draco again, Loren felt confident that he could capture him and retreat to an entirely secure location without resorting to the use of transcendental perception. In essence, he had transitioned from a rookie to a veteran, his keen insights allowing him to detect hidden foes, and his adept control enabling him to conserve his stamina and mental energy more judiciously. Such were the benefits of his unique abilities, one of which was that any wizard, even an ordinary individual, could not experience the direct physical manifestations of void energy as Loren did. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. This enhancement was far more gratifying than merely being able to punch through walls or mastering the art of conjuring fireballs. Ultimately, humanity's strength was never solely defined by brute force. One could never hope to defeat monsters or beasts in hand-to-hand combat. Reason and wisdom, these multifaceted powers, were the true keys to strength. Savoring the rare delight of a sumptuous breakfast, Loren relished the crisp, buttery bread paired with perfectly roasted honey sausages, complemented by a generous cup of warm milk with oats. As he crunched through the sausage, the sweet honey lingered delightfully between his palate and throat. The tender pink meat slid gently down his warm throat, a slight constriction, delving deeper and deeper. Truly, a heavenly experience. With his eyes closed, Loren slowly set down his fork, a radiant smile of unparalleled happiness illuminating his face, his shoulders dropping as he relaxed completely. It's just breakfast. No need to speak of it, as if. Ein's cheeks flushed a soft pink as he turned away, unwilling to meet that peculiar expression that in any case. Even if you beg me to cook for you next time, I won't. Of course, a master with such culinary skills would never easily cook for others. Loren nodded with conviction, shaking his head as though still relishing the memory. The technique is exquisite. The ingredients are meticulously chosen. It's pure artistry. How on earth did you discern that? Unable to suppress a glance of disbelief, the small wizard sighed softly, inadvertently catching sight of Loren's sword resting at the table's edge. The once broken knight's blade had been restored. Did Mentor Dalton assign you a new task? This one might be a tad more troublesome. Loren nodded, acknowledging Ein's conjecture. You know, the Holy Cross Church is incessantly causing trouble for the Academy. Even the slightest hint will be blown out of proportion by them, and we cannot afford such risks. It's Vimper Academy, not you. Ein interjected suddenly. Loren paused. The atmosphere grew momentarily somber. After a while, he finally spoke. What's the matter? Nothing, just. I suddenly feel as though I've committed a grave injustice. The small wizard's expression was wrought with struggle and conflict. All of this began because of me. Otherwise, you would not have come here, nor would you be facing a host of adversaries and troubles that you need not confront. You've been at the Academy for only a few months. Just a few months, yet you gamble your life for the survival of the Academy. This should not be the case. It shouldn't be like this if such sacrifices are truly necessary. It ought to be us who bear the burden. Loren suddenly burst into laughter. What's so funny? The small wizard, feeling belittled, grew indignant. Are you looking down on me? You've misunderstood. I simply didn't realize you would think that way. Loren struggled to contain his laughter. Do you remember? I once mentioned why I agreed to mentor Dalton's terms. I am, first and foremost, a wandering knight. Even if I do not ascend to the ranks of a wizard, who can say what extraordinary monsters I might encounter one day? In such moments, to whom can I turn for support? Do you wish for me to wield my sword against giants or griffins? Or when confronted by cursed deities, am I to simply await my demise? As he spoke, Loren drew forth a silver-plated dagger concealed at his waist, deftly spinning it in his hand. The blade, a hue of blue-gray, sliced through the air, leaving a dark mark upon the ground. Thus, this endeavor transcends mere employment for me. I am safeguarding my friends. Loren gazed earnestly at Ein before him. Sincerity etched upon his features. For your protection, I am willing to embrace this peril. Of course, there is also Isaac Grantham. You are my only companions. However, the diminutive wizard's expression belied his awareness of the latter statement. As if he were struck by an overwhelming shock, his azure eyes fixed blankly upon Loren. Ein. Unintentionally, Loren gently tapped the little wizard's hand, causing Ein, previously silent, to spring from his seat like a startled cat. Dashing away in a flurry, leaving no trace in Loren's sight. What have I done? Loren mused aloud, now alone at the dining table. With a shrug, he resumed consuming the meticulously prepared breakfast before him. Perhaps he was simply the sort of person capable of uttering falsehoods without a flicker of remorse, devoid of any semblance of guilt. He was different from them, within the confines of Vimperl Academy. He would never find a sense of belonging. Everything he did was merely transactional. To become emotionally entangled was to find oneself ensnared, unable to escape. Yet he vowed never to fall into such a state. With a swift and graceful motion, he sheathed his knight's sword and donned his wizard's cloak, departing the north tower towards the castle gates. Although it was unlikely that any clues regarding the murder of Father Anthony remained, he remained determined to unearth something useful, hoping to follow the trail to capture the culprits. Just as he had pursued the trail of Priest Draco as he neared the gates, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure in his periphery. Yet when he turned, there was nothing there. With a slight smirk, Loren pulled up his hood and walked resolutely towards Ancientwood Town. Did he notice me? The little wizard crouched behind the city wall, gasping for breath. His golden hair tousled behind him, anxiety etched upon his face. However, after a moment, when he peeked over the parapet again, the distant figure showed no signs of turning back, seemingly unaware of his presence. Only then did Ayn Rand exhale a long sigh of relief, though his expression remained complex, upon hearing Loren declare, "For your protection, I am willing to embrace this peril." It felt as if his heart might cease to beat. How utterly absurd, was it not? He knew all too well that this rogue was merely seeking to placate him. Yet despite this awareness, he found himself deeply affected. It was as though he were a fool willingly deceived. Fully aware of the lie yet unable to resist believing in its truth. Yet, did he not still risk his life for the Academy? Was it not genuine sentiment that mattered? Why dwell on such matters? The incident at the temple was similar. Despite knowing he was being deceived, he obediently complied. How vexing. Loren Doolin, you truly are a scoundrel. Chapter 41. Journey to Ancientwood Town, Part 1. Though this marked Loren's second visit to Ancientwood Town, he could still sense an unsettling atmosphere upon his return. The unexpected death of Father Anthony, coupled with rumors of ghouls rampant in the area, had cast a pall of tension over the village. It seemed even the air had grown heavy with apprehension. Every household had shuttered its windows, and the streets were noticeably less populated than before, after evading the two guards at the village entrance. Loren, clad in his wizard's robe, finally gained entry to the town. Nevertheless, he could still feel the weight of numerous scrutinizing gazes upon him, rife with suspicion and fear. Yet, this was one of his intentions. Even his disguise of dark hair and eyes would betray him. Better to be overt and allow his target to be more apparent, perhaps drawing out those lurking in the shadows. It was midday, a time when the faithful of the Holy Cross gathered for prayer, and the majority of villagers congregated near the church, not solely for prayers, but also seeking refuge and a sense of security. Even though Father Anthony had been murdered within the church, To ordinary folk, this ancient edifice remained sacred and inviolable. Countless villagers, guided by several clerics, moved in and out, some huddled near the entrance, whispering among themselves. Others, unable to resist hunger, began their lunches or fervently prayed before the statue of the Holy Cross. The throngs bustled, yet the shadow of death lent an air of solemnity to the atmosphere. "Halt! You, blasphemer, may not approach." Before Loren could near the entrance, several clerics advanced, vehemently halting him. "Where are the guards? Fetch the guards. Who allowed this wizard entry into the town? Wait, I know this gentleman." Before they could approach, one cleric clad in the Holy Cross robes intercepted the one about to summon the guards. "He is an apprentice from Vimprel Academy. It was he who avenged Priest Draco." "That does not absolve him of suspicion," the cleric huffed, shaking his sleeves in indignation, nearly pointing a finger at Lauren's nose. "These wizards are dangerous elements. They ought to be apprehended by the bishop. They are also children of the Holy Cross, no different from us." It was then that Loren recognized the speaker as the young cleric who had trailed after Draco. His face flushed as he argued. Bishop Fabian would never harm an innocent believer simply because he walks a different path. With that, the young cleric stepped forward and extended his hand to Loren. "Please, follow me, Lord Loren Doolin. I know why you have come." "Thank you," Loren replied, accepting the young cleric's invitation with a smile, amidst the hostile gazes of the other clerics. He followed the young cleric to the rear door of the church. "I apologize for your encountering such circumstances, but I hope you can understand," the young cleric continued apologetically as they walked. "The entire town is in a state of panic, compounded by the fact that both Priest Draco and Father Anthony have fallen to the summons of the Holy Cross. We can scarcely tend to our own affairs, let alone calm the fears of the anxious faithful." "Have no new clerics come to take over the church?" Loren inquired, suddenly perplexed. It was supposed to be Priest Draco's succession, but he has perished, leaving only those of us with little experience, utterly unfit for the role of priest. The young cleric's expression was heavy with sorrow. "We have sought aid from the bishop, but have yet to receive a response. It appears there are no results forthcoming." It seemed that the Holy Cross Church faced similar issues of seniority and inefficiency as certain public institutions. Loren mused. However, it was likely that the delay in resolving matters in Ancient Wood Town stemmed not solely from inefficiency, but from other underlying factors as well. "In any case, your arrival is truly a relief. It allows us to breathe a little easier." The young cleric could not help but ask, "You will surely uncover the identity of Father Anthony's murderer, will you not?" "I shall do my utmost," Loren could only promise, particularly upon witnessing the hopeful glimmer in the young cleric's eyes. "But it is contingent upon finding sufficient clues." The two arrived at the door to Father Anthony's chambers, where the young cleric struggled to move aside the nearby barrier before retrieving a key to unlock the door. Since the day Father was slain, this room has remained untouched, essentially as it was. "That is most fortuitous," Loren sighed inwardly. Contingent upon it indeed remaining as such, he had learned from Dalton prior to his arrival that Father Anthony's body had already been cremated and interred, effectively severing the majority of potential leads. Had his body still been present, he might have gleaned insights from wounds and cause of death, perhaps uncovering some hint. However, now he could only rely on chance. Yet, such disheartening thoughts were not ones Loren would voice. So he simply expressed his gratitude to the young cleric before stepping into the room. Just as the previous parlor, Father Anthony's chambers were exquisitely appointed. Dark carpets adorned the floor, a depiction of the Holy Cross graced the mantel above the fireplace, and the bed was draped in sumptuous azure velvet, the oil lamp by the headboard and the wall sconces appearing as though they were crafted by artisans. However, Loren was still able to uncover some clues. This dormitory lacked windows, so anyone wishing to enter could only do so through the door. The remnants of bloodstains corroborated this fact. Deep crimson marks extended from near the door to the bedside, with no signs of forced entry on the lock. This indicated that Father Anthony had been ambushed after opening the door, ultimately retreating to his bed. Dougal's knock. Loren mused aloud with a wry smile. As for why some believed Father Anthony had been slain by a ghoul, Loren had discovered several ghoul claws within the dormitory, and there were indeed scratch marks on the door, yet these did not constitute conclusive evidence. Ghoul claws were not particularly rare, and such marks could easily be fabricated. Furthermore, considering the nature of ghouls, if an ambush had occurred, it surely would not have been perpetrated by just one or two of them. the entire room would have been saturated with their putrid stench by now. Yet, Loren could scarcely detect even a hint of decay. Given the room's almost complete enclosure, such a potent odor would have dissipated entirely. The room did not appear to have been disturbed at all, lacking even a trace of having been ransacked, suggesting that the assailant's motive had nothing to do with theft or valuables, but rather solely with ending Father Anthony's life. Was it because he had uncovered some dreadful secret? Or was he merely an unfortunate pawn, killed to serve someone else's agenda? Perhaps it was experience from a past life that compelled Loren to rummage through the ashes in the fireplace, carefully sifting through the cold remnants of charcoal until he unearthed a piece of wood that had not been completely consumed by the flames. Loren mused, slightly puzzled as he retrieved the wood, revealing a wooden crucifix pendant, now reduced to little more than a fragment of its former self. How could a dormitory belonging to a priest contain a charred crucifix? Cautiously concealing the object, Loren turned and exited the dormitory with care, deliberately avoiding the front door and instead scaling the rear wall. This was not only to remain inconspicuous, but also to avoid further trouble, as the reputation of wizards in Oldwood Town had plummeted to disrepute. Whenever monstrous transformations and such incidents occurred, ordinary townsfolk and the church would invariably lay the blame at the feet of the wizards, who, isolated and defenseless, found themselves unable to articulate their innocence. Moreover, many wizards dabbled in practices that were not widely accepted, making wrongful accusations somewhat plausible. "Oh dear, is that not the very wizard from earlier?" A peculiar voice called out from behind, prompting Loren to grip the hilt of his sword beneath his cloak. Chapter 42. The Journey to Oldwood Town, Part 2. Where might you be in such a hurry, esteemed wizard? Two scruffy ruffians approached Loren, grinning mischievously, feigning a helpful demeanor. "This must be your first visit. Why not tell us where you're headed? We could escort you. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, gentlemen, but I must politely decline your offer." With a formulaic smile, he tossed a gleaming silver coin into their midst. "Please, enjoy a drink on me as a token of gratitude." A mere silver coin. "You think you can dismiss us with such a trifling sum?" One of the ruffians scoffed, stepping closer with arms crossed in a threatening manner. "Don't think we're unaware of what you were up to in that priestess quarters. Calm down. Let us resolve this amicably." Loren maintained his unchanging smile, his right hand still resting on the sword hilt beneath his cloak. "Moreover, I find myself a bit perplexed. Stop pretending, sneaking in from the back wall. Any fool can see what you've done." The ruffian spat, pointing a finger accusingly at Loren's nose. "That priestess residence held quite a treasure trove, and you certainly made off with a nice haul." "Very well. What sum would satisfy you both?" It was evident that they were not merely ruffians, but extortionists. "What would it take to keep your lips sealed?" 20 gold coins. The ruffian eagerly shouted, licking his lips in anticipation. "Agreed," Loren replied without hesitation, reaching towards his lower back as if to retrieve his wallet. "Wait." The other thug suddenly halted his companion, casting a suspicious glance at Loren. "This fellow is a wizard. Who knows what tricks he might pull? What if he tricks us? How about this? We count to 3, and then you toss the pouch over." The ruffian glared intensely at Loren, awaiting his response. Loren readily acquiesced. "All right, then, 1, 2, 3. In that instant, Loren swiftly raised his left hand, catching the wooden club that had been swung down from behind him, snatching it away. "The old trick of ambushing from behind never fails," Loren muttered to himself, denying the two ruffians any opportunity for shock as he swiftly knocked out the one in front. A kick sent the heavier ruffian sprawling, and as he hit the ground, Loren delivered another kick to his head, rendering him unconscious by the time Loren efficiently dealt with them and tossed the club aside. The child who had been preparing to ambush him stood frozen in place, clearly still in shock from the preceding scene. Loren scrutinized the boy, who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, wearing an oversized hat that rendered him inconspicuous. The calluses on his hands and the scars on his face indicated he had been in this line of work for quite some time. As Loren approached, the boy seemed to realize he should flee, but Loren's hand was already on his shoulder. In a reflexive motion, the boy turned and bit. Loren instinctively withdrew his hand, only to find the boy's move was merely a feint. He slipped away like a fish and darted off. Had this been a previous encounter, Loren might have faltered, but now it was a matter of a mere snap of his fingers. The levitation spell sent the boy stumbling, and he was soon pinned to the ground. Loren's right hand pressed firmly against his throat. "Please, just don't hurt my hands," and you can do whatever you want." The boy, realizing he had no escape, quickly conceded. Loren smiled and released him. Standing up. "Get up. I have no intention of harming you, that I merely wish to ask a few questions." The timid boy curled up on the ground, slowly rising after confirming Loren's intentions were not violent. Swallowing nervously as he looked down. I don't know anything. That is for me to decide," Loren replied, pressing down on the boy's shoulder as he crouched to meet his gaze. "What is your name?" "Hat. My name is Hat." The boy sniffled, his eyes still wary and fearful. "That's what everyone calls me." "Everyone? How many of you are there?" "There are 3 of us. You saw us all." The boy quickly attempted to ingratiate himself with a smile. Loren's smile widened, and he snapped his fingers. The boy winced as if struck on the forehead, but refrained from expressing his discomfort. "Do not lie, Hat. I can hear it in your voice." Loren's smile was disarmingly kind. "So please do not deceive me a second time. Who instructed you to watch me here?" "No one." Before Hat could finish, he noticed Loren raising his right hand once more. The boy's expression shifted, and with a clenched jaw, he declared, "No one told us to do this." Clearly, this matter weighed heavily on him. He would rather endure a beating than reveal the truth. Thus, threats would bear no fruit. A different approach was necessary. After contemplating, Loren nodded with a smile. "I believe you, however. How do you explain your attempts to rob me?" Just as the boy had begun to relax, he tensed up again. "Well, just pretend you saw nothing. How about this? Consider it a favor to me," Loren proposed. "We will act as if nothing has happened. You did not see me leave, and your 2 friends are merely drunk. How does that sound?" Hat nodded vigorously, and as Loren released him, he vanished like a stray cat into the streets. The self-satisfied smirk crept onto Loren's lips as he dusted himself off and leisurely followed the boy. If all went well, he might lead him to a crucial lead. Oldwood Town was not large, but the boy was evidently seasoned in evasion. He skillfully navigated the village, glancing back at corners to ensure they were not being followed before proceeding. Loren trailed behind, and after winding through most of the village, they finally arrived at the destination, a slum in the southwestern corner. After circling the area a few times to ensure they were alone, Hat cautiously approached a nearly derelict warehouse, once perhaps a granary, now a refuge for the impoverished of the village. "Hey, Hat, where have you been?" A portly ruffian intercepted him as soon as he entered. "What happened to the 2 guys with you?" They went to drink. Probably won't be back for a while." "Hat, these 2 scoundrels must be hiding something," exclaimed the resentful rogue, unable to contain himself. "The boss clearly stated that all the good things we procure must be surrendered, to be shared equally among us." The hat-wearer let out a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement, forcing a chuckle. Just as he was about to leave, the rotund man seized his shoulder. By the way, the gentleman who had us do the work before might be visiting today. Did you see his carriage at the entrance?" "No." The hat-wearer felt a lump rise in his throat, cold sweat trickling down his back. "Is he really coming today?" The thought of his earlier encounter made the hat-wearer anxious. What he had thought was merely a trivial endeavor for some extra cash seemed to have ensnared him in a perilous situation. Should he lie? But what if those 2 imbeciles woke up and exposed him? Yet, if he spoke the truth, that wizard would likely not let him off lightly. "What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" The rogue, noticing the boy's sudden pallor, instinctively stepped back, fearful of contagion. Dying from illness in such a place was far worse than starving. They had no money for medicine. "No." The hat-wearer was about to brush it off when a commotion erupted outside the barn. Just as he intended to investigate, he noticed a dilapidated carriage had suddenly appeared at the door. Paralyzed with fear, a drop of cold sweat fell to the ground beneath him. How on earth was he to explain himself now? Chapter 43. Traces Beneath Our Feet, Part 1. It truly is becoming increasingly intriguing. Loren, crouched outside the barn, discreetly observed the decrepit carriage parked at the entrance and the suspicious figures emerging from within. In such a rundown area, what sort of person would resort to traveling by carriage? If the intent was to remain inconspicuous, wouldn't a carriage be more glaring than the clothes one wore? Yet conversely, it seemed the owner of the carriage was more afraid of their identity being revealed or their face being seen by others, thus opting for such an eccentric mode of transport. This suggested that the individual was likely of considerable significance, either wealthy or noble. After all, commanding a group of rogues required a substantial amount of money. As the carriage arrived, the surrounding ruffians quickly filed into the barn. Loren cautiously followed the crowd, slipping through a side entrance. The air was thick with the acrid scent of cheap liquor emanating from battered barrels, and the scene inside resembled a gathering of beggars' guilds. Crouched in a nondescript corner, Loren pulled his hood tighter, striving to remain inconspicuous, while keeping a keen eye on the center of the barn. As he settled into observation, Loren relaxed slightly, akin to a predator awaiting its prey. Even pouring himself a cup of inferior wine from a decrepit barrel, in stark contrast, the boy known as Hat was far from at ease from the moment he spotted the carriage at the entrance. His mind waged a tumultuous battle, and as the crowd began to gather, he instinctively shrank back into the throng, hoping to remain unnoticed with his diminutive stature. Before long, he caught sight of their boss, the corpulent man. With a face full of flab, ushering a mysterious figure shrouded in a gray robe into the barn, the normally boisterous boss appeared like a docile lapdog before the figure in gray. Hunched over, neck withdrawn, wearing a facade of ingratiating smiles, after inviting the gray-robed gentleman to sit, the boss regained his bravado, standing beside the bonfire at the barn's center, his small, beady eyes scanning the room. "Brothers, we have an esteemed guest tonight. Come, let us greet this gentleman." A chorus of ruffians clumsily mimicked the sycophantic gestures of the wealthy, bowing and scraping under their boss's lead. However, the gray-robed figure seemed indifferent, merely clearing his throat to indicate they should continue. This gentleman has declared that as long as we obediently follow his instructions from now on, the tavern run by those wretched scoundrels next door will henceforth belong to us. At this revelation, thunderous cheers erupted within the once quiet barn, revealing that the ruffians had long coveted the tavern, their faces alight with expressions of surprise and flattery. Hat, blending into the crowd, joined in the foolish laughter as if nothing were amiss. But that is not all. Anyone who accomplishes the tasks assigned by this gentleman will receive additional rewards. The boss, invigorated by the enthusiasm of his subordinates, pointed to a ruffian standing at the forefront. "You. Yes, you. What did you tell me this morning? I saw it. That wizard who visited last time entered the church with a cleric." The ruffian, animated by the prospect of a reward, leaped forward, raising his hand as if afraid someone might beat him to it. "Well done." The boss, noticing the gray-robed figure nodding in approval, begrudgingly tossed a pouch of coins to the ruffian, then feigned exuberance as he called to the crowd. "See, this is all cash. Who else has spotted that wizard?" Feeling a chill down his spine, Hat quickly dove deeper into the throng, but before he could turn away, the sharp-eyed boss caught sight of him. "Hey, Hat, weren't you near the church too? What about those other two? They haven't returned yet." The hat-wearer feigned surprise, forcing a smile as he stepped hesitantly from the crowd to stand before the boss and the gray-robed figure. "This lad is the sharpest. No one in Ancient Wood Town can escape his keen gaze," the boss boasted, patting Hat on the shoulder while bragging to the gray-robed man. "Come on, tell this gentleman what you've discovered." I was just behind the church wall," Hat stammered, trembling as he darted his eyes back and forth. Desperately contemplating how to navigate this precarious situation, in a moment of peripheral awareness, he noticed a hooded figure in the corner of the barn, raising a cup in a mocking toast. The jolt of fear ran through him. But I didn't find anything." He swallowed hard, feigning calmness, avoiding the boss's gaze. "I saw them go for a drink, and then I returned." "He is lying," the silent gray-robed figure suddenly interjected, fixing a piercing gaze on the pale-faced Hat. "Seize him." The hat-wearer, now ashen, wasted no time and turned to flee. As the surrounding ruffians rushed towards him, one by one they stumbled, unable to catch the agile boy, who slipped through their grasp like a fish evading capture. Frantically heading for the barn's exit, the sheer number of people inside made escape difficult. He stumbled, scraping his knee, and narrowly dodged a flying cup that nearly struck him on the head. All while stifling his cries of pain, he knew that if he stopped, it would be his end. That gray-robed figure would certainly not let him off the hook. Bang! A deafening noise erupted from an unknown source, followed by a bright flash at the barn's eaves, engulfing the interior in thick smoke as chaos ensued. The ruffians, once composed, transformed into a panicked swarm, even the previously calm gray-robed figure now flailing about like a headless fly. Shouting in a frenzy, "He's in this barn! That damned wizard is in this barn! Catch him!" The gray-robed man's voice was unexpectedly shrill, tinged with a hint of panic. "Whoever captures him will claim that tavern. This bounty." Rather than bolstering the ruffian's spirits, only further plunged the scene into disarray. Unable to remain composed, the gray-robed man seized the fierce-looking boss and dashed for the barn's side exit. Amidst the chaos, Hat managed to escape the smoke-filled barn, hardly pausing to catch his breath before realizing he was face-to-face with a figure, another wizard, not much older than himself, grinning at him. I didn't tell them anything. It was that guy who discovered it himself, the boy gasped, eager to explain. You saw it too. He knew right away that I was lying. I harbor no grievances against you. In fact, this has proven to be quite fortuitous for me, Lorenz said, crouching to pat Hat's shoulder. Rest assured, no one will trouble you again. The shabby carriage and the conspicuous gray-robed figure. Such targets were far easier for Lorenz to track than the moon, and he could almost guess who they were, needing only to confirm it further. If all went well, he might uncover the truth tonight. Of course, the final outcome would depend on circumstances. Compared to the truth, Lorenz preferred to hold a few more cards close to his chest, ensuring he didn't find himself in a precarious situation. Comforting the boy, Lorenz turned to leave, closely following the tracks left in the ground, departing the still smoldering slum without needing to pay excessive attention to the panic that had marked their retreat. I have lost count of how many intersections I have turned at, but Lorenz, having traversed half of the ancient town of Gamu, has discovered an abandoned and dilapidated cart in a narrow alleyway. Evidently, the other party is not entirely devoid of intelligence, as they took care to cover their tracks by discarding the cart and opting to flee on foot. However, there is no need for Lorenz to exert himself in the search. A faint breathlessness betrays his exertion. Yet his face bears an enigmatic smile as he gazes at the opulent house across from him, adorned with a wooden sign bearing the inscription, Lair Family. This is one of the few estates belonging to the affluent merchants of Gamu Town, and it happens to be the very one mentioned by Draco. What can I say? Life is indeed replete with coincidences. Chapter 44, Traces Beneath Our Feet, Part 2. The man in the gray robe, gasping for breath, stumbled into the estate of the Lair family, brusquely dismissing the servant who had come to inquire after him. He staggered back to his bedroom, locking the doors and windows before finally exhaling in relief. He discarded his soiled gray robe and sank wearily into a chair, hidden beneath the hood of his robe. The second son of the Lair family, Green Lair, was filled with terror and panic, raising a bottle of liquor to his lips and gulping it down in a haphazard manner, despite having previously conspired with that imposter cleric Draco, which resulted in his brother's demise. The fear of narrowly escaping death still left this heir of the Lair family trembling, his heart racing incessantly. The wizard who had slain Draco had undoubtedly been in the barn at that moment. The mere thought of it made him regret stepping forward himself. Damn it, he could have simply found a trustworthy servant to handle it. After downing the liquor in one go, Green Lair's complexion began to return to normal, and his heartbeat gradually steadied. He even started contemplating his course of action for the following day. He could no longer venture to the barn, yet he still required those commoners to gather information, otherwise. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound nearly made him jump out of his skin, but upon realizing it was merely a knock at the door, Green could not help but curse. Damn it. Didn't I say not to disturb me tonight? You have a visitor, young Master Green, came the voice of the old steward from outside the door. He insists it is urgent and must see you immediately. A visitor? Green's liquor-clouded eyes narrowed cautiously as he gingerly set the bottle aside and mustered the courage to reply. Then please, let him in. The brief yet prolonged wait ended as the door swung open. A tall, slender man entered the room, and the tension that had gripped Green melted away instantly, causing him to toss the bottle aside carelessly. You seem to be in rather poor spirits, young Master Green. The tall man squinted his eyes and spoke in an indifferent tone. Poor spirits. I nearly didn't make it back this afternoon. Green, having just regained his composure, shot to his feet, his expression contorted as he locked eyes with the man. That wizard who killed Draco has returned. And not moments ago, he nearly caught me. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would be dead by now. Are you not safe and sound now? The man comforted him. He is merely a lowly wizard apprentice and poses no real threat to you. A lowly wizard apprentice. Green's voice rose sharply. That so-called lowly wizard apprentice has slaughtered Draco along with all his ghouls. Moreover, he likely extracted plenty of information from Draco. He must know everything now. And he visited the church this afternoon. Who knows what he might have discovered? I assure you, when I dealt with that Father Anthony, I left no traces behind, the man replied coldly. It was I who executed the task, not some third-rate alchemist like Draco. Regardless, this accursed wizard apprentice must die. He knows too much. Let us not forget. We are all in this together. If something goes awry, no one will escape. Green glared fiercely at the man. The crime of murdering a priest is one that warrants execution. We are well aware of the risks involved. The man narrowed his eyes into slits. From the moment we dealt with Father Anthony, we understood the stakes. Then do not mention it again. Even the mere mention of it sent shivers down Green's spine. Ever since Draco's death, Greenlair had been living in a state of constant anxiety, terrified of being implicated as an accomplice. Yet, what truly kept him awake at night was the thought of never obtaining the alchemical potions that Draco had concocted. Just a single cup could transform the most undrinkable ale into an unparalleled delight, even inducing wondrous hallucinations that left Green craving more. And the absence of such potions made his days increasingly unbearable, until he encountered that group of individuals. Although he knew they were not virtuous, he had foolishly believed them to be friends of Draco, even gifting them the clerical robes Draco had left behind. Then came the news of Father Anthony's murder. At this point, even regret felt too late. As long as no one knew, he could still consider himself safe. Everything was disconnected from him. Be it his brother's death or the priest's murder, the hands that committed those acts were not his own. Greenlair could only console himself in this manner. Of course, you are right. We cannot allow such a dangerous individual to continue living. The man finally spoke. Killing him may provoke the vigilance of the Whimper Academy, but we need not fear those cowards. They would never dare to utter a word. Moreover, with our protection, you need not worry that any wizards will lay a finger on you. At this juncture, Greenlair had no choice but to trust the man, silently nodding. In any case, we must eliminate him before this boy reveals the truth. That can certainly be arranged. The man nodded, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. However, since you have made this request, and our services are not without cost, should you wish for his life now, it will require some form of compensation. What? More money? Upon hearing this, Greenlair sprang to his feet. What do you take me for? A walking wallet? Merely, if we are to provide potions and ensure your safety while also dispatching additional personnel. It cannot be without remuneration. Shut up. Have you not already taken enough from me? Greenlair retorted indignantly. I am merely the heir of the family, not the head of the Lair household. My resources are limited. Then that means, once you become the head of the Lair family, it will be possible, correct? The man interjected unexpectedly. What are you rambling about? Just a small suggestion. The man replied with a blank expression. Have you never felt that your father, who only ever had eyes for your brother, is rather bothersome? But he is my father. A father who has never regarded you with any significance, the man continued. A father who only acknowledges you as an heir when he has no other choice. Of course, this is merely a small suggestion. The decision rests entirely with you. With just a simple command, we would be more than willing to assist a friend in resolving minor inconveniences. The man turned to leave, feigning an intention to depart. Wait, the restless Greenlair suddenly called out, and the man turned his back, displaying a strange smile. If I were to ask you to do this, there will be not a whisper nor a trace left behind. The man's tone was exceedingly gentle. And it will not tarnish your hands. All consequences will be borne by us. Tomorrow night. Have it done by tomorrow night, by the day after. I shall be the head of the Lair family. With all his strength, Greenlair uttered these words, collapsing back into his chair, his complexion as pale as a ghost. At that time, whatever you desire, I can provide. Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance, Master Lair. The man feigned flattery before turning to exit the room. As the door closed behind him, Greenlair found himself alone once more. Today had been interminably long. The wizard who nearly killed him, the haunting presence of Draco, and a father destined to join his brother in hell. Suddenly seizing the bottle, Greenlair flung open the window and hurled it outside. Come tomorrow, all those who look down upon me shall pay the price. Chapter 45. Traces Beneath Our Feet. Part 3. The head of the Lair family is dead? Even for someone as composed as Loren. Receiving such news early in the morning was shocking enough to leave him momentarily stunned. Standing in the narrow alley outside the Lair family estate, he cautiously surveyed the house, which appeared no different, perhaps sensing a hint of distrust in Lauren's expression. The Hat quickly interjected. Just last night, while I was sheltering from the rain at their back door, I heard screams emanating from within the house that by morning. the wealthy Lord Lyle was gravely ill, and the head of the household was replaced by that young Master Green Lyle. Is there any other information? Loren pressed further. Have there been any peculiarities among their servants? Anything out of the ordinary? Peculiarities? The hat paused for a moment. If I had to point out something unusual, it would be that the elderly butler, who usually leaves the house early in the morning, has yet to show his face. Such a significant upheaval within the household makes it understandable that a personal servant's routine might be slightly altered. Of course, it is also possible he has departed this world. Regardless, it is evident that the other party is attempting to conceal the truth, no matter who it was that killed Father Anthony. It now seems inextricably linked to the younger son of the Lyle family. I may need to infiltrate their domain to gather sufficient evidence before they dispose of all the incriminating proof. But before that, Lauren's gaze fell once more upon the boy, who instinctively shrank his head in fear, cautiously meeting the eyes of the slightly older wizard. Can you provide me with a reason you would be willing to assist me? Apologies, but I am not one to owe favors. I just think this information might be useful to you, the boy stammered, averting his gaze and swallowing hard. I can't return to the barn, so, while I am not particularly wealthy, Loren chuckled softly, producing a small pouch of silver coins from his pocket and offering it to the boy. I understand the value of gratitude. With that, he stood and turned to leave. The hat hastily tucked away the coin pouch and hurried after Lauren's retreating figure. You will still have need of me. Wizard, sir, the entire town of Ancientwood holds no secrets from me. Moreover, I am small, and no one pays me any mind. I can be quite helpful to you. Observing the boy's eager expression, Loren hesitated momentarily. Indeed, having a local informant could significantly ease his efforts, and an extra pair of eyes might help him uncover blind spots, just as in this instance. Very well, Hat, keep watch around the church for me. Loren patted the boy's cap. If you spot any strangers, particularly those who are clearly not from the area, be sure to inform me immediately. Rest assured, wizard sir, the hat said confidently, patting his pouch filled with silver coins, before darting down the alley like a wildcat, vanishing from sight. I hope this won't prove to be a mistaken decision, Loren muttered to himself as he also exited the alley, making his way towards the Lyle estate. That it was a house that appeared exquisitely crafted, featuring tall walls and a 3-story loft, which in the rural setting of Ancientwood could be likened to a modest castle. Mere wealth alone could not erect such a mansion. It was crucial that the Lyle family was a branch of some noble lineage to be granted such opulence. Bloodline and status are intertwined in this world. Those devoid of even a trace of noble blood are destined to remain commoners, and commoners are meant to remain so forever. This explains why Isaac's qualifications soared to unprecedented heights at Wimperle Academy. Yet he remained unaccepted by the apprentices born to the noble offspring of the wealthy. They could never come to terms with this brutal reality. A peasant, born of the lowest station, possessing more talent and wisdom than all of them combined. A sardonic smile crept across Loren's lips as he scrutinized the estate. These walled houses often instill a false sense of security. A wall nearly 3 meters high is insurmountable for most, and using any tools would easily attract attention, rendering it a crude but effective method of theft deterrence. However, conversely, as long as one does not enter from above, but rather from below, these walls become little more than mere decoration. Crouching down to examine the sewage outlet beside the back door, Loren prepared to dismantle it directly. Just as he was about to touch the sewage grate, a faint sensation pricked at him, prompting him to draw forth some clear water from behind and pour it down the outlet. To his astonishment, every drop flowed out without a trace day-in illusion. This suggests that the house likely harbors a somewhat capable spellcaster. Why am I not the least bit surprised? Loren chuckled to himself as he retrieved another alchemical concoction prepared for him by Ein, an insight potion. Although simple, its effects were exceedingly potent. That a mere sprinkle on any area touched by void energy would reveal everything with crystal clarity. In terms of alchemical mastery, the diminutive wizard had long surpassed the apprentice level. The only limitations on this prodigious alchemist were age and experience. Indeed, from the back door of the estate to the adjacent wall, and even the very spot he nearly stepped on earlier, nearly every inch around the back door was laden with illusions and traps. The sewage outlet served as a smokescreen. The wall was studded with sharpened stakes. Astonishingly, the doorknob was stuffed with incendiary material. If he were to pry the door open, the sparks generated by a simple tool could ignite him. Given that the other party had prepared traps, it was likely that someone within the house awaited his arrival. Rushing into such a place was decidedly not his style, even if a confrontation was necessary. It should occur on his own terms. Nevertheless, with the other party showing such hospitality, it seemed only proper to leave behind some token of his presence. A sly grin formed on his lips as he formulated a plan. After all, it was essential to convey his sincerity, wasn't it? Cunning fox. At some unknown moment, the tall, gaunt man who had returned to the rear of the estate surveyed the chaos wrought upon his meticulously arranged back door. Finally managing to utter those words after a prolonged silence, he had indeed underestimated this wizard apprentice. Although Wimperle Academy was filled with a bunch of cowardly fools, the mere fact that they sent this apprentice implied he possessed some measure of competence. Far beyond the average apprentice. Moreover, Draco and his ghoul had met their demise at this apprentice's hands, which only served to underscore the point. This apprentice was undoubtedly a menace, an unpredictable variable. Failing to eliminate him could lead to endless repercussions. With a cold snort, the man flicked the hem of his robe and was about to depart when he noticed something amiss. The original doorknob had been replaced, brazenly adorned with a wooden vial. It even bore the inscription incendiary material, as though to ensure he could not miss it. Was this a provocation? The man chuckled coldly, examining the new doorknob, which was simply wedged in place, lacking any mechanism. It could be removed with a gentle tug. Indeed, the other party was merely an apprentice. Without any combustible material, the incendiary was nothing more than a vial of water, and to think one could intimidate him with such crude tactics was sheer folly. Without hesitation, the man grasped the incendiary vial, and to be cautious, he sprinkled a bit of clear water on its surface. This way, there was no chance of sparks igniting. Let me witness your foolishness and ignorance. Fox, the man sneered, yanking forcefully. Boom. Chapter 46. The Traces Beneath, Part 4. After departing the Lyle estate, Loren promptly retraced his steps toward the church. However, he did not return via the same route. Instead, he first ventured into the shanty town in the opposite direction, circling around before finally approaching the vicinity of the church. Though he could not ascertain whether he was being followed, it was better to err on the side of caution. Having already drawn attention to himself, he was at risk of an ambush at any moment. Thus, the more crowded and chaotic the area, the better suited it was for his escape, granting him precious time to respond. Consequently, by the time he returned to the church, evening had fallen. The area outside the church remained teeming with people, as the few clergy and acolytes of the Holy Cross Church organized prayers before nightfall. Preparing bowls of porridge for the devout worshippers as evening sustenance. In truth, most individuals were not destitute enough to go without a bowl of porridge, yet they gratefully accepted it. What mattered more to them was the church's sturdy walls and the divine power of the Holy Cross, which provided them with a semblance of security on the surface. Everything appeared unchanged from previous days. But Loren rubbed his right hand repeatedly, a sense of inexplicable foreboding lingering in his mind, as if something were persistently pricking at him. Was it merely a figment of his imagination, or was he being overly cautious? Slowly donning his hood, Loren made his way along the street toward the side door of the church, determined to leave this place behind for the time being. Sir, please have mercy on me. I haven't eaten in days. A disheveled little beggar squatted in a nearby corner, his voice weak yet strikingly familiar. Loren smiled faintly, naturally turning to approach, crouching before the beggar. The grimy-faced hat looked up, revealing a triumphant grin. I told you, didn't I? No one can spot me. What have you discovered? Loren pretended not to hear the boy's words, rummaging through his coin pouch. There are 3 fellows, 2 burly men and a thin one, all of whom are not locals, but dress as if they were farmers. The hat lowered his voice and said, They have been lingering at the church entrance since morning. Do you not look up? Ever since you arrived, those 3 individuals have been fixated on you. Find a place to hide quickly. With a solemn gesture, he placed a coin into the boy's empty bowl, and as Loren stood up, he whispered, I must go prepare now, and then wait for the guests to arrive. The hat fell silent, casting a sidelong glance at Loren as he approached the church's grand entrance, and then, discreetly seizing the bowl, slipped away along the wall when no one was paying attention. Welcome back, Lord Loren of Turin. As Loren reached the church's entrance, a small acolyte distributing porridge hurried towards him, appearing somewhat expectant. Did you uncover any clues? Exclamation point. Indeed, I have stumbled upon some significant intelligence. However, As Loren spoke, he casually surveyed his surroundings, clearly noting that 3 individuals were deliberately avoiding his gaze. Just as the hat had described, 2 of them were notably robust, while the third appeared unusually pallid, likely a consequence of prolonged exposure to the shadows. Yet this was merely an initial impression and not a definitive judgment. However, I may need to revisit Father Anthony's quarters. It seems I uncovered some clues last time that could serve as corroborating evidence for certain intelligence. Loren intentionally lowered his voice. With a stroke of luck, I might unveil the truth of the matter tonight. The truth of the matter? You mean? The small acolyte suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Understood. I shall open the door at once. After cautiously closing the door and locking it, Loren remained pressed against the door and wall, motionless. Once he was assured that no sounds emanated from outside, he entered the room at a leisurely pace. Very well, guests may arrive at any moment, so preparations must be expedited. With a light tone, Loren casually sat on the blood-stained bed of the priest, beginning to arrange the equipment he had on hand. First was a brand-new knight's longsword along with 2 daggers, all procured from the blacksmith shop in the nearby village. This time, Dalton had been exceptionally generous, providing him with a full 100 silver coins, allowing Loren to select freely from the blacksmith's wares, with additional funds for travel expenses. Next was the light sword he had forged alongside Isaac and the diminutive wizard. After considerable contemplation, he temporarily named it Bright Silver. Admittedly, he lacked any particular talent for naming. Additionally, there was a vial of tranquilizer for emergencies and 3 bottles of the specially crafted unstable incendiary. Considering he might have already ensnared the opposing party, Loren was uncertain if these would still serve their intended ambush purpose. Indeed, he should have refrained from becoming overly complacent. The last item was the wand bestowed upon him by Dalton Candor. Carefully opening the box, Loren's expression turned somewhat astonished. Inside lay a glove, and it appeared to be for the left hand. What manner of wizard would fashion their wand into the semblance of a glove? This was a black half-fingered glove, seemingly made from some animal hide, each finger's opening adorned with a silver ring, faintly etched with runes. The back of the hand was decorated with a deep red design, a circle encased in a triangle. Though the precise meaning eluded him, both symbols were foundational to spells and runes, perhaps alluding to the identity of the user as a caster, recalling Dalton's somewhat reluctant expression when he had handed over the glove. Loren speculated that this item likely did not belong to him, but was perhaps a memento or heirloom. Otherwise, his demeanor would remain inexplicable. Sliding the glove onto his left hand, he gradually connected it to his mental sanctuary, merely a blink of an eye. And it felt as though his body had formed a bond with the glove, his left hand seemingly naturally adorned with it. Though he was not well versed in wands and such, Loren understood that the easier the connection, the greater the quality of the item. The one on his hand was undoubtedly no ordinary piece. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly finished packing his equipment, all the while attentively listening to the sounds nearby. The surroundings were eerily quiet. After all, this was the village church, where even the ruffians of the slums dared not cause trouble. The majesty of the Holy Cross illuminated this place even at midnight. However, considering that Father Anthony had met his demise in this very room, it seemed the authority of the Holy Cross was not as formidable as one might hope. Standing by the door, Loren cautiously opened a small crack, peering outside through the glow of the room. The moon was no longer full, and the slender crescent was obscured by mist, the ancient wooden town immersed in darkness. Yet, it was precisely due to the profound silence that Loren could faintly discern distant footsteps approaching, seemingly along the church's rear wall. There were 3 individuals, one of whom was likely a wizard, with a fair chance of being a spellcaster. As for the other 2, they appeared more akin to mercenaries, yet they should not be underestimated. Those who danced with death were often more efficient than wizards when it came to killing. He needed to devise a way to eliminate one of them first, and then lure the other into the room. With a stroke of luck, a bottle or 2 of incendiary could dispatch them. Ultimately, a direct confrontation would likely ensue. Given the physical disparity between himself and the 2 burly men, it would be prudent to maintain distance or seize an opportunity for a surprise attack. While Loren concealed himself behind the door, he was still meticulously plotting when he heard voices conversing behind the wall, seemingly embroiled in a heated debate. One voice he recognized. If he was not mistaken, it belonged to the gray-robed man from the barn. It seems the plan has changed. Now there are 4 of them. A smile of amusement crept onto Loren's face. though it appeared somewhat sinister. I have an idea. Chapter 47, Shadows of Slaughter, Part 1. So, are you certain he is in the priest's quarters? Greenlaw swallowed hard, his back pressed firmly against the wall as he anxiously trailed behind the three men, his jaundiced eyes scanning the pitch-black night, as if fearing a shadow might leap out at any moment. That guy is cunning. The last time in the barn, I could hardly glimpse his face before the entire place. I've already told you, he is right here. The thin man at the back suddenly turned around, interrupting Greenlaw with a fierce glare. Unlike you, Lord Lyle, we have been watching this brat for 2 whole days. And we saw him enter with that acolyte, so please refrain from any more idle chatter. Idle chatter. Feeling insulted, Greenlaw raised his voice. You have no idea how formidable he is. If I hadn't escaped quickly last time, I would have surely met my end. If you fear him so much, why are you even here with us? The thin man retorted with a sneer. You would be better off at home, waiting for us to deliver the brat's head to you. Fear him? It was you who assured me that we could eliminate him, which is why I came along. Greenlaw's indignation surged, and it is precisely because of this brat that I have been forced to flee like a rat. This time, I shall personally see to his demise. The thin man nodded in forced agreement, turning away to spit in contempt. Yet, no matter how much he scorned this incompetent wealthy man, Greenlaw remained their patron, for the sake of gold. He had to endure and protect this foolish imbecile. Originally, this task was meant for that gentleman. Unfortunately, this afternoon, he had fallen victim to the schemes of the wizard apprentice, suffering burns that incapacitated his right hand and part of his arm, compelling him to leave the old wooden town in search of treatment, thus entrusting this fat sheep to their care. Damn it, Tom, stay with Lord Lyle. The thin man reluctantly instructed the 2 mercenaries ahead. Jerry, you come with me. We must apprehend that wretched apprentice. We need to teach this brat a lesson about who not to provoke. You promised me I could kill that brat. Greenlaw hastily clutched the thin man's clothing upon realizing he was about to be abandoned. Once we have him half dead, we will naturally hand him over for your disposal, Lord Lyle. With a huff, the thin man wrested free from Green's grasp, cautiously climbing over the church's wall, leaving only the mercenary named Tom and Green behind. Even within the Holy Cross Church, there was no light to pierce the midnight gloom. After landing soundly, the thin man drew his wand and cast Will-o'-the-Wisp spell, and the 2 followed the faint light, inching closer to the dormitory door by memory. Upon reaching the door, the mercenary named Jerry stepped forward, twisting the doorknob firmly before whispering back, Boss, the door is locked from the inside. A mere trick, the thin man scoffed. Yet he did not approach the door. Given that even the gentleman had fallen prey, he did not expect to be so fortunate himself. Step aside. Let me give it a try. The mercenary stepped aside. The emaciated figure raised his wand and murmured a few incantations under his breath. As a pale blue light coalesced at the tip of the wand, with a gentle flick of his wrist, the light struck the doorknob directly. The tightly locked door emitted a dull thud. Yet nothing transpired. The thin man paused momentarily, wondering if he had miscalculated, if the other party had not prepared any traps at all. However, his patience was wearing thin. More crucially, that recent action must have alerted the occupant within the room. Instantly, he signaled to the mercenary behind him, who, understanding the cue, drew his hand axe and forcefully slammed it against the door. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out as the frail wooden door was smashed open. The 2 men rushed into the room, intent on dismembering the wretched apprentice, only to be met with a shocking sight. Where is he? The room was desolate, devoid of any presence, save for a few traces indicating someone had recently occupied the space. And nothing more. This was impossible. That boy had clearly returned, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. The thin man relentlessly replayed the afternoon's events in his mind, recalling the words exchanged and the fleeting glance that nearly collided with his own. Could it be that it was all a ruse, that the other had long sensed he was being watched? A chill ran down the thin man's spine as he suddenly felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He might have unwittingly walked into a trap. Completely oblivious to it, the once self-assured thin man now felt like prey under the watchful gaze of an old hunter, and the eerie silence of the room seemed to grow increasingly sinister, as if concealing unseen snares. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed from outside the room, jolting the thin man from his morbid thoughts. There was no mistaking that voice. It belonged to Lord Lyle. He had been ambushed from the very beginning. He had fallen into a trap. I know this might be awkward, but could you please refrain from screaming? Loren said with a hint of exasperation as he dragged the mercenary's lifeless body aside, swiftly stripping it of its garments to don them himself. Initially, Loren had assumed that the new head of the Lyle family would at least put up some resistance. However, upon seeing him paralyzed in terror, huddled in a corner, and convulsing as if afflicted by epilepsy, his screams echoing with anguish, Loren couldn't help but assess the situation. To be fair, Loren had never considered his methods to be particularly gruesome. Even when taking a life, he typically aimed for a swift and decisive strike, deeming any excess movement unnecessary. Torturing or deliberately crippling someone held no significance in his eyes. Yet, for Greenlisle, the experience was entirely different. He had witnessed the boy leap down like a bat, effortlessly slicing through the mercenary's throat in the blink of an eye, before plunging a dagger into the mercenary's chin. By the time Loren regained his composure, the mercenary, who had appeared relatively safe, was now silent, drenched in blood, and lifeless. This individual was no mere mortal. Cold sweat poured down Green's brow as he lost any thought of escape, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Only now did he comprehend that had the other truly intended to kill him, he would never have escaped the barn. Suddenly feeling an icy sensation around his neck, Green abruptly ceased his desperate cries, wide-eyed and voiceless, gazing in terror at the dagger poised at his shoulder. I apologize. Although I truly do not intend to kill you, you might need to take a little nap, Loren said with a sudden smile. Bang! Without waiting for a response, Loren delivered a punch to Green's temple, plunging him into unconsciousness. After disposing of this nuisance, Loren promptly sank against the wall, lowering his head in a feigned state of weakness. Soon, the thin man and another mercenary, realizing they had been deceived, scaled the wall and returned. Despite the darkness of the night, the thin man could still discern the grim scene around him. The mercenary sprawled in a pool of blood, and Greenlisle lying beside him, uncertain of his fate. Upon witnessing this sight, the thin man's blood ran cold. The target had evidently been the head of the Lyle family, and he had been manipulated from the very beginning. The mercenary named Jerry, upon seeing his fallen comrade in such a state, displayed a hint of sorrow on his face. Boss, we must avenge Tom. Damn it. How do we take revenge? Do you know where that kid has gone? The thin man roared, equally agitated. Doing this is no different from signing our own death warrants. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of coughing nearby made the thin man turn around, his face lighting up with surprise. Tom, you're still alive? I cough, cough. The gasping Tom could only be heard in a whisper, prompting the thin man to crouch down, anxiously observing him, entirely oblivious to the fact that this Tom had lost considerable weight. I cough. I saw him cough. He went that way, cough. Chapter 48. The Shadow of Slaughter, Part 2. The pitch-black night enveloped the thin wizard, rendering him oblivious to any irregularities, as he approached without a hint of caution, his eyes wide and voice trembling. What did you say earlier? Do you know where that kid went? Cough, cough. Yes, cough. The dying Tom, lying on the ground, awaited the moment the thin man drew near, lowering his voice as if laced with temptation. He coughed. He is right. Where? Unable to restrain himself, the thin man leaned closer to hear more clearly. In that instant, he distinctly heard the sharp sound of a finger snap, followed by a white light appearing before him. It was the firefly spell. By the time the thin man realized he needed to evade, it was already too late. The blinding white light sealed his vision, and Tom's right hand suddenly produced a dagger, plunging it mercilessly into the thin man's neck, severing his throat. Ah! Gurgle, gurgle. The piercing scream was abruptly cut off as the thin man clutched his throat and staggered backwards in panic, desperately attempting to draw his wand. Though he could not even utter a single incantation, still striving to gather the gray-blue light. Without hesitation, Loren seized the thin man's right hand, striking the hilt of his sword against the man's arm, breaking it with a single blow, then kicking him into the corner. Regardless of the circumstances, a spellcaster wielding a wand was always a perilous threat, not due to their efficiency in killing, but because of the uncertainty they presented, a quality Loren utterly despised. The blinding white light gradually dissipated, restoring the alley behind the church to its original midnight darkness, as the mercenary crouched in the corner, slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the thrashing thin wizard in a pool of blood, alongside the figure clad in Tom's garments, he swallowed hard, cautiously inching towards the alley's exit. I don't believe I ever mentioned you could leave. Did I? Loren said coolly, turning his head with a calm demeanor. "Why are you in such a hurry to depart?" "I'm merely a mercenary, here to do a job for pay," Jerry replied with a forced laugh, still tightly gripping his hand axe. "We're completely oblivious to your dealings with our employer. Yet I just killed your friend. Do you not intend to avenge him? In our line of work, losing one's head is a constant possibility." Jerry licked his cracked lips. "If you let me go tonight, I assure you I will never meddle again, all right?" Loren hesitated for a moment, as if weighing a significant decision. "Generally speaking, I have no taste for needless bloodshed. It's entirely unnecessary." He spoke as if to himself. "But I'm afraid tonight's events have far exceeded my capabilities if I let you go. Who knows what may unfold, so we are all merchants dancing on the edge of blades, my friend." Jerry's expression turned increasingly cold. "Why must you force the issue?" "Force the issue? Spare me the pretense," Loren scoffed. "If I am not mistaken, you had no intention of leaving me alive tonight. Then it seems there is nothing more to discuss." The disappointed mercenary straightened his posture, as if preparing to stretch, before suddenly hurling his hand axe towards Loren. Without a moment's thought, Loren sidestepped, hearing the whoosh of the axe slicing through the air, embedding itself in the wall behind him. Once he regained his footing, he found the burly mercenary charging at him. And instinctively, Loren drew his knightly longsword, its bright blade shimmering silver. Clang! As if in perfect synchrony, both men retreated simultaneously, the steel sword and the long axe sparking with the collision. Loren felt his grip on the sword falter, a sharp pain radiating from his knuckles as he realized he had underestimated Jerry. This mercenary possessed strength beyond his expectations. He needed to find a way to outmaneuver his opponent. Loren quickly deduced this. Meanwhile, Jerry appeared to sense something amiss, closing in on him as Loren stepped back, the heavy axe looming like a serpent with fangs bared, ready to strike at the slightest misstep, leaving Loren no chance for retaliation. And Loren was the prey, constantly dodging the serpent's deadly fangs, knowing that should his calculations falter even slightly, the axe could tear through his flesh, shatter his bones, and then sever his head. The other party is indeed a genuine mercenary, a ruthless traitor who thrives on bloodshed, and is utterly unmatched in experience, strength, and speed. Judging by the standards of a wandering knight, I fear I can only endure a little longer before I must resort to fleeing for my life. However, I am now a wizard, and thus I can resolve this predicament using a wizard's methods. As Loren deftly dodged another slash from his opponent, he suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The mercenary was clearly on guard in that very instant. He closed his eyes, crouched low, and thrust his long-handled axe forward like a spear, should Loren dare to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He would undoubtedly find the axe crushing his ribs. Yet this time, he employed the levitation spell. The axe, propelled forward, was abruptly deflected by an unforeseen resistance, causing Jerry, who had nearly been knocked over by the sudden inertia, to look up and see Loren soaring through the air like an eagle, his silver sword aimed directly at his head. The mercenary, his hair standing on end, unhesitatingly crouched down and raised the axe like a flag. Loren, suspended in midair, had no time to halt. The steel sword crashed against the axe blade and was sent flying from his grasp. What an opportunity! The mercenary seized the fleeting moment, and as Loren rolled to the ground, still unable to rise, the battle axe was already poised before him. Gripping the axe blade with his right hand, Loren drew forth bright silver, with his left, extending his arm as straight as possible towards his adversary. This merely appeared to Jerry as a futile act of resistance. Honestly, what could that seemingly exquisite dagger accomplish? Before it could even strike, a single swing of his axe would surely sever the hand that wielded it. "You leave me no choice," the mercenary sneered. "We could have come to a peaceful agreement. But now I must send you to meet the venerable Holy Cross." "Not necessarily," Loren replied with a slight smile, softly uttering the incantation, "May the void be with you." The cold light of bright silver was instantly activated, and it was markedly different from before. Loren used his left hand precisely because the wand on that hand could optimize performance to the greatest extent, bearing the burdens he could not. The double potency of bright silver was no longer the cumbersome tool that struggled to cleave through a mere wooden post. Now it possessed the strength to tear through the iron shells of those noble knights. The mercenary barely had time to glimpse a flash of gray-blue before he felt a sudden emptiness in his chest, as though something had spilled forth. His grip on the battle axe weakened. Growing increasingly feebled in his blurred vision, he saw the wizard apprentice standing up, gently laying himself down on the ground, even taking the care to cover his own eyes, as the entire world descended into darkness. "I apologize," Loren murmured as he closed the mercenary's eyes. Though he likely could no longer hear him, the radiance of bright silver faded, and from afar, the sounds of a bustling commotion and flickering flames reached him beneath the night sky. It was evident that the noise had roused the clergy of the church. However, it seemed the commotion was rather excessive. If memory served, there were not many left in the church, even accounting for the faithful gathered outside. Such a grand display was unlikely. Loren even vaguely heard the sound of hooves and wheels. Could there be others? The sounds grew closer, and it was already too late to escape, not that Loren intended to flee. He rested his long sword on his shoulder, quietly awaiting the arrival of his visitors. The knight, brandishing the Holy Cross banner, halted his steed before him, poised to trample this wizard apprentice who had refused to kneel into a bloody pulp. The knight's expression was cold, yet tinged with anger. "Your name, wizard?" "Loren Dueling." Loren sheathed his sword, yet did not bow, merely nodding slightly. "I extend my most sincere greetings to the esteemed members of the Holy Cross." Chapter 49, A Satisfactory Outcome, Part 1. The sharp dagger swayed gently, slicing the white bread into pieces as if humming a tune, spreading a touch of soft yellow cheese upon it, and lifting it to his mouth with the tip of the blade. "Ah, if only I could have a glass of wine to accompany this, it would be perfect." The clean and tidy room, imbued with a serene atmosphere, bathed in the morning light streaming through the window, together composed this flawless morning, one that could not be improved upon. Loren, in high spirits, quietly savored his breakfast, utterly unbothered by the fact that he was under house arrest. Yet he was acutely aware of the two knights of the Holy Cross stationed outside his door, if his assumptions were correct. There were likely others nearby. Should he dare to step out of his room, being cut to pieces would hardly be the worst possible outcome. What had transpired last night? He had managed to deal with that scrawny wizard and two mercenaries. And then the people of the Holy Cross had arrived. Merely a half-day's time had passed, indicating that they had arrived even earlier than he. Moreover, they came armed to the teeth. It was clear that this was not merely about the new priest's appointment. Were they here for Father Anthony? That was a possibility, though not a certainty. It was at least one of their objectives. Such a grand display in the ancient wood town surely signified significant intentions. If only he still had the gloves or the remaining alchemical concoctions, perhaps he could find a way to slip away unnoticed. However, it was evident that they had left him with nothing upon his arrival. All his belongings, including bright silver, had been confiscated, leaving him with only a personal dagger. From last night until now, Loren had remained in this room, and they had shown no inclination to engage him in conversation or inquire about the situation. If not for that purpose, then why was he being detained here? To silence him, the corner of Loren's mouth curled slightly. He felt he was nearing the truth of the entire affair. Yet there were still some pieces missing, just a thin layer of paper separating him from the shadowy gentleman who awaited him. The journey from the ancient wood town to the Vimper Academy took just a day. And 4 days after Dalton received news of Father Anthony's death, the Holy Cross had arrived at the academy. Subtracting the time in between, it became evident that upon Dalton's return from the ancient wood town, the church had hastened towards it. This could not be mere coincidence. There has never been such a thing as coincidence in this world. Although Dalton had not explicitly stated it, he had surely sensed something amiss and attracted the attention of the church. This was the only reasonable explanation. The church would not go so far as to murder a priest. So who were these people, and what were they scheming? If one were to claim that this group had no connection to the church, it would seem rather peculiar. Otherwise, why would two parties arrive within less than half a day of each other? Loren's mind was filled with chaotic information, so much so that he did not even hear the knock at the door. It was only when someone entered the room that he snapped back to reality. The nervously anxious young cleric came into view. "Thank goodness, after hearing about last night's events, I feared you. May the Holy Cross protect us." The young cleric, both anxious and relieved, quickly retracted his latter words and approached Loren with concern. "Your Grace, Loren Dueling, are you well?" "Everything is as usual," Loren shrugged nonchalantly, casually inquiring. "But how is it outside? Are there still many faithful gathered at the church?" "Thanks to the Holy Cross, we have endured the most challenging days. Of course, there are also Lord Phoenicis and the warriors who accompanied him." As he sat down, The young cleric couldn't help but express his gratitude. Everything in the ancient wood town has returned to normal now. Lord Phoenicis has temporarily taken charge here, and we simply await the arrival of the new priest. Phoenicis, the very same individual who visited the academy last time. Lauren's heart sank in realization. This lord must be particularly devout, as I have heard he is not very friendly towards someone of my ilk. Indeed, but that is merely due to his faith in the Holy Cross. Apart from that, he is quite affable, the young cleric awkwardly defended. I have already explained to him that all this was a misunderstanding and that you are not allied with those blasphemous individuals. And he has come to believe it, whether he truly believed it or had been aware from the outset. Loren scoffed internally, though his expression remained one of deep gratitude. I am truly thankful. Although I am a wizard, I am still a child of the Holy Cross. Since we are all devout believers, we should not be treated differently due to our identities. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The young cleric nodded enthusiastically. Believers should not be differentiated by status before the Holy Cross. We are all equally humble souls, all lambs yearning for the heavenly kingdom. Yet, both Father Anthony and Lord Phoenicis do not quite support my viewpoint. The young cleric shook his head regretfully. Perhaps I am simply being naive. No, you are not wrong. They are merely shackled by past notions. Your perspective is the future, Loren said with certainty, locking eyes with the young cleric. Trust me, such ideas will undoubtedly gain traction in the near future. There is no need to doubt yourself. Persevere. Thank you. The young cleric nodded. However, I believe you should not harbor such aversion towards Lord Phoenicis. After all, if his warriors had not arrived in time last night, we might not even be here chatting now. Would we? Loren paused for a moment before resuming his expression of gratitude. You are correct. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would not know if I could still breathe. Everyone is very grateful to them, too. The young cleric displayed an expression of I knew it, as he remarked. Indeed, this is a valiant warrior of the Holy Cross, ever so dependable. Smiling, Loren engaged in a casual conversation with the young cleric, attempting to extract information regarding the current circumstances outside, the recent rumors circulating in Gumu town, and the true purpose of the esteemed Lord Phoenicis's visit. Although the young cleric seemed to speak freely, he was merely an apprentice priest and could not possibly possess substantial inside knowledge. The mere fact that he was allowed to visit was likely a deliberate arrangement by Lord Phoenicis, aimed at alleviating his own vigilance. Bang! The door was flung open, startling the young cleric, who nearly cried out, but quickly silenced himself upon recognizing the attendant of Lord Phoenicis entering. Lord Phoenicis wishes to see you. Wizard, the attendant said, regarding Loren with evident disdain, even too apathetic to utter his name. Immediately. At your command. With a formulaic smile, Loren casually approached. After all, the attendant was the very knight who had nearly trampled him the previous night, and evidently still held a grudge regarding his perceived impudence. Upon noticing Loren following, the indifferent knight did not even spare a glance at the young cleric before turning to leave. After leading Loren outside, the knight halted his steps and did not proceed further. Loren inclined his head slightly, preparing to advance. Before he could go far, the knight's right hand suddenly pressed firmly against Loren's shoulder from behind, exerting pressure as if to crush his scapula in the presence of Lord Phoenicis. You should be well aware of what to say and what not to say, the knight's cold voice resonated. The Lord may forgive you, but I shall not. I understand the boundaries, Loren replied, stifling the pain in his shoulder while maintaining a faint smile. Please trust that I shall not utter a word beyond what is necessary before that esteemed individual. You need not worry. You would do well to comprehend the gravity of your words. Wizard. The knight released his grip. Under the radiance of the Holy Cross, all evil and sorcery shall be laid bare. Then I shall take your words as a good omen, noble knight. Loren seized the opportunity to relax his shoulder. In truth, I am also a devout believer of the Holy Cross. Of course, whether he was a truly pious follower of the Holy Cross Church was a matter open to debate. Chapter 50. A Satisfactory Conclusion, Part 2. Come in. Do not be overly formal. Take a seat and rest for a moment. In the parlor of Father Anthony, Lord Phoenicis, seated upon the long bench like a host, greeted the newly arrived Loren with a warm and affable smile, exuding an air of ease as if he had resided there for quite some time. I appreciate your hospitality, but that will not be necessary, Loren replied with a demeanor of utmost respect. subtly declining the offer while standing before Lord Phoenicis with his hands clasped. I am but a humble wizard, unworthy of sitting in your presence. You are also a knight, Lord Phoenicis remarked, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes at the rejection. Though he concealed it well. I have heard tales of your master, Leonardo of Turin, yet I was unaware he had an heir. Though, should he learn of your choice to become a wizard, he would undoubtedly be quite astonished. Would he not? The vicissitudes of life leave little room for choice. Loren thought it best to ignore the veiled sarcasm and maintained a mask of courteousness. I am merely curious about how I may be of service to you. You believe I summoned you for some matter requiring your involvement? Lord Phoenicis paused momentarily before breaking into a soft chuckle. I apologize. It appears my arrangements have led to a misunderstanding. The reason I have not allowed you to leave is not due to any pressing business. But rather I wish for you to convey a message to the Vimpar Academy to ease the rather awkward situation between us. Loren, his hands gently rubbing together behind his back, pondered as he awaited further elaboration. You likely recall my previous visit to your academy, where I had a brief encounter with Director Peter. Lord Phoenicis's expression turned somewhat awkward. However, my demeanor at that time was not particularly amiable. One might say you were almost eager to dismantle the academy on the spot. Loren smirked inwardly. The circumstances at that time, along with certain personal biases, resulted in considerable misunderstandings between us. Lord Phoenicis glossed over the matter with a casual air. Moreover, many believed that Anthony's sacrifice was due to the academy's influence, which clouded my judgment. Yet now that the truth has come to light, we must restore the academy's honor, Lord Phoenicis explained. If it were solely my decision, I could unreservedly visit the academy to apologize to Director Peter. However, at this moment, I must also safeguard the dignity of the church, particularly that of Bishop Fabian. Such a grievous oversight and error cannot befall the church, lest it lead the devout followers to lose their faith and trust. Therefore, I hope you can convey my sentiments to Director Peter. I trust he will understand. Lord Phoenicis gazed earnestly at Loren, his eyes burning as if they sought to melt him. Thus, the crux of the matter was that the Holy Cross Church recognized its error but could not afford to publicly acknowledge it, and certainly would not admit fault. Instead, they sought to convey this message through Loren, privately resolving the conflict as if nothing had transpired. How utterly shameless, yet, considering the lack of resistance against the church. Loren could only acquiesce. He nodded slightly. Rest assured, I shall deliver the message. As for whether Peter and Dalton would swallow their pride, that was another matter entirely. Please also convey to His Excellency the Director that Bishop Fabian holds the Academy's recent initiatives in high regard and hopes you will continue in this manner, Lord Phoenicis remarked with a feigned casualness. This will demonstrate that the wizards of Vimpar Academy are also devoted followers of the Holy Cross, which is vital for restoring the Academy's image. I understand. At the very least, Dalton would not find amusement in this news. Clearly, the church was quite pleased with the Academy's recent voluntary contributions, which alleviated their concerns, prompting them to consider this a routine practice to continue until the Academy could no longer sustain itself. If the former was brazen, this was bordering on shamelessness. Loren's gaze, lowered, swept across Lord Phoenicis's smiling visage, as if he could already glimpse the arrogance concealed within that smile. Of course, the most important thing is that Father Anthony's sacrifice was not in vain. It has allowed us to apprehend an evil, blasphemous organization, Lord Phoenicis suddenly declared with righteous fervor, the head of the Lyle family. Green Lyle. This individual embodies wickedness, exuding a repulsive aura from head to toe. He first murdered his brother for the sake of inheritance, then, upon being discovered by Father Anthony, silenced him. Ultimately, he extended his venomous grasp toward his own father, seeking to control all of Gumu town. For this nefarious plot, he even enlisted the aid of equally vile individuals, turning those wretched scoundrels and beggars into his lackeys. Fortunately, we identified and thwarted his plans in time. Lord Phoenicis stood, visibly excited, and patted Loren's shoulder. The Holy Cross shall remember your contributions, child, and the Holy Cross shall never forget to reward and encourage those valiant warriors who make sacrifices. As he spoke, Lord Phoenicis presented Loren with a silver ring. This is a token I prepared especially for you. Wear it, child. Thank you for your generous gift. After a brief moment of hesitation, Loren donned the ring. Crafted of pure silver, the face adorned with two swords crossed in the shape of a cross, exquisite yet simple, although you have chosen the path of a wizard. You still retain the identity and title of a knight. This ring serves as the church's acknowledgement of you. When you encounter a lord you wish to serve, you may demand the treatment befitting your title. You would do well to engrave your name upon it. For this is a rare honor not bestowed upon all knights. With a heart full of gratitude, Loren departed under the gentle gaze of Lord Phoenicis, filled with excitement akin to that of a newly appointed squire. Only after leaving the church and donning his hood did Loren gradually shed the mask from his face, casting a cold smile at the silver ring adorning his little finger. Oh, they think they can buy my loyalty with this? How dreadfully cheap! Or do they genuinely believe that a few kind words and a bit of soothing flattery would lead me to bow down and submit? From Anthony to Phoenicis, even that relatively warm-hearted young cleric. The individuals of the Holy Cross Church seem to possess an innate sense of superiority, gazing down upon all beings with arrogance in their eyes. It seems as though winning others over is merely a matter of a few words, and serving them is everyone's inherent duty. What gives them the audacity to hold such beliefs? The Holy Cross, perhaps. Loren nearly laughed aloud, but quickly restored his composure. Indeed, if one can entertain the existence of an eccentric heretic such as Israel, then why might the Holy Cross not also be deemed a reality? The world in which we find ourselves possesses the capability to influence reality with spiritual power, even to the extent of altering it. Thus, the emergence of a true deity reigning over the entire world does not seem entirely implausible. What truly preoccupies Loren, however, is the final interpretation rendered by Lord Phoenicis regarding the murder of Father Anthony. The true culprit is Green Lyle, orchestrating everything from the shadows, inciting turmoil, with all blame and accusations conveniently placed upon the shoulders of the Lyle family patriarch. Truly a most convenient method. Yet, it appears that numerous glaring clues have been overlooked, such as the thin wizard and the traps behind the Lyle estate. Lord Phoenicis seems to be intentionally obscuring certain leads. However, now that the other party has taken control of Ancient Wood Town, pursuing further investigation has become exceedingly difficult, at the very least. Loren has achieved the outcome he desired most. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding Father Anthony's death, both the church and Phoenicis are undoubtedly implicated. Chapter 51. Before the Hunt, Part 1. Outside the bright living room door, the diminutive wizard perched on a corridor bench, his feet propped up, intently scrutinizing the silver ring adorning his fingertips, his azure eyes gleaming with fervor. This was the very item Loren had entrusted to him before entering. Perhaps it is more apt to say it was thrust into his hands with a smile after he had discovered it. The mere thought of this incident brought a flush to the small wizard's pallid face. What was he even doing? How could he so brazenly accept someone else's belongings, especially when it seemed rather precious? As he examined the exquisite patterns etched upon the ring's surface, the intertwined sword-like carvings, and the name Loren inscribed within, he felt as though he were a thief, cautiously slipping the ring onto his ring finger. His eyes sparkling as he admired his right hand, almost lost in reverie. I still cannot fathom why the church, those miserly folk, would suddenly display such generosity. Isaac's voice broke through, startling Ein, who hurriedly removed the ring and clutched it tightly in his palm. Yet, this so-called genius seemed oblivious to the commotion. This appears to be pure silver. It must be worth quite a sum. Since when did you become so materialistic? Ein shot him an annoyed glance. This is an honor, a token that Loren procured with his life. It cannot be quantified in monetary terms. That is because you have never spent time in my hometown, Isaac replied nonchalantly. Where I come from. If someone were to present my fellow townsfolk with such a beautiful silver ring, they would gladly work like beasts of burden. Loren is not that sort of person. He would never be swayed by the church. The small wizard adamantly defended Loren. How can you be so certain? Ein stammered for a moment before formulating a retort. If he had been bought off, why would he return to Whimper Academy? Besides, didn't certain individuals recently advocate for trusting friends? Well, that is indeed true, Isaac conceded with a nod. I suppose I have not doubted that fellow. It is merely that I have noticed you become exceedingly agitated whenever Loren's name is mentioned. I am not. Ein's pale face flushed a deep crimson. And realizing his slip, he quickly suppressed the latter part of his statement, turning away to avoid the irritating Isaac's gaze. As wizards, we must maintain our reason and composure at all times. That I do not mean to say you should not care for him, but excessive sentiment may lead to your undoing, Isaac cautioned, shaking his head. Otherwise, why have we forbidden the appearance of witches for centuries? They are far too easily swayed by emotion, rendering them perilous. Ein remained silent, his head bowed. Despite his disdain for this self-assured individual, he understood the truth in Isaac's words that a wizard unable to temper emotion with reason would either achieve nothing or descend into madness. Their silence endured until the door to the dean's office swung open once more, and a weary Loren emerged, gently closing the door behind him. Isaac was the first to speak. How did it go? One good piece of news and one bad. Loren shrugged indifferently. The good news is that for the time being, the church will not trouble the academy, at least, not for now. And the bad news? The bad news is that our troubles are already quite numerous. Loren sighed with a wry smile. The upcoming period may prove to be exceedingly busy. I shall require both of your assistance. All right. It appears that my junior once again needs the genius Isaac's expertise. Isaac declared with satisfaction at being needed. Of course, if you require my help, everything must adhere to my guidance. Loren had no objections. Appeasing this individual was no more challenging than coaxing a dog. More importantly, he genuinely needed assistance. Even though the current leads were scant, he sensed that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. The adversaries he faced this time were not merely a few wizards hiding away. Akin to Draco's encounter, he was likely up against a well-funded organization. They could command a legion of mercenaries and adept spellcasters, possessing meticulous plans and clear objectives. This was beyond the capabilities of just one or two individuals. Their sights were set on Wimpu Academy, and it was undoubtedly not for the sole purpose of tarnishing the institution's reputation. The humiliation of the academy and the public outcry against it were merely superficial outcomes. One must look beyond appearances to grasp the essence of their intentions. What exactly were they plotting? As for Greenlisle, who had been unjustly made a scapegoat, he was likely just one of their benefactors, far from being the puppet master, faced with such a clandestine organization. Possibly linked to the church, even Peter would have little recourse, ultimately leaving Loren to continue his investigation in hopes of uncovering further clues. I found a wand and a spell book containing incantations from that wizard. Perhaps they will yield some insight, Loren stated straightforwardly. If we analyze them carefully, we might discern the origins of this group. Well, while it may not be the best approach, should we encounter them again, it will allow you to be somewhat prepared, Isaac mused, nodding thoughtfully. You can hand over the spell book to me. While the wand should be left for Ein. Before he could finish, the small wizard abruptly stood, silently thrusting the silver ring into Loren's hand before darting away without a backward glance. What on earth is wrong with Ein? Who knows? That fellow has been increasingly peculiar of late. Isaac shrugged, patting Loren on the shoulder. But rest assured, he cares about your affairs even more than I do. It hardly needs stating. Gazing at the silver ring in his palm, Loren's expression turned contemplative. Yet, a fleeting hesitation was not enough to disrupt his reason. His paramount concern was to swiftly uncover more clues and expose the hidden organization, according to his estimations. The best-case scenario would be a stroke of luck leading him to irrefutable evidence, rendering the Academy's involvement unnecessary, as the Church itself would dispatch forces to eliminate this threat. Conversely, the worst-case scenario would be that they were, in fact, lackeys of the Church, intent on uprooting Wimpu Academy from the outset, having realized that he had unearthed their little secret. Should that prove true, he would have to brace himself for a desperate struggle. Contemplative, Loren departed the dean's office alongside Isaac, turning towards the North Tower, entirely unaware of another figure lurking nearby, who only knocked on the dean's door once they had moved out of sight. It seems they have begun to take notice. That is impossible. The cloaked wizard firmly rejected Peter's suspicion as he entered the room. This matter is known only to the two of us. Not even the other wizards are aware, let alone the Church. Yet the current situation is precisely as such, Dalton, Peter remarked, his expression revealing a rare mix of complexity and hesitation. Otherwise, what leverage do they possess to pursue us so relentlessly? I am well aware of Fabian's character. He would not act without absolute certainty. At present, we must contend solely with Phoenicis, not that bishop, Dalton replied calmly. Perhaps it is mere rumor or conjecture. He possesses no evidence or leverage. Unless it is Loren Turin. Absolutely not. I have faith in that boy. Peter interjected decisively, his gaze penetrating. Moreover, he could not possibly be aware of such matters. Even if he were to ally with Phoenicis, it would be unfathomable. Yet we must remain vigilant, Dalton proposed. Allow him to continue investigating this matter, and I shall keep watch over his every move. But he is your apprentice. You have already bestowed the spellcaster upon him, Peter challenged. Can you truly bear to part with him? It is merely a wand, devoid of ulterior motives. The black-robed wizard, on the verge of speaking, abruptly halted and averted his gaze. Moreover, I shall never acknowledge this student. Chapter 52, Before the Hunt, Part 2, Standing before the shelves of the library. Loren meticulously perused the pages of the spellbook in his hands. This tome had been retrieved from the gaunt wizard that night. Out of an abundance of caution, Loren had not carried it with him at the time, instead concealing it alongside the scoundrel's wand in an alley, only to reclaim it after exiting the church, although the esteemed Lord Finesis of the church would likely dismiss such third-rate material, deeming it fit only to be burned as a blasphemous artifact. Loren was resolute in not allowing it to fall into the hands of others. He was particularly unwilling to witness such vital evidence reduced to ashes by the fanatics of the church. Behind him, Isaac was leaning over the desk, searching through his documents for similar incantations corresponding to the spells that appeared within the tome. An exceptionally gifted and self-proclaimed genius, Isaac required no reference to the spellbook. He memorized everything after a single reading. Generally speaking, for nearly all spellcasters, a spellbook is an invaluable resource. The limitations of the mental sanctum permit them to memorize only one or two high-tier spells, with the remainder of their memory predominantly reserved for practical low-tier incantations. As for the rest, they must be meticulously recorded in a spellbook for on-demand use. This encapsulates the limitations of sorcery. Magic is undeniably convenient, yet when confronted with problems beyond its reach, most spellcasters can only stare in helplessness. Their practicality even inferior to that of an apothecary specialized in herbalism. In terms of wielding and sensing the powers of the void, they are outclassed by true practitioners of esoteric mastery. The orthodox wizards. The spells inscribed within the spellbook not only require recitation for activation but are also prone to errors. It is not uncommon for wizards with thick regional accents to mispronounce incantations, resulting in explosive mishaps. Nevertheless, for Loren, there were aspects to glean, particularly as the tome contained numerous variations of combat spells. If mastered, these could greatly enhance his arsenal against adversaries. The term variations is used because these incantations have been modified from other spells, akin to how a lumberjack's axe, with minor adjustments, can become a weapon. For instance, the gaunt wizard's minor spell, Crystallization Charm, likely bears some relation to Firefly spell, producing a slight impact upon contact with an object. Though merely a minor spell, wielding a wand would significantly amplify its potency. It serves as both a means to probe ahead and a method for stealthy ambushes, allowing control within a 10-meter radius, making it quite practical. That as for the rest, Loren shook his head in mild regret. With so many minor spells, not a single one capable of conjuring a fireball could be found. This wizard truly left much to be desired. Even among spellcasters, most are worlds apart from the warrior profession, naturally possessing a dearth of spells applicable in actual combat. To find even one or two is commendable. Yet, this spellbook serves as a clue, albeit altered incantations. These are not the work of an ordinary wizard, suggesting a more formidable individual lurks behind, likely a practitioner of considerable skill. What is this? Damned rubbish. Utterly worthless. Isaac, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly exclaimed, his expression dark as he hurled the book toward the shelves. What is it? Loren inquired, catching the book as it was tossed. He had never witnessed Isaac so incensed. What is it? Damned. Come, take a look at this. Isaac pulled Loren by the right hand, dragging him to a seat, and snatching the spellbook back into his embrace. When you first mentioned this matter, I genuinely believed those individuals were formidable. Yet they are merely a bunch of conjurers. Look, see these damned incantations. If I didn't know better, I would think they were penned by a cadre of rustic farmers. Isaac exclaimed indignantly, pointing at the text. It is nothing more than crude alterations, devoid of any technical merit. Just a pile of garbage. But, if they were not a true wizard, they could not have accomplished this, could they? Indeed. If they were not human, they wouldn't even be able to speak. Isaac took this opportunity to belittle further. In any case, the individual is certainly not a wizard trained through proper channels, at best. They have perused a few tomes and picked up a trick or two from a traveling troupe. Loren smiled wryly, resolutely dismissing Isaac's overtly subjective remarks. However, it was apparent that the individual was not a product of any academy. Such wild wizards could prove far more dangerous. having long associated with mercenaries and excelling in the arts of combat and concealment far beyond the capabilities of the average wizard as for those crude combat spells. Whether it be a sharpened stick or a finely crafted spear, penetrating flesh requires but a single thrust. Frustrated, Isaac slammed the spellbook shut, only to freeze upon noticing something on the pages, then performed an action that left Loren utterly perplexed. He lunged forward and sniffed. "What are you doing? This oil stain here. I seem to recognize the scent. It feels strikingly familiar." Isaac murmured softly. "I have definitely encountered it before, and quite recently. Let me think. Suddenly, Isaac's eyes widened, and he slapped the table with fervor. "Of course. It's the shepherd's pie from the Redbeard Tavern." Redbeard Tavern. It's in the small town just outside the academy. Once, Minter Dalton took Ein and me there. Isaac gestured animatedly. This dish is the tavern's specialty. Even Minter Dalton occasionally indulges in a drink. This implies that the individual had been near the academy. Lauren's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Excellent. He had finally caught a thread to follow regarding this group. Is that tavern particularly renowned? Not notably famous, just a humble establishment. The clientele is sparse. Mostly travelers merely resting their feet, with occasional lodging available. Isaac assumed Loren was merely hungry. If you're considering a visit, allow me to recommend their rye ale. It's truly worth every coin. I sincerely appreciate it. Loren smiled slightly. I do believe I am starting to feel a bit peckish. What on earth are you two doing? The small wizard, with a head held high and eyes still heavy with sleep, entered the library without knocking. He solemnly placed the wand Loren had retrieved onto the table. I have examined it thoroughly, though there may not be any significant clues. The wand is primarily crafted from pine wood, enhanced with a slight alchemical composite to augment its sensitivity to void energy. Judging by its usage, it appears rather old, perhaps even secondhand. Furthermore, its crafting method is quite antiquated, one could say. Outdated. Loren interjected, isn't it true that older alchemical products are generally more potent? Who told you that techniques and methods are always advancing? Ein seemed quite displeased at the belittling of alchemy. How could antiquated relics possibly compare to modern creations? This pure wooden wand is indeed rare. Yet, it is not entirely uncommon, as not every wizard can afford a new wand. The small wizard blushed slightly, pressing his lips together. I apologize for not being of more assistance. No, you have done your utmost. These are all crucial clues that will undoubtedly prove beneficial. Loren hastily reassured him. In truth, I feel quite guilty for troubling you. No, it's nothing. The small wizard suddenly lowered his head, stammering. It was merely a matter of convenience. In that case, could I trouble you for another small favor? A small favor. I have developed a keen interest in the Redbeard Tavern just outside the academy. Loren's lips curled into a slight smile. Would you be so kind as to join me for a drink? Chapter 53. Investigations must commence after lunch, Part 1. The dilapidated wooden door. Swinging slightly, bore a sign depicting a cup with a red beard, as a medley of roasted meat, fermented ale, and the scent of sweat pervaded the air, enticing patrons like a siren. It was barely noon, and the bleary-eyed tavern attendant was still yawning as he polished the glasses, while the proprietor busied himself at the counter, tallying the previous night's earnings. Upon seeing Loren and Ein enter, he promptly kicked the attendant in the rear, prompting him to hastily greet the guests. Ein, uncharacteristically silent, took a seat by the window, while Loren, brimming with curiosity, engaged in a thorough inquiry before placing an order for several items. Although it was merely a small tavern, it remained relatively tranquil, as the evening rush had yet to commence. Likely due to Loren's generous tip of a silver coin, the eager tavern attendant swiftly delivered their order. Aromatic lamb chops, cinnamon-scented roasted apples, golden, crispy smoked fish, and bread were piled together, accompanied by 2 large mugs of rye ale and 2 portions of shepherd's pie. A classic tavern feast, simple yet utterly delectable, especially the shepherd's pie. This dish possesses an irresistible allure even for someone as serious as Dalton. The reasoning behind this is undoubtedly sound. First, one must prepare some fresh meat. While pork is certainly acceptable, beef is preferable. The meat should be minced and sautéed in a small drizzle of olive oil until it turns pale, which is the optimal point. Depending on one's taste preference, diced onions and minced garlic can be added until the onions become completely translucent. Subsequently, a small cup of wine and a cup of water should be introduced, allowing the mixture to come to a gentle boil, at which point thyme can be added. and the concoction should be left to simmer for approximately 20 minutes, when the liquid has reduced by half. Flour can be incorporated while stirring in a clockwise motion to thicken the gravy gradually. The thicker the sauce, the more delectable the final flavor will be. Next, a pinch of salt should be added. And if black pepper is available, it would enhance the dish even further with its rich and piquant flavor, stimulating the appetite. Following this, the boiled potatoes should be mashed to create a smooth puree, blended with butter and fresh milk until uniform. Then, the beef should be plated and generously topped with the prepared potato puree. For added flavor, a sprinkle of crumbled cheese can be included before sending it to the oven. Overall, this is not a particularly labor-intensive dish, yet it is undeniably a culinary masterpiece. The unique tenderness of the minced meat harmonizes beautifully with the creamy potato puree, while the rich, viscous gravy seeps throughout the pie, mingling with the scattered cheese to create an explosion of flavor in the mouth. Even those who have just awakened would find their appetites awakened by its enticing aroma, relishing the deliciousness in his mouth. And sipping on a robust rye beer, Loren felt thoroughly satisfied with the meal, reluctantly dipping bread into the remaining gravy on his plate before glancing at the still silent petite wizard. "This is your second visit here, right? How do you find it?" It's all right." The timid petite wizard lowered his head, resembling a startled squirrel. "The last time I came with Master Dalton, we had the same dishes. Fool, fool, fool. What on earth am I saying?" The petite wizard berated himself internally. Is this really what one should say while dining with others? Why on earth did I agree to this without a second thought? Shouldn't I be more reserved in such circumstances? No, no, no. It must be rather odd. Why invite me alone without bringing Isaac along? Could it be that I have been discovered, and he intends to expose me in private? Or perhaps, the petite wizard's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, his azure eyes nearly spiraling like a pinwheel, oblivious to the fact that his wine glass was about to topple, dark ale threatening to spill onto his ample wizard's robe. At the last moment, Loren sprang up, catching the glass just before it tipped, his face nearly brushing against Ain's. The petite wizard, startled from his scream, felt the faint warmth of Loren's breath against his cheek. "What are you thinking about?" Loren inquired with a gentle smile, placing the glass back in front of Ain before raising his own. "Come, let us share a toast." But, the petite wizard, who had just intended to lift his glass, froze. "Surely, you did not come out merely for a meal, right?" "Of course not." Nodding as if it were the most natural thing, Loren marveled at Ain's unmatched intuition in his heart. "Mainly, there are certain matters I believe it would be better to discuss with you." "He has discovered it," the petite wizard repeatedly shouted in his mind, though his expression remained composed, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Isaac found some clues in that spellbook, and the wizard who assassinated Father Anthony likely frequented this tavern. "So I surmise there may still be traces of him here," Loren stated calmly. "Thus, I intend to investigate." "Is that all?" I queried, unsure whether to feel disappointed or relieved. I had initially planned to come with Isaac, but given the nature of this situation, I believe you possess a more meticulous eye and may notice certain details I might overlook, so I had no choice but to trouble you. Loren smiled amicably, though a flicker of discernment flashed in his gaze. "Moreover, though it may not be appropriate to say, I trust you more than Isaac." "I see." A small sense of relief washed over the petite wizard, but pride surged within him. "Indeed, he does trust me more. Well, regardless, I must surely be more attentive than that self-important fool." "What precisely should we do?" Ain asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. "Do not rush. Let us finish this meal first," Loren replied leisurely, sipping his rye beer. "We shall enjoy a fine meal, and then we can officially commence." The petite wizard, feeling helpless, continued to hold his glass, sipping intermittently, watching as Loren appeared utterly unfazed, idly loitering, even feeling a twinge of annoyance. How absurd! Why am I more anxious than this fellow? As noon approached, with even the bread consumed, Loren showed no signs of vacating his seat, while the tavern grew increasingly crowded, initially able to tolerate the clamor. Ain found himself increasingly agitated by the cacophony of conversation and the pervasive stench of sweat. It was only then that Loren finally stood and approached the tavern owner, who was bustling about the hall. Explaining a few matters, the owner seemed confused, and Loren patiently reiterated his request multiple times, trying to negotiate, only to have the owner attempt to leave several times, only to be pulled back by Loren. Finally, the tavern owner, clearly exasperated, handed Loren a set of keys, shoving him upstairs with an expression of resignation. Standing on the stairs, Loren waved to the petite wizard, who hurriedly followed. What on earth were you doing just now? I needed all the keys to the rooms in this tavern. Loren jingled the keys in his hand. And now I've got them. All the keys to the rooms. The petite wizard was puzzled. What do you need these for? The oil stains on the spellbook were on the pages. So I surmised the individual must have made a mess while dining in a room. As Loren explained, he swiftly opened the first door. A proper wizard would not peruse their spellbook in front of a crowd. But unfortunately, with such scant evidence, I cannot determine which room it belongs to. Hence I require all the keys. He threw the keys to wine as he opened the door. Noon is the peak business hour here, and the tavern owner has no time to inquire further. Most of the guests who stayed last night should be dining downstairs, so it is now that we have time to search all the rooms without being noticed. But what if someone is still in the room? Knock them out, Loren replied as if it were the most natural thing. We are currently fighting for the survival of the academy. Who cares about that? Chapter 54. The investigation must commence after lunch. Part 2. Although the two had agreed to split up, by the time the petite wizard had finished searching one room, Loren had already located the next, which allowed Ein, who had mentally prepared to knock out the guest, to breathe a sigh of relief. And no matter how much courage he mustered, the petite wizard was merely an ungraduated alchemist, neither a mercenary nor a ruthless assassin, lacking the necessary bravery for such actions. Conversely, it was precisely because of this that Loren placed such trust in Ayn Rand. If he were dealing with someone like Dalton Kanda, he would have to be more cautious, and would certainly not be as unguarded as he was now. This is the one. After the petite wizard entered the room and returned the keys to the counter, Loren locked the door behind him and immediately handed a scrap of parchment he had picked up from the floor to Ayn. While it cannot be definitively confirmed yet, this fragment should be a missing corner from the spellbook, and I can still faintly smell the shepherd's pie. Even the most rundown tavern would undergo routine cleaning, and finding this scrap by the bedside was sufficient evidence that the individual had been here not long ago, and had likely stayed at least one night. What should I do? Observing Lauren's expression grow serious, the petite wizard reined in his previous thoughts and cautiously asked, though I suspect the individual wouldn't have conducted anything in such a tavern, there may still be lingering clues, such as traces of magic. As Loren crouched beneath the bed, searching back and forth, he continued, so please search thoroughly. You might uncover something unexpected. After such a lengthy period, Loren was uncertain how much evidence might remain, but it was nonetheless a lead, and it would be a pity not to make the most of it. The petite wizard, having been tasked, nodded solemnly and turned to the opposite side of the room, moving with such diligence that even the floorboards beneath his feet were thoroughly examined. This marks the first occasion for the diminutive wizard, Loren, to collaborate with Lauren, and he feels compelled to achieve something noteworthy. Deep within his thoughts, he silently muses, even beginning to pray that somewhere within the crevice of the floor or wall lies a letter inscribed with monumental secrets. The tavern's guest room, naturally, cannot be overly spacious. It merely suffices for a night's rest. Despite scouring the entire bed, Loren finds nothing of value, only discovering a nest of mice beneath it, which he considers a modest contribution to the tavern's cleanliness. It appears he has indulged in fanciful thinking. And with a hint of disappointment, Loren cannot help but chuckle softly. The slender wizard likely spent but a single night here. How could he possibly have left behind any significant clues? Currently, the only piece of information he possesses is that the individual had previously been in the vicinity of the academy, a fact that is, nonetheless, crucial. The next step involves discerning their intentions for coming here. What are you dawdling about there? Just as Loren was lost in contemplation, the disgruntled voice of the diminutive wizard yanked him back to reality, her charming visage furrowed in frustration. Didn't I mention that time is of the essence? Why are you still lingering? It's nothing. I merely suggested we might return. Loren replied, awkwardly scratching his head with a sheepish smile. I fear I may have overthought this. There likely aren't any clues here, and continuing to search would be a futile endeavor. How can you give up so swiftly? Ain's sudden exclamation startled Loren, not due to fear, but from surprise at her greater enthusiasm for the matter than his own. This sort of situation requires patience, does it not? Realizing her outburst, Ain quickly reverted to her usual shy demeanor, lowering her gaze and fidgeting with her hands. If we abandon our search so soon, we might miss something important. Very well, if you insist. Loren, eager to alleviate the awkwardness, shifted his gaze to the bedside table he had already examined. This room lacks a desk, so he must have dined at the bedside table, which means, before Loren could finish his thought, he lunged toward the candlestick atop the table. He suddenly recalled discovering a cross within the fireplace on a previous occasion. Carefully searching around the candlestick, he found no hidden mechanisms or compartments. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, his right index finger inadvertently brushed against the base of the candlestick, dislodging a small fragment of nearly incinerated paper ash that landed in his palm. His black pupils dilated sharply as he focused intently on the delicate remnant, barely deciphering the words, "Red Beard." Indeed, this was the spot where their contact had met last time. There must be a liaison nearby, although this hardly constitutes a solid lead, and Loren cannot be entirely certain that the contact remains. It at least provides him with a sense of direction. All he needs to do now is wait patiently. They will undoubtedly take the bait. The thrill coursing through his veins caused Loren's right hand to tremble involuntarily, and the fragile ash crumbled into dust, leaving no trace behind. "Did you find anything?" Ain, her voice tinged with anticipation, inched closer from behind. Overwhelmed with excitement, Loren spun around and impulsively embraced Ain, who stood there in shock. Her cheeks flushed and lips tightly pressed together, hardly daring to breathe. However, the moment of exhilaration was fleeting. Quickly regaining his composure, Loren stepped back, apologizing profusely. "I truly did not know how to explain that. My actions were a bit excessive. If possible, I hope you can—" "And no, it's nothing," the diminutive wizard stammered, her head bowed as she spoke softly. "Just, please don't tell the mentors about this. I promise." Loren replied without a second thought, hastily attempting to change the subject. "Perhaps we should leave quickly. Remaining here might draw unwanted attention." With her head still lowered, Ain fell silent, merely trailing behind Loren as they exited the room. It was only after they stepped out of the tavern that she began to regain her composure. "Where to next?" she asked, breaking the awkward silence. "Let us return to the Vimperl Academy. We have already uncovered sufficient information today," Loren responded. "I need to assess the intelligence we have and determine the next course of action." Having caught a glimpse of their adversary's trail, he knew he must not act hastily. Regardless of who they were, their arrival at Vimperl Academy surely had ulterior motives. In other words, they would inevitably reveal their true intentions. It was merely a matter of time. What he needed most now was patience. From the ancient woods to Vimperl, they had gone to great lengths to eliminate Father Anthony, allying themselves with the wealthy Lyle family, and seemingly had some connection to the church. They would not simply cease their activities due to the demise of one wizard and two mercenaries. In fact, the opposite was likely true. The events in the ancient woods must have raised their suspicions. And if Loren were in their position, he too would hasten his plans rather than prolong them. The longer one waits, the more chances there are for mistakes to arise, ultimately leading to a complete collapse. As a solitary figure, Loren understood that as long as Vimperl Academy remained intact, he could persevere. However, their adversaries would not possess such patience. They could not afford to wait, and those behind them certainly could not afford delays either. It was truly fascinating. Loren found himself growing fond of this game, even more so than magic itself, and he could hardly resist pondering what their next move would be. Would they go all in or seek an alternative path? Regardless of their choice, they could not escape this time. I would uproot them entirely, allowing them to see their true nature. Just wait. Cowards. Chapter 55. Guests arrive as night descended upon Vimperl Academy. If one were to gaze from the direction of the small town, it would appear as a colossal shadow enveloping the secluded village from the precipice of a cliff. The chilling silver crescent rose slowly from one side of the mountain, suspended above the shadowy canopy. Even for the townsfolk, Vimperl Academy remained a mysterious and somewhat intimidating place. Who could fathom what those wizards were doing inside, or what schemes they were concocting? Yet, every moonlit night, the phrase, "If you don't sleep, the wizard will come to catch you," would coax even the most mischievous children to bed. However, not everyone was inclined to appreciate this strange, nocturnal view. As the evening breeze swept by, a figure lurking in the shadows outside the tavern shrank back, cautiously pouring a minuscule amount of inside agent from a bottle onto the wall. Soon, the transparent liquid began to dry, revealing a grayish-blue spot on the sullied wall that emitted an unusual glow. Prompting a look of surprise to cross the hidden face, he began to search the area, carefully exploring for nearly a quarter of an hour. Finally, nestled within the crevice of the bricks in the corner, he discovered a concealed lettered He had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Ever since the incident in the ancient woods, he had not encountered anyone seeking to rendezvous with him. Out of caution, he had refrained from reaching out to the outside world, opting instead to bide his time. Eagerly, he opened the letter, recognizing the handwriting at a glance. It belonged to the individual who had met him previously. A sense of hesitation washed over him as he recalled the events in the ancient woods. Had that person not met with misfortune? Or was it merely a ruse, a feigned death to evade the scrutiny of the wizards of Vimperl? Regardless of the truth, he had no intention of waiting any longer if his cowardice led him to miss a significant opportunity. That esteemed figure would undoubtedly hold him accountable. After much deliberation, he reluctantly emerged from his hiding place, making his way to the address specified in the letter. Located near the village, in a dilapidated, abandoned dwelling, a common sight in the countryside, that he knocked on the door, only to be met with silence. Had he arrived too early, he wondered, but still mustered the courage to push the door open and step inside. Is anyone there? Before he could fully enter the house, a figure appeared from behind, seizing him by the throat and dragging him inside, pinning him to the ground and shackling his hands. Before he had the chance to call for help, a cold dagger pressed against his lips. I suggest you refrain from any futile attempts. Sir, Loren, squatting before him, offered a friendly warning. There is no one around. No matter how loudly you shout, it would be in vain. The man nodded vigorously. Excellent. Then let us establish a few rules for our game. With a smile, Loren pressed the blade against the man's skin, gradually moving it from his lips to his throat. The rules are simple. Should you dare utter a spell or attempt any form of incantation, I shall pierce your throat and tear your entire jaw asunder. The icy blade resting against his Adam's apple rendered him speechless with fear. I imagine you may be curious about the situation. So allow me to elucidate. That letter was forged by me, the handwriting mimicking that of the wizard's spell book, and, regrettably, I have disposed of him as well that I discovered that he had been here. Thus I set a trap. To speak candidly, I never truly expected anyone to take the bait. Yet, I surmise there must be an intermediary in this village. Thus, sir, you truly are having a streak of bad luck. Are you from the Vimperl Academy? Your reaction is quite swift, though ultimately futile. Loren responded with a tone of regret. How many individuals does your organization actually comprise? The man did not answer, but averted his gaze. Why do you people always behave this way? With your nonviolent resistance and such? Loren shook his head in disappointment, as if resigned. Very well, I am not a brutish individual, so let us change the question. Besides you, are there any others in this village? Do not hold your breath. You lackey of the academy. With a knife's edge pressed against his Adam's apple, his voice trembled. That wretched academy is on the verge of collapse, and when it does, you will all be hanged. You are testing my patience. Loren's tone grew increasingly frigid. This is your final chance. What is your leader's name? Don't be foolish, if I divulge that. He will surely kill me, and then, bang. Before he could finish his threat, Loren suddenly rose and delivered a kick to his face, shattering his fragile nose and knocking out 2 of his front teeth. Wait. Loren offered him no opportunity to speak again, forcefully slamming his face against the wall. Again and again, his foot pressed harder, the sound of skull meeting wall echoing with each impact. Blood and foam filled the man's mouth, and tears began to stream from his eyes, yet Loren showed no signs of halting. Wait, I will tell you. I will tell you. I am afraid my interest has waned. With an icy tone, Loren pressed his face against the wall once more, leaving a deep purple shoe print on the mud-streaked cheek. What intrigues me now is how much longer I can endure you. 1, 2, 3. Patience. Loren counted the teeth that crumbled from the man's mouth, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his face grotesquely contorted. Yet, he was still alive, was he not? His name is Kalen. Kalen cough cough cough. Blood-soaked and light-headed, the man cried out. I beg you, cough cough. Stop, stop. I have already stated my disinterest. Then tell me what you wish to know. I will tell you. I will tell you, cough 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 cough. What is your purpose? Why do you wish to kill Father Anthony? Why come to Vimperl Academy and the church? Loren unsheathed a dagger. Tell me, and I shall grant you a swift end. It was Kalen, Lord Kalen, who orchestrated this. He summoned us, promising to grant us a way out. Coughing incessantly, the man gasped for breath. It is exceedingly difficult for wizards here. If one does not wish to join your academy, one must live like a rat. So everyone agreed. All mere drivel. Loren interjected. My patience is running thin. 16. We have nearly 16 members. he hastily replied. But only 4 are true wizards. I am merely an apprentice cough cough cough. Killing Father Anthony was Lord Kaelin's directive. I am unclear on the reasons. Spitting out the congealed blood, he continued. As for why we sought out Vimpar, it is because something is hidden here. What is that something? I do not know. The man coughed. I truly do not know. I am not lying. Kaelin never reveals his intentions to others. But that thing must be of great importance to him. It surely is. Does the Academy harbor secrets? This answer caught Loren somewhat off guard. He had not anticipated such a reason. You cough cough cough. Promise me. The man, on the brink of death, fixed his bulging eyes on Loren. Grant me a swift end. Loren, of course, would not refuse. This man had lost all value to him. Lowering himself, he gently sliced open the man's throat with the dagger. Thick blood flowed forth, and soon he breathed his last. Swiftly, Loren tidied the body and the scene, standing outside the door as if nothing had transpired, now that he understood the other party's intentions. The next step was, just as he prepared to leave, a sharp pain surged through his right wrist, as if it were being melted away. Gritting his teeth, Loren tore off the bandages wrapping his wrist. The serpentine runes, which had remained dormant, now blazed with a brilliant red light. It's real. Chapter 56, A Visitor Arrives, Part 2. We meet again, Loren. The handsome youth smiled softly, sitting cross-legged on the floor without a care. Hugging his knees, he looked up at Loren. His clear eyes sparkling like gems in the darkness, surveying the still dim and dilapidated room. The serpentine runes on his wrist continued to burn, though the pain was not as intense as before, as if they had taken on a life of their own. Oh, please allow me to first extend my apologies. Noticing Loren's expression, the youth stood, brushing off the dust from his backside, then clasped his hands behind his back with a somewhat helpless smile. It is truly unavoidable for me to appear before you in this manner. I hope for your forgiveness. I had intended to wait until your next meditation to surprise you. However, delaying any longer would be rather imprudent. Asriel explained. Thus, I was left with no choice, and I am sincerely sorry. After speaking, he bowed to Loren as if he were a well-behaved child, his sincerity palpable. Yet, for reasons unknown, the more the youth behaved this way, the more Loren felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, as if he could sense the malicious mockery and arrogance lurking within. However, Asriel's presence here merely confirmed that he was indeed watching over him at all times. The serpentine runes on Loren were akin to shackles, and no matter where he fled, Asriel could always capture him through this. I believe that even if I do not forgive you, it seems it will not change a thing. Loren chuckled self-deprecatingly and inquired. Let us be direct. What exactly do you want from me? Why must you always be so brusque? The youth tilted his head, letting out a perplexed sigh. After all, Asriel has been quite amiable. We are friends, are we not? Perhaps it is because this friendship has been unequal from the very beginning. Loren remarked pointedly. Maybe I should rephrase. Dear Asriel, you give me an exceedingly dangerous impression. Oh, is that so? Asriel nodded thoughtfully, then smiled at Loren. If that is the case, please do not worry. It will soon cease to be an issue. Before that, let us discuss business first. Loren frowned at Asriel, who seemed eager to digress. TSK, you are always in such a hurry. With narrowed eyes, Asriel waved his finger beneath his lips. I believe you remember that you owe me a favor? Of course. I remember. Loren scoffed, raising his wrist. You remind me of it incessantly. That is unavoidable. Asriel pouted. If everyone were as agreeable as you, Loren, I would not have to exert so much effort. Deep within Vimpar Academy lies something of immense value. It is neither rare nor expensive. Yet should it resurface, it would spell disaster for the Academy. If it falls into the wrong hands, it poses a grave danger. It is neither gold nor jewels, and the path to discovery is fraught with peril. To possess it, one must face insurmountable challenges. Asriel's expression grew serious, his small hands gesturing animatedly in the air, transforming into the storyteller of all legendary tales. Alas, the child version. Loren smiled, as if he were thoroughly engrossed in the tale. Blowing hot air, continuing to spin this trite narrative, believing I would fall for it is sheer folly. I am not fabricating tales. Asriel, who had just been in high spirits, suddenly looked displeased, glaring at Loren like a petulant child. As my friend, how can you not trust me? Perhaps it is because 9 out of 10 novels begin in a similar fashion. Loren shrugged and smiled. If you wish for my assistance, at the very least, please show some sincerity. Very well, I had hoped to add a touch of legendary flair. The youth appeared utterly disheartened. Even his pale golden hair drooped. In truth, you already know, it was just a short while ago. Loren pondered for a moment, his dark pupils locking onto Asriel's. You mean, the thing you wish to acquire is precisely what that gentleman Kalen desires. The youth nodded eagerly, hands clasped behind his back, smiling. I hope you can obtain it before him, since you are so certain. It follows that you know what it is. Indeed, but Asriel wore a mischievous smile. I hope you will discover it for yourself. Loren contemplated for a moment, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his gaze. I comprehend. What that object is holds no relevance, rather. Knowing it would be of no use. Neither Peter nor Dalton would ever reveal to him where that thing is hidden. If one were to inquire recklessly, it would only serve to heighten their vigilance, thereby rendering hope even more elusive. That a different approach must be devised, one that ensures I remain undetected. However, before that, I need to ascertain another matter. Once I have repaid this favor, I shall owe you nothing further. Correct? But we are friends, are we not? Among friends, what debts truly exist? The youth retorted. Of course, I will erase the mark upon your wrist when the time comes. That is a promise you need not worry about. I sincerely hope you will uphold your word, Loren replied coldly, and refrain from using any favor as leverage against your friends, regardless of the outcome. Should I acquire such an item, my time at the Vimper Academy would undoubtedly come to an end. Even if Peter could tolerate my presence, he could never accept such a betrayal that AS for Dalton can't. He would likely pursue my demise at any cost. I would then have to contemplate how to flee the Duke's domain and seek refuge in a more distant place for a while. Please do not speak thus, as a friend. I shall always repay you. Asriel's voice grew ever softer in the dimly lit house, his shimmering eyes radiating an enticing glow. Knowledge, wealth, glory. Everything in this world is within your grasp, both spiritually and materially. The only limitation is your imagination. With a voice laced with temptation, Asriel's form gradually became translucent until he vanished completely. Loren raised his wrist, and the burning serpentine runes began to return to normal, no longer inflicting pain. Exhaling deeply, devoid of any hesitation, Loren turned and sprinted towards the Vimper Academy. Months of rigorous training had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. The dawn was just breaking, with even the moon still hanging in the sky. A small, bespectacled wizard, wrapped in a robe and yawning, emerged from his quarters. His oversized glasses perched on his face. After all, he was somewhat nearsighted, and wearing glasses made things more convenient, sparing him the need to fetch them from the laboratory each time. Ein had told him so. It certainly wasn't because Loren had complimented him, claiming it made him look prettier. That fellow was merely jesting at his expense. Since the hour was still early, the cheerful small wizard hummed a tune. Bouncing towards the laboratory dais, he hurried down the stairs. A flurry of rapid footsteps echoed from the base of the tower. Momentarily taken aback, Ein paused just long enough to see a figure rush past him. Loren. Good morning. Is there still time for breakfast? Turning to halt, Loren could not resist a quip, his ever-present smile gracing his face, especially if it's made by our dear Ein. You, the small wizard, poised to retaliate, immediately noticed the bloodstains on Loren's clothing, his expression shifting to one of concern. Are you all right? Did something happen? Explaining now might be a bit complicated. After a moment's hesitation, Loren decided it was best not to disclose anything just yet. Is Minter Dalton available? I have an urgent matter to discuss. Minter Dalton? It seems he has gone to meet Director Peter. Perfect. That saves me an extra trip. Cutting off Ein's words, Loren dashed down the stairs, racing towards the main fortress of the academy. By the time Ein processed the situation, Loren's figure had already vanished. Wait for me. Chapter 57, Important Clue, Part 1. What did you say? In Director Peter's office, the small wizard standing behind Loren widened his eyes in astonishment, staring incredulously at the somewhat flustered figure of the black-robed wizard. Even Dalton Cand, who was usually composed, displayed an unprecedented look of panic. Director Peter, although still smiling, had knocked over his teacup without noticing. Unable to speak, Ein could only silently fixate on Loren's face, which bore not a trace of tension. As I mentioned earlier, the mastermind is named Kalen. I suspect he is a remarkably skilled wilderness wizard and a proficient spellcaster, Loren replied unhurriedly. If the intelligence is accurate, he should have at least 16 subordinates. I did not inquire about that. An agitated Dalton interrupted him, his icy gaze fixed intently on Loren. Answer my question, Loren Dooling. Dalton's composure was fraying, and Peter, seated behind the desk, remained silent, clearly eager to verify the clue Loren had just revealed. They seemed to have discovered that the Academy conceals something. Loren ventured with an air of conjecture, his gaze flitting between the two men's faces. However, aside from the wizard named Kalen, the others are unaware of what it truly is. Speculation without evidence is mere fantasy. The black-robed wizard interrupted Loren once more, his gaze harsh and unyielding. You best think carefully about what you are saying. I am fully aware of what I am saying. Mentor, Loren retorted resolutely. I am doing everything within my power to protect the Academy. Yet the current situation is such that I do not even know what I am protecting. Loren, observing the black-robed wizard's dangerously intense glare. The small wizard, who had remained silent until now, could no longer hold his tongue. If this continued, Dalton would undoubtedly not let Loren off easily. Do not be so hard on your apprentice. Dalton, just as the black-robed wizard prepared to draw his wand, it was once again Peter who intervened. He has done his best. We cannot fault him for his revelations. Director, with all due respect. I know what you are about to say, and I understand how perilous this is. Peter first soothed Dalton before turning his attention to Loren. Loren Dooling, I must say that your insight and tracking abilities are truly exceptional. You flatter me. This time, no. Peter smiled gently, adjusting his monocle. At the very least, you have uncovered part of the truth. Indeed, the Academy harbors secrets that must remain concealed. Beneath our feet lurks a demon not tolerated by the world. Director, Dalton nearly roared. The reason we do not disclose this to you is not due to any selfish desires or intentions, but rather because it is far too dangerous that we conceal this secret to protect you and everyone else. Peter gazed at him with regret. Thus, I cannot reveal what it truly is, for your safety. It is best not to delve further into it. Your task has concluded. For the time being, the Academy will not assign you any new missions. Focus on your studies, child. The kindly elder patted Loren's shoulder. You have done well enough. Leave the rest to us, on behalf of the Academy. I assure you, those individuals will not succeed. With his head bowed, Loren remained silent, leaving the small wizard behind him in a state of anxious turmoil, yet unable to speak. Fool, fool, fool. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and agree. I understand. I will no longer interfere. Loren finally spoke calmly, causing Ein behind him to breathe a sigh of relief, even closing his eyes in relief. I suspect you might need to rest for a while, the elder said gently, his tone brooking no argument. Ayn Rand, could you please escort Loren back to the North Tower? After several days outside, he must be quite fatigued. At your command, Director Peter. The small wizard immediately acquiesced, then without further ado, dragged Loren away. They ran swiftly until they exited the corridor, finally allowing a moment of respite. Have you lost your mind, confronting Mentor Dalton like that? As soon as they halted, Ein could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming at Loren, if it hadn't been for Director Peter, he might have. Do not worry. The Mentor is a very rational person. He would not simply kill me. Loren reassured him with a calm expression, though it was indeed quite possible he would give himself a good thrashing. You idiot, fool, conceited moron. The small wizard remained agitated, his azure eyes wide. Can't you go a single minute without making others worry about you? I almost what? Loren, taken aback, looked down, while the flustered Ein hastily concealed his right hand behind his back. However, Loren was quicker, seizing the small wizard's right hand, which clutched a vial of incendiary fluid. This time, Loren was the surprised one. You weren't thinking of, just in case. The small wizard, his face flushed, defended himself, though his reasoning sounded rather flimsy. Anyway, even if it were effective, it wouldn't harm the Mentor or the Director. I am truly taken aback. Loren was at a loss as to whether to be astonished or amused, gazing incredulously at Ein. I had no idea I was so important to you. You, do not be so self-important. Immediately after finishing his words, Ein vanished as if fleeing for his life, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Loren, standing in place, gazed at the igniter in his hand, shaking his head, utterly at a loss for what to do next. Truly, it was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Had he perhaps committed some egregious offense, prompting the diminutive wizard to flee? Even Israel would be easier to handle than this individual. At least he was certain that not a single word from Israel's lips could be taken at face value. whereas Ein was utterly unpredictable. With a resigned sigh, he turned to glance back at Loren, a slow smile creeping upon his lips. He had already raised their suspicions. In the days to come, Dalton and Peter would grow increasingly restless. Regardless of the location of that object, they would undoubtedly investigate, providing him an opportunity to trail them and at least ascertain its general position and direction. Of course, executing such a plan would likely prove far from simple. Both Dalton and Peter were exceedingly cautious individuals, and carelessly approaching them would not end well. Furthermore, even if he were to determine the object's whereabouts, how could he possibly act within the confines of this academy? He would likely be apprehended before he could even set his plan in motion. It was likely that his so-called good friend Israel would turn a blind eye, and even if Peter's temperament were as amiable as ever, the outcome would hardly be optimistic. Therefore, he needed a scapegoat, a shield to absorb the majority of attention on his behalf, thereby granting him a greater likelihood of success. Who could be more suitable than the esteemed Lord Kalen? This thought slithered into Lauren's mind like a cold serpent, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Lord Kalen would undoubtedly stop at nothing to seize that object, devising every possible means to infiltrate the academy. And he would be the only one capable of thwarting him. The age-old trope of the wicked villain and the valiant knight was destined to replay once more. As for what that object truly was, well, Loren surmised that Director Peter had essentially divulged that information, albeit without explicitly stating it. A demon hidden beneath the earth. How intriguing. Chapter 58. Important Clue, Part 2. In the stillness of the early morning. Before the dawn had broken, a hazy mist intertwined with the dim flickering lights, casting a chilling hue over the yet-to-wake town of Ancient Wood. A tall, slender man stood hesitating outside a door, lacking the courage to push it open, his right hand gripping the doorknob, yet refusing to let go, as if engaged in an internal struggle. After but a moment, resolve ultimately triumphed over hesitation. He swung the door open, his determined footsteps echoing on the floor as he removed his hood. Even if Loren were present, he would not recognize that this was once Anthony's parlor. Every inch of the room had been stripped bare. Save for a few scattered chairs and tables, everything else vanished. How does it feel? I find it to be much more streamlined than before, inquired Fantasies leisurely, seated on a bench. Father Anthony seems rather fixated on those lavish possessions, as if they could allow him to forget his origins, merely a wretched and abject peasant. The tall, slender man did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached Fantasies, bowing his head in humility. You are correct, sir. External appearances and identities often lead us to forget our true selves. Do not be so formal. I did not summon you here to lecture you. Fantasies replied with a rather easygoing smile. Please, take a seat. Master Kalen, we have an entire morning ahead of us. Kalen, not daring to be complacent, promptly seated himself beside Fantasies. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, every gesture and movement betrayed his tension and deference. Resembling a pupil before a mentor, this was hardly surprising. Before the designated successor of Bishop Fabian, what right did a mere wilderness wizard have to be arrogant? Not to mention that his adversary held leverage over him. Kalen could not help but clench his right hand in secrecy. Though it was not explicitly stated, you must be aware of the reason for your summoning. Once Kalen had taken his seat, Fantasy spoke, satisfaction evident in his tone. Not long ago, an apprentice wizard named Loren Turin visited this place. In just a few days, he has uncovered a substantial number of clues, even after I expressly advised you all to exercise utmost caution. Unexpected outcomes still arose. You severely underestimated the consequences of this, resulting in 3 deaths without resolving the issue, while allowing Vimple Academy to fully clear itself of prior suspicion. To address the problem, I was compelled to personally visit Ancient Wood to tidy up your mess, even placing the blame on a branch of noble blood, allowing that apprentice to leave here like a hero. With each word, Fantasy's tone grew colder. Now the people of Vimple Academy have heightened their vigilance. Do you truly understand how difficult it is to catch the slippery old fox that is Peter? I sincerely apologize. Kalen immediately lowered his head without hesitation. This situation indeed caught me off guard. But please believe me, this matter is far from over. I am listening. Fantasies elevated his chin with an air of arrogance. As you are well aware, due to that apprentice, they have undoubtedly bolstered their defenses. However, conversely, now may also be the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack. Kalen slightly raised his head, his pupils shimmering with a wolf-like glint. Those who have just resolved a crisis often believe themselves to be temporarily safe. We can exploit this. Kalen was acutely aware of his current predicament. Regardless of how many wilderness wizards or mercenaries he gathered, in the eyes of Lord Fantasies, he remained merely a dog. If he lost his usefulness, he would be finished. Thus, whether he could accomplish his goal or not, he must pique the interest of this nobleman. Moreover, I have just acquired a crucial piece of intelligence that will facilitate the upcoming plan. Go on, Fantasies said, his tone finally softening somewhat. Just a few days ago, one of my scouts outside Vimple Academy was discovered by them. Kalen deliberately lowered his voice. If all goes as expected, he has likely been silenced. Have I been too lenient with you, Master Kalen? Fantasy's tone took on a somewhat playful quality, his expression bordering on a smile. You seem to have managed to turn bad news into good tidings. Quite the contrary, my lord. This news is nothing short of excellent. If they have eliminated even the eyes and ears among them, even that Director Peter should be able to breathe a sigh of relief for the time being, no? Moreover, that scout was merely a trivial character, possessing almost no knowledge of my entire plan and arrangement. Even if they were to resort to severe interrogation, they would glean nothing. Once the timing is ripe, I shall lead all my subordinates to launch a surprise attack on Vimple, and then you can arrive with the church's guards to suppress the bandits. At that time, the items concealed by Peter will be revealed, and you will have a legitimate reason to eradicate this accursed academy from this land. That sounds quite appealing, but Fantasies scrutinized the slender man. By that time, your subordinates might very well meet a fate of hanging. Such is the unavoidable reality. For the sake of a just cause, sacrifices must be made, Kalen replied with a sense of entitlement, a smirk playing on his lips. They too can cleanse their sins and ascend to the kingdom of the Holy Cross. Fantasies chuckled, akin to a dog eagerly awaiting the bone he would toss. What do you hope to gain from all these sacrifices? Only that object. You need only hand it over to me afterward, Kalen replied in a subdued tone. Moreover, should you require it, I can continue to gather some wandering wizards and mercenaries for you, to eliminate any obstacles in your path, even that individual. We can discuss this matter later. Fantasies promptly interrupted him, his gaze drifting uneasily. He could not deny that this proposal was exceedingly tempting. Kalen immediately chose to fall silent, his lowered head revealing a peculiar smile. He discerned that Fantasies had already been lured by his suggestion. Indeed, this servant of the Holy Cross was not devoid of desires. He harbored his own ambitions. You may return now. I will notify you when the time is ripe. Fantasies waved his hand, indicating the other could take their leave. The tall, slender man, satisfied, bowed humbly and retreated from the room. After a long, deep breath, Fantasies settled into his chair, slowly calming his emotions. Do you truly trust him? The knight standing in the corner inquired. Would you trust a fox? Fantasies replied with a smile, countering the question. What I trust is his immediate self-interest. Though I am unaware of the specifics, as long as he desires something, he must heed my commands. It is an age-old trick. Once your thoughts and intentions are known to another, you must yield to that person. All are bound by this. Seeing the knight's still bewildered expression, Fantasies shook his head in exasperation. It is quite simple. I hold leverage over him. Thus at this stage, he dares not betray me. Although this trusted confidant of mine is loyal and courageous, he lacks the ability to discern subtle nuances. Otherwise, I would not have to resort to utilizing a lowly wizard like Kalen. Nevertheless, at least I have ensured that Anthony's demise was worth the effort. Initially, I believed he was merely adept at amassing wealth, but to my surprise, he uncovered such a significant secret, thereby providing me with a remarkably useful ally in Kalen. Yet, if he were to seek what he desires, the knight remains somewhat uneasy. If he chooses to betray me, I can easily eradicate him. A mere wandering wizard poses no significant threat. Phoenices spoke with unwavering confidence. Once this matter concludes, he will possess little utility. Just a dog. Even if he were of some value, he is hardly worth my concern. Moreover, considering he is a greedy dog, there is no chance he will be allowed to leave alive. Chapter 59, Ayn Rand, Part 1. You've been rather idle lately. It's been a week since I last glimpsed your presence. Even when feigning concern, Isaac's tone dripped with a sardonic undertone, casually picking up a book from the shelf while his attention remained elsewhere, engaging in a lackadaisical conversation with the ever-patient Lorraine. It's nothing much. I simply find that living like a wizard isn't too shabby. Lorraine replied with a slight smile, gently flipping through the pages. I believe there's still room for advancement in my studies of sorcery. Advancement in sorcery? Huh. Isaac nearly laughed aloud. Are you jesting? How profound can the art of trickery really be? Having grown accustomed to Isaac's demeanor, Loren refrained from retorting, instead shaking his head in resignation, choosing to ignore the individual intent on riling him up. Arguing with such a genius was a futile endeavor. Since the day he was placed under house arrest, aside from reading, delving deeper into the studies of sorcery was the only way for Loren to pass the time. However, as Isaac pointed out, the study of sorcery was indeed rather superficial. Those low-tier spells, while appearing wondrous, were merely the most rudimentary manifestations of void energy, rendering them increasingly worthless as one progressed. True high-tier spells were certainly not so trivial. But having covertly learned transcend perception, Dalton, who was already wary of him, would never teach him that, of course, any self-created spells would be far from superficial, but the difficulty was currently insurmountable for Loren, at least for now. He was utterly incapable of achieving it, even with Isaac's assistance as for the demon lurking in the depths. Although Loren had endeavored to investigate as much as possible, under Dalton's watchful eye, he could not be too overt. Beyond confirming its existence beneath the main fortress, he had no leads whatsoever. The clues were simply too scant. He had no choice but to exercise patience and wait. By the way, you must have memorized that book by now. Right? Observing Isaac, who continued to feign nonchalance, Loren inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me? No wonder you study sorcery. Your reflexes are quite sharp." Casually tossing the book back onto the shelf, the languid Isaac shrugged. "Ein requested that you visit the library, but he did not disclose the purpose, shrouding it in mystery, and he even permitted me to accompany you. By the way, are you two hiding something from me? You left me behind the last time we went out to eat." Isaac glared at Loren, his expression darkening. "Just so you know, I am rather displeased." "No problem. Next time we shall go without Ein." The more Loren conversed with Isaac, the more he realized that satisfying this individual was remarkably straightforward. After dismissing Isaac, Loren turned and made his way directly to the library. However, Ein did not wait for him by a bookshelf, but rather chose a rather secluded corner. The atmosphere felt somewhat off. Observing the small wizard seated there, incessantly turning pages, and the towering stacks of tomes on the table, nothing seemed particularly unusual, yet Loren sensed an underlying discord, deliberately slowing his pace. Loren bought himself a moment, scanning the titles of the books, a flicker of confusion rising within him. Every book on the table pertained to mutated monsters. Why would an alchemist need to study these? "Isaac mentioned you were looking for me." Taking a seat across from the diminutive wizard, Loren wore a friendly smile. "What are you reading?" "I merely gathered some materials that you might find useful. This should encompass everything." The small wizard's voice was calm. "So I thought to summon you. It may prove beneficial, after all. You are a wandering knight, and encountering such creatures is hardly uncommon." "I truly appreciate it," Loren replied sincerely, casually picking up a nearby book to peruse, his expression earnest as if he were seeing it for the first time. Previously, due to frequent departures from the academy, he had little time to linger in the library, merely skimming through such detailed reference materials. However, having been confined recently, he found himself visiting the library often. Both remained silent, the only sound the rustling of pages turning. Loren also picked up other volumes from the table, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the book in the small wizard's hands. "Have you found anything useful?" the small wizard casually inquired. "Indeed. Quite useful. It has greatly broadened my horizons," Loren instinctively replied. "I truly appreciate it. Had it been me, I could never have gathered such comprehensive information." "Is that so?" Ein replied coolly. "But all of these are books you have recently perused." Loren's arms tensed, the smile on his face remaining unchanged but becoming somewhat strained. "Only this one." The small wizard slowly closed the book in his hands, presenting the gilded title on the cover to Loren, "Buried Things, Vampires." "Where did you find this?" Loren inquired, maintaining a composed smile. "I seem to, in Mentor Dalton's study." I met his gaze calmly. "This library does not possess any books on vampires. You have not truly given up, have you? Even with Principal Peter's repeated admonitions and Mentor Dalton's threats, they have not been sufficient to deter you. Why must you go to such lengths? Surely it is no longer necessary for you to continue. What is it that you seek to obtain? Or are you concealing something? Why not confide in me?" The small wizard's expression grew increasingly concerned, his azure eyes glistening with unshed tears. Loren slowly lifted his gaze, a trace of bitter amusement tugging at his lips. The small wizard had indeed caught him off guard, yet there remained room for negotiation. Indeed, I have concealed certain matters, and I cannot disclose them to you. Weighing his words carefully, Loren spoke with calm assurance. However, I can guarantee that it will not jeopardize the safety of the academy, nor will it cause harm to you, Isaac, or anyone else. But the small wizard suddenly stood, about to voice his thoughts, only to halt abruptly. His arms trembled as they rested on the table, his head bowed. What is it? I am fine. Just give me a moment. Gripping his teeth to utter those few words, Ein's expression was decidedly abnormal. His frail form quivering, gasping for breath as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. You hardly appear to be fine. Without allowing a rebuttal, Loren firmly pressed the small wizard back into his chair. At that moment, Ein was drenched in sweat, his cheeks flushed abnormally, his jaw clenched as if enduring some unseen pain, his body shivering uncontrollably, so hot. Touching Ein's forehead, Loren was astonished, nearly exclaiming, "This was definitely more than 40 degrees. Let me go. Please, just let me go." The small wizard murmured hazily, his voice growing softer. "If you just wait a moment, it will be fine. I apologize, but this time I must refuse." Without hesitation, Loren hoisted the small wizard onto his back. The half-unconscious Ein left with no room to resist. He was surprisingly light. Although aware of the small wizard's frailty, Loren was taken aback by how much lighter he was than he had anticipated. Almost weightless, amidst the astonished gazes of the apprentices, Loren dashed out of the library, racing towards the North Tower. The small head of golden hair nestled against Loren's shoulder, allowing him to feel the faintest breath. Blurring the lines between reality and illusion, the nearly delirious Ein groaned softly, yet continued to whisper, "Even after all this time? Why? Do you still not trust me? Do not bear so many burdens alone. Loren, what are you truly concealing?" Chapter 60. Ayn Rand, Part 2. The morning sunlight filtered through the windows of the North Tower, casting hazy silhouettes across the staircase. The air was infused with the delicate scent of dust and parchment. Akin to a poem in the dawn light, standing outside the door, Loren was, however, in no mood to appreciate any poetic verses. His expression was exceedingly awkward, compounded by a sleepless night, the blood vessels in his eyes betraying his fatigue. However, there is still a sliver of good news. The diminutive wizard's ailment is not particularly severe. It stems from an overwhelming schedule coupled with a lack of nourishment. With a bit of care, he should recover in a few days, which is, in essence, a stroke of fortune. Naturally, if it were merely this, it would not be enough to cause him embarrassment. "May I enter?" I tentatively inquired, though received no response. Assuming it to be a tacit approval, Loren boldly pushed open the door and stepped inside. You. When did I say you could come in? Leave. The moment the small wizard spotted Loren, he panicked, wrapping himself tightly in his blanket while lying on the bed. "Leave. I do not wish to see you now. Just for a moment," Loren replied nonchalantly. "Just take your medicine. Trust me, I prepared it strictly according to the recipe in the book. There is absolutely no issue. Who would believe your nonsense? You great deceiver, a liar of the highest order." The small wizard, still hidden beneath the blanket, continued to scream, his voice tinged with a newfound desperation. "In any case, I do not intend to live. Just let me die. I truly apologize. But while your illness is quite serious, that goal remains far from reach." After a night of turmoil, Loren's patience was wearing thin. Moreover, hiding under the blanket will not resolve anything. "Do you require my assistance in pulling it away?" "No." The small wizard's reaction intensified. "You shall not. I will absolutely not allow you to see me." Loren was nearly driven mad by the unreasonable antics of his companion. "There is no need for that. You seem to have forgotten who carried you back to the dormitory last night, tucked you in, and helped you out of your clothes." "Silence. You are not permitted to speak." The small wizard beneath the blanket trembled even more, his voice laced with tears. "You must not say it. I forbid you." With a long sigh, Loren placed the medicine on the bedside table and settled at the edge of the bed. The small wizard, resembling a frightened rabbit, curled up tightly. "Take your medicine, and I will cease to speak." Yielding to the threats, the small wizard reluctantly emerged from the blanket, his pale face marred by swollen eyes still glistening with tears that as he sipped the concoction. He glared at Lauren with such intensity that one would think he wished to devour him whole. Meanwhile, Lauren's thoughts were a tangled mess, still unable to shake off the shock he had experienced the previous night. Though he had joked before, he had never imagined it to be true. Ayn Rand, or perhaps it should be pronounced Ayn Rand, is a veritable witch. Though her slender frame might make it difficult to discern, she is indeed genuine. The reason for not having realized this sooner lies not only in her diminutive stature and androgynous beauty, but also in the voice-altering potion prepared by Dalton Candor. A mere ounce is sufficient to slightly deepen one's voice with minimal side effects. Thus, this was the true reason Dalton Candor took the small wizard as his apprentice. The world is exceedingly harsh toward witches, to the point of being intolerant. Once discovered, the consequences are often dire. This is not merely a folktale or ecclesiastical decree, but a tacit rule within the wizarding community. Countless witches have succumbed to madness or worse, driven by an inability to resist the will of the void. Are you satisfied now? Yes, I am a witch. Are you pleased? Ayn's voice trembled, tinged with sorrow and rising agitation. Go tell the church, tell them, and see what they will do to me. I will absolutely not inform anyone. Lauren maintained a calm demeanor as he locked eyes with her. I promise to protect you, indeed. I am a deceiver, and I have told many lies. However, I have never broken a promise. Perhaps I am not in a position to say this, but please believe me once more. The agitated small wizard gradually regained her composure. Her earlier outburst was a result of the sudden revelation, compounded by her illness and the exposure of her greatest secret, which had caused her to lose control entirely. Once her rationality returned, she reverted to her original state, that of a perceptive and brilliant alchemist. How many people are aware of this matter? After a moment's hesitation, Lauren finally voiced his inquiry. Mentor Dalton knows. The still pale Ayn responded, her voice faint. As does Principal Peter. Apart from them, not even the other mentors are aware of this. Of course, that scoundrel Isaac is also in the dark. This indicates that they understand the peril involved. Training a witch, even someone as newly initiated as Lauren, is fraught with risks. Dalton and Peter, what could their motivations be for taking Ayn? You need not doubt the mentors. I implored them to agree. Perceiving Lauren's apprehension, the small wizard hastily clarified. In any case, the situation was complex at the time, but there were no ulterior motives. Then, your name truly is, it is indeed Ayn Rand. The small wizard stubbornly shook her head. Aside from this, I will not live under any other name. I have sworn an oath. It seems that the depths of this matter are far more intricate than I had imagined. Lauren mused inwardly. Yet at least he could be assured that the hidden demon is likely unrelated to Ayn. Otherwise, Dalton would have never permitted any interaction between them. That it must be something more obscure, deeper, and perilously dangerous that compels them to exercise such caution. To the extent of recoiling in fear, the existence of witches is undeniably hazardous. Yet this is the remote and desolate Vimper. As long as the matter remains undisclosed, even if a witch were to appear, it would hardly incite panic, given that no one has witnessed such a phenomenon in centuries. Thus, I am the third person to know this secret. Lauren remarked with an unfaltering smile. Well, at least I am ahead of Isaac in this regard. I would never divulge this to that self-important scoundrel. A flush of color crept onto Ayn's pale cheeks. Do not flatter yourself. You would discover that it is merely an accident. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly faint until she could barely hear herself. How about this? Lauren smirked. I shall share with you a secret that I have never revealed to anyone. What secret? Look at my hair and my eyes. They are quite special. Are they not? You should have never seen such a thing before. Lauren whispered softly, leaning closer to Ayn's ear. Her pale cheeks flushed as if intoxicated, her eyes wide with surprise, and her hands instinctively clutched the blanket. I do not belong to this world. Lauren's voice was like a gentle breeze, and the small wizard, feeling a tingling sensation, could hardly comprehend his words, trembling from head to toe with anxiety. Only after he departed did Ayn begin to regain her composure. Her face still vividly flushed. What did you just say? I thought I had been quite clear. Lauren furrowed his brow. I hail from another world. In our realm, everyone possesses their own magic wands, though we refer to them as mobile phones. Oh, and we also have a similar religion there, but it requires one to cultivate for a century or two, making it more akin to a wizard than a cleric. The people within are all seasoned elders, capable of engaging in jovial conversations with you. Bang! Before he could finish, Lauren found himself unceremoniously ejected from the room, the door slamming shut behind him. Next time you wish to deceive me, at least craft a more plausible tale. You great liar. Chapter 61. The One Who Hides in the Shadows, Part 1. Leaning against the corridor wall after being thrust out, Lauren shook his head with a weary expression and let out a long sigh. Why is it that each time he endeavors to speak the truth, no one ever believes him? This is perhaps a question worth pondering, yet Lauren's mind was not on such matters at the moment. He casually retrieved the book Burials, Vampires from beneath his robe, his gaze gliding over the gilded letters, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had conveniently brought this crucial material back to the tower while carrying on. And such significant information could hardly be forgotten. Most importantly, the fact that this book was located in Dalton's study rather than the Academy's library signifies its profound importance that, of course, it might merely be the Minter's private collection. But Lauren did not believe in such coincidences. Dalton had concealed it in his study for a reason. Perhaps he has already realized that the book is missing. Thus, he must quickly peruse the necessary content. However, he feared he could not accomplish this alone. While confident in his memory, Lauren acknowledged that he was not a prodigy like Isaac Grantham, who could memorize the entirety of a library's collection in a single day. Therefore, he would require a bit of assistance, perhaps from someone named Azrael. Though the mere thought of this individual filled him with loathing, letting emotions dictate one's actions is always a grave mistake. With a hint of exasperation, Lauren slowly closed his eyes while lying on the bed, allowing his consciousness to sink into his mental sanctuary. It is truly delightful that you could think of me so swiftly, dear Lauren. Upon reopening his eyes, Lauren discovered that his mental sanctuary had undergone a subtle transformation. At its center hung a solitary chandelier in an empty, white room, while the four surrounding walls were adorned with several oil paintings of varying sizes. Apart from these, there was naught else. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the motifs on these paintings represented the spells Lauren had thoroughly mastered, arranged in a meticulous sequence. That a moth depicted the firefly spell, swirling patterns symbolized the levitation spell, and arrow feathers referred to the crystallization spell. These oil paintings were mere palm-sized embellishments scattered across the walls. On the opposite wall, however, hung a slightly larger piece. Against a vivid backdrop, a shadowy figure with completely white eyes roared defiantly toward the heavens. Undoubtedly, this was the only advanced spell Lauren had mastered. The transcend perception. How do you feel? Your previous mental sanctuary was rather chaotic, primarily because, in your case, the mental and the material are entirely unified, resulting in an overwhelming influx of information. Thus, I offered a teensy bit of assistance. Nothing particularly complex, really. Sitting primly in the center of the room, the boy in a small suit wore an expression that seemed to plead for praise, only to be met with Lauren's sardonic smile. Let me first confirm that this little assistance doesn't come with strings attached. Right? How could that be? The boy's eyes, shimmering with innocence beneath his platinum hair, conveyed a sense of great injustice. We are the best of friends. I would never leverage such matters against you. That is preferable. Lauren nodded, and, as he approached Israel, a chair had inexplicably appeared beside him, which he nonchalantly occupied. I need to ascertain one thing. You needn't ask further. Your thoughts are correct. Asriel replied with a smile. Vipar Castle once housed a vampire, so the rumors are true. Lauren suddenly recalled that on his first day at the academy, Ain had mentioned the whispers of a vampire haunting the institution. He had subsequently inquired around, and while local villagers had indeed circulated similar tales, they were treated merely as folklore, with few taking them seriously. If that were the case, then it seemed likely that the rumors concerning the vampire were intentionally spread by Petrus. What one wishes to keep hidden is often the very thing that must be revealed. The topics one prefers to avoid are often placed at the forefront, and the most significant secrets tend to dwell in the blind spots of public awareness. Truly, Petrus, the headmaster, is a master of such subtleties. Since you are already aware, why not just tell me outright? Lauren spoke with casual ease. We are friends, are we not? You wouldn't actually want me to tell you directly. Lauren, after a moment's contemplation, a peculiar smile graced the boy's delicate features. If I were to divulge it directly, it would burden you with an insurmountable debt, one I would never impose upon my friend. I cannot assist you so directly. But, In the midst of his speech, a book appeared on the boy's slender legs, which he smiled and handed over. If it is something you have already discovered, then it is naturally permissible. Anything at all, images, text, scenes, of course, these are merely fragments of memory. Asriel nodded matter-of-factly, propping his chin on his right hand while crossing his legs. Your understanding of the mental sanctuary's application is still rather rudimentary, or rather. Most wizards are in a similar position. Loren, upon receiving the book, did not immediately open it in the meditative state of his mental sanctuary. Time was a non-concept. Theoretically, he could possess infinite time, rendering urgency unnecessary. One more question. Why do you require a vampire? Loren could not help but inquire, setting aside whether I could locate one. Even if I did, defeating it poses a problem, and what purpose would it serve? Let us not forget that it is a vampire, capable of draining me dry within 9 seconds and then tearing me to shreds. While I am uncertain how Headmaster Petrus managed to vanquish it, regrettably, I am not yet a wizard of such caliber. This task exceeds my capabilities. I need it, though I can tell you the reason now. You will understand in due course. Asriel continued to speak vaguely, clearly reluctant to reveal the answer to Loren. But you need not worry. For this vampire, how shall I put it? It should be rather different from what you envision. Different? Perhaps that was not entirely inaccurate. After all, this academy's vampire had been defeated by Petrus and confined for over 30 years. With that in mind, its strength should indeed have diminished considerably, lowering the difficulty significantly. Even so, it was not a creature to be trifled with. This was no mere ghoul devoid of intellect. A true vampire could massacre an entire village overnight, rendering even a fully armed army powerless before it. Akin to mere puppets, such a being transcended humanity, residing at the pinnacle of the food chain. Living, breathing humans were merely its delicacies, species that should not exist but had mutated under the influence of void-like forces. When Loren finally regained his composure, Asriel had vanished without a trace, and he found himself back in a meditative state, the book still resting at his side. Thanks to Asriel, he now possessed a mobile library, rendering this book somewhat less significant. If he could continue to acquire knowledge in this manner, it would surely reduce the likelihood of being discovered while gathering information. Just as Loren pondered how to return the book, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, and without so much as a greeting, Isaac burst through. "Oh my goodness, you really are here. What is the matter?" Loren casually concealed the book, maintaining his unchanged smile as he inquired. "Is it Professor Dalton seeking me?" "Indeed, someone is looking for you. But it is not Professor Dalton." Isaac shook his head. A boy just rushed to the academy's entrance and knocked, but no one responded. Only when I reached the door did I happen to encounter him. "A boy. He claims his name is Hat." Which sounds rather odd. Isaac curiously scrutinized Loren. "Are you related?" Chapter 62. The One Hiding in the Shadows, Part 2. Let us take a moment. No need to rush. We have plenty of time. Gently soothing. Loren pushed a bowl filled with hot soup toward the boy. "You must be famished after running such a distance. Do eat something." The shaken Hat nodded and hurriedly picked up the spoon, gulping down the soup in large mouthfuls, clearly having gone a long time without a proper meal. Seizing this moment, Loren scrutinized the boy carefully. Though he wore tattered clothing, the mud at the cuffs and edges suggested it was a recent addition. There was a fresh tear at the back of his shirt, likely from rushing past something sharp. Faint bruises adorned his wrists, indicating he had narrowly escaped capture. Thus, it seemed Hat had sprinted to the academy just yesterday evening, considering the full day's journey between the two locations. His decision to flee, despite the risk of getting lost at night, and his near capture suggested that something had indeed transpired in Oldwood Town, likely related to himself. Maintaining his silence, Loren poured himself a glass of water. He needed to retain absolute clarity of mind. Making alcohol an absolute no-go, the sweet, hot soup slid down Hat's throat, gradually calming the trembling boy, and his breathing steadied considerably. Only then did he begin to swallow in small bites. "Feeling better?" Loren inquired with genuine concern, his voice soft. "If it is insufficient, there is more." "No, that is enough. I am full," Hat replied, somewhat dazed, avoiding Loren's gaze. "Thank you, kind sir. You are truly a good person. Just call me Loren. Everyone at this academy is a wizard." With a smile, he patted the worn hat atop the boy's head. "Has something happened in Oldwood Town?" Hat quickly nodded. Though they had only met a few times, he was acutely aware that this kind sir, who was not much older than himself, was not someone to take lightly. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to escape to this place. After you left, I managed to return to the barn owner. There was no other choice. I have no other skills and do not know what else I could do. Hat shrugged helplessly, swallowing hard. I probably lived a rather mundane life for a time. Then, yesterday or the day before? Loren suddenly interjected. Yesterday. The boy's eyes flickered with fear. Suddenly, a man came to our place, accompanied by about a dozen mercenaries, claiming they were to take over the owner's business and that we were to obey them from now on. A foolish brute stood up to them, and then Hat swallowed hard. They just hung him up, lit him with some sort of liquid, and then opened him up. With the expression of the trembling Hat had become utterly contorted, clearly struggling against the impulse to retch. Loren could somewhat comprehend the other's actions when dealing with street ruffians. Instilling a profound sense of fear is the only way to ensure compliance. Mere enticement is futile. However, understanding did not equate to acceptance. This was no longer intimidation, but rather sheer brutality. A form of cruelty he profoundly abhorred. What happened next? Loren swiftly bypassed that segment. Are all of them around the barn now? They only took away the sturdy ones as their subordinates. The rest are still going about their business. But they must heed their commands. The Hat, growing increasingly flustered, continued. I thought I was in the clear, only to have one fellow recognize me. He saw you toss a coin into my bowl the day you returned to the church. The moment they heard your name, they turned rabid. I barely escaped, nearly getting caught. The Hat, still shaken, looked at Loren and said, Now, I have nowhere to go but here. The moment I step outside, someone will want me dead. I implore you. I do not wish to become, absolutely not. Loren, well aware of what the Hat was about to say, promptly interrupted. You are completely safe here. Even the church cannot invade the academy without substantial evidence, let alone a band of vagabond brigands. The boy nodded vigorously, curling up in his chair like a stray cat. Sighing deeply, Loren understood that this psychological trauma could not be mended with mere words. It would require time. He patted the Hat's shoulder and turned to walk towards the door. The cold-faced black-robed wizard had been standing outside the door the entire time. This was only natural. Dalton would not overlook such crucial intelligence. Moreover, without his intervention, Loren would never have allowed the Hat to cross the academy's threshold. Return and continue the inquiry, the black-robed wizard commanded with finality. The clues remain insufficient. We require more information. I must respectfully decline, Loren asserted firmly. Leaning against the door while meeting his gaze, Dalton narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you questioning me? Given his current mental state, further questioning would necessitate coercive measures, Loren explained. However, if we resort to such tactics, we will irrevocably lose his trust, becoming just like those we despise. I always believed you to be pragmatic, Loren Turin. Your judgment remains astute, Loren replied with a slight smile. But since we still have time, there is no need to employ such extreme methods. After a moment of contemplation, the black-robed wizard finally nodded slightly, acknowledging Loren's choice. Regardless, the Hat had approached them voluntarily, and it was likely that more than one person had already discovered that this little beggar had arrived at the academy. If anything were to happen to him, the repercussions for the academy would be significant. Of course, for Dalton, these considerations paled in comparison. His only concern was the academy's stability. Currently, the situation remained manageable, allowing for some semblance of decorum. However, should even the slightest mishap occur, he came seeking my assistance, thus I will vouch for him, Loren stated, observing the black-robed wizard's skeptical gaze with a wry smile. He shrugged. Of course, you could assign someone else, perhaps, Ayn Rand. That would suffice, Dalton nodded. Although his apprentice was somewhat naive, he was at least meticulous. If the task were merely to monitor a small beggar, it would not be a problem. Just as he turned to leave, Dalton suddenly sensed something amiss and whirled around, causing Loren, who had just relaxed, to tense once more. What is it, Ayn Rand? It is the first time in 2 months that you have referred to him by his full name, Dalton remarked. Has something occurred? Nothing significant. I merely mentioned it in passing, Loren replied, maintaining his composure. Is that so? After scrutinizing him closely, the black-robed wizard turned and made his way to his study. That had been a close call. Loren lightly touched his back, feeling the sweat trickling down his neck. That he sighed in relief, shaking his head with a wry smile. Had Dalton discovered that he was already aware, he would not have been so lenient. However, returning to the matter at hand, Loren slowly turned back towards the door, placing his right hand gently on the doorknob, lost in thought. Could he truly place complete trust in the hat? Certainly not. In seeking refuge, he would undoubtedly weave some fabrications to elicit sympathy and guilt, especially since he was fleeing due to Loren's actions. If he could ally himself with Loren for a bag of silver coins, what would prevent him from betraying him for a greater reward? Such street children likely bore little moral burden, and with the added pressure of threats, compelling him to serve loyally would not pose a challenge. Entrusting him to Ein might very well be advantageous. The little wizard would never betray his own. Furthermore, this alchemical prodigy was astute. He might well detect the hat's ulterior motives, allowing Loren to subsequently turn this pawn to his advantage. How should I explain this to Ein? If I speak plainly, I might be accused of deceiving her. Loren could not help but roll his eyes in frustration. How did it come to this? Chapter 63. Those Who Lurk in the Shadows, Part 3. As the tall, slender man clad in a black robe and wielding a wand entered the barn, it seemed even the warmth of the room had diminished by several degrees. The dilapidated barn was teeming with people. But these were not the original vagabonds and ruffians. Surrounding the central bonfire were a group of similarly cloaked individuals. Not far behind stood armed mercenaries, robust men fully equipped for battle. Observing the mingled expressions of fear and excitement beneath the hoods, Kalen slowly raised his wand and softly muttered a few incantations, causing the previously cold braziers within the barn to ignite with flames. This display startled everyone, their gazes toward the slender man filled with increasing awe. Having achieved the desired effect, Kalen revealed a triumphant smile, quickly replaced by a serious demeanor as his deep voice echoed through the murky air. Gentlemen, no, brothers, fellow wizards, you may wonder why I have summoned you all here today. It's simple. The time has come. Look at our lamentable era. The avaricious and antiquated church holds the reins of power. The nobility treats us as mere lapdogs, and the ignorant masses regard us as fearsome beasts. This entire age tramples upon our dignity, the dignity of those who possess the truth. Gentlemen, I am no fanatic. I am but an ordinary man who venerates the Holy Cross, having chosen to become a wizard to serve the great Holy Cross and this nation. But how have they repaid us? You must either become a compliant puppet or live in hiding. Are not wizards born to be free? We toil away in cold towers, delving into obscure tomes while the affluent bask in sunlight. Yet we must confront the terrifying void, only to be met with scorn and a lifetime of oppression. Is this justice? No, this is unjust. It is utterly unfair. In pursuit of freedom and truth, we must hide our identities among those who despise and fear us, and the slightest exposure could see us branded as blasphemers and arrested. Surely, some of you know Draco, that unfortunate alchemist who died clinging to the guise of a cleric. The church claims he sacrificed himself for the Holy Cross, but in truth, he was silenced after his identity was discovered. And the perpetrators? None other than our so-called comrades from Vimpal Academy. They have cast aside their integrity, willingly becoming the church's and nobility's lackeys, as if mere diligence would earn them respect from their masters. We can no longer endure this. It is time for revenge. Our target is none other than the treacherous Vimpal Academy. We must make them understand their grave mistakes. Brothers, will you continue to live in subjugation and self-deception? Or will you choose to embrace a magnificent sacrifice? Let the noble lords and church dignitaries witness whether we will forever bow to them as their slaves. Even the oppressed peasants can rise with pitchforks and hoes. Why can we not take action to make them feel our anger? Cowards wishing to flee, please depart now. Warriors seeking vengeance, prepare for sacrifice, because we are the moths drawn to the flame, destined to illuminate the darkness of this age with our wisdom. The barn erupted in thunderous applause, as the ragtag band of wandering wizards, now invigorated, gripped their wands and swords, rejoicing at the arrival of this moment. They had waited far too long and hidden for too long. They desperately needed a true leader to guide them into the fray. One who would ensure that all the wizards in the Duke's domain could attain the right to live freely. In the brief interlude of jubilant cheers, Kalen subtly waved his hand, departing from the central bonfire of the barn under the pretense of continuing to arrange pertinent matters. He took care to shake hands with each wandering wizard, offering words of encouragement to dispel the last remnants of their hesitation. As for the mercenaries, they were indifferent. They simply needed assurance that this wizard could provide adequate remuneration. What they were tasked with was of little consequence. as long as the payment was substantial. They would not balk even at the prospect of perilous endeavors. Quietly slipping out of the barn's entrance and ensuring no one followed, the lanky man made his way to a dilapidated tavern by the roadside. Taking a seat before a figure who had been waiting for him. "Please convey to Lord Phoenicis that all preparations have been finalized," Kalen stated with a reverent tone, lowering his voice. "In addition to the original mercenaries and those wandering wizards, I have also recruited dozens of others. We shall undoubtedly seize Vimper in one fell swoop, alleviating the Lord's concerns." He dared not show any disrespect, for the man seated across from him was the most trusted knight beside Phoenicis. On the other hand, should the barn's inhabitants discover him in cordial conversation with this individual, it would spell significant trouble. "The Lord is still awaiting the opportune moment," the knight remarked, his brow furrowed. If it were up to him, he would not wish to converse in such a disreputable place with someone so blasphemous. Yet, necessity dictated otherwise, as Lord Phoenicis's enterprise required the likes of this man. "Have your people wait quietly. The right moment will reveal itself in due time." "But they are growing impatient," Kalen implored anxiously. "The mercenaries are manageable, but those wandering wizards are madmen. If we delay any longer, they will begin to question my authority. What if the people of Vimper discover us?" "I recall your fervent assurances that Vimper would not uncover our plans," the knight replied coolly. "That was under the condition that everything proceeded smoothly. No one possesses the foresight of a prophet." Kalen restrained his simmering resentment and anger, responding with subservience. "Regardless, I implore you to inform Lord Phoenicis that further delays will surely result in unforeseen complications." The knight hesitated momentarily, acknowledging that Kalen's concerns were valid, yet each encounter with him bred a sense of unease, as if he sought to exploit Lord Phoenicis for his own nefarious ends. Nevertheless, the knight recalled Phoenicis's words. As long as his interests remained tightly grasped in the Lord's hands, Kalen would dare not betray him. Thus, for the time being, he ought to be deemed loyal. "Very well, I shall relay your message to Lord Phoenicis," the knight conceded, albeit with a warning. "However, should you entertain any treacherous intentions, I will not await the Lord's command to sever your head from your shoulders." "All is at your command," Kalen replied with a humble smile. Bowing low before the knight, the latter stood arrogantly, departing without a farewell. "What a presumptuous fool! Once this matter concludes, I shall ensure he meets a most unfortunate fate." The emaciated man's face contorted in a grimace of malice. He could not act against this knight just yet. Patience was required until the venture reached its conclusion. At that time, Lord Phoenicis would surely recognize his worth. How could a knight, so blindly loyal, ever compare to his utility? Even if an accident were to occur, surely the Lord would be forgiving of his transgressions. And that fellow named Loren Turin. Kalen still bore the shame inflicted by him, a consequence of that highly unstable incendiary agent that had burned his hands, forcing him to flee from Ancient Wood Town that fateful night, resulting in a precarious shift in his standing in Lord Phoenicis's eyes. He could not afford to let him escape unscathed. Absolutely not. With a malevolent glare, Kalen felt the phantom pain in his fingers. He had endured years of anonymity and hardship. Yet it was the first time he had fallen victim to a wizard's apprentice. "I shall personally see to your demise, you wretched insect." Chapter 64. The Ones Who Lurk in Shadows. 4. Though it was originally a storage room, it is relatively clean. I must ask you to make do with it. Adjusting the glasses perched on her nose, the diminutive wizard offered an apologetic smile to the boy, who was even shorter than she. "And no problem, as long as I have a place to stay." "It is sufficient," the boy stammered, hastily waving his hands, utterly perplexed by the warm demeanor of this fair-featured wizard. "This is already quite wonderful. I once had to sleep on the streets while at the barn." "You slept on the streets?" Anne paused, tears welling in her eyes as she knelt to stroke the boy's messy hair. "At such a tender age, how could you? Why is this wizard crying? Is it truly such a tragic tale?" The boy could not fathom it. Being able to sleep on the streets was already a blessing. Those unfortunate souls might be kicked into the gutters by patrolling guards. "Regardless, feel free to seek me out for anything you need. Or you may also approach Loren," Anne said, her glistening eyes twinkling as she added. "But do remember not to leave the tower alone. It can be very dangerous." "Thank you, esteemed wizard." The boy's face lit up with an incredibly radiant smile. "You are truly a good person. May the Holy Cross bless you." "The Holy Cross?" Ain's lips curled into a bittersweet smile as she recalled her identity as a witch. In truth, the Holy Cross would never bestow its blessings upon her. Just as the boy breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking she would take her leave, the small wizard turned and paused in her tracks. You and Loren met in Ancient Wood Town, correct? Yes. The wary boy quickly reacted, his almond-shaped eyes darting around before settling on Ain. Do you have something to discuss? Nothing of great import. Merely a touch of curiosity. Ain feigned calmness as she glanced towards the door before whispering. Could you share what experiences he encountered in Ancient Wood Town? Ancient Wood Town. The boy's expression grew more guarded. Yet he was reluctant to outright refuse this kind wizard. Well, if you truly wish to know. Outside the door, Loren stood with his head bowed, eyes shut as if asleep, though the slight curve of his lips betrayed his wakefulness. As he listened intently to the conversation within, after more than 10 minutes, the door creaked open, and the small wizard emerged, her expression somber and devoid of words. Why did it take so long? Loren questioned. The diminutive wizard offered no reply, merely continuing on her path towards the stairs, prompting Loren to follow in her wake. The two arrived at the door of Dalton Kanda. You never mentioned to me that you were engaged in such dangerous activities. Ain halted before the door, her back to Loren. Why have you never? Whatever you may have heard from the boy's lips, it has been exaggerated. Loren interjected before she could complete her thought. It is not as perilous as you might think. At least not for me. Trust me. So you were indeed eavesdropping outside. Ain's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she spun around, her agitated expression akin to catching a rat with its tail exposed. I explicitly told you not to eavesdrop. So this is where you awaited me. The realization struck Loren, and he felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself. How could he have been so foolish? You must be feeling quite smug right now, aren't you? Every time you leave, I fret like an idiot. Her fists clenched. Ain glared at Loren, her frustration palpable. You undoubtedly mock me behind my back, do you not? Loren was utterly bewildered. What had he done? Where was he? What should he do next? Perhaps I could share another secret. In truth, you are nothing but a liar. A furious Ain shoved past Loren, storming down the stairs, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ain! Loren instinctively reacted, pursuing her, but before he could descend the staircase, he heard another anguished cry. Ain ran. Master Dalton expressly forbade loud noises within the tower. And why did you collide with me? Why? Because I'm foolish, our esteemed wizard. You actually admitted it. I am genuinely happy for you. You are finally no longer deceiving yourself. Is that so? Then how about I make you even happier? Happier? Ah. The piercing scream caused Loren to gasp in shock, and he composed himself as if nothing had occurred, approaching Dalton's door. Isaac, well done. Loren silently commended him in his heart. What are they arguing about? Dalton furrowed his brow, his gaze devoid of emotion as it fixed on Loren upon his entrance. Nothing. All is as usual, Loren replied, closing the door behind him while forcing a calm smile. May I inquire what you require of me? Dalton seemed disinterested in answering, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. There is no concrete evidence to suggest that the boy is a spy infiltrating our ranks. Loren shook his head, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. However, I am not asserting that he is without suspicion. I recall you were still willing to vouch for him. That does not signify my belief in him. Rather, I am convinced he cannot escape. Dalton was not satisfied with such a response, and Loren had no choice but to alter his approach. The hat is merely a small beggar, even if he has truly escaped. He cannot possibly know much. But what if he is a spy for the other party? Then he would be even less inclined to divulge anything to us. Taking a few steps forward, Loren clasped his hands behind his back and let out a slight sigh. For a slippery character who roams the streets, mere intimidation is futile. We must instill a profound fear within him. Then let him be afraid. The cloaked wizard replied matter-of-factly. In this world, there are myriad methods to torment. Even if he truly fears, it cannot guarantee that he speaks nothing but the truth. When fighting for survival, they are capable of weaving any lie. You would never discern which statement holds veracity. Even a wizard cannot possess the means to compel absolute honesty. At least not Dalton. After a moment of hesitation, he finally raised his gaze to Loren. What is your plan? Present him with an opportunity, allowing him to reveal his own flaws. A strange smile crept onto Loren's face. If he is indeed sent by that esteemed Mr. Kalen, he must have been assigned a task. Given a chance, he will inevitably expose himself, and then we can interrogate him with legitimacy. Are you certain? Loren was well aware of Dalton's concerns. Should a vampire be discovered within the academy? Even a mere beggar could plunge the institution into irreparable ruin. Harboring such a creature capable of decimating an entire village would make it impossible for the Duke to continue supporting the academy. I harbor sufficient confidence, and I am equally convinced that they cannot possess absolute certainty. Otherwise, why send a small beggar instead of confronting us directly? Lauren's tone was resolute as he edged closer to Dalton's desk. There is but one condition. I require your and Dean Peter's unequivocal trust, along with unfettered freedom of movement within the entire Vimple Castle, unobserved. Professor Dalton, I understand that I may be treading upon certain formidable secrets of the Academy, and I recognize that you have no reason to trust an outsider like myself, who has only been here for a few months. Yet I implore you to at least have faith in my capabilities. Although there have been some unexpected occurrences, I have executed all tasks to perfection. Dalton ultimately acquiesced. This was the advantage of having tangible accomplishments. They served as compelling evidence when one needed to persuade others. Had he not consistently exerted himself over the past months, resolving every task assigned to him, Dalton would not have made such a significant decision based on mere words, granting Loren the privilege of free action throughout Vimple Academy to ask for whether Dalton truly believed in him. Loren inwardly chuckled. In any case, once this matter concludes, it would be sufficiently merciful if he spared his life. Chapter 65. Those with Hidden Agendas, Part 1. This fellow is indeed somewhat impatient. In the empty tower, with an unlocked door and the chill of the moonlight, conditions nearly perfect for summoning a certain boy hiding in the storeroom, silently indicating that now is his prime opportunity for action. Perched on the windowsill, Loren observed the cautious figure moving stealthily. Due to the night's obscurity, he could barely discern any details, and a wry smile crept across his lips. Luring such a cunning individual into a trap was no simple task. Loren had awaited this moment for a full 4 days, utilizing every encounter to subtly suggest matters regarding the academy to the boy, gradually fostering his confidence. Indeed, children are inherently impatient. Despite spending years on the streets, age and experience remain his shortcomings. He cannot possess the boundless patience of Dalton or Peter when faced with any situation. Originally expecting to wait a week, Loren found himself somewhat underestimating the boy's eagerness, indicating that the time for Mr. Kalen to act would not be far off. Why now? The hottest season had long passed, and the chilling winds of winter had descended, particularly affecting a castle like Vimple, perched near the cliffs. Each gust of frigid air howled past, akin to the wails of banshees and malevolent spirits, sending shivers down one's spine. Even as fear gripped him, the hat resolutely left the warmth of the storeroom, ensuring no one was in sight before stealthily inching along the castle walls toward his target. The wizard's castle was indeed daunting, and that wizard named Loren was undeniably formidable. Yet the mere thought of Kalen's face made the hat tremble, his stomach churning incessantly. The hat, shivering amidst fear and the cold night wind, slowed his pace. In the pitch-black castle, he could find no source of light apart from the moon above, unable to ascertain his own position, forcing his eyes to adapt to the darkness as he groped his way forward. A faint sound behind him startled the already terrified hat, causing cold sweat to cascade down his back. Should he retreat now, he could still claim curiosity as his motive, but if he pressed on, there would be no turning back. After confirming that no one was behind him, the boy withdrew his neck and continued to crawl in the direction of the main castle, treading silently, not far behind the hat. Loren fell into contemplation. He was certain the boy had hesitated, yet he still chose not to abandon his course. What means had Mr. Kalen employed to compel him to overcome his inner dread and serve him? Or what profound fear could inspire such unwavering loyalty to Kalen? Common methods include coercion and temptation, yet a street urchin like the hat likely had no family to threaten. Though this could not be entirely dismissed, a handsome reward would hardly suffice to buy such loyalty, as he was no mercenary willing to risk his life. Other typical methods include poison and curses. Given that Kalen was a wizard of considerable skill, it was unsurprising that he could execute such tactics. Employing various methods is normal. No, these are merely his means, not his objective. Loren should not squander his thoughts on this, but should instead discern Kalen's true intentions. He already knew that vampires were concealed within the academy. Why then allow the hat to infiltrate? If it were him, what might be the purpose of such an action? To ascertain a precise location, This would be pointless, as long as Peter and the other 8 wizards serving as mentors remained. Kalen would never gain entry. Did he wish for the hat to locate the vampire? Setting aside whether the hat possessed the courage, the likelihood of the boy enduring even 5 seconds in the presence of that monster approached 0. Or perhaps finding the vampire was contingent upon certain conditions. This seemed more plausible. Peter likely went to great lengths to conceal this secret, and it ought not to be so easily uncovered. Scratching his head, Loren continued to follow. The hat was indeed exceedingly cautious, yet he was no match for Loren, who had spent months within this castle. Identifying blind spots and corners to elude the boy's gaze was not overly challenging. However, as he observed the hat's figure entering the main castle, Loren froze, not in shock, but in a state of utter perplexity. Is this the castle's chapel? The academy did have a small chapel, of which he had been aware since his first day. Yet he had never visited. After all, the entire wizarding community was notoriously irreverent. Such a chapel likely existed merely to appease the church. Now it seemed this was yet another trap set by Peter to obscure the truth. The astonishment gradually faded, replaced by a triumphant smile on Loren's lips. He could have acted directly earlier, but he had chosen to wait until now to confirm the vampire's exact location. Under any other circumstances, Dalton or Peter would never grant him such an opportunity, and there would undoubtedly be countless eyes scrutinizing his every move. Only tonight could he discover this place without being watched. Capturing the hat's leverage and interrogating him for the truth were merely a fade. This was Loren's true objective. Slipping into the small chapel, the hat closed the door behind him and secured the bolt, allowing himself a moment of relief. Without daring to hesitate, he dashed to the front of the chapel. Near the Holy Cross sculpture, and cautiously traced his fingers over the metallic figure, inadvertently activating a mechanism that caused the center of the sculpture to depress, revealing a small recess shaped like a cross. Trembling, the hat loosened his collar and retrieved a similarly sized cross pendant from the inner layer of his clothing, nervously attempting to place it in the recess. What is that? Terrified, the hat did not look back, stowing the pendant and fleeing. But he was seized by a hand from behind, gripping his throat, and before he could struggle, he was forcefully pinned against the wall, suspended in midair. Good evening, hat. Loren greeted the boy with a smile. Though the hat's face turned crimson, as he could barely catch his breath, flailing like a fish out of water, his feet desperately seeking the ground. While I would very much like to set you down, you must understand the extent of my planning for this evening. With a smile, Loren naturally extended his right hand towards the struggling boy. Reveal what you possess. The hat, barely clinging to life, dared not hesitate for a moment and promptly retrieved the crucifix pendant from his pocket, placing it into Loren's hand. The honest and trustworthy Loren immediately released his grip, and the boy, who had fallen to the ground, crouched at the edge of the wall, coughing incessantly as he gulped in the precious fresh air. Yet, as Loren examined the pendant in his hand, his expression was one of intrigue. He had encountered a remarkably similar item before, right in Father Anthony's dormitory, the wooden crucifix that had been reduced to ashes by the fireplace. At that moment, he had pondered why a priestess chamber would house a burnt crucifix statue. Looking back, he realized he had underestimated its significance. This object was undoubtedly more than mere sculpture. The entire pendant was adorned with an array of runes, the sequence and arrangement of which were unlike anything he had ever encountered, signifying that this was no ordinary trinket, but rather a sophisticated alchemical artifact. A magical item crafted into a crucifix pendant, imprisoning a vampire within a small chapel. Vimper Academy had indeed traversed new heights on the path of sacrilege and achieved unprecedented standards. Now, the next question lies with you. Hat. Slowly squatting down, the affable Loren gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, extinguishing any thought of escape, his lips curling into a hesitant smile. What do you suppose I should do with you? Chapter 66. Those with Hidden Agendas. Part 2. Loren's gentle voice utterly terrified the hat, whose night of constant anxiety compounded by the near-death experience had left him overwhelmed, huddled against the wall, on the brink of tears. You see, as a former partner in collaboration, I am quite willing to protect you and temporarily provide you with a safe haven. However, it is unfortunate that you seem to be exploiting my friendship for the benefit of your new master. How do you think I should deal with you, my friend who has betrayed me? I don't know. Please let me go. I won't dare again. Just don't kill me. I'll do anything, truly, anything. The hat was utterly paralyzed by fear, reduced to tears, his face smeared with snot, clutching his head, barely daring to meet Loren's gaze. "You're making this quite difficult for me." "Hat," Loren sighed, offering the boy a handkerchief. "If I truly intended to do something to you, do you think I would have waited until now?" "So, does that mean?" While blowing his nose into the handkerchief, the boy looked at Loren with swollen eyes, filled with hope. "You want to kill me?" "It depends on the circumstances." Loren smiled slightly, prompting the hat to cry once more. Clearly, soothing a child was not his strong suit. "But for now, I do not intend to kill you. After all, what purpose would that serve?" Loren forged ahead. "If you could provide me with more information." Upon hearing this, the boy immediately tensed and instinctively recoiled against the wall, even though he knew it was merely a barrier behind him. "No, please, don't. I'll do anything else. Truly, I'll do whatever you ask, even kill me." "Calm down, don't panic. You're in Vimper Castle, where the most formidable wizards of the entire duchy reside." Loren quickly reassured him. "Regardless of what that Mr. Kalen has done to you, we have ways to address it. So you are aware." The hat nearly shouted but quickly shook his head, his expression one of sheer terror. "It's no use. I am beyond saving. Anyone would be." "Did he drug you?" The hat despondently nodded, his voice trembling. "That man made me drink a bottle of something. It actually tasted quite good, and after drinking it, I had the most wonderful dreams that felt incredibly real. Everything that went into my mouth, everything I swallowed, everything I clutched in my hands felt just like reality. But after a month, I feel like I'm dying. It's more painful than death." The hat's expression grew increasingly fearful. "My head feels like it's going to explode. My body is as if it is being gnawed by 1,000 insects. Yet I am not dead, and I'm still very much alive, unable to die even if I wished to. That gentleman promised me that as long as I obediently followed his orders, he would give me another bottle. Otherwise, I would end up like that guy, set alight, and then disemboweled. Hallucinogenic potion." Loren was certainly familiar with such substances. The principles of this low-grade alchemical potion were akin to meditation or deep dreaming, utilizing a minuscule amount of void energy to induce intense hallucinatory effects. Though simple in concept, it was expensive due to the rarity of its components that it seemed that Master Kalen had indeed invested heavily. This substance was not something an ordinary person could afford, which explained the hat's profound fear of him. He was likely already addicted. "Do not worry. It is merely a standard hallucinogenic potion. Treating it is not particularly challenging," Loren consoled him. "And if you truly enjoy that sensation, the process of concocting such a thing is simpler than you might imagine." "Really?" The hat appeared somewhat dubious. "Then let me share one more thing with you." Loren slowly rose, pointing towards the crucifix sculpture at the front of the chapel. "Do you recall what you just did? I suspect Mr. Kalen instructed you to place that little pendant into that recess. Am I correct?" The hat nodded. "It seems straightforward enough, but he forgot to remind you of a few key details." Loren said calmly, as if discussing yesterday's breakfast. "This pendant is actually a magical item, a key. That sculpture is, in fact, a mechanism. Once you place it atop, the mechanism will activate. Then your head will be shattered into pieces." "Really? You must be joking." The hat clearly did not believe him. "Feel free to test it." Loren chuckled, extending the pendant towards the boy. "Trust me, you won't feel a thing. Such a powerful mechanism could only be endured by a wizard of extraordinary strength or one possessing superhuman willpower. The impact of void energy would instantly shatter the hat's head like a watermelon." "Then what should I do?" Whether or not he believed Loren's words, the hat understood that he had no escape route. Should he step outside, the wizards here would undoubtedly not let him go. "Lord Loren, please save me. I do not wish to die. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can harm you." Returning to the boy's side, Loren carefully patted his shoulder. "As long as you do not betray me, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety. Not to the academy, nor to that Mr. Kalen, but to me. Hat, I need your loyalty, unwavering and wholehearted loyalty." Uncertain of what this entailed, the hat instinctively nodded, gazing blankly at Loren's deceptively charming smile. "If there is a next time, I will not grant you a third chance. Do you understand?" I understand." "Then let us leave this place swiftly." Loren's expression brightened, and he pulled the hat up from the ground. "Let us return and get a good night's sleep." As if nothing ever happened, the boy certainly did not object, forcing a smile as he followed Loren to the door, gently unlocking the latch. Two figures stood outside the chapel, waiting for them. "Good evening." Loren, and this young gentleman. Peter greeted them with a smile, breaking the awkward atmosphere. However, Dalton's icy gaze beside him rendered this effort rather futile. Good evening, esteemed dean and mentor. Loren immediately bowed humbly in return. Then he patted the hat's back. Might I trouble you to head back first, hat? The dean and the others may have matters to discuss with me. Oh yes, certainly. The boy, having quickly regained his senses, nodded eagerly, casting a grateful glance at Loren before hastily fleeing. Outside the chapel, only 3 individuals remained, and the atmosphere grew awkward once more. With a slight sigh, Loren clasped his hands behind his back and turned his gaze to Dalton. I recall you promised me that you would cease monitoring me. Please do not blame Dalton. Child, this was my decision. Peter quickly interjected, speaking with sincere regret. It is not that we do not trust you, but this matter is of utmost importance, and we must ascertain just how much that Mr. Kalen knows. Can you tell us what that young gentleman, has relayed to you? Of course. Loren respectfully lowered his head. That man named Kalen forced Hat to ingest a hallucinogenic potion and used it as leverage to compel him to serve him in search of something. What a despicable scoundrel. A disgrace among wizards. Adjusting his monocle, Peter continued without flinching. So, what exactly is it that he seeks? I am not entirely certain, but it likely pertains to some sort of mechanism. This is merely my conjecture. Casually probing into the pocket behind him, he retrieved the charred pendant of the Holy Cross and handed it to Peter, stating, I stumbled upon this in the ancient wood town. It might be linked to what the one called Had is searching for in the church. Upon receiving the burnt pendant, Peter and Dalton exchanged glances, their eyes revealing an unspoken understanding. Loren, however, felt a sense of relief. Had he not prepared in advance, it would have been exceedingly difficult to account for the events of this evening. You performed admirably. Loren, I would even venture to say exceptionally well. Peter finally spoke after a prolonged silence. As for the boy named Hat, he poses little threat now. Rather, it is the individual behind him who is the true menace, Loren replied. Shaking his head, I am uncertain of his ultimate objective, but one thing is certain. He is about to take action. We must be ready. Chapter 67, The Scheming Individuals, Part 3. The atmosphere today felt decidedly amiss. This was the first thought that crossed the mind of the small wizard upon awakening from his slumber. All the apprentices had been gathered together. Nearly half had been instructed to temporarily leave the academy, while those who could not be excused were confined to the main hall of the fortress. With the doors locked tight, even he and Isaac were not exempt. Peter had completely shed his usual benevolence, and all dissenting apprentices were swiftly rendered unconscious by the instructors and thrown into the storage room of the main hall. Beneath the robes of those instructors, Ain could hear the clinking of weapons, and a dozen or so older apprentices, armed with long swords, followed closely behind the instructors, their expressions gravely serious. What on earth is happening? Exclamation point. Ain, in a state of acute anxiety, sat at the edge of a table in the hall, observing the apprehensive and whispering apprentices around her, urgently inquiring of Loren. You must know, right? Dalton must have informed you. Did not the Dean Peter already mention? Loren replied nonchalantly. Recently, the vicinity of the academy has been unstable, with reports of bandits roaming. Thus, the Dean intends to enlist the village guards for patrols and seek assistance from the Duke and the church, resuming classes only once it is confirmed safe. Tell me the truth. The small wizard glared at him fiercely, his demeanor suggesting a readiness to pounce. Certainly, but first, you must give me a promise, Loren said, raising his hands in surrender, his expression calm. No matter what transpires, you will not interfere in this matter. This is for your own good. If you refuse, I may have to consider knocking you out as well. But, the small wizard attempted to protest. I am afraid this time it's no jest. So please tell me immediately, will you comply or not? Very well, grinding her teeth, Ain replied, locking her gaze onto him. But you must speak the truth. Loren nodded silently, glanced around, and lowered his voice to begin, in Dean Peter's words. Half of it is true, but the situation is far more perilous than he suggests. A group, likely a band of vagrant wizards and mercenaries, is expected to launch a raid on the Vimple Academy at some point soon. We are unclear of their ultimate goal. But a bloody conflict seems inevitable. Though he had anticipated such a revelation, the small wizard was left dumbfounded upon hearing the truth, his eyes trembling. What could this possibly mean? What do they want? I believe that is a question for Dean Peter to ponder, Loren said lightly. gesturing dismissively as his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Dalton, who was currently on patrol. Among the entire academy, only this instructor seemed utterly composed, showing no signs of distress. The other instructors, however, bore pallid expressions but were not overtly terrified. If anything, they appeared merely tense. After all, being a wizard in the remote cliffs of Vimple often came with a history of wandering the wilds. Even if they were not true warriors, they were not entirely unacquainted with bloodshed. As for the older apprentices who had been armed, they were merely novices swinging swords. This might very well be their first encounter with such weapons, and when faced with bloodthirsty mercenaries and seasoned vagrant wizards, they would be little more than a hindrance. With merely 20 or so individuals from the academy, they stood no chance against Kalen and his band of brigands. Seeking aid was the only option left. After all, wizards were ultimately wizards. Killing was not their forte, and combat was even less so, had it not been for the necessity of dealing with the monsters that roamed the Duke's territory. They would have possessed not a shred of combat experience. Perhaps you should flee. Seizing a moment of distraction, the small wizard grasped Lauren's hand. You are so skilled. If you wish to escape, it would surely be no trouble. And if something were to occur at the academy, what then? Lauren countered. Well, that would simply be my fate, and stammered, her response faltering. Perhaps it would be better that way. At least I would not have to live in constant fear. Always worried about having my identity exposed, Lauren smiled. What are you laughing at? Is it so amusing? The small wizard retorted angrily. If given the choice, no one wishes for death, but it is merely fate. After all, sooner or later, everyone must face that day. Ah, woo. Before she could finish her sentence, Aine found her hand clasped firmly by Lauren, who then pressed his lips against hers. With a smile, Lauren leaned slightly forward, drawing close to her ear, causing the small wizard's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. No one shall harm you before I lay myself to rest. That is a promise. The wizards have already sensed something amiss. The time has come. In the elegantly appointed sitting room, Phanasis, seated on a long bench, gazed with palpable excitement at the letter of request for aid penned by Peter, unable to restrain himself from muttering that it was evident that Peter had discerned the nature of the individuals who had come knocking. Otherwise, it was entirely unlike him to seek assistance from the church. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Proof that his efforts had not been in vain. It is worth noting that while the church wielded considerable influence throughout the Duke's territory, it did not equate to possessing a large army. There were merely a few guards accompanying the bishop, and even these individuals could not be easily mobilized without a compelling reason, remaining under the vigilant watch of the Duke. Phanasis had been waiting for such a rationale, a legitimate excuse to mobilize the church's guards and storm the blasphemous wizard's castle, reducing it to ashes. And what better pretext could there be than a request for aid written by none other than Dean Peter himself? A smile slowly crept across his lips as Phanasis envisioned the future. Leading the valiant warriors under the church's banner, he would eradicate the disruptive bandits and uncover irrefutable evidence of the wicked wizard's sacrilege within the castle. Sending Peter and his lackeys to the gallows, purified beneath the radiance of the Holy Cross as for the aged and frail Bishop Fabian, he would have no choice but to relinquish that tempting crown. And he would emerge as the youngest bishop in the annals of the church's history, forever enshrined in the chronicles for his devout faith and incisive reforms. Immediately inform Kalen. He and his lackeys are to mobilize. I want him to set out tonight and commence operations by tomorrow night. Impatiently, Phanasis began to make arrangements. Let this wretched wizard understand that if he desires such things, he must obediently comply with my commands. Otherwise, I shall send him and the others to the gallows, bidding farewell to this world forever. No, you must keep a watchful eye on him at all times. Still feeling insecure, Phanasis quickly amended his words. This fellow is exceedingly cunning. Should he exhibit any treacherous behavior, eliminate him immediately. Isn't that a bit hasty? And it seems difficult to explain to the church, a knight interjected, stepping forward. You have never been particularly friendly towards the Wizard Academy. The knight intended to imply that Phanasis had always directed his ire towards Vimple and Peter, wishing nothing more than their demise. Now, with Peter seeking aid, his sudden enthusiasm would raise suspicions. Those are no longer the primary concerns. Phanasis retorted sharply. Any person of common sense can discern that if we do not act promptly, will the Holy Cross grant us a second chance? But there are no buts. Remember your station, knight. Phanasis interrupted once more. Fulfill your obligations to the Holy Cross and to me. Let the entire Duke's territory be redeemed and purified, exposing the faithless, the blasphemers, and all wicked forces to the unyielding fist of justice. Observing Thanasis growing increasingly fervent, casting aside all semblance of rationality and pretense, the knight remained silent for a moment. Bowing his loyal head, "Everything shall proceed as you wish, Lord Thanasis." Chapter 68. The Scheming Individuals, Part 4. 30 years ago, a wizard named Peter received this Vimple castle from the Duke, along with the privilege of establishing the sole wizard academy in the entire Duke's territory. From that day forth, Vimple nearly became synonymous with wizards throughout the Duke's dominion. Any wizard who sets foot on this land must choose between two paths, either to join the Vimperl and become a member, dedicating themselves to the duty of mentoring apprentices in exchange for the freedom to study magic, or to live in obscurity, hiding among the populace and leading a humdrum existence. Some wizards opt for the former, only to depart from this land after enduring the unbearable burden of relentless toil, while a greater number choose the latter, subsisting on the sale of herbs and rudimentary potions, with a rare few managing to serve as tutors in affluent households thanks to their knowledge and erudition. However, there are those who tread a third path. Most of them are not products of orthodox academies, having merely stumbled upon these arcane secrets, believing that mastery of them would elevate their status and liberate them from their arduous lives and the scorn of others. Yet, reality is ever so merciless. The identity of a wizard earns them not respect, but rather fear and loathing. Coupled with the ostracism from common folk and the scrutiny of the church, true freedom is but an illusion. In the wilderness, the cynical vagabond wizards form the staunchest force under Kalen's command. They are convinced of the righteousness of their cause, viewing the Vimperl, which flatters and panders to the church and nobility, as traitors to the wizarding community. These individuals are indifferent to the prospect of death. As long as their demise holds significance, they welcome it. Rather than seeking a glorious sacrifice, they are driven by a profound despair. Kalen comprehends these souls well. Who could blame anyone for despairing after toiling for decades, only to remain scorned and destitute, devoid of any support? The fault lies not with oneself, but with the world. It is not a lack of effort, but the existence of injustice, such is the crux of it. His sole aim is to offer these hopeless individuals a glimmer of success, a seemingly attainable goal that would compel them to flock to him like moths to a flame. These vagabond wizards have long ceased to be normal, for normal individuals do not risk their lives unless cornered. The loyal fools, who believe he can bring them hope, will pile their own corpses to create a ladder for themselves, serving as the very steps they ascend. Having lived half a lifetime, Kalen has long seen through it all. Whether knowledge or power, they are worth nothing in the face of true authority and gold. He could easily extinguish the life of that Thanasis and his knights with a mere flick of his finger. But would he dare? The Duke ruling this land is merely an aged knight, yet who would dare lay a finger on him? Those younger knights, far more formidable, still bow before him, seeking a meager title. Everything in this world is a facade. Only power and wealth are real, tangible things that one can see. Though those crude incantations are utterly ineffective against the knight's armor, they remain devastatingly effective against ordinary folk. They harbor no desire for wealth. Instead, they yearn only to hear the dying screams of those who once scorned them. Slaughter, pillage, arson, and Wales, the small town, engulfed in panic, is transforming into a sea of flames street by street. Before the blades and the monsters, not a single villager stands ready to resist. Only the figures of those kneeling in supplication and fleeing in terror can be seen, pressed to the ground by mocking laughter. The knight dispatched by the Thanasis to monitor Kalen is utterly stunned. Merely a handful of ruffians have managed to turn a modest village into the hell described in the Holy Cross scriptures. Surrounded by burning buildings and fallen corpses, he hears the anguished cries of women and children in the distance. Yet the sword hilt in his grasp feels weighty with indecision. It is now impossible to halt the onslaught of those marauders and wandering sorcerers. What is he truly doing? Is this truly in service of the Holy Cross? While his previous collaboration with the blasphemous wandering sorcerer Kalen had left the knight perplexed, he now finds himself ensnared in a profound confusion. Is this truly the purification spoken of by Lord Thanasis? Or has he misinterpreted everything, falling prey to the schemes of that sorcerer named Kalen? Yes, it must be a conspiracy of his making, all meticulously preordained. Clinging to sanity at the brink of madness, the knight hastily constructs a justification for himself, his right hand gradually tightening around the sword hilt as he unsheaths the gleaming blade. If this is indeed his scheme, then he must thwart it and eliminate him. The village is lost. Dalton Candor, descending from the tower, succinctly relayed the dire situation to the anxious Peter and several wizards awaiting outside. What on earth is happening? Why are these people attacking the village? A fellow sorcerer, similarly clad in black robes, looked quizzically at Dalton and Peter. I thought those wandering sorcerers were targeting us. Indeed, this is precisely the trap they have laid to lure us from the castle. Dalton's voice bore no trace of emotion. Without the protection of the walls, we are no match for those marauders. What should we do then? Stand by and watch the village perish. At this rate, there may not be a single survivor left. If anyone wishes to venture out to their doom, I shall not oppose it. Dalton cast a cold gaze at the outspoken sorcerer. But remember, the safety of the academy is paramount. There are dozens of young apprentices within the castle who are unarmed. I understand the peril, but to watch the village fall is equally dangerous. The sorcerer continued to argue vehemently. The church will not spare us once they learn of this. That is merely a possibility, and we could resist. Dalton remained steadfast. But if we venture out now, we would be stepping into the enemy's trap, certain to meet our demise. The sorcerer was about to continue his rebuttal when another figure, armed with a sword, passed by him, seemingly resigned, and halted before Dalton. Allow me to go. Mentor. Loren smiled nonchalantly, locking eyes with the black-robed sorcerer. After all, I am not technically a student of the Vimper Academy. You need not worry for my life, and it would alleviate this rather awkward atmosphere. See. A win-win. Dalton was not amused, and the tension only heightened. You are a student of the Academy, Loren. Peter's voice came from behind, his weathered hand resting firmly upon Loren's shoulder. And I shall not allow a student to sacrifice themselves on my behalf. Dalton, a few of you please follow me. We shall assist the village guards. Adjusting his spectacles, Peter's tone remained as calm as ever. The rest of you should remain in the castle with the older apprentices, ensuring the safety of our academy. The sorcerers exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement with Peter's directive. After all, he was still the head of the Vimper Academy, and despite his age, he remained one of the few esteemed sorcerers in the entire duchy. Only Dalton seemed unable to accept such an arrangement, seizing Peter's sleeve before he could leave. Can you truly not see this as a trap set by the enemy? I am well aware. Dalton, Peter sighed. Your greatest flaw is your unwillingness to trust others. This is a perfect opportunity. Why can you not attempt to believe in the other sorcerers, as well as your apprentices? He is not my apprentice. The black-robed sorcerer retorted sharply, raising an eyebrow in defiance. But he is. You have personally instructed him and bestowed upon him the spellcaster. According to the ancient customs of sorcerers, gifting a wand signifies a mentor's acknowledgement of their apprentice as a qualified sorcerer. Peter shook his head in disappointment. One day, you will regret these words. I shall not. I have grown weary of your obstinacy. The elders sighed, beckoning Loren, who still stood nearby. The hint of uncertainty flickered across Loren's face as he stepped forward. Listen, Loren Dueling, I do not view you merely as an apprentice, but as a sorcerer tasked with safeguarding the Vimper Academy. The elder's tone brimmed with undeniable authority. You are to remain in the stronghold, should the walls be breached. You will be our last line of defense if the enemy proves overwhelming. At this point, the elder's voice trembled, and he glanced around anxiously, lowering his tone. Then you must flee with Isaac and Ein. There is a path behind the stronghold that leads to the mountaintop. Escape as far as you can, and never return. Flee? This was the first time Loren had witnessed such a despondent expression in the elder's eyes, a stark contrast to the image he held of him. Tentatively, he inquired, but those people wish to. If they desire it so fervently, then let them have it. If that gentleman Kalen truly possesses such power. Peter shook his head. Those consumed by ambition remain oblivious to the true nature of their challenges. Loren instinctively nodded in agreement. And the elder, straightening his posture, exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, as if to reassure Loren and Dalton. The Vimper Academy has been my lifelong dream, but since it is a dream, there will inevitably come a day of awakening. There is nothing to fear. Chapter 70. The Tumultuous Trap, Part 2. Shut the gates. A sorcerer outside the main hall raised his wand. His voice laced with a sense of tragic urgency as the hinges creaked and dust fell from the ceiling. The entire hall was swallowed by a suffocating darkness, the apprentices hiding in the corners of the hall. exchanged fearful glances, huddling together for warmth. In the pitch blackness, none dared utter a sound. Fear was etched across their faces, and some had begun to weep softly, lamenting why they hadn't left with those who had departed. As if the very air was steeped in the scent of terror. With the departure of Headmaster Peter and several mentors, only the remaining mentors and older apprentices stood guard outside the castle, leaving the most ordinary apprentices behind in the hall, where even mutual reliance offered scant comfort. No one knew whether the castle could withstand the onslaught. Even less could they predict when the great door might be breached, and if the castle were to fall. What would become of them? The unknown terror spread like a contagion, tormenting all the apprentices hidden within the hall, trembling in their corners, fixated on the tightly shut doors, murmuring prayers for the Holy Cross to protect them. Damn it! Damn it! I am just a sorcerer, not some axe-wielding barbarian. Why must I face such a fate? Isaac, nearly driven mad by the fear gnawing at his core, curled up under the table, cursing incessantly, his voice trembling audibly even through the table. Even the diminutive sorcerer fared no better, curled up in a chair, his right hand clamped over his mouth to stifle his cries, tears streaming from his quaking eyes as his heart raced faster and faster. The sudden sound of footsteps behind him made Ain's heart race, his rigid body trembling, too frightened to turn his head. Only when the figure stepped into view did he recognize the newcomer. Loren, where the hell have you been? Isaac exclaimed, a mix of excitement and fear flooding his voice as he clung to Loren. You nearly scared the life out of me. Apologies, I was momentarily delayed. After calming Isaac, Loren finally took a seat. Dalton summoned me. I just returned. What is the situation now? The small sorcerer asked anxiously. Why did the mentors close the door? I heard that Headmaster Peter and Dalton left. Is that true? Headmaster Peter and the others have gone to assist the village guards, Loren confirmed with a nod. As for the mentors closing the door, it's because the enemy may strike at any moment. It is for everyone's safety. Boom. The sudden roar abruptly interrupted Lauren's discourse, and the once silent hall erupted into a cacophony of screams and weeping. The apprentices, already on the brink of despair, shattered the last thread of their composure. Help! Someone! Please save us! Anyone who can help us escape this place. May the Holy Cross protect us. May the Holy Cross protect us. It's all a lie. All a lie. I must be dreaming. I don't want to die. The tumultuous cries and shouts plunged Isaac and the diminutive wizard, who had just regained their calm, back into a state of terror. Their eyes fixated on the motionless Loren, who could not help but rest his chin on his hand in contemplation. Judging by the previous sounds, it was likely that the castle's gates had been breached, after all. Bertolucci and Dalton had only departed a short while ago, and probably hadn't ventured far. This indicated that the assailants had been lying in wait outside the gates, launching their ambush only after the departure of their targets. It was undoubtedly no coincidence, but rather a premeditated scheme. The tightly shut gates had ensured the apprentice's safety, yet simultaneously severed all communication with the outside world. That it was certain that the attackers had already engaged in combat with the wizards stationed outside. But how long they could hold out remained an unknown. Perhaps they could indeed endure until reinforcements arrived. After all, this was a castle, and even if the gates were breached, the inexperienced apprentices could temporarily resist the assault with the aid of the walls and towers, alongside their mentors. But was this truly what the attackers desired? What Kalen sought was the vampire hidden within the castle. Moreover, he already knew its precise location, so why initiate a frontal assault? Wouldn't it be a more prudent choice to stealthily infiltrate while Bertolucci and Dalton were absent? For their survival, the wizards and apprentices within the castle would undoubtedly fight fiercely against him. Kalen could not be oblivious to this fact. So why then would he choose such an exceedingly foolish course of action? It defied all logic. Clap. Suddenly, Loren, who had been deep in thought, startled both companions with a loud clap of his hands. The small wizard timidly edged closer. What is it, Loren? My apologies. I was a bit lost in thought. He managed a strained smile. His brow still furrowed in concentration. The sensation of hiding away and speculating aimlessly felt utterly unsatisfactory, entirely contrary to his nature. After patting his cheeks to regain his composure, Loren resolved to shift his perspective. What if the assault on the castle was not a choice of Kalen's, but rather a necessity? Indeed, he required an opportunity to enter the castle, but he did not need to actually conquer it. If his sole aim was to acquire the vampire, a mere pretense would suffice. The greatest obstacles were Bertolucci and Dalton, both of whom were currently absent, leaving no wizard capable of obstructing him. In such a scenario, Kaelin's stealthy entrance into the castle would be even easier than anticipated. How foolish I have been. Loren muttered to himself, suddenly enlightened, causing the small wizard, who was completely oblivious to his thoughts, to shrink back in fear. Despite knowing Kaelin's objective, he had been entangled in the process, fixating on matters that were unnecessary to comprehend. From the very beginning, he had no need to know what Kaelin intended to do. Regardless of his tactics, his goal remained that vampire. Understanding this was sufficient, while everything else was merely a distraction. I might need to step out for a moment. With his decision made, Loren no longer hesitated, rising to his feet as he spoke. It shouldn't take too long, but it's likely I won't be back anytime soon. Where can you possibly go? The hall's doors have been shut, and outside lies nothing but enemies, and Isaac immediately interjected, his eyes widening in astonishment mid-sentence. You don't mean to confront those people, do you? Close, but not quite, Loren replied with a faint smile, gently pressing Isaac's attempts to stop him. Of course. I can't tell you just yet. Have you lost your mind? Nobody wants you to do this. Minter Dalton isn't here, and Headmaster Bertolucci hasn't assigned you any tasks. Why must you go out and throw your life away? I'm not going out to die, nor is it for any task. He shook his head, his black pupils radiating unwavering resolve. But I'm afraid I truly have no choice. If it weren't for Israel, Loren would not wish to risk his life over a vampire and some wizard. Yet, he could not allow Isaac and the small wizard to know this. If, he spoke to Isaac while shifting his gaze to Ein, by tomorrow morning. If I have not returned, do not seek me out, and please do not associate with me. Best to consider me vanished, or even better, forget I ever existed. What nonsense are you spouting? You are my junior. Isaac vehemently countered. I have endured your presence for nearly half a year. If you vanished, would I then tolerate another blockhead? Though Loren understood this was an expression of concern, Isaac's sarcasm was undeniable. The small wizard remained far quieter, merely bowing his head, and as Loren departed, he faintly heard, Please do not get into trouble. Chapter 71. The Small Chapel, Part 1. It became evident that Kaelin had severely underestimated the resistance of the Vimpal Academy, faced with the fierce assault of over a dozen rogue wizards and elite mercenaries. They managed to hold their ground using the castle walls and towers. Although initially caught off guard by the ambush, they quickly regained composure, even repelling the mercenaries who had breached the castle on several occasions. The wizard apprentices atop the walls continuously hindered the mercenaries with crossbows, incendiary devices, and various low-level spells, while arrows and azure comets zipped through the air, raising clouds of dust upon striking the stone walls. The falling incendiary devices ignited with dazzling flames, albeit for a fleeting moment, causing the mercenaries to retreat in panic. After all, they were merely there for the pay and had no desire to genuinely engage in a life-or-death struggle with the wizards. While a strong assault could indeed secure victory, it would come at a cost of casualties, so these mercenaries fought with half-hearted effort. Meanwhile, the wizards gathered behind the castle gates were equally unwilling to yield, fiercely battling against their less skilled peers. These individuals were not inexperienced apprentices, especially in such a remote area. Many possessed some swordsmanship skills. The rogue wizards had little advantage in direct combat against them. Soon, casualties began to emerge among Kaelin's subordinates. A raucous rogue wizard wielding a spiked hammer knocked down an academy wizard at the edge of the castle gate. Before he could deliver a fatal blow, he was struck by a falling incendiary bottle, igniting his hair and causing him to scream in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Kaelin immediately ordered a retreat for his rogue wizards, leading to a stalemate near the castle gates, with both sides intermittently exchanging spells and arrows, compounded by the relentless waves of ghouls charging forward, entangled with the academy wizard's resistance. The cold moonlight cast its glow upon him, while the distant fires of the village showed no sign of abating, growing even more chaotic. Yet, all of this was merely a precursor. Phoenicis could arrive at any moment, and then he would lose his opportunity. If this continues, we will never capture Vimpal Castle. A wounded rogue wizard rushed to Kaelin, his expression wrought with urgency. Please, you must think of a way. Observing the eyes of those around him fixated on him, Kaelin felt a tremor deep within his heart. These individuals would die tonight, and it would be because they placed their faith in him. But so what? Who told them to be so foolish as to depend on another? They deserve their misfortune, becoming mere stepping stones for his ambitions. I have a plan. Kalen spoke, his voice trembling slightly but quickly regaining steadiness. However, I need you to cover for me. Continue the assault on the gates. I will enter the castle from another location. And as soon as I capture those apprentices, they will surrender without a fight. Then please hurry. The rogue wizard's face lit up with a sense of noble purpose as he brandished his wand and spiked hammer. We will hold our ground until your return. For freedom, for revenge, for revenge. The previously despondent rogue wizards roared in unison, charging towards the castle gates like ravenous wolves, leaving the mercenaries dumbfounded, who had no choice but to follow suit into the fray. The sudden onslaught caught the academy wizards guarding the gates off guard. Despite the apprentices on the walls desperately shooting arrows and hurling incendiary devices, they could not stem the tide of these frenzied foes. And the castle's defenses began to teeter precariously. Under such circumstances, no one noticed the sudden disappearance of a tall, slender man, as the chaos of battle drowned out all other sounds and commotion. As Kalen stealthily infiltrated the castle, he dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. After meticulously ensuring that no one was trailing him, he immediately dashed towards the castle's chapel. The promises he had made to the vagabond sorcerers were swiftly cast aside from his mind. Time was of the essence. He could not afford any delays, for Vinicius could arrive at any moment. He could not ascertain whether the latter would adhere to the previously agreed terms once he became aware of the significance of what Kalen sought. Upon reaching the chapel's entrance, Kalen distinctly sensed traces of void energy, as if even the door before him had taken on an unusual quality. Nevertheless, he resolutely pushed open the grand door and strode inside. The interior of the chapel was enveloped in tranquility, with the cold and solemn crucifix sculpture positioned at the forefront, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. Yet, in truth, this crucifix was crafted by the hand of a sorcerer. Prompting a sardonic smile to curl at the corners of Kalen's mouth, that he raised his wand, approaching the sculpture with a deliberate pace, as a grayish-blue luminescence coalesced at the tip of his wand, gently making contact with it. Then, nothing happened. How could this be? Kalen exclaimed in a fit of rage. Almost involuntarily, he had handed the key to that little beggar. Surely, he would not dare defy his command. What could have gone awry? Was it possible that the key he had fashioned was ineffective, or had it been discovered by Peter, leading to a replacement of the unlocking incantation? Or perhaps, if I were you, I wouldn't be so astonished right now. When the terrified Kalen turned around, he beheld a young man with black hair seated on a chapel bench, holding a scripture and smiling at him. Lauren Juling? There was no room for doubt or confirmation. Kalen, gritting his teeth, recognized the man immediately, his wand pressing firmly against Lauren's forehead. It was you. You are partially correct, Mr. Kalen. Lauren, undeterred by the wand aimed at him, maintained a fearless smile, his eyes brimming with confidence. The other half is thanks to your assistance. Thank me. Were it not for your deliberate dispatching of Hat. Oh, that little beggar you fed the hallucinogen to, I would never have found this place. Lauren sighed, shaking his head slightly. I'm afraid I may never know why you killed Father Anthony. I can certainly surmise why you entrusted the key to Hat. After all, activating such a mechanism requires a tremendous amount of energy. Far too much even for a genuine sorcerer. Thus, you sought a scapegoat, even at the risk of his head exploding. That little thing is your accomplice. Kalen's anger intensified as he connected the dots. I knew I shouldn't have trusted those lowly commoners. Oh, is that so? Lauren retorted with a mocking smile. Because Dear Hat executed your orders to the letter. Otherwise, how would I have located this chapel? Allow me to hazard another guess, if I'm not mistaken. You and Vinicius are in cahoots. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to cover for you. Blaming all the events in Oldwood Town on Greenlisle.it defies logic. How could a sorcerer possibly collaborate with a churchman? Unless, from the very beginning, you were his subordinate or something similar, that I suspect the previous turmoil in Oldwood Town is also tied to Lord Vinicius. Tonight was undoubtedly a trap set by you and Lord Vinicius, allowing him to deploy his forces under the guise of legitimacy and reduce the entire Vimpar Academy to ashes. Clap, clap, clap. Kalen, retracting his wand, began to applaud, laughter replacing his anger. Clever, you truly clever. Yet, Lauren Juling, do you not realize that the intelligent often perish due to their verbosity, as they revel too much in their own cleverness? You think that after learning so much, I wouldn't kill you. On the contrary, it is precisely because you willingly listen to my ramblings that you have forfeited your chance to slay me. closing the scripture in his hands. Lauren slowly rose, sighing. Had you acted earlier, you might have taken my life. However, it seems the crucifix still stands in my favor. What are you talking about? Kalen, suddenly sensing a shift in the atmosphere, stepped back in alarm. Do you know why that mechanism did not react earlier? It's quite simple. Lauren wore a peculiar smile. Because I had already unlocked it. Chapter 72. The Chapel, Part 2. This is impossible. Upon receiving an unexpected revelation, Kalen was instantly engulfed in shock. He had indeed sensed traces of void energy before entering. Yet that should not have been the reaction of a mechanism that had already been activated. With his head bowed, Lauren's hair concealed the smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixated on the serpent-like rune igniting on his right arm. Indeed, Kalen was a formidable sorcerer, an experienced spellcaster, and well-versed in alchemy. A fledgling sorcerer like Lauren could hardly deceive him with trivial tricks. However, if someone named Asriel were to assist, the outcome might differ. Before Kalen had even crossed the threshold of that grand door, the power of that individual had completely enveloped the space, which explained why he had perceived void traces from outside that in the wilderness. It would have been challenging to achieve this solely with the imprint Asriel had left on him. Regrettably, this was a chapel enclosed on all sides. Even if it could not truly distort reality, a modicum of sleight of hand was certainly achievable. In other words, the entire chapel had become Lauren's domain. Yet, the more experienced individuals tended to be more obstinate in their beliefs. No sooner had Kalen regained his composure than he displayed a mocking smirk. Well done, Lord Lauren Juling. You nearly deceived me just now. Unlocked it. With you? Kalen's gaze was akin to one directed at a mere insect. A mere apprentice. I concede your prowess, but you are decidedly overestimating yourself. What are you truly? Let me take a wild guess. I've got it. You intend to stall for time until Peter and his reinforcements arrive, am I right? The tall, thin man nearly laughed in derision. You will never see them again, for they are doomed. Lauren's demeanor remained as steady as obsidian, and he gently shook his head. You have again spoken only partially true. Indeed, I do wish to buy some time, but not for reinforcements. In fact, I am well aware of your objective, and my presence here is due to a shared purpose. Lauren offered a slight smile. With a stroke of luck, we may even find ourselves collaborating. Do you intend to pull the same trick again? Kalen's smile was one of sheer cruelty as he raised his wand. I'm afraid I won't fall for the same ploy twice. You seek the vampire hidden within the Vimpar Academy. Lauren stated openly without reservation. Coincidentally, I desire it as well. This inquiry had tormented Lauren countless times. Why did Kalen covet the vampire? Every action taken by a person should have a final purpose. Otherwise, it would be illogical. While Peter might confine the vampire out of genuine concern for its perilous nature, the deeper reason likely stemmed from his desire to study such a rare creature. After all, such precious materials and individuals were exceedingly scarce. However, Kalen was certainly not driven by such motives. He was an individual who placed immense value on immediate gains. Magic and alchemy were mere tools for him. The fervent desire for the vampire, bordering on madness, must have deeper roots. A life form mutated to near perfection under the influence of the void. Vampires were not particularly strong physically. Their slender forms did surpass those of humans, but paled in comparison to giants and ogres. What truly astounded was their remarkably prolonged lifespan. Those who could only cling to life for a few decades naturally yearned for the longevity that vampires possessed, especially the more ambitious individuals. Only time could satiate their inner cravings, allowing them to ascend to power, savor authority, fulfill ambitions, or mount a comeback. Everything hinged on time. And you, Mr. Kalen, are undoubtedly a person of great ambition. Before such temptation, it is impossible for you to resist, especially considering this treasure appears so readily accessible. Lauren's expression grew more serene. Thus, even when coerced by Venesis into servitude with exceedingly harsh conditions, you must possess it. No, it is you who must obtain it. If Lord Venesis were to catch wind of this, your opportunity would vanish. If I am correct, his forces should be en route. Not merely Vimpar Academy, but your time is also running thin. Had Lauren not remained composed when he mentioned vampire, Kalen might have maintained his composure. However, now he could scarcely muster even the barest semblance of a sorcerer's calm. Lauren Juling. Was he merely an apprentice sorcerer, or a devil who could see through the hearts of men? Kalen had indeed underestimated him. Such an individual ought not to be provoked, but rather swiftly eliminated. Yet, it was not too late. There still existed a chance for redemption. Calmly attempting to steady his emotions, Kalen forced a faint smile upon his face. You just mentioned that we could collaborate. Correct. Since our interests align, why not engage in cooperation? I can see that you have little affection for this academy. We are of the same ilk, and scrupulously pursuing our desires for profit. The tall, gaunt man's expression was utterly deranged. Join me, and I assure you, you shall receive bountiful rewards. This time, it was Loren who was taken aback, a look of incredulity crossing his face, as if he had heard a particularly amusing jest, his shoulders trembling slightly. Kalen, feigning composure, was incensed but managed to suppress his fury. So, what will it be? Will you agree or not? No, 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 you are gravely mistaken this time. Loren chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. I mentioned that the reason I have been engaging in this idle chatter with you is merely to buy time, because I need to unlock the final mechanism of the church. As for your claim that I am akin to you, Loren's smile grew increasingly frigid. Do you not think too highly of yourself? A creature such as you, crawling like a worm, is only fit to lap up refuse in the gutter, yet you presume to carry yourself with dignity. It is laughable. Indeed, for the sake of knowledge, power, and wealth, one might need to temporarily relinquish some trifling pride. However, that does not equate to living without dignity to willingly become another's dog while deluding oneself into feeling good. How could I, a person of integrity, ever be compared to a peculiar creature such as yourself? Bang! An orange beam of light grazed Loren's cheek. Had he not dodged swiftly, his head would have ignited like the chair behind him. I have changed my mind. Enraged, Kalen's gaze quivered with fury. I will flay you alive, draw your tendons, pour mercury down your throat, and bind you to a grill. You shall experience the weight of life and understand the agony of existence. As a wizard, you ought to maintain your composure. Dodging the tip of the staff aimed at his cheek, Loren couldn't help but jest. In a surprising turn, Kalen had transformed his wand into a spear, the base replaced with a steel tip. Unfazed, Loren snapped his fingers, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoing from behind Kalen. Distracted by the noise, he spun around in an instant. His eyes widened in terror, speechless. Wait. What is this? A vampire. Upon what should have been an empty crucifix, an otherworldly black figure had emerged, ensnared by countless iron chains, nails piercing its palms and feet, fastening it to the cross, like a suffering saint, imprisoned upon the sacred cross, with skin the color of deep crimson, a head grotesque like that of a bat, claws for limbs, and bat-like wings folded behind. Not to mention, a body as emaciated as a desiccated corpse. Undoubtedly, this entity could not be classified as human. Stumbling closer to the figure on the cross, Kalen felt an irresistible urge to touch this object of desire. All his dreams were within reach at that moment. His trembling fingers brushed against it, and with that mere touch, the seemingly sturdy chains shattered into fragments. Panicked, Kalen screamed and hurriedly retreated, collapsing onto the ground. Having delayed for so long was merely to unlock this final lock. Loren's voice came calmly. And by the way, it is still alive. As he spoke, the closed eyes burst forth with a scarlet glow. Chapter 73. The Vampire, Part 1. What is happening? How did I end up on the ground? When the events before his eyes shifted in an instant, Kalen found himself unable to react. Trembling, he lowered his gaze to the vampire that pinned him down, voraciously tearing at his flesh and devouring his innards, the vivid crimson blood staining his vision. The icy fangs and excruciating pain plunged the incredulous, gaunt man into an unparalleled panic. Ah! The heart-wrenching wails echoed throughout the darkened Holy Cross Church. The vampire, starved for 30 years, was emaciated, ravenously consuming the exquisite meal before it. Akin to a famished wolf, yet far more terrifying. No. I concede. I shall never dare again. Please save me. I will do anything. Descending into incoherence, Kalen had completely shed his prior elegance. The vampire's claws pierced his arms, robbing him of any last chance to flee. Flesh and bones separated, blood splattered, and indistinguishable entrails lay strewn about. The powerful wizard and spellcaster, Lord Kalen, was gradually being devoured, every morsel savored without a trace of waste. With its jaw, now smeared with flesh and blood, the vampire sank its teeth into Kalen's neck. The man who had just been screaming moments ago appeared to have ceased breathing, his wide dim eyes staring blankly, his body convulsing uncontrollably. In mere moments, his once rosy skin rapidly withered, shriveling into a sickly pallor. His previously robust form visibly caved in as teeth continually fell from his mouth, his entire being reduced to a mere skeleton. Even as he became a desiccated corpse, the ravenous vampire did not relinquish Kalen's body, continuing to gnaw and bite, its purplish tongue licking greedily at the white bones. Savoring the final taste, hidden in the shadows, Loren slowly drew his steel sword, his gaze betraying a hint of anxiety for the first time, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. This adversary was no mere ghoul or lowly mutated creature, but a superior life form positioned above humans in the food chain. Even a seasoned spellcaster like Kalen could not endure for even a few seconds against this monster. Admittedly, the vampire, having been defeated by Peter and imprisoned for 30 years, was certainly not at its peak, yet it was still far stronger than an ordinary human like himself. The reason for not seizing the opportunity, while the vampire was preoccupied with consuming Kalen, was due to the unique nature of such monsters. They do not weaken from prolonged hunger. Rather, this enduring thirst only intensifies their aggression, compelling them to attack any perceived meal without hesitation. Patience is required to wait until this beast has gorged itself, striking when it is most unguarded. The sword's tip rested at his feet. Silent footsteps approached from the side, drawing nearer. This creature was formidable, but if struck at the cervical or caudal vertebrae, it could be as vulnerable as livestock. The monster atop Kalen's corpse continued to relish its delicacy, completely unaware of the shadow creeping closer from the darkness. Bang! A faint noise emanated from the distance outside the door, causing the ravenous vampire to halt abruptly, its crimson eyes immediately shifting toward Loren. Damn it! In a flash, Loren hurled the igniter from his waist, then, with his gloved left hand, crushed the floating talisman in his palm, the cold, void energy instantly surging through him. Two indigo patterns appearing beneath his eyes. Transcend perception. The igniter in midair erupted into a blaze, yet the purple monster tore through the exploding flames as if they were mere fragments, howling as it lunged toward him. Clang! Instinctively raising his steel sword, Loren heard the jarring sound of friction. Merely blocking the vampire's claws left 3 gashes on the new steel blade, nearly snapping it in half. The howling creature offered no respite for Loren to contemplate his next move. With its narrow bat wings unfurled, in the blink of an eye, the purple figure had ascended to the church's ceiling that a piercing shriek echoed from above, and without even a moment to glance, Loren slipped aside, simultaneously launching another short sword. The vampire made no attempt to evade. The short sword was ripped apart as it flew forth, resembling a piece of paper. Loren could only catch a glimpse of the vampire's scarlet eyes before it was upon him. His thrust of the long sword intercepted by the monster's claws, producing a grating sound as the silver blade was crushed into fragments. Instantly relinquishing the sword's hilt, Loren slid backward, his right hand poised to snap his fingers. But the vampire, baring its fangs, lunged for his throat. This is bad. Instinctively leaning back, narrowly avoiding death, Loren's body lost its balance, his cloaked figure hurtling backward, violently colliding with a column of the church. The vertebrae in his back screamed in agony, and Loren tasted blood in his throat, forcing himself to swallow it. Sidestepping the creature's onslaught, he rolled clumsily across the ground several times before finally halting. He now understood why the Academy's library contained the exceptionally rare high-level spell, Transcend Perception. Without it, he would not even be able to discern the vampire's afterimage. Continuing this way was untenable. In a physical contest, he was merely human, certainly no match for the vampire. He needed to uncover its weakness. What was it afraid of? Where lay its vulnerabilities? Loren refused to believe there existed any perfect life form in this world. As long as it lived, there must be a chink in its armor, a flaw, a means to inflict harm upon it. Once more, the shadow left a lingering trace in midair. With every ounce of his strength, Loren managed to buy himself some precious time. The firefly spell, soaring into the air, emitted a dazzling brilliance before he deftly hurled his final dagger. The claw glided effortlessly, cleaving the dagger into 2 fragments. Grasped by the corner of his cloak, Loren was flung like a rag doll towards the grand statue of the Holy Cross at the front of the church. In midfall, without a second thought, he cast a levitation spell. His chest, battered from the impact, could no longer contain the pain. As he plummeted, he shattered a row of pews, narrowly escaping a gruesome fate of being impaled by the cross. This was the stark reality of the disparity between humans and monsters. Despite having heightened his senses, he found himself utterly overpowered in both speed and strength, with no opportunity to retaliate in a direct confrontation. No, it should not be this way. If Peter had managed to capture this vampire 30 years ago, it proved that it could indeed be vanquished. Wizards, or rather, humans, derive their strength from their intellect and wisdom. Loren had merely yet to uncover its weakness. That did not equate to its invincibility. All aberrant species had undergone mutations due to the influence of the void, with varying degrees of impact. Ghouls, for instance, belong to a category with minimal influence, retaining a semblance of their natural instincts, merely existing as a peculiar type of scavenger. Vampires, however, were entirely different. They were subjected to a far greater influence. Their mutations far more profound, embodying a virus in this world, a paradigm of harm without benefit. Given their deeper susceptibility to the void's power, would they not also suffer more pronounced damage when confronted with it? With his left hand gripping the hilt of bright silver, the silver-tipped blade stood out starkly against the engulfing darkness of the church. Have you finally come to your senses? It seems it is not too late yet. A boy hidden in a corner slightly curled his lips, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light as he gazed at the beleaguered figure. Perhaps you truly have a chance to defeat a famished vampire all on your own, Loren Turin. Oh, no, I should address you as Mr. Outsider. You have indeed provided me with an abundance of surprises. I surely made the right choice in selecting you. We are destined to become the best of friends. I sincerely believe that. Chapter 74. Vampire, Part 2. The fleeting shadow swept across the church floor, tearing apart the chairs that stood in its path, moving with an imperceptible speed before Loren, just managing to evade. Loren immediately felt 3 deep lacerations appear on his shoulder. The frail wizard's cloak and the armor beneath offered no resistance against the claws. In the brief moment, he halted his movements. The howling beast lunged at him once more. Yet, time had been sufficient. A grayish-blue light flickered in the tranquil darkness of the church. May the void be with you. Loren bellowed with all his might. Executing a sweeping half-moon slash, the gray-blue sword light fanned out, clashing with the claws in a dazzling display of sparks. This was Loren's final desperate gambit, infused with all his remaining hope. The two figures were momentarily knocked apart, with Loren nearly losing his balance, scrambling to regain his footing in a most undignified manner. Yet a spark of exhilaration flickered across his face. He had finally discovered a means to counter this abomination. The blade formed from the void's power lacked a physical substance. This meant that he had not merely blocked the beast's claws, but had instead bounced it away. The enraged creature roared, its elongated legs coiling as it prepared to spring again. In that fleeting moment, Loren could scarcely discern its form as it vanished from his sight. Below him, or above, he quickly assessed the situation. No, it was below. With a reverse grip on his sword, he swung downward while stepping back. Feeling the icy touch of the claw on his chin. In a flash, the gray-blue, bright silver severed the claw entirely. The shrieking vampire instantly lost its will to attack, clutching its severed arm as it soared to the Holy Cross sculpture. At last, Loren had gained a momentary reprieve. Gently touching his chin, he found his hand smeared with blood, the pain causing him to grimace. The skin on his chin had nearly been entirely torn away. Yet, he was fortunate. Had it been his throat, he would have long since joined Master Kalen in the afterlife. The glow of bright silver began to fade, and even with the caster's enhancement, it could only last about 10 seconds at most. With its potency diminishing as time passed. 0.8 seconds. Every 8 seconds, he would temporarily lose the capacity to threaten the beast, and that moment would be when his life truly hung in the balance. Thus, he needed to act swiftly to deprive the creature of its other claw. Loren's dark pupils suddenly constricted as he observed the vampire perched atop the statue. Its severed right arm twitched violently, and from the bloody stump, a new claw sprouted. Damn it! Without a moment's hesitation, Loren leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the creature's onslaught. The vampire, caught off guard by the audacity of the human, was incensed but did not charge forward again. Instead, it withdrew its claws and remained in place. Upon landing, Loren instinctively wanted to dodge again, but he found the monster motionless, a smirk slowly forming on its lips. Excellent. The creature had begun to comprehend fear. It realized he could inflict harm upon it. Thus refraining from a reckless assault, it seemed that even if it could regenerate, The severed body still registered pain. You can feel pain too, can you, beast? Loren whispered with a smile, despite the agony radiating from his spine and ribs. Moving around the vampire as if on a leisurely stroll. So, do you wish to try again? With a gentle flick of his wrist, the gray-blue sword light hung at his side as he leaned forward, charging toward those crimson eyes. This time, it was my turn to attack. Beast, upon catching sight of the gray-blue blade, the vampire instinctively sought to flee. Loren's swing missed, and the panicked creature hurriedly retreated. When it regained its footing, it was met by Loren's mockingly amused gaze. The furious shriek reverberated through the air, shaking the very walls, causing dust and debris to rain down from the ceiling. Lore, even now, there is not a single fatal wound upon his body, yet each severed limb from the vampire is undeniably real and tangible. It cannot indefinitely regenerate its form, perhaps after 100 strikes, or maybe 200. There must be a limit as long as he can ensure that each encounter forces it to regrow anew. There will inevitably come a time when its vitality is exhausted. This is an exceedingly mad yet presently the most rational tactic of attrition, though his own health is vastly inferior to that of the monstrous creature. If he can make it consume its energy rapidly, then that is sufficient. Thus, he must incite the vampire to the brink of madness, compelling it to cooperate with him, relinquishing its speed advantage to engage in a direct confrontation. Do you not intend to consume me? Are your fangs and claws mere decorations? Come forth, let us inflict harm upon one another. You sanguinary beast, open your eyes wide and behold. What will vanquish you is not the brilliant silver in my grasp, nor any terrifying incantation. It is the essence of being human that shall defeat you. Chapter 75. Vimperl Before Dawn, Part 1. The inferno blazed fiercely, staining the night sky above Vimperl with a hue of blood red. Amidst this dazzling sea of flames, unrestrained marauders reveled in their wild abandon, fully armed as they traversed the streets, slaughtering one unarmed soul after another, who could only flee or weep in despair. Seizing all they possessed amidst their pleas for mercy and screams, packs of ghouls wandered the thoroughfares, crashing into any dwelling that emitted the scent of the living or the dead, even if it was already engulfed in flames. Following closely were the rogue wizards, brandishing their wands, reaping the lives of those who dared to flee with blunt instruments or low-tier spells. They cared little for their victims, nor did they concern themselves with their own survival, having been oppressed for far too long. The rogue wizards were singularly focused on vengeance, intent on making those who once scorned and betrayed them truly understand fear. The connected streets transformed into burning ruins as women and children writhed in pools of blood, while distraught individuals watched helplessly as their loved ones were consumed by the flames, reduced to charred remains. The midnight sky, adorned with firelight and thick smoke, began to resonate with the sounds of conflict, adding an unusual cacophony to the already chaotic